Mom told everyone I was a Vegas stripper. 6 years in shelters later, the dad returns as a Swiss hotel hare. He confronted Mom with proof of her lies. After finding I was pregnant, my mother shamed me and kicked me out. After learning of her father, my daughter wants in. At 19, I told my mother I was pregnant. She gave me 3 hours to pack and leave. Said I could handle the penalties of becoming. Sat on the front step with 2 garbage bags of clothes and nowhere to go, changed locks. The father of my daughter was a college freshman orientation one-night stand. I only knew Skylar was Swiss and visiting. Never saw him again after that night. His number and school were unknown. My mother told everyone I stripped in Vegas when I quit, moved into a shelter, and left Quinn in a county hospital. 6 years of pain ensued. While waiting tables at a diner, customers grabbed my ass for $3 tips. Black mold and insects in a studio. Since I couldn't afford a cot, Quinn slept in a dresser drawer. Food stamps, WIC appointments, 5-mile walk to work as the bus didn't leave early. My mother lived 25 minutes away in a 4-bedroom house. Without phoning or visiting, she told my family I died. Natalie would secretly meet me at parks and bring Quinn consignment clothes, but she was too scared to continue. Mom threatened to cut her off if she helped me. However, I succeeded. I got my GED online while Quinn slept. She started community college at 4. Got better waitressing jobs, saved money, and moved to a safer apartment. Quinn was brilliant, funny, read at 4, and could do basic math before kindergarten. Everything I did was for her. A man entered my eatery last month. An exquisite Swiss-accented suit glared at me. Finally, asked if I attended State University 6 years before. My heart stopped. Skylar became Reed. His family owned European luxury hotels. He spent 3 years looking for me after his cousin sent him my university orientation archive photo. He hired investigators, searched social media, and spent thousands to find a woman he had one night with because he couldn't forget me. Telling him about Quinn, exhibiting her photo, he wept at restaurant. His father sometimes pushed him to marry. Sebastian rejected, recalling the American girl who drunkenly recited Shakespeare and laughed at his poor jokes. Immediately meeting Quinn was his goal. In 10 days, he created a trust fund for daughter, purchased us a house, and demanded $12,000 monthly child support for 6 years. After arriving from Switzerland, his family overwhelmed Quinn with presents and attention. My mother returned. She sent flowers and tears to my new home to apologize. She really missed us. Family should forgive. Heard from neighbors about my Mercedes in the driveway, Swiss license plates, and high-end store delivery vehicles. Her investigation revealed Sebastian Reed and his family's value. Quinn wanted to participate because of her trust wealth and Swiss finishing school prospects. I let her in and talk. She discussed second chances, youth, and her best intentions. Her eyes lit up as she saw Quinn's portrait with Sebastian's family at their Swiss estate. We should plan her 7th birthday together, said. Maybe in Switzerland. I've always wanted to see Geneva. Sebastian crossed the kitchen. He heard everything. My mother smiled, extended her hand, and praised her granddaughter. Sebastian assumed she had filth on her hand. He asked, "You're the woman who threw out your pregnant daughter?" My mother grumbled responsibility. Sebastian showed her his phone. Her face blanched. "The shelter where your daughter spent her first 6 weeks homeless sent this police report. Childhood abandonment. Social services records reveal she required emergency housing while 7 months pregnant. The hospital report states she gave birth alone as poor." Want me to continue? Sebastian cut off my mother's explanation. Moving to another screen, he faced her. He talked softly but strongly. My name and a red abandoned minor checkbox were at the top of the shelter intake form. Sebastian interrupted my mother to ask if he may check his investigator's 6-year data longer. I held the frame outside the kitchen doorway, watching her apologize. She was angry and terrified, didn't understand how bad things were, and hoped I'd figure it out. Sebastian saw many displays without glancing away, presenting medical and social services data in court. Tears mixed with my mother's makeup, meticulously applied before coming here. She swung around and trembled, saying she'd been terrified, made a big mistake, and thought about me daily. Before she could touch me, I moved back and politely requested her to go. Sebastian helped me unlock the front door silently. My mother seemed surprised in my new living room. She requested a conversation to explain. My hand didn't shake the knob as I held the door open with my heart thumping so loudly everyone could hear it. She passed me with her purse and flowers, head down and crying. I watched her get into her car and drive away before locking the door and resting against it as my legs sagged. Sebastian and I sat at the kitchen table after making sure Quinn was still sleeping upstairs with her nightlight flickering through the door crack. He apologized for ambushing me with documents, stating he employed investigators to find me and gather everything. His files had my entire survival story in case I needed proof. As we deliberated, I held a cold mug of tea. Rather than pushing for immediate family visits and plans with Quinn, he suggested legal paternity confirmation. Dad wanted everything legitimate and safeguarded for Quinn and me after so long in debt. 3 days later, we visited Rachel Collins' downtown office with thick carpet and framed legal degrees. She looked younger than expected, maybe mid-30s, with a practical suit and no-nonsense demeanor. Rachel Collins said Sebastian Reed hired her to serve me, not him, and that she worked for me alone even if he paid her. She described how to get court-admissible DNA. My lawyer responding to me was odd but safer than expected. Rachel took notes on a yellow legal pad while asking detailed questions about my fears and what I wanted protected. A bundle of documents explained financial limits before test results arrived. Sebastian Reed promptly redeposited child support into an escrow account for paternity confirmation. The house he bought was in my name with legal safeguards, so he couldn't take it back. Page after page of vocabulary and sentences sounded intimidating, but Rachel explained each section clearly. She detailed her safety precautions for Quinn and me in case something went wrong. I signed where she instructed, cramping my palm, but I appreciated every word that clarified. When we finished, Natalie texted me that Mom called all relatives. She said I hid Quinn out of anger and was cruel for not allowing her be a grandmother. The old fear of family isolation hit hard. 6 years of loneliness. I reminded myself that most of their family assumed I was a Vegas dancer. When I needed help, they never called. Quinn stared at me suspiciously as we sat on her bed that night with her teddy bunny. I said a European friend I knew before she was born wanted to meet her. I assured her we'd take our time to assess his friendliness. I didn't call him father because nothing was established and I wouldn't breach my promises. Quinn nodded carefully and asked if her friend liked cartoons. She could ask him questions and decide how she felt. After the first week, we gathered at a wonderful Saturday morning public park with newer equipment and wood chips instead of concrete. Sebastian Reed brought an inexpensive soccer ball and asked Quinn about her favorite color and playgrounds. She was shy at first, but admitted to liking purple and swings while partially behind my leg. Close up, I saw them kick the ball on the grass. Sebastian Reed walked slowly and spoke softly. Quinn stopped the ball with her foot and asked why he spoke odd, tilting her head like a riddle. Sebastian laughed warmly and said he was from Switzerland, where people speak differently. McDonald's is there, but the menu is French and German, he told her. He was straightforward and age-appropriate. Instead of promising trips or things, treat her like a real person with valuable thoughts. Benchside. I saw them kick the ball. Close enough to help, far enough to get involved. Although Quinn's vigilance lessened as they played, she still checked on me every few minutes. On day 9, my mother left a voicemail I listened to twice before deleting. They said she forgives me for keeping Quinn from her for years. She was ready to move on with Quinn as a family when I was. I felt exhausted and irritated after listening. Dealing with an unintelligible person is exhausting. Instead of calling back, I needed time to think and was done rushing into terrible things. The phone sat mute on my kitchen counter while I spread peanut butter on Quinn's lunch. I realized not answering was better than rehashing. I drove straight to work for the early shift after dropping Quinn off at kindergarten the next morning. My lunch break was spent walking 3 blocks to the public library, where I studied for my GED when Quinn was a newborn. I accessed state legal information about grandparents' rights on an empty computer terminal in the back. Strong restrictions required confirmation of a relationship, or that halting contact would harm the child. My mother had neither, but websites warned that determined grandparents may file petitions and spend thousands on legal battles. I wrote statutes, case names, and filing requirements in a notebook. Gathering facts made dread appear smaller, more manageable, and preparable. I took phone photos of the relevant pages and sent Rachel a brief message wondering if we should be frightened. I took restaurant dinner orders in my apron. Half my thoughts are lawful. My phone displayed Rachel's name the next afternoon during break. For Quinn and me to avoid legal harassment, she wanted a consultation, claiming we needed a paper trail and boundaries before my mother could sue. To meet the Tuesday 10 a.m. appointment, I switched shifts with another server. 2 regular customers sat in my section on Friday night, chatting about the Mercedes with Swiss plates outside and whether I was dating a royal. My face flushed, but I kept my pen on the order pad and scribbled their food choices precisely. A few minutes later, my manager saw me frozen at the kitchen door and kindly asked if I was okay, offering to move me to different tables if people were bothering me. Though my hands shook as I returned plates to the dining room, I thanked him and said I could manage it. Natalie requested me to meet for coffee on Saturday afternoon, so I suggested a restaurant across town near the freeway where no one would know us. She was in a corner booth when I arrived. She had her college textbook on the table, but her eyes were sorrowful. Over coffee, she stated she wanted to help me but was terrified Mom would cut her off financially because she was halfway through her degree and couldn't lose her tuition. I squeezed her hand across the table and told her I understood and that she'd helped us most by sneaking supplies throughout those horrible years. Our tears were quiet and brushed away to hide from other customers. The downtown medical facility's DNA test on Monday morning with official documents and chain of custody seemed more severe than imagined. A technician in blue scrubs explained each step on labeled forms and swabbed Quinn's cheek and Sebastian Reed with long cotton sticks. Quinn chuckled and asked if they were looking for cavities like the dentist. Sebastian Reed smiled and replied, without telling her what the test was for until we had results. We kept our explanations simple, honest, and non-threatening. Quinn hurried to the car, complaining about the tickling stick, while Sebastian Reed and I looked relieved. Rachel Collins spread possibilities around her conference table like cards in a hard game during Week 4's legal consultation. If my mother persisted, we could file for court-ordered custody, implement privacy measures to prevent this from going public, and send her a cease and desist letter. Clarity helped even when paperwork seemed endless and stacks of forms needed signatures and notarization. I spent 2 hours with Sebastian Reed that afternoon building a co-parenting structure that started with monitored visits and increased with Quinn's comfort. Rachel Collins suggested sensible timetables with holiday and sick day backups, making it less frightening. We signed the draft in good faith with official signatures at the bottom while awaiting test results. I saw Quinn's school number on my phone during Thursday's supper shift. The administrator calmly but firmly informed that my mother had been to the office as the grandma and asked about pickup procedures. I told my manager I had an emergency and left work immediately, shivering with protective rage as I drove 6 blocks to school. The administrator claimed they hadn't released any information, and asked if I wanted to file a formal restriction to prevent repeats. I instantly agreed and filled out the forms at the office as Quinn played on the playground, unaware. My mother received a no-contact letter from Rachel Collins the next day threatening legal action if she tried to contact Quinn or spread family rumors. Signing it made me sick with sorrow but strangely powerful, like I was choosing safety over peace for the first time. I started a journal of every mother-related occurrence, voicemail, and encounter after Quinn went to bed. Rachel Collins claimed it could matter in court, but it helped me document the chaos. It was hard to disbelieve myself after recording what happened because it couldn't be changed. The next afternoon, Sebastian Reed brought a European furniture brochure with sticky notes displaying $3,500 dollhouses to my apartment. He spread the catalog on my kitchen table and pointed to a Victorian mansion with working lights and hand-carved ornaments, saying, Quinn deserved beautiful things after the years we'd struggled. The price tag made me sick because it was more than 2 months of my old rent, and more than I'd spent on apartment furniture. I said it was too much too fast and that Quinn, 6, would be happy with a $35 plastic toy shop one. He seemed confused and agitated, as if he didn't understand why throwing money at everything wasn't working. After 20 minutes, I said experiences were more important than expensive things. A children's museum or zoo might provide better memories than an outgrown playhouse. Sebastian Reed offered a weekend science center vacation with Quinn's favorite interactive displays instead of opposing. The willingness to listen and change course was more precious than any gift. 4 days later, a courier delivered the DNA results in a lab-sealed envelope with legal stamps. Sebastian Reed arrived that night and we read genetic markers and probability percentages on my couch, confirming our assumptions. Quinn was called in from her room where she was coloring and seated on the couch with us, speaking softly. Sebastian Reed told her he was her father and had been seeking for us. He discovered her and wanted to be involved. Quinn contemplated this thoughtfully, her expression serious like youngsters learning something profound. She pondered if she had Swiss grandparents like her California friend Gemma. Yes, her family wanted to meet her when she was ready, but only when she felt comfortable. Perhaps needing time to think, she nodded and colored again. When we met the next morning, Rachel Collins recommended Emily Reynolds, a child therapist who guided kids through large family changes. To let Quinn process without intervention, we scheduled an intake appointment for next week. Professional support didn't admit failure, said Rachel Collins. It kept Quinn from grown-up overwhelm. I didn't weaken by seeking help. It meant I knew our guiding requirements. While working at the restaurant that afternoon, my phone showed a weird local area code. I was instructed to call about an internet covert air story comment. My palms started shaking when the reporter stated she'd heard about Sebastian Reed's daughter and wanted to confirm before writing. I panicked and called Rachel Collins from the restaurant restroom. She advised me to follow our privacy plan, which included avoiding media contact and letting the story die from lack of information. We resolved to remain silent and defend ourselves. My mother's handwriting emerged on a large envelope in my mailbox 3 days later. In a 6-page letter, She apologized for her mistakes, detailed all the places she wished to take Quinn, and suggested a family trip to Switzerland. She talked about missing us and forgiving families, but every piece contained chains and expectations that made me forget 6 years of abandonment. I realized after rereading that she was trying to get back in by claiming everything was forgiven, and we were a happy family again. Unchanged, she sought Quinn in Sebastian Reed's world. Letter joined other documents in my folder. I visited Emily Reynolds at her office the following Tuesday while Sebastian Reed waited in the lobby. Her questions included Quinn's schedule, attitude, how she handled changes before, and what scared me most about this transfer. Sebastian Reed joined us and we explored the issue while Emily Reynolds took notes. She brought Quinn in for a relaxing, age-appropriate session with toys and art supplies after an hour. Emily Reynolds answered casual questions about her family and sentiments while Quinn drew and played with miniature figures. Emily Reynolds suggested keeping Quinn's routine consistent and introducing adjustments gradually to enable her regulate relationship growth. She suggested ways to approach difficult topics and check in with Quinn without grilling her. Natalie texted me that night asking for monitored restricted contact with our mother to prevent her from filing for grandparents' rights out of spite. I stared at my phone, torn between protecting Natalie and knowing my mother hadn't accessed Quinn. After years of silently helping us, I wanted to lessen my sister's burden. However, another part saw that my mother had governed everyone for decades, by manipulating to prevent conflict. I told Natalie I needed to visit my lawyer. The next morning, Rachel Collins detailed our state's grandparents' petition laws, including that my mother had little right to pursue visitation without a relationship. She originally offered mediation as a good faith attempt to establish legal documents if my mother was unreasonable. A judge could see we tried to address issues, but my mother was the obstacle. If contact and boundary restrictions were clear, I would consider mediation. That afternoon, the reporter put another note on my apartment door. He promised to meet off the record to hear my side before others distorted the tale. Holding the page, I wanted to amend the record and control the story. I remembered Rachel Collins's suggestion that interacting fuels and attention and that quiet kills stories quickly. I shredded and discarded the note. Emily Reynolds had Quinn draw her family and feelings at her second therapy session the following week. Quinn drew a question mark-filled thought bubble centered above her head. After Emily Reynolds gently asked what she was frightened about, Quinn said she was afraid her daddy would leave again like he did, even though she knew he didn't know about her. We explicitly addressed her worry rather than pretending nothing was wrong. That weekend, Sebastian Reed brought a large craft store bag, and Quinn and I sat at the kitchen table. He brought out a blank monthly calendar with large daily squares, and 2 sheets of airplane, video camera, heart, and star stickers. Quinn became excited and grabbed the stickers as Sebastian Reed explained that we were making a chart to show when he would visit and when they would talk online. Her carefully chosen stickers included purple hearts for video calls and gold stars for in-person visits. Sebastian Reed, pointing at each square and letting her put stickers, told her the days between visits. She meant it, even though she glued them improperly and overlapping. After we finished, she wanted to hang it in her room immediately. We attached it to her bedside wall for morning viewing. She loved it and requested more birthday and holiday stickers. Sebastian Reed gave her the whole sheet, and plotting calmed me. Sebastian Reed called 4 days later while I was folding laundry to get Quinn photos for his parents' family album. I lowered my shirt as I stiffened. I said I needed to think and we could talk later. Thinking about strangers across the seas seeing my daughter's photos made me feel defensive after we hung up. Rachel Collins helped me understand that some photo sharing was reasonable, but I could establish limits that night. The next day, I offered Sebastian Reed 3 images I would choose with a signed agreement that nothing went on social media and the photos stayed with his family. He agreed immediately and thanked me for trusting him to share so much. I picked 3 photos from last month of Quinn reading, playing at the park, and smiling. Sending them seemed like forfeiting parts of her I couldn't guard. Sebastian Reed earned my trust, so I did it. Natalie missed 5 calls the next morning. I replied, and she said to check Mom's Facebook immediately. My stomach turned when I opened the app and saw My Precious Girls, a new album with 24 childhood photos of myself and Natalie. Her captions emphasized wonderful memories, strong families, and beautiful girls. I barely recalled holiday and birthday pics. All before I got pregnant. No images from the last 6 years because she was gone. Many relatives praised her recollections and motherhood. She made me sick by rewriting history for the ignorant. Natalie screenshotted and sent me every photo and caption as proof. She requested I record Mom's activities in case it mattered. I stored everything to a phone evidence folder and used the hurt to overcome past doubts. I was notified that afternoon by Rachel Collins that she had scheduled family conflict mediation with Jordan Blake. The agreement set 2-week session regulations. My mother had to apologize for each behavior, Pledge to therapy within 10 days, and write that Quinn contact was my choice without a deadline. Rachel Collins said my mother's lawyer reviewed the agreements and said she would attend. Rachel Collins reminded me that my mother probably thought she could charm her way through mediation and achieve what she wanted. I was surprised she agreed to such hard restrictions. We'd see if she followed through or manipulated. It was normal until table 12 2 nights later when I worked supper at the restaurant. I took his order as usual when a Thursday regular sat down. He smiled at me as I carried his food and announced that I discovered a rich Swiss guy to adjacent tables. Is it possible I caught him on purpose? Burning face, as I froze with plate in hand. I carefully laid the plate down and asked him to stop because it was wrong. He laughed jokingly, but my manager heard from across the room. She respectfully demanded he pay his bill and go. She said the restaurant didn't allow customer harassment and wouldn't let him argue. He bolted after dumping money on the table in front of customers. The supervisor rubbed my shoulder and suggested a 5-minute back break. Shivering with wrath and relief that someone supported me, I stood in the kitchen. Next Monday, Sebastian Reed and I met with our lawyers at Rachel Collins's office. She carefully prepared a temporary parenting plan. Sebastian Reed video conferenced every other weekend for 9 hours on Saturday and Thursday nights. Structured, verified funding would be supplied. Our agreement covered Quinn's education, health, and activities. With signatures and witness lines, typing was formal. Sebastian Reed and I signed many copies across the conference table. Writing things in legal terms was safer than trusting each other. Quinn was most protected by the framework, prohibiting quick adjustments. Rachel Collins officially filed the proposal with the court that afternoon. Jordan Blake's downtown office hosted the mediation on a dismal Thursday morning. My mother arrived on time, dressed well, and carried Kleenex in her handbag. Jordan Blake sat between us and reviewed the rules before we started. My mother cried immediately, saying she'd made a big mistake because she was young and scared when I got pregnant. Still, she justified teaching me responsibility, and said rough love was best. Though my heart raced and I interrupted her, I stayed calm. She should admit acts without excuses. I asked her to confirm she remembered kicking me out with 3 hours' notice, changing the locks, refusing contact for 6 years, and telling family I was dead. She cried more but explained why. Jordan Blake stopped her and claimed the activity required undeserved recognition. Despite wanting to defend herself, my mother wrote everything down as homework. Jordan Blake reviewed her writing 2 weeks later. Next day, Emily Reynolds and I discussed mediation. Jordan Blake's notes were carefully read and the session was discussed. I told her hearing my mother cry was harder than expected, but I was glad I demanded accountability. Emily Reynolds helped me assess Quinn's safety with supervised contact. If my mother wanted access, she had to show sustained change, not just apologize. Criteria are set together. 9 months of weekly therapy with attendance proof, written accountability for her actions without excuses, and strict compliance with my boundaries. Once she met all 3 requirements, we would consider a supervised meeting with Quinn. The timeline let my mother work and protect Quinn from a stranger. A local online news site published the reporter's story Saturday morning. I forced myself to read it with coffee, expecting horror. Complex families' privacy was prioritized. I declined to comment, so the reporter fact-checked everything, which was mostly legal boundaries speculation that died down within 3 days. I was relieved it wasn't gossip. A few coworkers saw it, but nobody asked. Natalie texted me afternoon. Mother texted her all morning complaining that I was keeping her grandchild from her and asking Natalie to discuss it with me. Natalie didn't relay Mom's complaints or mediate. Instead, she texted me that she'd told Mom to work with the mediator and stopped facilitating. She said she was tired of being in the middle and that Mom needed to earn our trust. I texted her to thank her for setting the boundary. Natalie was discovering her voice instead of pleasing others. Sebastian Reed called while I made Quinn breakfast the next morning to discuss his park schedule near my apartment. Quinn played on the swings 25 feet away, so I sat on a bench to watch. Using his phone calendar, he suggested staying a week instead of 4 because his family wanted more time with Quinn and he could work remotely from the hotel. I tensed up and told him the therapist advised gradual increases for Quinn because 4 to 8 days was too fast. He looked frustrated, stroked his hair, and said she was fine. I interrupted him to say we shouldn't push harder because she seemed fine. Kid stress often appeared unexpectedly. After watching Quinn pump her legs on the swing, he nodded and said he understood, even though it was hard to leave when things were good. He listened instead of arguing and slowed down against his will, which I liked. We decided to stay 4 days and add 1 next month if Quinn adjusted successfully. We seemed to be learning to cooperate instead of just sacrificing for peace. I received an attachment from Jordan Blake 4 days later, showing my mother's first therapy intake appointment. A licensed therapist signed a form confirming weekly appointment dates, times, and treatment plans. I pondered the document, hopeful, but skeptical. One appointment didn't erase 6 years of abandonment and decades of conditionality. Jordan Blake's impartial email noted progress without exaggeration. She said this was just the first step and that lasting change takes months, not weeks. The email went into my mediation documentation folder, adding to the evidence that tracked everything. First time since moving, I drove to my old neighborhood that afternoon. I parked outside after 3 years in Quinn's dingy studio. The parking lot had oily water puddles, and the front door paint was peeling. The memories weighed me down as I sat with the engine running and windows up. The bleach-resistant mildew smell. Quinn crying from hunger while I waited for my paycheck to buy formula. Because the bus didn't arrive early, I walked 5 miles to work at night. Counting coins to decide if I could afford laundry or another week of dirty clothes. I worry about which bill to skip to eat every day. I clutched the steering wheel and remembered my caution. Why I questioned everything, built safety nets, and delayed trust. It wasn't paranoia or trouble. I learned by surviving alone. When we were broke, that instinct saved Quinn and me. After 10 minutes, I drove home to our roach-free apartment, feeling grateful and frustrated by the difficulty. Quinn cried into her pillow that night, confused. What was confusing her? I asked from her bed. She wondered why she had to go to Sebastian Reed's hotel instead of him coming to us. Being in 2 places and not knowing which was home was strange. Watching her struggle to understand at her age broke my heart. I took her favorite plush rabbit from the shelf and promised a routine between houses. We practiced in her room. The rabbit entered her small backpack first. She put on her shoes while we sang the ABCs. Our 4 kisses and hugs preceded her departure. We'd undo everything when she returned. She stopped crying and made me repeat it 5 times before remembering. After M, she laughed when I pretended to forget the letter. I cuddled her and promised to repeat the process to make her feel safe wherever we were. Jordan Blake's office hosted the mediation follow-up Tuesday morning. Mother arrived 15 minutes early and sat with folder on lap in waiting area. Jordan Blake called us again and we sat in the same chairs, same distance apart. My mother took 3 handwritten papers from her folder. Blake requested an audible reading. My mother shook as she recounted her actions, including pushing me out with 3 hours notice when I was 19 and pregnant and changing the locks so I couldn't return. Disregarding Natalie's pleas for shelter and telling my family I'd become a dancer instead of admitting I was homeless. Not visiting Quinn's birth hospital, even if Natalie told her. Living 25 minutes away without checking on us for 6 years. The list was 2 pages. Reading made her cry, but she didn't apologize or explain. After finishing, she looked at me and apologized for each mistake. Though more honest than her previous apologies, she still wanted to justify herself. I let the words sink in without comforting her or assuring her. This was a first step, not absolution, and she needed to prove herself through actions after a long silence. Jordan Blake scheduled our next check-in for a month. My restaurant manager and I had lunch the next day. My schedule had to change so I could watch Quinn at night when Sebastian Reed wasn't there. We checked his tablet staff calendar. My weekly shifts were hectic noon shifts instead of 3 evening shifts. Table turnover and consistent business lunch tips made lunch shifts pay better. After 6 years of reliability, he gave me first dibs on the calendar and preferred to work with me over losing me to another restaurant. I thanked him and felt relieved it was coming together. Slowly adding logistical breezes made the situation feel more stable and less likely to collapse. In a coffee shop, Sebastian Reed and I wrote Quinn's school statement for 2 hours. Our approach was simple. Quinn's father was found after much searching. We shared parenting. Parents preferred to discuss issues privately rather than with other parents or staff. We wanted Quinn to be supported without criticism or gossip. The principal called me that afternoon after Sebastian Reed emailed it. She thanked us for being proactive, and agreed to brief Quinn's teacher and front office staff privately. They recorded pickup authorization in the system and asked us. She promised to monitor Quinn's issues and notify us. I hung up feeling we'd spared her drama. Friday afternoon, Emily Reynolds called. She said she'd reviewed the mediation papers and my mother's therapy documentation and approved a brief supervised meeting before contacting Quinn. For safety and neutrality, Jordan Blake would attend the mediation office meeting. Quinn wouldn't care if things went wrong because she wouldn't know. Next steps may be considered if successful. We scheduled the meeting for Thursday after I agreed. The next week, I was nervous and wrote and crossed out things to prepare for a conversation I didn't know how to have. The monitored meeting was harder than expected. A tissue box was on Jordan Blake's office table between my mother and me. Jordan Blake explained rules and had my mother read her written apologies. Much longer than what she read during mediation, it covered 6 years. She detailed times she'd refused help, lied to family, and put pride before my survival. She said Natalie called to say I'd delivered alone, and not go to the hospital. 3 years later, she saw Quinn's image for the first time, and felt nothing because I deserved it. Her voice broke several times, but she read. She finished, put the papers down, and cried defenseless. Sitting and letting the words sink in. Stopped denying my anger and pain to comfort her. Following several minutes, I told her I heard her. Not yet ready to forgive her. Though it wasn't right, I realized she wrote and read it honestly without justification. Jordan Blake asked what I wanted from my mother. Continuous therapy, respect for my boundaries, and time to prove she changed. Rest of the session was spent negotiating restricted contact. No overnight Quinn visits until further notice. She has no alone time for 9 months. Health checkups for Quinn every 4 months. Whether my mother continued therapy or not, she could be called grandma with strict restrictions that could be revoked if she crossed lines. My mother accepted everything without question. She admitted she broke my trust and it would take years to repair. Jordan Blake recorded our agreement and promised a 3-day explanation. I left the office exhausted but with clear and fair boundaries. Once she'd proven herself trustworthy through consistent activity, my mother would influence Quinn. Quinn's birthday was 4 weeks away, so I made a park party list Tuesday night. Paper plates, balloons, a grocery store sheet cake, and possibly tag or duck duck goose. Sebastian Reed dropped off Rachel Collins' papers that night and saw my notebook on the kitchen table. I told him about the park, Quinn's kindergarten friends, and how we'd make it simple and fun. After pausing, he suggested a princess party company or an activity site. I appreciated the offer, but I told him 7-year-olds didn't need fancy entertainment and Quinn would have more fun running around with her friends eating cake. Though disappointed, he asked how he could help. I gave him $60 for decorations and games and a dollar store list. The next day, he texted me photos of streamers and balloons he'd chosen, asking if the colors matched. It felt more normal than any expensive party. 3 days later, my mother called while I folded laundry. She advised Quinn to visit Switzerland for her birthday to see the Alps and stay at a family hotel. I paused mid-fold and told her we were focusing on small local visits, not international travel. She gently objected that Quinn would learn, and the family wanted to meet her. To restore trust, I said, respect limits without arguing. After calming down, she said she understood. No shame, no manipulation, just acceptance. After hanging up, I was surprised and hopeful the therapy was working. Rachel Collins resolved legal issues at a Friday afternoon office meeting. Sebastian Reed and I found her conference table covered in papers. Child support trust, parenting plan with timeline, and court filing paperwork. 2 hours were spent reviewing each piece to ensure we understood what we signed. A financial advisor would help me manage the trust's monthly payments, according to Rachel Collins. She scheduled an appointment for me with a person who taught newly wealthy people how to budget and invest instead of spend. Her business card was given to me by the advisor. Next Tuesday's meeting. Sebastian Reed signed everything without hesitation, and I signed with a shake because it felt official and permanent. Rachel Collins said she'd file the parenting plan with the court on Monday and get co-parenting status in weeks. After leaving that office, I felt grounded. Sebastian Reed invited me to a quiet restaurant a few blocks away for coffee and conversation. He looked uneasy, adding sugar to his espresso, and revealed that his father, Grant, had been calling him every other day about settling down. Quinn's father always implied I'd be a good fit to legitimize everything and clean up the family. I was afraid this would happen, so my stomach dropped. Sebastian Reed quickly informed his father that relationship was impossible now or ever. We wanted to be stable co-parents, not lovers. To please his family, no spectacular gesture or relationship could replace our respectful distance. Proving we could collaborate for Quinn was crucial. I liked his honesty and agreed. Glad we agreed. Quinn was more stable than fairy tales. The following week, Jordan Blake emailed me that my mother had 4 therapy sessions and was taking it seriously. The email said real change took months or years, not weeks, but early signs were promising. Reading it twice partially softened my cynicism into conditional trust. Not ready to believe she'd changed, I could observe her activities to see if they remained constant. Words were easy, but weekly treatment and boundaries were harder. Wednesday afternoon saw the first supervised visit at a downtown family center. An employee welcomed us in the foyer after I drove Quinn there and walked her in. My mother sat at a tiny table with crayons and coloring books in the visit room. Sitting with a book in the waiting area, I visited the building but not the room. The staff member told my mother the rules. No gifts, no promises of future visits. No pleading with Quinn to keep secrets, just conversation and activities. Quinn presented a colored butterfly picture an hour later. My mom followed without hugging Quinn goodbye. As planned, she thanked the staff member and exited sideways. Quinn was quiet, so I didn't make her talk in the car. We returned home and I made her a snack and sat with her at the kitchen table, gently asking how she felt about meeting her grandmother. Quinn called Grandma kind but sad, and they colored and talked about favorite animals. She wasn't sure if she wanted to see her again, maybe later, not next week. I told her it was fine to set the speed and nobody would force her. Her conflicted thoughts made sense, and I appreciated her honesty. We scheduled another appointment after discussing it with the therapist at our next appointment. In the park near our apartment, Quinn celebrated his birthday on a bright Saturday morning. Kids arrived around 10. Parents dropped down wrapped gifts and vowed to pick them up by noon. Sebastian Reed arrived early to help me set up folding tables and hang streamers from pavilion poles. Quinn ran with her friends playing tag and laughing so hard she hiccuped. We played musical chairs and red light green light before bringing out the cake with its sloppy grocery store frosting and 7 candles. Everyone sung, and Quinn exhaled them all, beaming. My mother arrived at 11 for her 30-minute monitored window, calmly watching from the pavilion edge. She grinned as Quinn waved between games after bringing herself instead of gifts as requested. She said goodbye to Quinn without drama and returned to her car on time. As she left, I felt something unexpected. Maybe not forgiveness, but faith that this could work if she followed the guidelines. Natalie met me for lunch the following Tuesday at a sandwich shop between our apartments. She appeared more calm than in years. Over Turkey Club, she informed me she wouldn't listen to our mother's concerns about me longer and that she could talk to her therapist. Mom initially resisted, but Natalie persisted, and their conversations are now shorter and less unpleasant. We discussed what it meant to be sisters instead of just two people who survived the same horrible mother and made plans to hang out more and create our own connections away from family conflict. It was nice to have an ally who knew my past and didn't pressure me to forgive. Thursday brought my community college spring semester acceptance letter. I applied weeks ago but didn't think it would happen. Business basics, English composition, and accounting are the first 4 classes. The schedule fit Quinn's kindergarten hours and Sebastian Reed's visit days, and I no longer felt financial stress. I could buy textbooks without sacrificing groceries. Could study instead of working multiple shifts. Sitting at my kitchen table with that acceptance letter, I thought about the future I'd always planned for Quinn and me, the one I'd built through 6 years of pain and survival. Realization was imminent. Not because someone rescued me, but because I battled for it and had the support. Finally, I felt solid ground under my feet after 6 years, and I was ready to move forward. Quinn watched Sebastian Reed's car drive away on Tuesday morning as he went for Switzerland. Her hand touched the glass. We scheduled the video calls before he went. Her calendar included stickers she chose for specific times. The first call was at bedtime, and she showed Dad her room on the tablet, pointing at her toys and chatting about kindergarten. He listened and asked questions, and after we hung up, she used the wall calendar stickers to mark the days until his next visit. The method worked better than intended, providing her something to track instead of waiting and wondering. She knew when to anticipate him, making the distance easier. Made his absence manageable, not threatening. Our counselor confirmed my mother's weekly therapy attendance as required. To evaluate Quinn's progress, we organized monthly monitored visits with 4-month benchmarks. I deliberately slowed down to protect Quinn over my mother. She was punctual for visits, followed the regulations, and didn't try to get extra access. I was most shocked by her lack of drama, as I anticipated her to push limits. Instead, she seemed to realize this was her only way back and needed to be careful. Natalie met me for coffee every other week and we chatted about things other than our mother, creating a relationship without family issues. I sat in our living room with the lights off pondering late one night after Quinn fell asleep. It was calm and safe in the flat. There was nothing like Quinn's first shelter nights in a dresser drawer because I couldn't afford a crib. The difference between then and now was stark. We had come a long way from that county hospital where I gave birth alone. The bugs at our old studio sprang to mind. Customers who grabbed my ass for $3 tips, going 5 miles to work at night. I didn't want those memories to fade when things improved. We needed to recall our location. Therefore, I never took this steadiness for granted. My heart had gratitude and caution. Both needed and real. Our new normal was messy but organized in hours. Quinn had 2 respectable parents who coordinated schedules and placed her needs first, even when it was hard. Her granny earned her entry with tight rules and checkpoints. Aunt who was becoming a friend instead of a scared sister. Her mother had endured hell and built something strong, so she realized how much it cost to get here. We all ended up more stable, better, but not ideal. It was enough. Returning for Xmas to find Grandpa dying while parents enjoyed a cruise. I found the proof they stole his $200,000, and now I'm stripping them of it all. I was kneeling on the frigid hardwood floor, clutching my grandfather's frozen hand, when his eyelids flickered open just long enough to breathe the words that would change everything they didn't know. Help me get revenge. For a little moment, I wasn't a Marine. I was simply a granddaughter staring at a man who had been discarded like an unwanted piece of furniture. His breath was a faint white in the cold air. The place felt like the inside of a refrigerator. And, God, that stupid note was still sitting on the counter like some cruel joke. That is when the truth began for me. But the story began several hours before. I arrived home for Christmas shortly after dusk, boots crunching on the driveway, duffel bag draped over my shoulder. I was still dressed in my Marine winter outfit, with tight collar ribbons and shoes polished enough to catch reflections. That suit had been through deployment storms, and there were times when I feared I wouldn't make it to another Christmas. But nothing prepared me for what lay within my childhood home. The first thing I noticed was how cold it was. Not just chilling, but the kind of cold that pierces through every layer you wear. I opened the door, anticipating the usual warmth, cinnamon candles, the hum of the heater, and perhaps Mom calling for me to remove my boots. My breath fogged as soon as I stepped inside. I frowned. Mom, Dad, nothing. Not even an echo. I placed my duffel on the carpet and moved deeper inside the home. The living room was dark, but for the dim glow of the streetlight outside. There was no Christmas tree, decorations, music, or anything else to imply the holiday. It felt abandoned. Then I saw it. The message was a single page of lined paper cut from a legal pad and neatly put on the counter, as if it were a caring holiday greeting. We traveled on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa. I read it again, then again, because my head couldn't take in the absurdity of what I was seeing. A cruise over Christmas, leaving Grandpa here alone. I heard the tiniest sound, a muffled groan. My training kicked in instantly. That is what the Marines teach. You do not freeze or consider. Instead, you simply move. Grandpa, I cried out as I walked down the corridor. The air became cooler as I went closer to the guest room. When I pushed the door open, the darkness felt strange, like entering a basement during a storm. I reached for the switch. The light fluctuated and then stabilized. What I witnessed made my stomach plummet. Grandpa lay in the guest bed, still wearing his cardigan and flannel pants. There were no blankets pulled up, nor was the heating turned on. His tiny hands trembled furiously, his complexion pallid and waxy, and his lips were bluish purple. Grandpa. I hurried to his side and cupped his face. His skin felt icy. For a brief moment, memories flooded back. He taught me to fish at the old pond. He sat proudly at my boot camp graduation. He sent me handwritten letters on my first deployment. This man, who had never forgotten a birthday, had been put here to freeze as if he didn't exist. I covered him in my thick Marine winter coat, made for horrible nights in the field. His body shuddered, then relaxed into the warmth. Stay with me, I asked, my voice quivering. I'm getting help. I grabbed my phone and dialed 999. As I waited for the dispatcher, I grasped his hand and continued talking, everything instinctual and steady, the way we were taught to speak to wounded Marines. When the ambulance arrived in the driveway, red lights flashing over the snow, 2 EMTs rushed inside. One of them looked at Grandpa and whispered, Jesus, how long was he in this room? They gently lifted him onto the stretcher and covered him with heavy thermal blankets. I hopped into the back of the ambulance before anyone warned me not to. I wasn't going to leave him again. They operated on him in the hospital, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the calm beeping of machinery, warm IV fluids, oxygen-heated blankets, and cautious monitoring. The nurse explained softly. He's lucky someone found him. Another few hours. She didn't continue her sentence. I sat alongside him, grasping the chair arm so tightly that my knuckles whitened. Anger simmered beneath my skin. Not Marine discipline, not patience, but pure human wrath. My parents left him. They walked out of the house, packed their belongings, turned off the heat, and boarded a Christmas cruise like teens fleeing chores. And for what? Convenience, money, and freedom. A social worker approached me cautiously, as if sensing a storm behind my eyes. Do you know how long he was alone? I shook my head. I just got in from base. I wasn't told anything. She squeezed her lips together. This is close to elder abandonment. It's serious. I nodded, but my thoughts were 1,000 miles ahead. We are fundamentally trained to deal with threats and protect those who are unable to defend themselves. This was not a battlefield, but it certainly felt like one. Hours later, Grandpa's respiration became stable. The doctor stated he was fortunate, a touch stronger than expected for a man his age. I moved my chair closer, softly placing my arm on his, and he stirred for the first time. His eyes opened just slightly. He exhaled shakily, as if each breath were an effort. I leaned closer, scared of missing a single syllable. What he whispered was not fear. It wasn't confusion. It was not even painful. It was resolved. They don't know about. Help me get revenge. My breath hitched. My granddad, the kindest guy I knew, was seeking vengeance. I stared at him and murmured, "Grandpa, I am here. I'm not going anywhere." But my pulse was racing because I knew something he didn't. Revenge was not going to be loud or violent. It was going to be lawful, patient, deliberate, and carried out by a Marine who had just discovered that the family she trusted had crossed a line that no one ever returns from. I did not sleep that night. The hospital lights never dimmed, and the persistent beeping of Grandpa's monitor kept me in a bizarre state of rage and resolve. Marines like myself are adept at remaining awake. We learn to stay awake in deserts, storms, and barracks packed with snoring Marines. However, nothing prepares you for the fluorescent loneliness of a hospital room where someone you care about is on the verge of dying. I sat down, elbows on my knees, peering at Grandpa's face. His cheekbones were sunken. His hands twitched occasionally. But he was still alive, more so than he should have been given what my parents had done. Around 5:30 a.m., a nurse arrived to check vital signs. She smiled sweetly at me, as elderly nurses often do with service members. "You're his granddaughter?" she inquired softly. "Yes, ma'am. He's lucky you found him. Hypothermia and older adults sets in fast. Another couple hours and..." She stopped, but the unfinished phrase drifted there anyhow. I nodded and swallowed the knot in my throat. "Thank you for everything." When she went, I reached for Grandpa's hand. "I'm here. I'm not leaving you alone again." His eyes twitched. He wasn't totally conscious, but something within him knew my voice. That was sufficient. A hospital social worker in her 50s entered about mid-morning, wearing reading glasses on a crimson lanyard and exuding a calm, steady demeanor. "Good morning," she murmured, drawing up a chair. "I'm here to talk about your grandfather's condition and how he was found." I exhaled. I expected this. She folded her hands. "You claim to have found him alone in an unheated room during the winter." "Yes." "And your parents?" "They left him in your care without informing you." I hesitated and then nodded. "They traveled on a Christmas cruise." Her eyebrows rose in silent surprise as she made no arrangements for heat or food. "They left a note." I leaned back in my chair, irritation rising again. "A note, as if it were a casual errand. Take care of Grandpa." She exhaled deeply and slowly. "This is senior neglect, and perhaps elder abandonment. In several states, this is a felony." Hearing the word felony made something inside me freeze. I wasn't thinking about retribution at the time. I was thinking about justice. Slow, meticulous, and thorough. The way Marines approach situations, not emotionally, but tactically. You identify the threat, gather intelligence, and carry out the plan. "What will happen next?" I asked. "For the time being, we are focusing on stabilizing him, but if he is awake and able to communicate, we will need to understand his living arrangements, and you may need to consider reporting the issue." I nodded. "I will." But even as I spoke, I remembered what he murmured. "They are unaware of the phrase 'help me get revenge.'" I had no idea what he meant, but I was determined to find out. That afternoon, Grandpa awoke fully for the first time. His speech was delicate, like paper rustling, but his eyes were sharper than I had seen them in years. "Keto," he muttered. I moved closer. "I'm here, Grandpa." He scanned the room slowly, uncertainty giving way to remembrance. Then, to my amazement, he giggled softly. "I bet your parents are enjoying their cruise." I clenched my mouth. "Grandpa, why didn't you call me or anyone?" He shrugged, if you can call that a shrug. "The phone line was shut off months ago. Your father claimed it was too pricey." I bit back a burst of rage, "And they left you without heat." His eyes softened, not with sadness, but with a sense of acceptance. "They don't want an older man around." I slowed them down. "Make them feel uncomfortable. This does not excuse what they did." He squeezed my hand with unexpected power. "No, it does not." A prolonged pause. Then he said, "They think they know everything. They think they've controlled everything, but they don't know about." He peered around, as if looking for eavesdroppers, then lowered his voice even further. "They don't know about the documents." I blinked. "Do?" He gave a weak nod. "Your grandmother. She left letters, wills, and deeds. I hid them. Your parents never discovered them. They believe I signed everything over. They believe I'm helpless." He let out a weak breath. That could have been a laugh. "I may be older, but I am not stupid." I leaned in. "What kinds of documents?" "The kind that alters who owns what. The kind that reveals what they took. They've been siphoning money from my pension. But they are unaware that I have kept proof." This time, my heart thumped with understanding rather than fury. This wasn't simply neglect. This was financial exploitation. What amount did they take? I asked. He closes his eyes. More than I'd like to confess. However, they would prefer that I not inform anyone. A icy shiver ran down my spine. He reopened his eyes, this time sharper. You're a Marine, strong and intelligent. You understand how to fight wars in the appropriate way. I need your help to finish this one. I gripped his hand. Where are the documents? His lips formed a determined, almost wicked smile. In the house, hidden where your father would never bother to look. I'll tell you when I'm stronger. Okay, I muttered quietly. We'll get them, and we'll make this right, he said me, his eyes filled with triumph and exhaustion. Revenge, he muttered. It doesn't have to be cruel. Sometimes it's just the truth finally catching up. I fought back tears. I understand. And I accomplished more than he realized. Before midnight, after he had fallen asleep again, I entered the hallway. The hospital was quiet, the kind of stillness that comes from equipment and distant talks at nursing stations. I leaned against the wall to let everything settle. My parents had left him to die. He had proof of what had been taken. And now he trusted me, the daughter they mocked, the Marine they hardly mentioned, to put things right. I had no idea what I would find in that house, but I knew this much. When my parents returned from their happy, sun-filled cruise, they were met with an unexpected storm. And, for once, they would not be in complete control. The next morning, I traveled back home alone. Leaving Grandpa at the hospital made my stomach turn, but the nurse looked me in the eye and said, "He's stable. He needs rest. Go handle what you need to handle." And the social worker was even more direct. If there exists documentation, securing them as soon as possible will make him safer. So I traded the blaring monitors for the peace and quiet of my parents' street, driving my ancient sedan down the same cul-de-sac I used to bike through as a child. Their house looked precisely the same: white siding, a crooked mailbox, and Grandma's small wind chime still hanging on the porch. From the outside, it didn't look like a place where you'd leave an elderly man to freeze. It just appeared natural. This was the bit that made my skin crawl. Inside, the air was still frigid, but not as bitter and homicidal as the night before. I turned up the thermostat and listened to the furnace rattle awake before standing in the living room for a moment, listening to the house settle. "Start where your grandmother prayed," Grandpa murmured. I understood what he meant. The den. Growing up, that small room off the hallway served as Grandma's shelter. My father never went in there except to seek for a pen. To him, it was simply the old room with the books. To her, it was where she read her Bible and spoke with God before the sun rose. The den smelled faintly of paper and lemon polish. Her recliner was still sitting near the window, with the cushion firmly molded to her figure. A bookshelf stretched along one wall, drooping from the weight of aged Bibles, devotionals, and family photo albums. I walked right to her favorite Bible, a brown leather one with soft edges. I took it down and flipped over the pages. Halfway through Psalms, my thumb landed on something that didn't belong. An envelope. My name, Emma, was handwritten on the front in Grandma's exquisite script. You can pull the girl out of her childhood, put her in a uniform, and transport her throughout the world. But the penmanship brought me right back to sitting at her kitchen table, licking icing off beers while Mom penned birthday cards. I swallowed and then opened it. Dear Emma. It has begun. If you're reading this, it implies I didn't get to clarify things in person as I had hoped. She wrote about my parents in the kind yet tragically honest tone she possessed. She loved them, she added, but she was concerned for them. They were careless with money. They prefer to discuss what we will receive one day rather than our responsibilities. She and Grandpa had gone to see a lawyer to ensure that their wishes were followed rather than assumed. She explained that there were 2 sets of papers. The official ones are with the attorney, and there are copies in the house. If things ever feel wrong to you, call the attorney on the card enclosed. He knows our instructions. We trust you to do what's right. Tucked underneath the letter was a small index card with a legal firm name and a local phone number. I put the letter and card into the inside pocket of my uniform, directly above my heart. I've got them, Grandma, I said quietly. Then I started searching. Grandpa used to joke that his safe places were simply places my father was too lazy to look. It turned that he was not mistaken. A metal cigar tin he hadn't touched in years sat in the desk drawer beside the recliner, beneath an old deck of cards and a dried-out pen. Under a handful of foreign coins and a rusted keychain was a folded packet of documents kept together by a fragile rubber band. I opened it and began reading. The first document was a copy of the deed to the house I was standing in. The owner listed was my grandfather, not my father or mother, just him. In the margin, a crisp stamped notation indicated a life estate interest for granddaughter Emma M. Harris. My name on paper is linked to this house. The following pages had bank statements, thin paper, neat columns, and hideous patterns. Month after month of transfers from Grandpa's little account to an account in my father's name, no reimbursements with explicit notes, just cryptic online transfers that always went one way. I recalled all the times my father had sighed and told me, "You have no idea what it costs to care for your grandfather. And we're the ones carrying him." I'd felt awful on more than one deployment for not sending more money home. Looking at those statements, the remorse faded and something colder took its place. This was not sacrifice. This was siphoning. The packet contained a photocopy of a will signed by my grandparents as well as letterhead that matched the name on the index card in my pocket. It provided explicit instructions. Grandpa's care needed to be paid for first. After Dad died, I was to get the house and a portion of his savings. My parents were listed, but not as proprietors or sole beneficiaries. There were layers of protection outlined in clear terms. Tucked behind the will was one last message in my grandmother's handwriting addressed to Grandpa. "If they put pressure on you, remember Emma will do what's right." I closed my eyes and placed my hand flat on the paper. "I hear you," I replied softly. "I'll handle it." I grabbed the deed, statements, a copy of the will, and any other relevant documents I could find and carefully piled them on the desk. Then I put them in a large manila envelope, carried it out to my car, and locked them in the trunk. Years of Marine experience had taught me the need of obtaining intelligence as quickly as possible. I sat in the driver's seat, took out the index card, and gazed at the number. Then I took a breath and dialed. "Grant Law Offices." A woman responded, "This is Sophia." "Hi," I said. "My name is Staff Sergeant Emma Harris. My grandparents were Richard and Elizabeth Harris. I found some documents and a letter from my grandmother asking me to call you if things seemed wrong." There was a pause in the line. Then her tone softened. "Yes, Mr. Grant mentioned that one day we might hear from you. Can you come in this morning?" The law office was in a converted old house a few miles away, with a slightly crooked wreath on the door and creaky wood floors. It did not feel like a cold corporate skyscraper. It felt like somewhere my grandparents would have trusted. "Miss Harris," a male voice called. I turned to see a gray-haired man wearing a sweater vest standing in the doorway of a little office. "I'm Ethan Grant, and I represented your grandparents. It's nice to finally meet you." We shook hands, and I followed him inside. Diplomas covered the walls. A few family portraits sat on a shelf. Children enjoying the beach, a golden retriever in the garden. Normal life resumed. I placed the envelope on his desk and explained everything as quietly as possible. The trip, the frigid house, the letter on the counter, the ambulance, the hospital, and my grandfather's mumble concerning documents he was unaware of. He listened without interrupting, his face becoming more serious with each detail. Then he opened the envelope and began going through the documents. "Your grandmother was extremely thorough," he remarked finally. "She and your grandfather were very clear about what they wanted." He went on to say that the will on file in his office matched the document I'd presented. Grandpa was to keep control of his assets while alive, with precautions in place in case he needed additional assistance. After his death, the house and a chunk of his savings were meant for me. My parents were to receive something, but with limits. They were never meant to have free access to his accounts. He was tapping the bank statements with a single finger. "These transfers into your father's account, did your grandfather authorize them, as far as you know?" I didn't answer. "He barely knows how to use a smartphone. He thought they were handling things." Mr. Grant groaned, as one does when something confirms their fears. "Then this may be more than just a family misunderstanding. Between the financial irregularities and the neglect you described, there could be serious consequences if we decide to pursue them." I was sitting more upright. "I don't want a screaming match in the front yard," I told them. "I'm not out for drama. I just don't want them to walk away untouched after nearly killing him. I want him safe. I want the truth out." He gave me a momentary pause. "You're in the Marines, correct?" "Yes, sir." "Then you understand that the strongest position is the one built on facts, not emotion." His hands were folded. "For now, you've done exactly what you should. You've secured the documents. When your grandfather is strong enough, we'll have him come in, confirm his wishes, and we'll proceed from there. Your parents will have the chance to explain themselves, but they won't control the narrative." I let out a sigh. Good. They've been writing the story for a long time. When I stepped back outside, the cold winter air hit my face hard and clean. I stood on the curb for a time, watching a couple across the street wrestle a Christmas tree from the back of their SUV, laughing as needles flew everywhere. My folks were aboard a cruise somewhere, certain they'd finally be free of duties. They expected the elderly guy they'd left behind to either die peacefully or remain too feeble and bewildered to accomplish anything. They had no idea their Marine daughter was standing between them and the man they'd left behind, armed with the law, the truth, and trust. My grandparents invested in me long before they scheduled that cruise. When I pulled into my parents' driveway the next afternoon, their car was not yet there. The home appeared cleaner than before, not physically, but energetically, as if the warmth returning to the vents had driven out whatever quiet evil had been lurking in the cold. I walked inside, dusted the snow off my boots, and stood in the entrance, where the treachery first struck me. The message was still on the countertop. I left it there on purpose. Allow them to see it again. Allow them to recall exactly what they wrote. I did not switch on the Christmas lights, tree, or other festive decorations. I wanted the place to resemble what they had created, a house hollowed out by selfishness. But I did turn on the heater. Not for them, never for them, but because I refused to allow Grandpa's misery to continue in the same chilly hallway where I now stood. I made myself some tea and waited. Marines are prepared for extended periods of quiet. Stakeouts, watch rotations, cold weather bivouacs, but waiting for my own parents to walk into the proof of their actions. That was a new type of endurance. Around dusk, headlights illuminated the living room wall. Car doors slammed. Voices that were too happy and raucous drifted in. And that buffet last night, I swear I'm still full. You're the one who wanted dessert. Laughter and rolling luggage. The front door opened, and warm cruise ship air flowed in beside them. Salt, sunblock, and overindulgence. Also, there is the joyful ignorance of people who feel life has rewarded them for nothing and will continue to do so. My mother was the first to arrive, dressed in a bright floral cruise ship shirt that seemed inappropriate for December. My father followed, tanned and grinning, and turned on the doorway light. "Oh," he murmured, squinting at me. "You're already here." I carefully rose from the dining chair where I'd been sitting. "I've been here since yesterday." My mother's smile faded. "Yesterday? Why, we said you could take care of your grandfather when you got in?" "When I got in," I said gently. "He was freezing to death." They froze out of inconvenience rather than remorse. My father rolled his luggage past me, annoyed. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Emma, don't be dramatic. He was fine when we left." "No," I replied, stepping forward. "He wasn't." My mother waved her hand. "Your father checked on him before we left, didn't you?" My father shrugged. "He was in bed. Looked comfortable enough." "Comfortable?" My voice broke, not with emotion, but with astonishment. The thermostat was set to 50. He had no heat, no food nearby. "You didn't call me. You didn't call anyone." My father sighed with exaggerated patience, as if I were a toddler interrupting adult talk. "Emma, this is exactly why we didn't call you. You blow everything out of proportion. Always have." My jaw constricted. "He was nearly dead." My mother shuddered but remained silent. I kept going. "You left a note on the counter. We went on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa like he's a plant, someone waters occasionally." My father entered the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and twisted it open. "Well, you're the Marine. You know, survival. You could handle it. Besides, he's an old man. These things happen." I stepped forward. "No, accidents happen. Abandonment is a choice." He rolled his eyes. "Are we doing this right now?" "We just got home." "Yes," I answered. "Right now." My mom shifted uncomfortably. "Where is he?" "In the hospital?" She blinked. "Hospital? Really?" I didn't let her finish. "He had hypothermia, dehydration, malnutrition. The social worker said it was elder neglect." My father gave a tiny laugh. "Social workers throw that phrase around every time someone forgets a heating bill." "Forgets," I said. "You turned it off." Silence. Just a second. But the silence was filled with reality. My mother took out a chair and slipped into it. "Emma, honey, we didn't want to bother you. You're always busy with those deployments, always acting like everything is your responsibility." "Because it is," I retorted. "Because someone has to care about him." My father bristled. "Don't take that tone with me. I'm the one who's been burdened with him for years." "Burdened?" I repeated. "You mean supported by him?" His eyes narrowed. "What does that mean?" I approached the counter, took up the manila folder I had prepared, and carefully set it in front of them. My mother muttered, "What's this?" "Proof," I said. My father opened the folder. The deed, the bank statements, the will, and each page. His tanned face got pallid. Where did you get these? Where did you hide them?" I responded, "Where Grandma told me to look if things ever felt wrong." My mother's hand rose to her mouth. "Oh, God." My father snapped the folder closed. "These don't prove anything." "They prove everything," I said. "You've been pulling money out of his account for years. You've been using his social security checks. You've been telling people you're paying for his care when he's the one funding your lifestyle." He stood hastily, scraping his chair across the floor. You listen to me? No, I responded in a tone I'd used with Marines twice his size. You listen. He froze. You didn't just neglect him. You exploited him. You left him in a freezing house because you wanted a vacation. My mother started to cry. Not the guilty type, but the fearful sort. What are you going to do? She murmured. Before I could respond, headlights flashed across the window again. An automobile door closed. Slow steps approached. The front door opened. Grandpa was alive, wrapped in blankets and assisted by a nurse from the hospital's home care program. He appeared smaller than usual, yet he remained upright. My father gave a gasp. Dad, what are you doing here? Grandpa's voice was soft, but his words were as keen as a blade. Coming home before you sell it out from under me. My father recoiled, as if struck. We would never. You would, Grandpa replied. You did. My mother wailed quietly. It wasn't like that. Grandpa lifted his chin. It was exactly like that. I walked beside him and supported him with my elbow. For the first time in my life, my parents looked at me, not with annoyance or rejection, but with terror. Do not be afraid of me because I am a Marine. I harbored a fear of the truth. Fear of what might happen next. My father did not sit down again. He hovered at the kitchen counter like a cornered animal, one hand holding the edge so hard that his knuckles flared. My mother remained at the table, her hands quivering as she folded and unfolded a tissue, hoping that the right wrinkle would save her. Grandpa proceeded slowly to his favorite armchair in the living room, where he had sat for the previous decade of Sunday football games. With the nurse's assistance, he carefully slid himself into it, exhaling once as if reclaiming the spot my parents had attempted to force him from. He looked at me and said, "Bring it all here." I carried the manila folder across the room and placed it on his lap. His fingers trembled as he opened it, not from weakness, but from determination. He took out the deed first, smoothing it flat on his knee like a flag before a ceremony. My father looked at it from across the room. Dad, that's ancient paperwork. You didn't mean for that to remain current. We talked about transferring ownership. You remember? No, Grandpa stated firmly, without looking up. You talked. I didn't agree. My dad's face reddened. Well, you practically agreed. In what world? Grandpa said, raising his eyes. Does nodding politely count as signing over a house? My mother took a nervous breath. We thought you wanted us to have it someday. Someday is not today, Grandpa explained. And wanting and taking aren't the same thing. My dad took a step ahead. We've taken care of you. Grandpa's voice tightened. You left me in a freezing house to die. My father closed his eyes, his jaw straining. The nurse waited quietly near the doorway, unnoticeable as a shadow, but her presence lent weight to every word spoken. She was a trained witness who had seen far too many families break apart in hospital rooms. Grandpa moved the deed aside and lifted the bank statements. Explain these. My father sighed loudly. Dad, we've been over this. We had to move money around sometimes to cover bills. And you responded. I said you could help manage the account. Grandpa interrupted. Don't empty it. My mother had tears in her eyes as she stared at me. Emma, you don't understand how hard it's been. Your father has been stretched thin. I did not let my face soften. Then why were you on a cruise? She flinched. It was a gift. For yourselves. I said. Not for him. My father scoffed. Oh, come on. Everyone needs a break. We've been carrying the weight of his care for years. Do you have any idea what it's like dealing with a stubborn old man every day? Grandpa's eyebrows rose. A stubborn old man who paid every one of your mortgage payments for 3 years. My father's mouth slammed shut. Yes, Grandpa said, his voice shaking with age and rage. I know exactly how much you've depended on me. I have receipts, bank records, letters. You didn't just neglect me, you used me. My mother's tears streamed harder. We were overwhelmed. I moved closer. Then you asked for help. You don't abandon someone. My dad slapped his palm against the counter. We didn't abandon him. Without raising his voice, Grandpa delivered things that cut deeper than any shout. You left me in the cold. And hoped the problem would solve itself. Silence, dense, heavy, and stifling. My father appeared to deflate. He eventually pulled out a chair and sat, scratching his temples as if the light had suddenly gotten too bright. Grandpa took a long breath and then turned to face me. Show them the rest. I understood what he meant. I took out a photocopy of the will and placed it on the kitchen table between my parents. My father snatched it up with shaking hands and read it. The color drained from his face till he appeared to have caught the cold. This is not what we discussed, he murmured. It's what your mother and I decided, Grandpa explained years ago. My mother looked over his shoulder, studying the lines. The words were absolutely clear. The house was never planned for them. I received a share of Grandpa's savings through his bequest. The safeguards in place meant Grandpa couldn't be pressured. Everything was documented, notarized, and legal. My mother gulped hard. So, we get nothing? Grandpa's expression softened with grief rather than forgiveness. You were never supposed to get nothing. You were supposed to get something shared, equitable, but you wanted everything. My father's breathing became shallow. Dad, if you go through with this, if you talk to lawyers or social workers, we could be charged. We could lose everything. Grandpa looked him dead in the eyes. You should have thought of that before you left me. My father hid his face with both hands. For the first time in my life, I saw Dad as afraid, rather than furious or annoyed. Grandpa lifted his chin. I'm not out to ruin your lives, but I won't protect you from the consequences either. He was staring at me. Tell them. I nodded and then spoke clearly. The social worker documented everything. Legally, Grandpa has the right to press charges, but we're not making decisions today. There will be a mediation session, a lawyer, possibly law enforcement involvement. My mom cried into her hands. Please, please, can we talk about this as a family? Grandpa shakes his head. We will, but not on your terms. My father looked up, his eyes crimson. What do you want from us? Finally, the solution came. Grandpa, not me. I want honesty, he declared. Responsibility and acknowledgement of what you did, not excuses, not tears, truth. He placed his palm flat against the will. And I want my wishes to be respected. There should be no lies or manipulation. My father stared at the table, silently. My mother said, we did not mean to hurt you. Grandpa's voice softened, but only little. Intentions don't warm a house. Another hush descended, this time different. The kind where words dangle in the air, begging to be challenged. Then Grandpa glanced at me again. Honey, help me stand. I stepped to his side and gently lifted him. He confronted my parents with a resolve that I hadn't seen in years. This house, he told me, stays under my name until I die. And after that, Emma will decide what to do with it. She's the only one who has acted like family. My parents' faces wrinkled. And as for the money, he said, we will untangle every penny together with a lawyer present. My father let out a quiet grunt, as if the weight of his decisions had finally settled. Grandpa placed his hand on my arm. And none of this is revenge, he added gently. This is accountability. He took one last look at my parents. When you abandoned me, you counted on silence. Well, the silence is over. He turned to face the corridor, and I led him back to his chamber, each step of victory gained. Behind us, my parents sat in the gloomy kitchen, staring at the paperwork sprawled across the table like fragments of a life they had gambled and lost. The next morning, I drove Grandpa to the social worker's office for our first formal meeting. He insisted on sitting in the front seat, not because he had to, but because he preferred it. I'm not cargo, he mumbled. I'm a witness. His voice was calm, but I could sense the strain beneath it. The cold air still pained him. His hands shook as he buckled the seatbelt. Nonetheless, he was determined. That was enough to keep me steady. Miss Davis, the social worker, greeted us with a pleasant smile, which older professionals have learned after years of navigating dysfunctional family systems. She had gray-streaked hair, beautiful eyes, and a soothing demeanor that could certainly quiet a hurricane. Mr. Paris, she greeted, gingerly shaking his hand. I'm glad to see you up and about. Grandpa nodded. I'm stubborn. I can see that, she remarked, smiling slightly. Let's talk about next steps. She led us into a small conference room with beige walls and a fake plant in the corner. It didn't appear to be a location where serious issues were resolved, but most justice isn't served in spectacular settings. It happens in quiet, unadorned settings when people have run out of ways to lie to themselves. Your parents will join us shortly, Miss Davis replied, sinking into her chair. Before they arrive, I want to clarify your goals. Grandpa breathed deeply. I don't want revenge. Not in the way people picture it. I don't want them in jail unless they choose that path themselves. Miss Davis nodded. And what do you want? To be safe, he replied simply. To know my money is mine. To know I won't be left to freeze again. My chest tightened. The simplicity of it is what broke me. Miss Davis looked at me. And you? What do you want, Emma? My response came without hesitation. Accountability and the chance for him to heal without fear. She made a note with her pen, scratching lightly. A knock at the door. My parents entered. My mother appeared little, dressed in an oversized coat and a scarf she'd tied 3 times around her neck, as if fabric could shield her from the repercussions that lay ahead inside the room. My father, on the other hand, maintained his old confident attitude, a half smile and a raised chin, but his eyes betrayed him. They darted between me and Grandpa, not sure where to settle. Good morning, Miss Davis said professionally. Please sit. My father ignored her tone and concentrated on Grandpa. Dad, are you sure you want to do this? We could have talked at home. No, Grandpa replied firmly. We couldn't. That silenced my father. Miss Davis began cautiously. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is a mediation. The goal is to establish safety, clarify responsibilities, and determine whether further action is needed. My father sighed. Well, that's a relief. However, she stated, if at any point we determine that elder abuse may have occurred, mandatory reporting laws apply. My dad's shoulders slumped. My mother's breath caught. Let's begin, Miss Davis remarked. The first topic was the heat. My mother attempted to explain it away. The furnace? It's old. Sometimes it clicks off. No, I replied softly. It was turned off manually. My dad stroked his forehead. We thought he was fine. He said he was warm. Grandpa blinked at him slowly. It was 40 degrees in my room. My father mumbled something incoherent. Then came the financials. Miss Davis slid the bank statements across the table. These show recurring transfers from Mr. Harris's account to yours. My dad shifted in his seat. Those were reimbursements. We bought groceries, paid bills. Then where are the receipts? She inquired. He opened and closed his mouth, then stared at my mother. She muttered, we didn't keep them. Grandpa's voice penetrated the air. You kept the money. My mom broke into tears. We didn't mean to steal. We were drowning in bills, debts. Miss Davis nodded kindly. Being overwhelmed is understandable. But using someone else's funds without transparency is exploitation. My dad banged his hands on the table. We're not criminals. No. Miss Davis said quietly. You are caregivers who made harmful choices. That doesn't make you monsters, but it does require accountability. My father looked at her, startled. He had expected an enemy. Instead, he discovered someone who would not let him off the hook while also not destroying him. It disarmed him far more than fury could. Miss Davis described the plan. A restitution plan for the stolen monies, required elder care classes, supervised budgeting oversight for home finances, frequent welfare checks by a case manager, and, most crucially, Grandpa's legal ability to choose where he lived and who handled his money. At that point, my mother said quietly, so, we lose everything. No, Grandpa replied kindly. You lose control. There's a difference. The words arrived with quiet finality. My father sunk back into his chair, defeated. Dad, we didn't want to hurt you. Grandpa leaned forward and took this as a learning opportunity. There it was. Nor vengeance, nor triumph. A lesson delivered like a rope thrown to someone who has fallen. After an hour of conversation, paperwork, agreements, and signatures, my parents stepped into the hallway to collect themselves. This left me and Grandpa alone with Miss Davis. You handled that well, she informed him. He shrugged. I'm old. I don't have time to yell. We chuckled softly. She then turned to me. He's safer now. With the protections in place, your parents can't repeat what happened. Grandpa reached for my hand. You did this. He muttered. Your grandmother was right. Emotion rose in my throat like warm water on icy hands. I just did what anyone should. No, he replied firmly. Not anyone. You. We left the building gently, with Grandpa resting on my arm. The winter air was sharp but not terribly cold, which was a tiny relief. As we reached my car, he came to a halt, looked up into the sky, and said, this isn't the end of us as a family, it's just the beginning of us learning how to be together. I gripped his hand. You still believe that? He nodded. Revenge ends things. Accountability rebuilds them. I helped him get into the car, carefully belted him in, and closed the door. As I moved around to the driver's side, I realized something had changed within me. Not fury or relief, but something steadier. Justice is the type that heals rather than burns. When I sat in the driver's seat, Grandpa smiled faintly. When they returned, he added, echoing his earlier sentiments, they expected to find their house waiting. Instead, they discovered the truth. And, as I mentioned, turning the key in the ignition does not freeze. 3 months later, winter had dissolved into early spring. The snowbanks shrank into gray slush. The naked branches began blooming anew, and the environment became a little softer around the edges. Grandpa had recovered better than any doctor could have predicted. He was still slender, slow on the stairs, and sharper than ever. He liked to tell people that he was running on borrowed time and succeeding. In those months, everything changed. My parents attended every eldercare lesson. They met with the budgetary supervisor weekly. They refunded the first piece of the money, which was more than I expected. And for the first time in my life, they were humbled, not broken or defeated, but simply human in a manner they had never been. They didn't suddenly become saints. They still clashed about little matters. My father still moaned excessively whenever paperwork was presented to him. My mother still cried too readily. But the entitlement, the chilly assurance that they deserved everything and owed nothing, had crumbled. Sometimes that's all a family needs to let light in. One Saturday afternoon, I drove Grandpa to a little diner outside town with cracked vinyl booths, staff who call you sweetheart, and pies displayed in glass domes like crown jewels. We visited there frequently. Familiar cuisine, familiar faces, and no judgment. A good place to heal. As we ate our pancakes, Grandpa sipped his coffee and remarked, "Your parents have asked me something." I glanced up. "What's that?" "They asked if we could have a Sunday dinner. All of us, like the old days." I set down my fork. "Are you comfortable with that?" He gave a small shrug. "Comfortable enough. I won't forget what they did, but I don't want my last years spent holding on to anger. Anger takes time. I'd rather spend that time eating mashed potatoes." I smiled. "That sounds like you." He tapped the table with 2 fingers. "And maybe it's time they see you not as their daughter to dismiss, but as the woman who saved their father's life." I gazed outside the window. Snowmelt dropped from the roof in slow, steady droplets. "I'm not looking for recognition." "I know," he replied. "That's why you deserve it." Sunday came. I brought rolls and a handmade casserole, an attempt by a Marine who cooked as frequently as she wore lace. My parents were already in the kitchen when we arrived. My mother is cooking gravy while my father carves a roast. It felt almost unsettlingly normal. My father looked at Grandpa. "Dad, you look good." Grandpa grinned. "Better than the furnace you tried to freeze me with." My father winced and nodded. "I deserved that." My mother moved forward, wringing her hands. "Emma, honey, thank you for being patient with us." "I wasn't patient," I admitted gently. "I was honest." She offered a shaky smile. "Then, thank you for being honest." We ate together in the dining room. There was no spectacular reconciliation, no sobbing movie ending scene, simply a calm, thoughtful supper in which no one pretended the past did not exist. That level of honesty was unprecedented to us. Halfway through dinner, my father cleared his throat. "Emma, I want to say something." I braced myself. "You were right," he remarked, looking at his plate. "About the money, about the house, about Dad. We got selfish and lazy, and when your mother suggested the cruise, I shouldn't have agreed." My mother touched his arm. "We weren't thinking clearly." "No," Grandpa said, setting down his fork. "But now you are, and that's what matters." My father gazed at him with tired eyes. "Dad, I'm sorry." It was not ideal. It was not eloquent, but it was authentic. Grandpa reached across the table to stroke his hand. "Thank you." I observed them. I felt a steady warmth rising in my chest. Nor pride, nor vindication, but relief. Because justice is more than simply punishment, it is about movement. A shift. A chance at better days. After dinner, I helped Grandpa get into his coat so we could go home. My parents were at the doorway, observing us. "Emma," my mother murmured softly, "if you ever need anything or think we're slipping again, please let us know. Don't allow us be that type of people again." I nodded. "I'll speak up." My father gave a short awkward salute, which he used to do as a joke when I first joined the Marines, when life seemed simpler. "You're the strong one in the family now," he told me. I didn't correct him because sometimes strength isn't about rank or uniform or faraway fights, but rather about understanding when to hold and when to let go of a grudge. Later that night, after Grandpa had gone to bed, I sat on the couch with a blanket and a cup of tea. The house was warm, quiet, and safe. It wasn't perfect, as nothing in life is, but it was safe. Grandpa called from the bedroom. "Emma?" "Yes, Grandpa," he mumbled. "When they returned, I thought the only thing left for me was revenge. But you showed me something better." "What is that?" "Hope." I sat there for a moment, allowing that word to settle into the room the way heat slowly fills a house after a long freeze. Hope. Because even the coldest homes can warm again, even the hardest hearts can soften, and even families that have hurt each other can learn to mend what they broke if someone is brave enough to speak up, steady enough to stand firm, and kind enough to offer a second chance. "You did all of this," Grandpa remarked softly. "No," I said. "We did." As the house settled for the night, I considered the people who could hear this story. Those who have carried wounds from their own families, those who have been mistreated or disregarded, and those who have questioned if speaking up is worth the suffering. To them, I would say, don't stay silent, don't let injustice linger, and don't ever believe you're powerless. Sometimes the greatest act of love is holding someone accountable, and sometimes the greatest act of strength is choosing to forgive them later. If this story touched you, reminded you of someone you care about, or simply made you believe that more people should hear stories about justice, healing, and the bravery to do the right thing, My husband refused to let me eat at our anniversary dinner, charged me $65 just to sit, then said, "Watch me eat." A stranger saved me. During our anniversary dinner, my husband said, "She's not eating," when the server asked for my order. Her contribution to the bill was non-existent. While my husband Logan handed my menu back to him without allowing me look at it, I responded to the bewildered waiter, "I'll have water." He had made reservations for us at the steakhouse he had chosen for our 12th anniversary without informing me that there would be restrictions. The waiter held his pad awkwardly as he stood there. "Would you want to view the menu, ma'am?" For me, Logan replied, "She's okay." He told me I couldn't eat, but he ordered a $120 lunch, saying, "I'll have the ribeye medium rare with loaded potato." "Is the woman not eating, sir?" The waitress had a worried expression. Logan grinned as if this were typical. "She is unable to place an order because she did not bring any cash." "I take it that's how eateries operate? You eat what you paid for." He spoke loudly enough for the nearby tables to hear. A surprised older couple glanced over. "Please, Logan. We are celebrating our anniversary." With a laugh, he handed his phone to the waiter. "Take a look at our bank accounts. She has $18. I have $15,500. 8 months prior, he had divided our finances without talking about it. In order to be able to pay for her own meals, she wants to be self-sufficient." The waiter shuffled uneasily. "For the table, I could bring some bread." Logan gave a headshake. "Bread is for the patrons. She is merely seated here." He faced me. "You need to have considered dinner before quitting your work." I had not quit. I had been laid off. However, Logan had been telling everyone that I made the decision to be jobless. "Logan. I got laid off. The business made a reduction in size." He dismissively waved his hand. "People who are successful do not lose their jobs. You weren't worth preserving." Now the couple next to us was staring at us openly. The woman's expression was one of horror. Logan became aware and raised his voice. "She's learning about repercussions from me. There can be no consuming if there is no contribution." He fanned money on the table after taking it out. "Look at this. This is the appearance of labor." The waiter made another attempt. "A little salad. Maybe." Logan retrieved the cash. "Did you not get it? She doesn't have any money, therefore she doesn't eat. It's just basic economics." He gave me a glance. "Perhaps hunger may spur you to look for work more quickly." That week, I had applied to 55 jobs. "You informed me that the retail job was beneath us, and that I shouldn't accept it." Logan gave a gruff laugh. "That was prior to my realization that you are currently worthless in the workplace. Any work would be beneficial." The woman at the adjacent table approached. "I apologize, miss. Do you want to come along? We have a spare seat." Angrily, Logan got to his feet. "She is my spouse. I sit with her." The woman gave him a nasty expression. "In public, you're starving your wife." Logan took his phone out once more. "I'm a financial responsibility instructor." On the screen, he displayed something to her. "Her expenses from the previous month are shown below. $75 for groceries." The woman seems perplexed. "She purchased food for your household." Logan gave a nod. "Then she has the gall to claim she is broke with my money." He faced me once again. "You may now watch me eat because you used my food money." To fetch the manager, the waiter went out. Logan was retrieving additional financial documents, so he was unaware. "Look, February, her gas bill was $35. $55 for medicine in March." He exposed all of my money to everyone nearby. All of a sudden, though, she needs meals. My anxiety had been worse since Logan started acting this way, so I was taking medicine for it. "Logan, that's when we exchanged accounts. You mentioned that we were both accountable for home finances." He took a seat again. "That was before you started to cost money." Logan started whining as soon as the manager showed up. "When I made it plain that my wife wasn't placing an order, your server kept trying to push food on her." The manager glanced at each of us. "Is there something wrong, sir?" Logan grinned, his professional grin. "No issue. I'm a paying client placing a meal order. She is merely going with me." The manager paused. "One person cannot be served while the other is left hungry." Logan took out more money. "Her seat will be covered by me." "A rental charge. How is $65 going?" The bill was placed on the table by him. "There. She is now compensated to sit rather than eat. The elderly woman at the adjacent table raised her voice. Financial abuse is what this is. Logan betrayed her. Mistreatment? Everything is paid for by me. Me? The house, the mortgage, the utilities, the insurance? He used his fingers to count. She doesn't contribute anything, but she anticipates dining at upscale establishments. The spouse of the woman also got to his feet. You're making your wife look bad, young man. Logan chuckled. Being unemployed was a humiliation for her. Things changed at that point. The manager and a security guard returned with the waiter. We will have to ask you to leave. Sir. Logan's face flushed. What? The paying client is myself. The manager gave a nod. Additionally, we maintain the right to decline service. You're upsetting the other visitors. Outraged, Logan got to his feet. Successful people are being discriminated against in this way. The security officer moved in closer. Please leave willingly, sir. Logan reached for his money. Okay, but she's heading home on foot. Gas is expensive. He left me there and rushed off. The elderly woman drew out the chair beside her spouse. I shifted as if my body were someone else's when she motioned for me to sit down. In front of me, the server came with the menu and opened it. I gazed at the words, but my eyes were watering so much that I was unable to understand them. My arm was touched by the woman. They were presented as Claire and Ethan by her spouse. My voice broke halfway through, but I was still able to speak my name. I was appreciative when Claire ordered a chicken meal for me without asking what I wanted because I was unable to make my own selection. I took a piece of the bread the waiter delivered since I needed something to do with my hands. There was no one to call, so I shook my head when Ethan asked if I needed them to make a call. Over the past few years, Logan had gradually shut me off from the majority of my friends, and my parents resided 3 states away. Claire watched me take the first taste of the food when it arrived, and then she began to eat. I kept worrying about Logan driving home by himself and what he would do after I arrived, so even though the chicken was delicious, it lodged in my throat. Claire inquired about my accommodations for tonight. My stomach ached more from the question than from the hunger. I informed her that Logan and I shared a home about 20 minutes away. She glanced at Ethan, and a silent exchange took place between them. I opened my lips to answer yes when Ethan asked if I felt safe leaving for home, but nothing came out. Reaching into her purse, Claire took out a business card. She clarified that she volunteered at a shelter that assisted women who were facing challenges. The card was printed on basic white material with an address and phone number. Even though I knew I wouldn't use it, I nevertheless put it in my pocket. Ethan slipped a napkin across the table with his mobile number written on it. He advised me to call at any time, day or night, if I needed assistance. Despite my objections, they paid the tab, and I thanked them both and finished my chicken. Before I left, Claire gave me a hug and said in a whisper that what had transpired wasn't normal or acceptable. Knowing she was correct, but unsure of what to do, I made my way to my car. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was dark. The absence of Logan's car indicated that he had left the restaurant and gone somewhere. I switched on all the lights downstairs and unlocked the front door. The mansion seemed to be holding its breath in the eerie hush. After entering the bedroom, I took our marriage license out of the filing cabinet. Then, at the back of my underwear drawer, where Logan never looked, I discovered my social security card and birth certificate. I looked through his office for bank statements, but he had his computer password protected. Old tax returns that indicated how much money we'd made together before he divided everything were the only useful items in the desk drawers. I took the $60 I discovered in his coat pocket. I was afraid he would realize it was gone. So I put it back. I looked behind the books on the shelves, in the bathroom cupboards, and beneath the mattress. After 3 hours, I had a little stack of papers on the kitchen table, but no money and no strategy. At 1:10, Logan's vehicle arrived at the garage. He entered as though he was at a typical business dinner. After releasing his necktie, he inquired about my supper preparation. From the paper-covered kitchen table, I gazed at him. He shrugged after taking a quick look at the papers. Then he said that the miscommunication at the restaurant should be forgotten. What misunderstanding did he mean? I asked. I made a scene in front of strangers, he remarked, waving his hand as if removing a fly. I got up so quickly that my chair toppled over. I informed him that he was the one who caused a commotion by denying me food. I'm being dramatic again, he replied, laughing. He went to the refrigerator and took out some leftover pizza. Standing at the counter, He took it all in stride and told me that I had made him look foolish in front of influential people. He mentioned that he might have done business with the manager when I inquired what significant individuals. Without saying goodnight, he headed upstairs after finishing the pizza. I stared at the business card Claire had given me while I sat at the kitchen table till 3:45 inches the morning. I waited until Logan went for work the following morning. I could hardly grasp my phone since my hands were shaking so much. Claire picked up on the second ring when I called the number on her card. She seems to have been anticipating my call based on the warmth of her voice. She answered, "Absolutely," when I questioned if the meeting offer was still valid. She said she could be there at 2:30 that afternoon and provided me the shelter's address. Despite having already checked up the directions 3 times online, I nevertheless scribbled them down. I replied that I was safe at the moment as Logan was at work when she questioned. I glanced at the stack of vital paperwork still on the kitchen table when she instructed me to fetch them. Everything was collected and placed in a grocery bag. I didn't know what else to do with myself, so I spent 5 hours cleaning the house. The refuge was located in a downtown office building that had been transformed. I was worried that someone would notice my automobile, so I parked 3 streets away. I was greeted at the front door by Claire, who showed me to a tiny room with a couch and a few chairs. One of the counselors, a woman named Brooke, introduced herself. She had a notebook that she didn't write in nice eyes. When she asked me to describe my reason for being there, I began by mentioning the restaurant. However, it became clear to me during our conversation that Logan had been in charge of finances for years. Because he claimed to be more adept with mathematics, he had always managed the funds. Even while I was working, he had forced me to seek for permission before making purchases. He had questioned everything I bought and forced me to return items he thought were superfluous. He would keep an eye on all of our transactions when we had joint accounts, and he would call me at work if I spent money without first telling him. The issue didn't begin when the accounts were separated 8 months ago. It was merely the most recent phase of a process that had been underway since our marriage. When Brooke clarified that this was financial abuse, I broke down in tears since I had never been able to put it into words. I received a packet from Brooke that contained information about housing and legal aid. Getting my own bank account, which Logan couldn't access, was the first step, according to her. Logan had no accounts at the bank across town, so Claire offered to drive me there. Claire offered me a donation of $25, which I used to create a bank account when we visited that afternoon. I was asked by the bank employee if I wanted checks or just a debit card. I didn't want Logan to find anything with my name and address, so I just picked the card. I had my name printed on the vivid blue card. I felt something change inside of me as I held it in my palm. Although it wasn't much money, it belonged to me. Logan was unable to check the balance or inquire about my spending. Before I departed, Claire gave me a hug and drove me back to my car. She insisted that I give her a call if things worsened. After arriving home ahead of Logan, I concealed the debit card beneath the bathroom sink in a tampon box. When he got home at 6:30, he immediately entered the living room. He was on the couch with the remote control when I followed him. When I attempted to access Netflix on my phone, an error warning appeared. I questioned Logan about whether there was a problem with the account. He said he had changed all the passwords while grinning without turning to face me. He said, because I didn't contribute to those bills either. When I asked why, he had altered the Wi-Fi password, Netflix, and Hulu. He informed me that if I wanted the new Wi-Fi password, it would cost $65. I walked upstairs and looked up free Wi-Fi spots using the data on my phone. The coffee shop 3 miles away and the library both had it. I could live without Netflix, but in order to apply for employment, I required internet access. Logan asked what I was preparing for supper when he shouted up the stairs. I didn't respond. Logan declared he was going on a business trip 4 days later. Like a parent sending a child to their room, he announced that he would be gone for 5 days. At 6:30 a.m., he packed his bags and departed without saying farewell. I bided my time until his vehicle vanished from view. I then took out my phone and began snapping photos. In his office, I took pictures of every financial statement I could find. I snapped screenshots of previous emails in which we talked about sharing money. I noted the dates on which he had changed the passwords and split up our accounts. The same week he informed me we couldn't afford groceries. I discovered invoices, proving he had spent $420 at a pub. During an argument last month, he punched a hole in the wall, which I captured on camera. He was unaware that I had backed up everything to a cloud storage account. I had more than 100 pictures by the end of the first day that showed his control pattern and his expenditure in comparison to mine. On the third day of Logan's excursion, my phone rang. A name I hadn't seen in months appeared on the caller ID. My old coworker from the job where I had been laid off was Jenna. I tried to respond that I was doing good when she inquired how I was, but instead I broke down in tears. Everything regarding Logan's journey, the shelter, the restaurant, and the money was revealed in a hurry. Jenna paid attention without interjecting. She said she was coming over when I was done. 20 minutes later, she showed there with her laptop and coffee. "We were now upgrading my resume," she remarked. "It took us 3 hours to professionally rewrite my employment history." Jenna said she would put in a word for me because her new firm was hiring. In search of administrative assistants, she was also aware of 2 other locations. My resume looked better than it had ever looked, and by the time she departed, I had applications ready to submit to 3 different jobs. At the door, Jenna gave me a hug and insisted that I update her. I experienced something I hadn't felt in months as I watched her drive off. Perhaps it was hope. The following morning, Jenna sent me a list of businesses that were hiring. She had forwarded my resume to her supervisor and 2 other individuals she was aware of. 2 interviews were planned, one for Thursday morning and one for tomorrow at 2. This afternoon, the 3rd business requested to make a phone call. I kept a notepad under my mattress so Logan wouldn't find it, and I wrote everything down on it. I responded yes when Jenna asked whether I needed a ride to any of the interviews since I didn't want Logan to see me getting into a car while dressed up. Since I informed Logan that I would be spending time at the library anyhow, she offered to pick me up there both days. That afternoon, I went to the shelter to practice responding to interview questions with Brooke. We went over each response until I stopped trembling when I discussed my abilities. She had printed out a list of typical ones. Explaining why I quit my previous employment was the most difficult question. Brooke advised me to avoid bringing up Logan or the money issues and to keep things straightforward and businesslike. Simply put, I was a part of a wider layoff when the company shrunk. She forced me to say it 12 times until it sounded natural rather than practiced. She then showed me the donation closet, which included business attire for women attending interviews. I discovered a neat, well-pressed blue shirt and a black blazer that fit flawlessly. Brooke added a pair of dress pants and a pair of barely scuffed black flats. I looked at myself in the mirror after trying everything on in the restroom. I had the appearance of someone who had her life together and belonged in an office. The person looking back at me didn't reflect my inner feelings. However, perhaps that was all right. Perhaps I could pretend till it happened. The phone interview went more smoothly than anticipated. When the woman inquired about my experience, I discussed my previous job without losing my voice. She stated they would give me a call back tomorrow if they wanted to arrange a face-to-face meeting and seemed impressed by my organizational abilities. Halfway through the discussion, I noticed that my hands had stopped shaking and hung up. "Good luck for tomorrow," Jenna wrote me, adding that she would be picking me up at the library at 1:30. 20 minutes from our residence, at a marketing business, was the first in-person interview. I was driven there by Jenna, who also waited in the parking lot in case it didn't arrive. Everyone appeared busy and significant, and the office featured glass walls and contemporary furnishings. The manager who conducted my interview was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in her early 30s, and she shook my hand with a smile. I answered all of her questions without faltering, and they were the same ones that Brooke and I had rehearsed. She introduced me to 2 other employees and showed me the desk where I would be working if I were hired. Everyone appeared friendly and normal. Nobody gave me the impression that I was broken or unworthy. The manager stated that 4 candidates were being interviewed and that a decision would be made by Monday. On Thursday, Jenna's new employer hosted the second interview. Her supervisor, who oversaw the administrative division, was introduced to me by her. Because Jenna had already informed them of my employment history and qualifications, this interview felt more straightforward. I was asked situational questions about managing multiple priorities and challenging tasks by her boss. I discussed the project and deadline tracking systems I had developed at my previous job. She took notes on her papers and nodded in agreement. She concluded by asking about my availability and stating that they needed someone who could start right away. I told them I could begin as soon as they needed me. "I'll hear from them by the end of the week," she said, shaking my hand. I had an odd feeling in my chest as I left Jenna's building. It took me a moment to realize that it was true hope. True hope, not the hopeless kind I had been holding on to. One more phone call is planned for tomorrow, along with 2 excellent interviews. 3 genuine opportunities to become independent. On Friday night, Logan returned from his business trip. He entered the room carrying his suitcase while I was preparing dinner in the kitchen. He didn't greet me or inquire about my well-being. He went directly to his office after dropping his bag by the stairs. I overheard him laughing with whoever was on the other end of the phone as he talked about his trip. When he eventually entered the kitchen, he asked if I had purchased the groceries with his money after glancing at the pasta I was preparing. We both knew that I had no other choice, so I said yes. He sat down at the table after nodding as if he had made a point. He began eating without saying thank you when I placed a plate in front of him. We ate in silence while I sat across from him with my own plate. He didn't inquire about my week, bring up the restaurant, or offer an apology. As if nothing had happened, he simply ate his meal and browsed through his phone. Logan was taking a shower on Saturday morning when Jenna's boss called. She offered me an administrative job with benefits after 60 days, starting at $45,000 annually. Before she had finished describing the specifics, I had already said yes. I had 2 days to figure out how to keep this a secret from Logan because she wanted me to start on Monday. She laughed and said she was thrilled to have me on the team after I thanked her 3 times. I sat on the bed and stared at my phone after I hung up. I worked, a legitimate job, and the money I earned would go into my secret account. I heard Brooke's voice cautioning me against telling Logan. He would sabotage everything by calling my new boss, forcing me to quit, or finding a way to ruin it. Until I saved up enough cash to travel safely, I had to keep this a secret. When Logan emerged from the restroom, he inquired as to why I appeared strange. He shrugged and returned to his phone after I told him I was all right. The remainder of the weekend went by in the customary quiet. Logan worked on his laptop and watched TV. I prepared meals and cleaned the house while acting as though nothing had changed. However, something had changed within me. Now I had a plan. He had no control over the money I was receiving. Working here would bring me one day closer to freedom every day. Logan saw my transformation almost instantly. It seems that I was acting differently, but I was unaware of it. He began to keep a closer eye on me and inquired about my whereabouts and activities while traveling. He seemed to accept the story I told him about visiting the library. However, I heard our bedroom door open and close on Thursday night while I was taking a shower. Logan was sitting on the bed with my phone when I emerged from my hasty hair wash. I felt sick to my stomach. He asked me what I was concealing as he glanced up at me. I reached for the phone without saying anything. But he withdrew it. He had reviewed my call history, emails, and messages. I kept watching him scroll in search of evidence that I was lying to him, but I couldn't find anything. I had been texting Jenna and Brooke on Claire's phone. Every email I sent for work ended up in an account he was unaware of. I had a clean phone. At last, he threw it on the bed and remarked, "I seem different lately. Happier." He was curious as to why. He laughed when I told him I wasn't different and said I was undoubtedly concealing something. I sat on the bed trembling after he left the room. It had been too near. I had to be more careful to act normal in his presence. I got up early on Monday and changed in the restroom to hide my work attire from Logan. I looked at myself in the mirror after putting on the blazer and pants I had found in the shelter donation closet. Competent, professional, and employed. I put everything in my purse and went downstairs dressed normally. Logan was up already, sipping coffee. I told him that the library opened at 8:30 and that I wanted to arrive when it was quiet when he asked where I was going so early. After giving a nod, he returned to his phone. After changing in the library's restroom, I drove to Jenna's place. Everything went well on my first day. Her boss introduced me to everyone in the office and showed me my desk and filing system. I spent the morning organizing old files and learning how to use their software. During lunch, Jenna asked how I was doing and brought me coffee. I meant it when I said great. I would set up my direct deposit into my hidden bank account by the end of the day. In 3 weeks, the money would arrive. Actual funds that Logan was unable to access, manage, or use against me. Before leaving for home, I changed back into my normal clothes in the library restroom. Unusually, Logan was already there preparing dinner. I told him it was good when he inquired about my day at the library. Silent. I use their computers and read a few books. That response seemed to satisfy him. I started doing this every day. Before leaving for home, get up early, change at the library, work all day, and then change again. Logan never questioned it. Even though I was only volunteering, he seemed happy that I was making use of my time. 3 weeks went by without any problems. I watched my secret account grow as my first paycheck was deposited. $520 after taxes. It was mine, even though it wasn't much. I sensed a slight loosening of the chains. Logan then discovered my payub. I had been extremely cautious about everything else, but after checking it during lunch, I had left it in my coat pocket. He came home early on a Thursday, and even before I entered, I could hear him screaming. His face was flushed as he stood in the living room with the paper. I attempted to take it from him, but he held it over his head as he demanded to know what it was. He had discovered that I had been lying to him for 3 weeks while working and earning money. He laughed cruelly and meanly when I told him I was going to tell him. He read aloud the payub, which contained the company name and my pay. Then he said he was calling my boss right now after taking out his phone. He was going to accuse me of lying on my application, stealing from the company, and being mentally unstable, all of which would disqualify me from employment. Something broke in me as I watched him dial. Not in the depressing sense, but rather in the way that forced me to straighten up and give him a direct look. I instructed him to put down the phone. He continued to dial, looking surprised. I repeated it more loudly. I was keeping my job. I wasn't going to quit, but he was free to call whoever he wanted. He stepped quickly in my direction as his face turned purple from red. His fist struck the wall so forcefully that it left a hole in the drywall after passing my head. He stormed out of the house after saying, "I'd regret defying him." My entire body began to tremble as I stood there looking at the hole where my head had been. My face might have been that. My face ought to have been that. This time, he had intentionally missed, but perhaps not the next time. Logan slept that night while I packed my things and departed before dawn. Even though it was only 6:30 inches the morning, Claire picked up her phone on the first ring. She told me to come right over and gave me her address. As I sat at their kitchen table, crying and trembling, trying to explain what had happened with the payub, Ethan made coffee. Claire made an appointment for me that same afternoon by calling the lawyer, Meredith Blake. Meredith listened to everything without interjecting, and her office was compact but professional. According to the hole Logan punched in the wall, she clarified what legal separation meant and how we could obtain a restraining order. She nodded and said we had a good case. After I showed her the pictures I had taken, Meredith promised to file the paperwork first thing on Monday morning, but it took 3 hours to complete. She stated that it was crucial to serve Logan at his office since it would establish a public record. For 4 weeks, I remained with Claire and Ethan as the legal proceedings proceeded. Logan alternated between threats and apologies in dozens of texts. Meredith advised me to save everything as proof, and not reply to any of them. Logan showed up at Claire's house twice in violation of the restraining order. Logan spent a night in jail, after Ethan called the police the second time. During the asset disclosure stage, Meredith found the hidden accounts. For more than a year, Logan had been transferring funds into accounts in his mother's name. That greatly aided my case, and the judge was not pleased. I leased a small apartment across town 4 months after I left. Logan had no idea where it was, but it was mine. Even though it was only a studio. After my probationary period ended, my employer gave me a raise, and I was able to pay the rent, groceries, and utilities. I began going to a therapist every Tuesday night, and the majority of the bills were paid for by my new health insurance. Meredith consistently blocked Logan's attorney's requests for reconciliation meetings. I signed the final divorce papers in Meredith's office 7 months after that anniversary dinner. I received half of everything from the settlement, including Logan's retirement fund and the hidden accounts. Meredith had successfully battled for every dollar. For the first time in years, I left that office financially secure and legally free. That evening, Claire hosted a small celebration dinner for me, which was attended only by her, Ethan, and Jenna. I felt lighter than I had in a long time after we laughed and ate delicious food. When my anxiety struck or I saw couples at restaurants, some days were still difficult. However, I had my own finances, personal space, and people who genuinely cared about my well-being. I was creating something entirely my own. My golden brother tried to shame me at Christmas with a $52,000 salary slide, so I pulled out my $158,000 tax return. The room froze. Even after years of making fun of my pitiful business, my parents still insisted that I give my golden brother half of the family firm. I simply grinned and responded, "Hey, Reddit, I don't hire thieves." This is what no one ever tells you about being the misfit in an affluent family. You become quite accustomed to being unseen. Rich people are invisible, not the poor. You understand that your parents will never look at you the way they look at your golden kid sibling. You attend holidays, and you smile when you should. For the past 7 years, I, a 31-year-old man, have been creating custom furniture in a red bank, New Jersey workshop. High-end items, work where every joint counted and every finish had to be flawless. Tables that cost some individuals as much as vehicles. And chairs that took 4 months to construct. The kind of handiwork that needed real talent, patience, and accuracy. I delivered a conference table to a Greenwich hedge firm last month. Guy didn't blink and paid $31,500. When his wife saw it, she sobbed. Real tears. My family continued to believe that I was engaging in arts and crafts. My folks detested it. Dad asked me when I would get serious every Thanksgiving for 6 years. Mom sent out job postings for property management companies on each birthday. They operated a 28-year-old family-run commercial real estate company in Bergen County. Trent, my older brother, was the vice president of acquisitions there. Brielle, my younger sister, was in charge of investor relations. In a literal sense, Trent was the golden child. In the living room, Mom had a framed picture of him shaking hands with the governor. My picture was in the restroom in the corridor. I was the one who toiled by hand like a peasant. I drove up to the Saddle River family estate 6 days before Christmas. Large circular driveway in colonial style. This year, I wanted to arrive early. Assist with setup. Perhaps at last demonstrate that I should be at the table rather than just being tolerated. Stupid. Huh. Still thinking that, in the end, family was important. The door was opened by our 20-year housekeeper. The only person who ever appeared pleased to see me in that house was her. Good to see you. Mr. Donovan. They're upstairs. Hey. She paused, looked over her shoulder, and then mutely. Yes. Spreadsheets covered the coffee table inside, as if Mom and Brielle were planning an aggressive takeover. I'm here, hello. Mom hardly looked up. Keep your coat in the hallway. Keep your hands off the decorations. Tomorrow, the staging company will return. Brielle glanced up. Well, that's good. You arrived early. Do you recall his assistance with setup? Every time, the furniture is moved incorrectly. Mom's old credenza was scratched. Dismissive and patronizing. As if I were a child unfit to be trusted with simple chores. Things started to get strange when I went upstairs to use the restroom. There was someone else's suitcase beside the door of my former room, where I had lived since I was 8. As it happened, it was for a guest who was one of Mom's investing pals. When I entered, all of my personal belongings were gone. Tools, books, and photos were all crammed into plastic storage boxes and piled in the corner like trash, ready to be picked up. I yelled out, "Mom!" No response. I approached Dad's office to inquire about my room. Half of the door was open. I froze when I heard my name. After dessert, there will be slides. Dad's voice, composed and professional. Keep it brief. Don't argue. I was breathing heavily as I pressed against the wall. Trent's tone. As soon as Dad concludes the introduction, put the pay chart on the screen. He is unable to refuse in front of everyone. Pieces. All I have is that. However, pieces were sufficient. Mom. We merge his shop into ours as soon as he enters. Manage the list of clients. With my heart racing, I took a step back. There was a stack of still warm handouts in the tray when I walked to the printer room at the end of the corridor. Donovan's professional path. I took one up and looked through it. Charts that contrast the pay of corporate jobs with that of furniture makers. The intervention strategy is in the header. And my name is in bullet points. They even created a PowerPoint titled Objection Handling. They had even given them assignments. When I regained consciousness, Mom was meant to console me. Brielle would manage my social media presence as if I were a public relations issue. $52,000. They believed me to have made that. Last year, I cleared $158,000, but they didn't check or inquire, they just assumed. For proof, I snapped 2 pictures. Without saying a word, I left that house right away. I got in my pickup and drove without sobbing, worrying, or making plans. In the rearview mirror, I saw the security gate close behind me. I had to prove myself to those who had already determined that I wasn't worth their time for 19 years. Completed. I had already made 3 choices by the time I arrived at a rest area on the Garden State Parkway. I was going to that meal first. Secondly, I intended to allow them to set their trap. Third, I planned to blow it up in front of everyone, right in their faces. I'll give them a show if they want one. My best friend from college, Miles, who had assisted me in setting up my workshop, was the person I called. He picked up right away. Hey, how are you? I recently discovered that my whole family had planned to make fun of me during Christmas dinner. The entire thing, including the PowerPoint presentation and printed handouts. Long period of silence. Are you kidding? I have pictures. You're where? Parkway Rest Area. Returning to Red Bank. How will you respond? Arrive. Give them the impression that I'm surrounded. Then, in front of everyone, blow the entire thing up. But I need ammunition. Actual figures. Evidence that everything people believe about me is false. For a moment, Miles was silent. Visit me. Your counterattack will be built by us. Miles resided in a remodeled warehouse loft in Asbury Park. He had his laptop open and coffee brewing when I arrived. He handed me a mug and said, "Talk. Those damn jerks." He replied at last. "All right, you're going to that dinner, but you'll be ready. That's the strategy. Well done. What are you in need of?" Anything that demonstrates I'm not the failure they believe me to be, such as financial documents, tax returns, and client lists. They want to use fictitious numbers to ambush me. Real ones will be buried with them. Miles gave a slow nod. Tonight, we can assemble a packet. Print everything. You enter carrying receipts. We literally spent the next 4 hours putting everything together. $158,000 in income is shown on tax returns. Photos of finished pieces in clients' houses, client testimonials I had kept over the years, bank statements demonstrating regular deposits, and a portfolio demonstrating that I wasn't just playing about with business. Without their support, funding, or approval, I was successfully operating one. Miles accessed the public records of their business. Their accounts receivable are a complete mess. Dude. For 4 years, they had been losing clients. He gave a whistle. Your brother did more than simply rob them. Miles even assisted me in practicing. He torpedoed the entire operation while he was doing it. Where to stand so everyone could see me when I pulled out my packet, what to say when they began their presentation, and how to time the reveal for maximum impact. Miles looked over the completed packet and remarked, "This is solid." They display their fictitious numbers. In front of everyone, you display your true ones. Checkmate. Excellent. I said, I made the call I'd been putting off after we were done. The one that has the power to alter everything. Grandma Evelyn, hello, Donovan is here. This is unexpected, Donovan. Warm but cautious was her voice. Is everything okay? Not precisely. I need you to listen to what I have to say. I told her about the presentation, the fictitious pay figures, and the scheme to compel me to join the company. She was silent for a long time after I was done. At last, she continued. Your father called me yesterday asking for a substantial loan. He became evasive when I asked him why. I get it now. Her tone became acerbic. Hasn't Trent been robbing them? That's the main point of this. I felt sick to my stomach. How did you find out? For months, I've had suspicions. When Richard talked about the business, the figures never added up. She hesitated. In order to make up for their losses, they plan to ambush you and steal your company. Horrible. Grandma Evelyn, I'm attending the supper. After allowing them to attempt their small intervention, I will reveal everything to the entire family. One more pause. Then, all right. And I'll be there to support you. Will you? Of course. Someone needs to hold them responsible. Her tone was harsh. Before dinner, don't take any of their calls. Give them the impression that nothing is wrong. Don't hold back, Donovan. I refuse to. We ended the call. My ammunition was with me. I had an ally. I only had to wait now. I spent Christmas Eve attempting to remain composed while working on a project in my workshop. My phone was always buzzing. Dad and Mom are phoning. I choose to disregard it all. Let them ponder. Allow them to perspire. I drove back up to Saddle River that evening, parked in the circular driveway, and entered as if nothing had happened. The house was full. Everyone dressed up, including aunts, uncles, cousins, family, and friends. Donovan's annual Christmas dinner gets underway. Mom was the first to notice me. Her face lit up with relief. You came, Donovan. When you didn't pick up the phone, we were concerned. He became preoccupied with work. You are aware of the situation. She was unaware. She had never inquired. The customary performance was dinner. Costly cuisine. Pretend to laugh. At the head of the table, Dad is conducting court. Trent, ensuring that everyone was aware of his most recent agreement. Brielle dropped the investor's name. And me waiting in silence. Dad got up and clinked his glass after dessert. If only everyone would pay attention to me. I want to share something unique with you before we go into the living room. A talk regarding the future of our family. Let's get started. Everyone moved to the living room, where a projector had already been installed. I sat down close to the rear. From the other side of the room, my grandmother glanced at me and nodded slightly. Dad started talking, the company's history, the value of family harmony, and the requirement that everyone participate. Then Trent took the clicker and moved onward. Donovan has been exploring many employment options, as many of you are aware. He gave me a condescending smile. To assist him view the wider perspective, we have compiled some material. The first slide showed up. Donovan career trajectory maps with my name in bullet points, national averages, and furniture maker incomes. $52,000 is written in strong red letters. As you can see, there is really little ceiling for this type of work, Trent added. In the meanwhile, our family business provides stability, advantages, and genuine growth potential. I stood up and remarked, that's an interesting number. Where did you obtain it? Trent gave a blink. Conventional research and industry averages. Really? Since I earned $158,000 last year. Based on my tax records. I took the packet out of my jacket. Do you want to see? There was silence in the room. The sound of ice settling in glasses was audible. I also have bank statements. Customer endorsements. Pictures of things I've constructed that have sold for more than some people's cars. I made sure everyone could see me as I moved closer to the front. But please go on. Explain my failing pastime to everyone. Dad moved forward. Donovan. Isn't now the right moment? You created a slide titled Objection Handling, printed handouts, and prepared an entire presentation. I raised my phone. From the printer tray. I have pictures of everything. Do you want me to distribute them throughout the room? Mom's face turned pale. Brielle's mouth fell open. I turned to the gathered family and said, this is what's really happening. All of my relatives, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends, were looking at me with wide eyes. The business is bankrupt. They're losing money, and rather than owning up to it, they want to embarrass me into joining so they can exploit my company to help themselves. The aunts gasped. The cousins whispered. Jesus Christ, said one of my uncles. Under his breath. That is untrue. Yelled Brielle. Really? I gave her a look. Thus, the business is doing well. No issues with cash flow. Investor fears are non-existent. Yesterday, Dad didn't call Grandma Evelyn to beg for a loan. Quiet. Dead. Heartbreaking quiet. My grandma got to her feet. Everybody in the room looked at her. That is not the worst of it. Her voice was like a knife cutting through the space. For months, I had a hunch that there was a financial issue with the organization. Yesterday, Richard gave me a call and requested a large loan. He acknowledged that there have been anomalies when I pressed him. She gave Trent a direct look. 4 years of anomalies. Trent's face turned pale, and he began to shake the clicker in his hand. She went on, her voice resonating over the entire room. Your golden child has been embezzling. And instead of confronting it head-on, they chose to draw Donovan into their mess, take advantage of his impeccable reputation, steal his clientele, and merge his successful company with their failing one. The room erupted on Christmas Eve in front of all of you, with everyone speaking simultaneously and accusations flying. One of my aunts got up and began gathering her belongings. With his phone out, my cousin most likely texted everyone who wasn't present. My uncle, who had consistently supported my parents in every situation, got to his feet. Tell me now, Richard, is this accurate about Trent? Dad was unable to look at him. My uncle reached for his jacket. I defended you to my wife for 28 years, 28 years old. He left. His spouse trailed behind. 2 more cousins followed. Dad made an effort to take charge again. This is a family-run company. We shouldn't be talking. When you intended to make fun of your son in front of everyone, you turned it into a family business. My grandma lost her temper. You ought to be embarrassed. Trent, Brielle, and you all in particular, Richard. While you were preoccupied with appeasing a thief, this youngster created something genuine. I turned to face my parents, brother, and sister. The people who had spent years demeaning me. Those who believed that I would simply roll over and take their leftovers. Silently, I said, I created something genuine. However, it was heard by everybody. You believed you could just accept it because you were in need of a rescue, without your assistance, consent, or respect. Mom broke down in tears. Dad's cheeks was flushed with shame. Trent seems to want to be swallowed by the floor. I made my way to the door. Donovan. Hold on. Mom grabbed my arm. I withdrew. Don't. This is where we're done. With the sound of mayhem still emanating from the house behind me, I ventured out into the chilly December night, climbed into my truck and drove. After 2.5 hours, I pulled into a Poconos cabin driveway. My phone was always buzzing. Trent, Mom, Dad, and Brielle. I choose to disregard it all. Allow them to become frightened. Allow them to attempt damage control. Now that the truth was out, it was spreading like wildfire across the family. My granny sent me a single text. I'm proud of you. They're still in shock. Within 25 minutes, half of the attendees departed. Nobody was amenable to your father's attempts to salvage the evening. Give me a call tomorrow. The housekeeper gave one. Donovan, Mr. I securely packaged your possessions. When you're ready, they're in the garage. Excellent work tonight. That was what they needed to hear. It was like waking up in a different world on Christmas morning in the Poconos. My phone appeared to be possessed. Over coffee, I skimmed through texts, each one more fulfilling than the last. Your mother is heartbroken, Dad. Your judgment is negatively impacted by this stunt. As a family, we must talk about this. You've always been self-centered, Brielle, but this is unprecedented. You made us look bad in front of everyone. It is pitiful. Do you truly believe that you are unique now, Trent? You just made the family seem foolish. Little brother, this is far from over. Not even close. I laughed at the final one. I'm still posing. He continued to believe he had leverage. Without replying, I removed it. My mom. Last night, half of the family gave me a call. The majority find your parents repulsive. You have several cousins who would like to commission furniture from you. Your aunt claims to have known Richard was a phony from the beginning. Excellent work. I spent New Year's in the Poconos. Make use of the time to prepare. I created a growth strategy. Draft proposals for a gallery display in New York, as well as sketches for new pieces. I was able to consider the future for the first time in years without being constrained by my family's displeasure. One afternoon as we worked at the cabin table, Miles said, "You're going to need help. You are unable to meet the demand on your own." Not in light of the events of Christmas. Word will get around. The person who reprimanded his entire family will be in high demand. I am aware. I've been considering employing someone. If the gallery thing goes well, perhaps 3 individuals. Are you afraid? Fearful but prepared. I feel ready for the first time in my life. My workshop felt different when I returned to Red Bank on January 5. New eyes. There are 23 new queries pending. I had lunch with my grandma on the 11th, and a gallery in Tribeca wanted to talk about representation. Seeing relatives would have made the old Donovan nervous. In fact, the new Donovan is anticipating it. January 11th, a quiet, elegant steakhouse in Montclair. Sharp-eyed and straightforward as usual, she was sitting when I got there. She got up to give me a hug. You look good, Donovan. Grandma, Evelyn, thank you. We immediately got over our small conversation. She then sat down with her menu and gave me a direct look. I apologize to you, she said. For what purpose? For not speaking up sooner. I was aware of their treatment of you. For years, I witnessed it. Ought to have stepped in rather than waiting. They had no intention of including you. No, but my quiet made it possible. She took a gulp of her iced tea. That's over now. Your parents have been informed that their actions were inappropriate. Told your extended family that you have a respectable and successful business. How did they react to it? She gave a small smile. Your mom shed tears. Your dad became defensive. For once, I instructed them to shut up and pay attention. I chuckled. I'm revising my will. She added. 45% of my estate will go to you. The remaining 55% is divided between your siblings. Not recompense for their brutality. You've just demonstrated your abilities. You don't have to, Grandma Evelyn. I'm not requesting authorization. I'm telling you. She gave me a proud-looking look. At your age, you remind me of myself. Everyone had ideas on what I ought to do. I disregarded them and started my own accounting firm. The best choice I've ever made. I was unaware of that. No one in your family brings it up. Doesn't suit their story. She hesitated. In addition, I'm investing in your company rather than charity. Sound business judgment. 18% equity in return for expansion funds. I gazed at her. You are absolutely serious. I looked over your webpage. I personally called 3 of your customers. You have very good numbers. There is a lot of room for growth. You're a wise purchase. She grinned. I also anticipate receiving reports on a quarterly basis. I'm an active investor. Over lunch, we discussed specifics. Her contribution would enable me to lease a suitable showroom location, hire 3 employees, and modernize equipment. When we were done, she remarked, one more thing. Your mom will try to get in touch. Excuses and deceptions. Remember that just because someone is related doesn't mean you have to forgive them. You should respect yourself. I will keep that in mind. She gave my hand a squeeze. Well done, Guy. The following 3 weeks were a blur. I hired 2 people who were both hungry and skilled. Create mechanisms for tracking commissions versus gallery items, set up appropriate protocols, and arranged inventory. My phone rang in late January. I almost didn't respond, Dad, but I was intrigued. Hi there, Donovan. It's your dad. I am aware. A long silence. We need to talk about what happened at Christmas, which is why I'm calling. How about it? In front of the whole family, you degraded us. You leveled charges. I was honest. I interrupted. There's a distinction. I know you're furious, Donovan, but you should consider this from a practical standpoint. We are addressing cash flow and investor concerns. Why did you want me to work for the family business, Dad? Quiet. I went on. I'm not stupid. This isn't something you're offering out of worry. What is Trent's true situation? More quiet, then cautiously. The business is undergoing an audit. We are looking into a few accounting anomalies. Anomalies. We refer to that as 4 years of embezzlement. We're not positive about it. Grandma does. And now everyone else does as well. I left that hanging. Because your golden child stole from you and you're too arrogant to acknowledge it. You intend to embarrass me into working for a firm that is losing money. This has nothing to do with that. It is, indeed. And I'm still saying no. Take care of your own mess. I ended the call. Momentum arrived in February. After our first meeting went well, Tribeca and the gallery arranged an exhibition. My 2 men took the initiative. 13-hour days, with every joint and finish immaculate. Then reality set in. After delivery, a Manhattan client contacted to renegotiate a $13K dining table. I didn't expect the finish. $9,000 seems reasonable. The signed specification sheet is with me. I'll contest the accusation if you take 9. Hung up. Contacted an attorney. A certified letter that threatens to sue for breach of contract. Within a week, the client paid in full and issued a written apology. Fighting for what you'd earned was part of running a business. Things became bad 3 weeks prior to the solo performance. Trent unexpectedly showed up at my workshop. Simply into the space as if he owned it. I heard the door as I was wrapping up a walnut credenza. When I looked up, he was there. The same arrogant expression, the same pricey outfit, and the same infectious golden child energy emanating from him. He looked around and commented, nice setup. Tiny. Leave. Calm down. I'm here to discuss business. As if he knew what he was looking at, he picked up one of my chisels and examined it. He didn't. The auditors completed their initial report. Dad is completely freaked out. Mom is taking Xanax. Brielle is crying uncontrollably. It's still not my issue. As he passed my workstation, he ran his finger along the border of a piece I had been working on for 7 weeks. 900 hours of labor. Be careful, I said. That is more valuable than your vehicle. He clenched his jaw. It was the first genuine response I had received from him. Little brother. Here's the thing. He put down the chisel and looked directly at me. It need not be unsightly. Family looks out for one another. We call it even when you bring me in as a 55/45 partner. I am in charge of operations. You work on your small woodworking project. In fact, I chuckled. Are you serious? Very serious. I've worked in business. There are no connections for you. I am able to advance this procedure. You want me to give you half of my business after you stole millions from the family business?" His expression stiffened. There was nothing that I stole. There were problems with cash flow. Imaginative bookkeeping. The situation became complex. The auditors disagree. The entire story is unknown to the auditors. He moved in closer. "Here, I'm providing you with a lifeline. Accept it. Leave my workshop." "Donovan. Give it some thought. You turn me into an adversary. It becomes challenging. I am acquainted with clients and investors. In a week, I could make phone calls that would put an end to your little pastime. Are you intimidating me? I'm offering you choices." He grinned. That same condescending Christmas smile. 55/45. "Final proposal. I don't make partners out of thieves, and I don't hire them either." His grin vanished. "You'll be sorry you did this. Now get out." He departed. However, I had a feeling that this was not the end. It began 4 days later. To cancel a commission, a customer called, claimed to have heard unsettling information about my business methods. Then there was another cancellation. Then, an unfavorable online review surfaced. I was accused of delivering damaged goods by someone I had never worked with. The phony reviews became inventive. According to one, I had arrived at a delivery intoxicated. From accounts made within 72 hours of Trent's visit, another stated, I'd made a pass at some guy's wife. All of them have no background, no other reviews, and no credibility in the eyes of those who pay attention. However, they appeared on Google. For him, that was important. I gave Miles a call. I said, Trent's going scorched earth. Fake reviews and cancellations. He is attempting to ruin my reputation. Keep a record of everything. Timestamps, screenshots, and so forth. On it already. The calls then began. Heavy breathing, blocked numbers in the middle of the night, and disconnecting 3 or 4 times a night. I started sleeping with my phone on silent. When I returned to my workshop a week later, I discovered that the lock had been tampered with. Tools were moved around, but nothing was taken. A message. I'm watching. That's when I called the police. An officer sat across from me taking notes. And you believe your brother is responsible? I know he is. He threatened me 3 weeks ago. Demanded I give him half my business. When I refused, this started. Do you have proof? I showed him everything. The text messages, the fake review from an account created the day after our confrontation, the phone records, the security footage from across the street showing a figure matching Trent's build near my shop at 2 a.m. We can file a report, he said, but without direct evidence linking him to the break-in attempt. What about harassment, the calls, the business interference? He looked at me seriously. You might want to consider a restraining order given the pattern. I filed the next day. A temporary restraining order against Trent Donovan. Had to go to court, present evidence, explain why I feared for my safety and livelihood. The judge reviewed everything, the threatening visit, the systematic harassment, the attempted break-in. Granted, she said, Mr. Trent Donovan is to maintain a distance of 600 feet from the petitioner and his place of business. No contact of any kind. When Trent got served, he lost it, called me from a burner phone screaming about betrayal, about how I destroyed the family, about how he'd make me pay. I recorded the whole thing, filed a violation report the same day. The burner phone call lasted 5 minutes. He called me every name in the book. Threatened to burn down my workshop. Said he had friends who could make problems disappear. I let him run his mouth, every word recorded, every threat documented. He was so busy being angry. He forgot I'd been the quiet one my whole life. The quiet one who listened. The quiet one who remembered everything. Second court appearance. The judge wasn't happy. Mr. Donovan, she said, looking at Trent, you were explicitly ordered to have no contact with your brother. You violated that order within 36 hours. Your Honor, this is a family matter. It's a legal matter now. You're facing contempt charges. I'm extending the restraining order to 3 years and adding criminal penalties for any further violation. Trent's lawyer tried to argue. The judge shut him down. Trent's lawyer looked like he wanted to disappear, probably wondering how he'd explain this to his other clients. Walking out of that courthouse, I felt something I hadn't expected. Not triumph, not satisfaction, just clarity. I'd drawn a line, defended it, and won. The solo show at Forge and Grain was everything I'd worked for. High-end space in a converted warehouse. Professional lighting that made each piece glow. My collection occupied the entire main room. Each piece spotlit perfectly against exposed brick walls. 7 years of work. 7 years of being told I was wasting my life. All of it validated in one room. I arrived early to set up. My 2 employees were already there arranging pieces, checking sightlines, making sure everything was flawless. We'd been working toward this for months. You ready? One asked. As I'll ever be. Guests started arriving at 7. Gallery owners from Manhattan. Collectors who'd flown in from as far as San Francisco. Design bloggers with cameras. Interior designers scouting for talent. The room filled fast. The energy electric with possibility. I worked it naturally. Talking about process, explaining techniques, connecting with buyers who understood what real craftsmanship meant. A collector from San Francisco bought 3 pieces on the spot. Paid asking price without negotiating. I've been looking for someone who still does real joinery, he said. Everyone else is just gluing IKEA parts together and calling it bespoke. We shook hands. That one sale covered my operating costs for 4 months. At 7:45, my grandmother walked in. Alone. She caught my eye and smiled. I walked over. Where's the rest of the family? I asked. Your father and mother decided not to attend. Too embarrassed after Trent's court appearance. Brielle stayed with them. She looked around at the crowd. Trent is prohibited from being within 600 feet of you anyway, thanks to that restraining order. I heard he tried to show up and had to be turned away. I hadn't known that. Security must have handled it before I noticed. The show looks spectacular. My grandmother said. I'm very proud of you. Thanks for coming. And thanks for backing me up at Christmas. I wouldn't have missed either. She gave my hand a squeeze. Your work speaks for itself. You don't need their approval. You never did. The show ran until 11:30. By the time we closed, I had orders totaling $74,000, not including the gallery's commission. 4 interior designers wanted to carry my work exclusively in their showrooms. 3 private clients wanted custom home offices designed from the ground up. April bled into May. Trent's case went public. Criminal charges filed. Not just the restraining order violations, but the embezzlement. 2. Turned out the auditors had found everything. 4 years of falsified records, shell companies, funneled contracts. The whole operation laid bare in court filings that became public record. I watched it unfold from a distance. The family firm hemorrhaging clients faster than they could count. Civil lawsuits from investors piling up. The perfect family image destroyed. And everyone knew exactly why. My cousin sent me the news article. Bergen County real estate exec charged with embezzlement. Trent's mugshot. Dad's company named, $3.6 million in diverted funds. The golden child had been stealing for years, and they tried to use me to cover it up. Summer brought more commissions than I could handle. We hired 5 more people and started turning down projects. The brownstone job in Brooklyn led to referrals. The referrals led to magazine features. The features led to more referrals. Success compounding on success built on skill, not manipulation. Late June, Mom called. First time in 6 months. First time since I'd exposed them in front of everyone at Christmas dinner. I'd wondered how long it would take before desperation outweighed pride. I let it ring twice before answering. Hi there, Donovan. It's Mom. Her voice was different. Smaller, fragile in a way I'd never heard before. The woman who'd spent years dismissing everything I'd built now sounded like she was barely holding it together. Can we talk? About what? Everything. What happened at Christmas? What your father and I did? What we didn't do. The years we wasted making you feel inferior. I could hear her trying not to cry as she hesitated. I'm phoning to request assistance. What can you help with? The business? The litigation? Trent's legal bills. Everything is disintegrating. Her voice broke. Donovan, we made a mistake. We are still family despite terrible mistakes. That must be worth something. You intend to steal my company and degrade me in front of everyone we know. It's not an error. That is a tactic. We were in a desperate situation. We were afraid. There was nothing else we could do. After years of referring to it as a pastime, a phase, or a sandbox, it's suddenly worth stealing. Quiet. Please, Donovan. We need you. Even though I know we don't deserve it. Your dad is barely able to function. Brielle feels overburdened. Trent could end up behind bars. She hesitated. We've talked about it as a family. When Trent's legal problems are resolved, you add him as a partner. 55/45. He needs a place to return to. While you work on your woodworking, he can take care of operations. It nearly made me giggle. It was almost impressive how bold it was. They still wanted me to save him despite everything: the criminal charges, the restraining order, the threats, and the harassment. Let me know what you mean. Do you want me to give the brother who made the threat half of my business? The golden child who destroyed everything, the brother who tried to break into my workshop, the brother who harassed my clients, and the brother against whom I had to obtain a restraining order. He remains your brother. He needs to start over. To be honest, you owe this family something. I owe you nothing. Additionally, he is prohibited from being within 600 feet of me or my business by a 3-year restraining order. Therefore, it would be against the law even if I wanted to, which I don't. We can get around that. Have it changed? Donovan. No. I grinned. I did smile. Not upset. Not resentful. Completed. I don't make partners out of thieves, and I don't hire them either. There was a long period of silence. Her voice sounded hollow when she spoke again. I am at a loss for words. Nothing needs to be said. Your decisions were your own. You now reside with them. I'm not here to save you. I'm not a safety net for Trent. I am the son you left behind. And without you, I created something genuine. Can we at least get together? Speak face to face? No, this is where we're done. I ended the call. After 2.5 hours, Brielle texted. This family is being torn apart by you. I hope you're content. I took a screenshot of it. I've added it to my collection, then returned to work on a commission for a Hamptons restaurant. $24,000 in cash upon delivery. Yes, I was quite content. Dad asked if we could meet over the phone. In a way I had never heard before, his voice sounded different, broken, defeated. The man who was always in charge, always had a plan, and always understood how to manipulate a space. That man had vanished. I concurred. Neutral territory, a quiet diner in Montclair, where no one would recognize us, no family reputation to uphold, no image to defend, just two people who needed to have a long overdue conversation. His tie was crooked, his suit was wrinkled, and he appeared to be 12 years old. The man who had taught me about professionalism and presentation and who had always been well-groomed now appeared to have been sleeping in his car. He felt as though the weight of everything that had transpired was physically crushing him as he sat down. He said, "Thank you for meeting me. You desired to converse?" He ordered coffee, nodded, and inhaled deeply. Last week, Trent accepted a plea bargain. Federal minimum security for 20 months. The family business declared bankruptcy. We are selling the estate and liquidating assets. It's all gone. He gave me a glance. I spent 28 years building that business. Gave up everything for it. I gave up my relationship with you, and now it's gone. I allowed Trent to destroy it all. I remained silent. Simply waited. He went on, "You were right about everything. Trying to control you was a mistake on my part. It is incorrect to make fun of what you have created. That Christmas ambush was a mistake. When Trent came after you, it was wrong to defend him. In every way, I was mistaken. Why are you telling me this right now? Because I want you to know that leaving was the right decision. You created something genuine, long-lasting, and significant." He looked directly into my eyes. "Donovan, you have my admiration. That's what I ought to have said years ago. Now I'm saying it." I saw him bow his head. I felt absolutely nothing. He went on, "I don't need you to save me. You don't have to join or fix anything for me. I simply want you to know that you were correct and I was mistaken. I apologize for not seeing it sooner." Silently, we sat there. I said, "Good to know. Makes no difference. We haven't finished yet. I get it. Hold on to your apology. It's not necessary for me. I've long since moved on." He gave a nod. "I thought you would say that." He turned around and got up to go. "What is the worst part, do you know?" he inquired. "What?" "I had 2 sons. One was brave enough to create something genuine, while the other was not. In an attempt to dominate him, I ruined our relationship. In an attempt to appease me, the second destroyed everything and then blamed everyone else when it fell apart. He gave a headshake. I lost everything because I chose the wrong horse. He left. I had earned that peace, but it wasn't victory, satisfaction, or even vindication. I was no longer in need of their approval. I had already prevailed. Please click subscribe if you like this video. It greatly benefits the channel and enables us to provide you with more and better stories. Thank you. At his own wedding, my ex-husband didn't look at the bride. He stared at me through the kitchen window, then pulled me into the hallway, and said I made a mistake. Why did my ex-husband want to stop his wedding when he spotted me? After 12 years, my ex-husband left me because I wasn't excited. They were his exact words. Despite not loving me, he said he did. He wanted more from life since I was predictable and dull. I was 36 and had spent my adult life making a home with this man. I worked double shifts at a restaurant to fund his graduate education. I supported him through 4 career transitions. His job kept moving us, so I lived in 5 cities. He sat me down one evening and informed me he met someone else. Her name was Madeline. She worked at the gym at 28. It happened suddenly, and he couldn't control his emotions. He hoped we could stay friends because I was so important to him. The divorce ended 9 months later. He received the house since he was on the mortgage, even though I paid half for years. A tiny payment barely covered my relocating expenditures. At 37, I started afresh with a suitcase, and the cooking talents I'd learned in restaurants for over a decade. I worked at a local catering company after returning home. Within 30 months, I saved enough to start a business. Every weekend, holiday, and event I could schedule, I worked. Quality food and reliable service became my reputation. I had a small crew and expanding clientele by year 4. My creations from nothing made me proud. An unfamiliar number called me one afternoon. It was my ex-husband. My catering business was mentioned to him via mutual acquaintances. My culinary skills were always known to him. He then asked if I could cater a June wedding. Asking whose wedding? Said his. They wanted the best caterer for his wedding to Madeline, and everyone recommended my company. He said having me on their big day would mean so lot to them. He stated Madeline wanted my cuisine at her wedding because she liked the online menu samples. I listened to him urge me to cook for the lady he left me for. He didn't find anything odd. He suggested it like a favor to an old friend. He acknowledged our background but said we were grown-ups. He hoped I had moved on like him. He requested a discount because we were family. Yes, I said. Why I agreed is beyond me. I may have wished to prove my closure. Maybe I wanted to see their faces when they understood my success. Maybe I wanted the money because weddings are profitable and business is business. I planned their menu for 10 weeks. I worked with their venue and planner to nail every element. I never spoke to Madeline. I received inquiries from her through my ex-husband, who treated me like an assistant. She requested 6 courses. She requested a raw bar, spaghetti station, and 8-way dessert table. Elegant but not formal, was her goal. I received updates, revisions, and demands from my ex-husband 3 times a week. He always closed the calls by thanking me for being mature about everything. The wedding was early June. At 1 p.m., my team and I set up at the venue. With the ceremony at 5:30, we had plenty of time. My ex-husband entered while I organized cooking stations. He froze at the doorway, staring at me. In my chef coat, with my hair back and a clipboard, I reviewed the timeline with my sous chef. He was silent for a while. Then he remarked, "I looked great. The business must be treating me nicely," he said. He inquired about my relationships. I told him it wasn't his problem and continued working. The ceremony began promptly. I watched 180 visitors sit in the garden from the kitchen window. After the music started, Madeline went down the aisle in a big white dress that cost more than my first automobile. The altar was where my ex-husband waited for her. He seemed nervous, but so do all wedding guests. Before the officiant spoke, my ex-husband looked toward the building, kitchen, and window where I was standing. Our eyes met briefly. The officiant requested objections. My ex-husband didn't speak yet didn't ignore me. The ceremony freezes when my ex-husband stares at me instead of his bride. I can see Madeline's uncertainty turning to worry as she follows his look to the kitchen window where I am. I leave the window instantly, my heart racing, as Harper holds my arm and whispers to focus on the food stations. Clearing his throat, the officiant repeats the objection question. I hear my ex-husband say, "I," before fading into quiet that unsettles 180 guests. Connor, the best man, leans in to whisper urgently via the kitchen side door. I ignore the ceremonial turmoil and focus on the spaghetti counter while Madeline's makeup pales. Harper takes the serving spoons from me and tells me to check the dessert table because my hands are shaking. The ceremonial music has stopped, and people are whispering confusedly through the open windows. The dessert table sits at the far end of the kitchen, and I count and position the 8 selections we made. My hands shake nonstop. Because I can't straighten a serving knife, I put it down 3 times. Harper arrives beside me and softly places the knife. She doesn't speak, but her eyes worry. Victoria, the wedding coordinator, rushes into the kitchen and asks if we can delay cocktail hour since the ceremony needs a few minutes to settle a problem. I say we can hold the hot appetizers, but the cold items are already plated, and the time will be off if we wait. She nods and leaves hurriedly. Though not shouting, I can hear voices in the yard through the walls. No ceremony ends after 12 minutes. Through the window, I see guests standing up and nervously milling around while Madeline and my ex-husband have a heated silent confrontation near the altar. Emily, the maid of honor, holds Madeline, while Connor keeps my ex-husband from escaping by blocking the aisle. A perplexed photographer has stopped snapping shots and is standing off to the side. Some guests check phones. Others whisper worriedly. Raj Patel, the venue coordinator, tells me the ceremony is taking a small break and asks if we can serve cocktail hour appetizers early to keep attendees busy. I send my staff out with lunch trays, happy for the logistics distraction, even as my mind raced with what's occurring outside. Our crab cakes, stuffed mushrooms, and bacon-wrapped dates are handled quickly by my crew. I watch them negotiate the puzzled wedding guests, who appear relieved to have something other than the altar drama to focus on. My ex-husband arrives at the kitchen doorway in his tuxedo, flushed and desperate, and says he needs to talk to me now. Harper intervenes and tells him to leave because this is a professional kitchen during an event, but he's staring at me with an expression I haven't seen since our early dating days. He begs with wide eyes. Running his hands through his hair messes it up. He seems younger and vulnerable. As when we met, I reply it's fine and walk with Harper to the service hallway, where he apologizes and says he made a big mistake and saw me today made him realize what he gave up. I feel nothing but a strange detached clarity as he rushes to say how I look confident and successful and remembers why he fell in love with me. Watching him talk is like watching a stranger I used to know. I interrupt him and ask if he's truly doing this in his wedding tuxedo while his bride waits at the altar and 180 guests eat my appetizers. He knows the timing is bad, but he couldn't swear while staring at me through that glass. He couldn't promise Madeline forever after realizing he still likes me. He doesn't like me, I tell him. He cares about me achieving without him after expecting me to fail. He looks startled and starts to disagree, but I keep talking, claiming he liked the me that supported his aspirations, moved for his employment, and made myself smaller so he could feel bigger. He reaches for my hand, but I retreat quickly. As the caterer he hired, not his ex-wife, I offer to fix his life. I say 180 people are waiting for a 6-course meal and a team whose schedule is fouled up because he broke down at his altar. I tell him to figure out his wedding plans right now because every minute he talks to me warms my scallops and overboils my pasta water. He starts to add something else, but Victoria comes at the end of the corridor, panicked. She claims Madeline is having a breakdown in the bridal room and demands to know why the ceremony stopped, what's happening, and if he'll marry her. Like a trapped animal, my ex-husband glances at me and Victoria. I tell him he caused this and should deal it without me. I pass them and enter the kitchen, where my staff is worried. Harper grabs my arm and checks on me. I understand I'm fine. His desperate confession in the corridor just made me sleepy. Tired of his self-made drama. Tired of him expecting me to comfort him or validate his choices. I tell Harper I'm fine and we should focus on the timeline. I assure my crew we'll continue service regardless of the ceremony because we have a contract and reputation. All nod and return to their places. The scallops are fine. I adjust pasta water heat. I examine appetizer plating. 25 minutes pass with voices from various parts of the venue but little clarity. Victoria returns fatigued and says the ceremony is ongoing and we should be ready for the reception timing. I nod without asking what happened or how they fixed it. Not wanting to know. I tell my crew we have 14 minutes to plate scallop appetizers. From the kitchen window, I see the ceremony end. Madeline and my ex-husband come down the aisle holding hands and smiling, but their smiles are wrong. Too tight. Too forced. Like they're both trying to act fine. I notice folks whispering while clapping and taking pictures. The ceremony becomes cocktail hour, and people spread out on the patio. I'm garnishing appetizer platters when someone enters the kitchen. A bridesmaid wears deep purple. She introduces herself as Emily, the maid of honor. She wants to discuss something directly with me. I leave the plating station after wiping my hands on my apron. She directly asks if I'm the ex-wife her closest friend has been obsessing about for months. Madeline, the successful caterer, hired me despite my increased charges. Yes, I'm the ex-wife. Emily's face transforms like something clicked. She claims that answers many questions concerning Madeline's behavior. She claims Madeline has been competitive and nervous about me throughout their relationship. She compares herself to his boring wife. Always asking him about me, what we did, and if he thinks about me. Emily claims my business success challenged Madeline's story about why she was better. Listening without interfering. Emily continues. Madeline chose my company after seeing my website and social media. She wanted to show she could afford luxury. Wanted to demonstrate my ex-husband she was more sophisticated and accomplished than his life with me. I realized this wedding was never about wanting my food. Madeline tried to prove she was better by hiring me and having me serve her during her wedding to my ex-husband. Emily watches my face and understands my thoughts. I thank her for the context, but I'm here to work regardless of psychology. Emily nods, but adds I should know Madeline is in the bridal room and demands my ex-husband explain why he stopped during the vows and stared at the kitchen instead of her. Emily adds that she's been monitoring their relationship for 3 years, and worries whether any of them wants this marriage or is just trying to show something. Her advice is appreciated, but I must return to work. As the celebration begins, I work on perfecting each course. My team serves oysters, shrimp, and crab legs on ice at the raw bar. The pasta station has 3 sauces and fresh bread. I oversee main course timing and coordination. My team goes well between cooking and reception. Harper looks at me like we're doing okay despite everything. I hear toast starting in the reception hall and voices through the pass-through window but don't listen. I serve truffle butter and roasted veggies with filet mignon. I inspect each plate before shipping. Despite our emotional turmoil, I'm proud of our professionalism. A man in a dark suit enters the kitchen between courses. He calls himself Connor and claims to be the finest. He requests a moment to discuss the ceremony. I clean my hands on my apron and leave the prep station while Harper works behind me. Connor seems uneasy with my team and kitchen equipment. He wants to apologize for his friend's vows conduct. He explains, my ex-husband has been really anxious about this wedding for weeks now, and today everything just came to a head. I tell him not to apologize for others' actions. Connor shifts his weight and says he knows, but he feels responsible for knowing the scenario for a long time. He says, my ex-husband often mentions me. Always blames divorce for his biggest mistake. Always brings me up when he's drunk or fighting with Madeline. Is one of a deference. Connor says his friend never takes responsibility for leaving. Rather portrays it as something that occurred to him. I feel strangely relaxed when listening. Connor talks about how he tried to encourage his friend when he started dating Madeline, but he saw the trend. The restlessness that ruined our marriage returned. Constantly seeking something new or fascinating. Connor saw my ex-husband propose to Madeline because she pushed for it and he didn't want to appear uncommitted again. Why is Connor telling me this? I deserve to know today wasn't about me, he says. It was about his friend finally realizing the cost of pursuing excitement over stability. I thank Connor for coming, but I don't need his friend's approval. I established a solid life after the divorce, and his timing today was selfish and detrimental to everyone, including Madeline, who shouldn't be humiliated at her wedding. Connor nods and says, I'm absolutely right. He attempted to persuade his friend out of this wedding months ago but was shut down. It's hard to stay friends with someone who keeps repeating the same mistakes, he says, having seen my ex-husband chase novelty and excitement while ruining his stability. Connor comments, the food is incredible. He leaves the reception area after thanking me for being professional. Harper grabs my shoulder silently. I breathe deeply and concentrate on main course plating. Filet mignon is flawlessly cooked with truffle butter on top and roasted veggies on the side. My staff carefully plates each meal, and the servers serve them in waves. The servers start sending compliments within 25 minutes. Wedding guests say the steak is the greatest they've ever had. Someone requests truffle butter recipe. Another table asks about private dinner parties. Harper squeezes my shoulder again and adds, our best work. We cooked a difficult 6-course supper for 180 guests, and it was perfect. That matters more than head table drama. I saw my ex-husband at the bride and groom table through the kitchen pass-through window during supper. Not eating much, Instead of talking to Madeline or their visitors, he stares toward the kitchen. Madeline notices his distraction. When he looks away, her expression tightens and grows angry. He nods when she leans in to speak but doesn't appear to listen. Their table talk is getting tense. Emily, the maid of honor, makes toasts and tells stories to calm the table. But the tension is obvious from the kitchen. I ignore their relationship issues and make dessert. I'm performing my work well here. An expensive suited man enters the kitchen between courses. Richard claims to be Madeline's father. Apparently, he hired my company to personally praise the cuisine. Everything has been great, and his guests say this is the nicest wedding supper. I thank him and tell my team worked hard to realize his daughter's menu vision. Richard stares at me before saying he realizes the history is tricky. He likes that I didn't compromise service. I'm surprised by his addition. He doubts this marriage will last, but the food will be good. Not sure what to say. Richard giggles and thinks he shouldn't be so honest with the caterer. He keeps chatting even though. He claims to have seen Madeline rush into this love and wedding despite his worries. He claims she's driven by competitiveness and insecurity rather than partnership. He claims my achievement sparked something in her that made this wedding about demonstrating something rather than celebrating love. After my ex-husband said I began a catering business, Richard says Madeline meticulously investigated me. She noticed my professional success on my website and social media. That was her biggest complaint about me. After her husband departed, she tried to prove she was more prosperous and sophisticated than his boring wife. Madeline suggested hiring my company, and Richard agreed because the food samples were great and he wanted her to have her dream wedding. He now understands it was a mistake because it put everyone in an impossible predicament. I thank Richard for his honesty, but I'm here to help. I'm not responsible for their marriage after today. Richard nods and acknowledges my professionalism. He returns to reception. My colleagues and I plate dessert. 8 selections elegantly displayed on the table. Chocolate cake, lemon tart, raspberry mousse, tiramisu, creme brulee, cheesecake, and fruit tart. Each garnished perfectly. I see Madeline at the kitchen doorway as I tilt a cheesecake. Still in her wedding dress, her makeup is ruined from crying. Standing there, she seems angry and desperate. She requests a private conversation. Harper looks anxious as I look at him. I dry my hands and enter the corridor with Madeline. After the door closes, we're alone in this narrow service corridor. Madeline is efficient. She claims I ruined her wedding. By appearing prosperous and confident, I made her husband doubt his decision. She adds, I remain calm and remind her she hired my company. Her husband's sentiments aren't my concern. She solicited my services. Madeline cries louder as her face crumples. Saying she knows makes it worse. She hired me to test if I was as boring and forgettable as her husband said. She wanted to convince herself she was the better, more exciting, and worth leaving a marriage for option. Seeing me today being professional and composed and clearly thriving made her realize she's been competing with a fantasy version of me that never existed. Her husband viewed me as a boring, stable person he outgrew. No, I'm none of those. Successful and confident, I've built something real. Madeline says she spent 3 years trying to be interesting enough to maintain his attention and now she realizes that excitement doesn't work in relationships. I'm neither her rival, nor her issue. I think her relationship troubles exist independently of me, and my presence today only brought them to the surface. Madeline wipes her eyes and asks if I still like my ex-husband. My honest response is no. The divorce inspired me to create something important on my own. I told her I supported his goals for 12 years, moved for his jobs, and shrank to make him feel greater. My divorce made me discover who I was outside of being his wife. I learned my potential was considerably greater. Madeline looks at me, absorbing this. What should she do now? I tell her I can't answer that. I say she should decide if she's marrying him, or who she hopes he'll become. She must decide if she wants this relationship because it makes her happy or to win a fake competition. Madeline looks at me with tears in her eyes and asks how I stopped loving him. The question surprises me because I hadn't considered it that way. I tell her I still love my husband. I accepted they were gone. My ex wasn't someone I wanted to be with. He wasn't my 12-year partner like I imagined. I say she should decide if she's marrying him or who she hopes he'll become. She must decide if she wants this or is just trying to win something unimportant. Madeline nods slowly and wipes her eyes. She whispers thanks and returns to reception. I watch her walk down the hall in her expensive white dress and worry how she'll take what I said. Harper is arranging the last dessert plates in the kitchen when I open the door. Her concern makes her ask if I'm okay. Really? I am. I'm not broken by my ex-husband and his bride's arguments. Making things clearer. I'm seeing the situation as it is. Not as I feared. Harper squeezes my shoulder and says the desserts are ready. After checking each display, I signal the servers to start service. Perfect dessert course. 8 options on white tablecloths are offered to guests in the reception hall. First went chocolate cake, then lemon tarts and raspberry mousse. I watch from the kitchen doorway as people photograph the dessert table before choosing plates. For the evening reception, servers serve coffee and tea while the DJ plays soft music. My colleague reports that guests are asking who catered the meal. Another says table 12 wants my business card. Watching people enjoy our food makes me happy. I built this from scratch. This is my forte. Victoria enters the kitchen with her planning binder, looking more relaxed than usual. She claims this is her best wedding meal in 5 years. She says my team handled every issue gracefully and kept the food quality high despite personal issues. She requests my business cards for 3 couples getting married next year. I thank her for the referrals and give her a stack. She claims I earned them by working hard under pressure. The reception continues as we break down the kitchen. I inventory leftover food and update tracking sheets, while my team cleans stations and packs serving dishes. Harper disassembles the dessert table while 2 others disassemble the pasta station. We work efficiently because we've done this dozens of times. Each piece of equipment fits in our system. We label and pack each container in order. Someone calls my name from the kitchen entrance as I count rented chafing dishes. I turn to see Margaret in a navy dress. She smiles proudly at me like she did when I worked for her catering company. She comes over and hugs me. She's ecstatic about my creation. She says seeing me work today reminded her why she knew I'd succeed with independence. Margaret inspired me to start a business 3 years ago. She said I had the skills and discipline to succeed. Her presence at this wedding is a reminder of my progress. Margaret steps back and observes my team's efficiency in the kitchen. She compliments everyone's professionalism and our breakdown process's organization. She tells me she has something to say. She says a major corporate client needs a caterer for a year of executive events, monthly dinners, quarterly galas, breakfast meetings, and lunch presentations. Downtown financial services firm client wants consistent quality from a reliable vendor. Margaret immediately considered my company when asked for recommendations. The contract would exceed my first year of business earnings. It would build my clientele and lead to corporate accounts. Instead of my unpredictable booking schedule, it would mean steady income. I look at her, trying to process her offer. This opportunity grows a small catering business into a company. This has been my goal for 3 years. I thank Margaret for thinking of me and say I'm overwhelmed. She dismisses my thanks, saying, I earned this through consistent excellence and professional integrity. Her industry reputation is built on more than good food. People know I'm reliable and honest, and I deliver what I promise. She heard about the personal issues today and is impressed I kept quality under pressure. Her corporate client needs that level of professionalism, she says. Someone who doesn't let personal issues affect business. Someone who can handle stress without breaking down. I swallow my emotion because we're still in an event. Margaret gives me her client's number and tells me to call next week to meet. She hugs me again before returning to reception. Next hour, reception winds down. DJ packs equipment as guests leave. My team efficiently loads clean containers and rented items into our vans. I finish paperwork with Raj Patel in his kitchen area office. He verifies our invoice and contract. He says several reception guests asked for my business information. He says the venue wants me on their preferred vendor list after today's performance. He says they only recommend caterers who consistently provide excellent service and handle issues professionally. He saw how I handled the ceremony disruption without affecting food quality or timing. Future couples booking this venue should work with my company, he says. Thanks. I give him the information to add me to their vendor list. This increases referrals and bookings at a beautiful, well-paid venue. I leave for the parking lot where my team is loading the last van. After sunset, garden lights illuminate the ceremony lawn. I see my ex-husband walking across the parking lot toward us as I check my clipboard equipment list. Though still in his tuxedo, he looks exhausted. Untied bow tie hangs from his collar. He appears lost and drawn. He stops a few feet away and requests another conversation. Not looking up from my clipboard. I say we're done talking. I must return my team home and kitchen equipment. He approaches and says he must talk to me. Only 6 minutes. Finally, I look at him and say we have nothing to talk about. His wedding ended. My work is done. I don't care what he's feeling. He runs his hand through his hair and realizes he married Madeline today was a mistake. He says, seeing me made him realize his loss. He wants to know if we can reconnect. Maybe start over. Maybe try again now that we're older and wiser. These words don't affect me. No anger, satisfaction, or temptation, just tired irritation that he's still blaming me for his emotional crisis. I insist there's no chance. I'm not interested in being his backup or escape from his own mistakes. I don't want to be his safe, comfortable fallback when excitement fails. I lived well without him. I don't need him. I'm not including him. He looks downcast like I broke him. What should he do now? How does he fix this? Look at him one last time as I close my clipboard. I tell him it's not my issue. He must figure out his life without me. He chose. He left our marriage. Today he married another. He must face those consequences. No longer his wife. I'm not his pal. I'm the great caterer he hired who's leaving. I leave him and get in my van. Harper waits in the passenger seat. I start the car and leave the parking lot while he's still lost under the garden lights. As I drive away, I feel lighter than in years. A 3-year burden lifted. Not loving him. Not hating him. Not thinking about him. He was a former friend whose decisions I now appreciate. I became a proud person after my divorce. Strong, capable, successful. Built something real from nothing. Harper and I clean my commercial kitchen under fluorescent lights, which we've done 100 times. While she scrubs the prep station with hot soapy water, I inventory the serving platters we brought back from the venue. My hands perform familiar tasks automatically and my mind is surprisingly quiet. Harper looks up from the sink and says she's never seen me handle a situation or look over someone more professionally. I laugh at her accuracy. Today ended a 3-year divorce. I got closure I didn't know I needed. Exhausted but satisfied, I lock up the kitchen at midnight after packing up the last of the equipment. The 20-minute drive home through empty streets triggers memories of leaving my ex-husband in that parking lot. I felt light and final. I drink wine and walk out to my apartment balcony to watch the downtown lights after coming home late. Sitting in the cheap plastic chair I keep meaning to replace, I pull my sweater tighter in the cool night air. My life is so different from 3 years ago when I was crying in a hotel room with divorce papers and no idea what to do. I built a proud business on determination and cooking. My reputation grew in this industry. I gained independence I never had in my marriage. When his career, choices, and needs ruled. Sipping my wine, I watch cars pass on the street below and am grateful for the path that brought me here, even though it hurt so much. The next morning, my phone buzzes with notifications. Victoria, the wedding planner, sent 3 referrals from guests who attended yesterday's wedding and want quotes for their own events. She included their praise for the food and presentation. Margaret also sent me information about the corporate catering contract. She requested a meeting with the client next week and says they're interested after hearing her recommendation. Harper texts me again asking if I saw the online review while I'm in bed reading these messages. I click the link she sent and find a 5-star review of yesterday's wedding food and service. Reviewer calls it the best wedding meal ever, praising the perfectly cooked scallops and dessert table variety. I screenshot our website and social media reviews. Being proud of our work, despite personal drama, my ex-husband's name appears on my phone when it rings. Leave it on voicemail. He calls again 6 minutes later, then again, then 4 times in an hour. I block his number without reading his messages. I don't need his regrets or confusion about yesterday. I don't need to join his marriage's first 3 6-hour crisis. That's no longer my job. I won't help him emotionally anymore. I read referral emails at my kitchen table while making coffee and toast and responding with availability and pricing. This matters now. Building my business, satisfying clients, and giving my team opportunities. I meet Margaret and her corporate client downtown the following week. I'm in my best business clothes and carrying my portfolio of event photos and menus. Tech client holds executive dinners and networking events. They need an experienced caterer for 12-person meals and large company events. I show pricing tiers and menu options and show examples of successful events I've catered. They ask good questions about my team's experience and company's flexibility. Margaret repeatedly praises my reliability and quality, recalling my time with her and how she helped my business grow. They offer me the contract immediately with better terms than I expected after the meeting. Full-year commitment with a minimum number of events per month and premium pricing that matches their service expectations. I sign the corporate contract in their conference room, excited. This is my company's turning point. I get stable income for the next year and prestigious exposure to attract high-end clients. The tech company's business connections give it credibility I couldn't buy with advertising. That night, I celebrate with my team at a nice restaurant without cooking or serving. Harper and my other staff members' professionalism made this opportunity possible. Their dependability and positivity earned them this contract. We toast to the future, and I feel like I'm finally building something lasting. Emily, Madeline's wedding maid of honor, messages me on social media 3 days later. She tells me Madeline and my ex-husband are in couples therapy and trying to fix their rocky marriage. She thanks me for being honest with Madeline at the wedding. She claims it made her friends ask real questions about her wants instead of competing with an imaginary me. I appreciate the update, but I tell Emily I don't want to know about their relationship. I wish them well, but I need boundaries for my own peace of mind. I no longer care about their marriage or issues. Emily quickly says she understands and respects my position. She hopes we can stay in touch professionally because she plans events for her company and liked my wedding work. I consent, and we exchange business contact information professionally. 10 weeks later, my business is thriving in ways I never imagined 3 years ago. Corporate contracts provide steady work between weekend events. That complicated day's wedding referrals keep bringing me more bookings than I can handle. I can't take more clients because my calendar is full and my staff is short. I hire 2 more team members and train them on my food quality and customer service standards. I also consider larger kitchens because we're outgrowing our current one. We're always working around each other to prepare for big events, because storage is full. I visit 3 commercial kitchens for lease and calculate the cost of expansion versus the revenue it would generate. The larger kitchen in an industrial area near downtown was my choice. It costs more than my current place, but the extra space and professional equipment make it worth it. I sign a 4-year lease and plan the move with my team. We schedule it for a slow October week with 2 small events. Harper organizes packing and labeling while I notify vendors and clients of the new address. After 5 days, we're operational in the new space by Monday. The kitchen is much larger than before. We have prep stations for different cuisines, walk-in refrigerators that fit all our inventory, and proper storage for equipment that used to pile up in corners. On our first morning, I stand in the empty kitchen and feel proud of the business's 3-year growth. 1 month after moving into the new kitchen, Richard walks into a small downtown restaurant where I'm having lunch. He immediately spots me and asks to join me at my table. I agree. And he sits tired but friendly. He says his daughter's marriage is hard. Their couples therapy is twice a week. And Madeline has individual sessions. He says she's working on herself and asking hard questions about her life goals instead of competing with others. He nods when I say I'm glad she's getting help, then thanks me again for my wedding management. My professionalism in a difficult situation impressed him, and he's recommended my company to several business associates. 2 have booked events with us for next quarter. Thank you for the referrals. He says I earned them through quality work and respects people who maintain standards under pressure. After a few more minutes discussing catering, he goes to his table. I finish my lunch wondering why Madeline's father is a better connection than my ex-husband. My corporate client calls early November. Their contact person says they want to extend our contract for another year and add quarterly executive retreats to our monthly events. The new terms guarantee work for 12 months and triple my revenue from last year. I party inside but stay calm on the phone. This contract alone could keep my business going if wedding bookings dropped. I promise to submit a formal proposal by the end of the week, and we meet to finalize details. I call Harper into my office to tell her the news after hanging up. She hugs me and says, "This is exactly what we've been working toward, the stability that lets us plan long-term instead of scrambling for the next booking." We update our capacity planning and discuss hiring another full-time cook to handle the increased volume in the afternoon. By December, my business revenue has reached levels I never imagined 3 years ago. I'm earning more than I did in my marriage, saving, and planning ahead. I look at apartments in nicer neighborhoods, with more space and amenities than the small rental I moved into after the divorce. I find a quiet 2-bedroom unit with good natural light and a kitchen that doesn't feel like work. Though the rent is higher than ever, I can afford it without stress. 2 weeks after signing the lease in January, I furnish it to my liking. I pick a couch based on fabric, not leather. I choose happy art over neutral prints. I buy dishes and colors I like. This space feels like mine, unlike my married home. I make every decision based on my preferences without considering others. Harper becomes kitchen manager in February with a big raise and more say in operations. After 3 years of hard work and good judgment, she deserves it. I've built more than a business. My team respects each other and works well together. My professional relationships are stronger than my marriage. No pretending or performing, just clear expectations and appreciation for everyone's contributions. Harper thanks me for the promotion and says she's learned more here than in culinary school. I thank her for her quality work and for being part of our team. An event at the same venue is booked 7 months after the wedding. Raj Patel arrives to coordinate service timing while I'm making appetizers. He mentions casually that my ex-husband and Madeline divorced after 5 months. News hits me differently than expected. My only feeling is mild curiosity about whether he learned anything from the pattern. Raj Patel expects more response, so I shrug and say that's unfortunate but not my problem. We discuss the evening's plans after he nods. Later, while my team serves dinner, I think about how distant that part of my life feels. They married and divorced in a world I no longer live in. I created something better myself. 2 weeks later, 3 mutual friends message me. My ex-husband has been trying to reach me. They all say he's divorced and wants to apologize and reconnect, since we're both single. I reply the same to all 3 friends. Neither contact nor relationship with him interests me. That part of my life is over. I say it without anger or bitterness, just as a fact. One friend counters that he seems sincere about making amends and I should listen. I tell her I don't owe him my time or attention and that moving on means moving forward, not reverting. She finally accepts my boundary and stops spreading his messages. In April, I meet someone at a corporate event I cater. The same client's marketing consultant is funny, smart, and confident without needing to prove anything. He asks for my card before leaving after discussing work and industry trends during cocktail hour. 3 days later, he emails to arrange coffee. A date request, not a business meeting. I agree. We spend 2.5 hours at a cafe near my apartment that weekend talking about everything except work. After 3 years of divorce, he has a good relationship with his ex-wife and is honest about his marriage's problems without victimizing himself. It's nice to start something new with someone who knows me as a successful business owner rather than a supporting character. His only knowledge of my past is what I share. No history or old wounds to overcome. June marks the 5th anniversary of my business. My revenue is 6 times my first year. I have 9 employees and a waiting list of clients. I host a party at the new kitchen for staff and key clients to eat food we made together. Margaret brings a bottle of expensive wine and toasts my success, saying she knew I could do it. Richard and his wife attend and tell others how professional I was in difficult situations. Victoria brings 2 other regular wedding planners. The room fills with people who respect my work and want to help it grow. I feel proud of our accomplishments as I look around the celebration. In July, Margaret calls to arrange lunch. She says she's retiring at the end of the year after 35 years in catering. She trusts my company to uphold her reputation for quality and integrity, so she wants to refer all her clients to me. I admire her confidence and am overwhelmed by the growth opportunity. Her clients include the region's top events. Taking them on would boost my company to a level I hadn't planned for 5 years. After 4 years of watching me work, she knows I have the skills and character to do it. We discuss transition plans and review her client files in the afternoon. After lunch, I'll take her referrals in January. In August, a local business magazine contacts me about including my story in an article about entrepreneurs who rebuilt after major life struggles. I accept the interview and spend an afternoon candidly discussing how divorce revealed my talents. A reporter asks how I went from devastated and starting over to a successful business in 5 years. My path wasn't easy. I had to value my work and stop measuring my worth by others' approval. I'm in the new kitchen with my chef coat in the September article. Potential clients who read the story and want to book events email me within a week. Our booking calendar must be updated to show we're full through spring as my website traffic quadruples. The marketing consultant asks me to make our relationship official and exclusive over dinner at a small Italian restaurant. Ethan has been patient with my reluctance to label or move quickly. It feels good and healthy and fits who we are, so I say yes. We talk openly about my divorce and his past relationships, building trust through honesty rather than fantasy. He tells me about his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him during a business trip and how it took him 3 years to feel ready to date again. I tell him about supporting my ex-husband through graduate school and career changes only to be left for someone younger and more exciting. Ethan reaches across the table and squeezes my hand, saying he's glad we both learned what we didn't want before we found each other. The conversation feels easy and real in ways my marriage never did. Two adults building something together instead of one person constantly adjusting to accommodate the other. 1 month later, I cater a small 80-person wedding at a historic mansion for one of Victoria's clients. The menu features seasonal ingredients and creative plating that showcases my team skills. During the cocktail hour, Victoria pulls me aside and tells me I'm her favorite vendor to work with because I'm reliable, creative, and handle pressure with grace. She says the disaster wedding where we met actually showcased my professionalism better than a smooth event ever could. That she watched me maintain quality and composure when everything was falling apart around me. The compliment means more than I expected, and I thank her for the continued referrals and partnership. She asks if I'm available for a corporate gala in October, and I check my calendar on my phone and confirm the date. We discuss menu options while my team serves the main course, and I feel genuine pride in the reputation I've built through consistent excellent work. My business is stable and growing with the corporate contract, providing steady income and wedding season bookings filling every weekend through next spring. My personal life is healthy and honest with Ethan, and I'm building something based on mutual respect and genuine compatibility. I've built genuine confidence in my abilities and worth that doesn't depend on anyone else's validation or approval. I think about the woman I was 3 years ago, devastated and starting over with nothing but a suitcase and cooking skills, crying in a tiny apartment and wondering how I'd survive. I'm grateful for the journey that brought me here, even though it was painful and terrifying at the time. The divorce forced me to discover capabilities I didn't know I had, pushed me to build something entirely my own instead of supporting someone else's dreams. I wake up most mornings feeling proud of my life instead of anxious about whether I'm doing enough or being enough for someone else. I'm planning the menu for next month's events at my desk in the commercial kitchen when I realize I haven't thought about my ex-husband in weeks. He's become just a chapter in my history rather than a defining feature of my identity or a wound that still bleeds when touched. I built something real from the ruins of that marriage. Discovered strength and capability I never knew I had during all those years of making myself smaller. The life I have now is genuinely mine in ways my married life never was, shaped by my choices and priorities instead of constant compromise and accommodation. I look at the calendar filled with bookings and the staff schedule showing my growing team and feel satisfaction that has nothing to do with proving anything to anyone. I built this from scratch. What I created when I stopped waiting for someone else to validate my worth or tell me I was. My dad kicked me out at 19 for his golden stepson's nursery. Grow up. Years later he begged me, tell Uncle Ray the $88,500 was for you. I said no. When I was 19, my father told me I had to mature and kicked me out to make space for his golden stepson. They appeared years later, pleading with me to tell lies to hide his guilt. I declined. They are now forced to deal with the fallout from their actions. Hello Reddit, I was always treated like a spare part by my family. I therefore put things together, created something genuine for myself, and never looked back. Naturally, though, they were unable to abandon me. Allow me to take you back to the beginning before I delve into the pandemonium. I am now 24 years old. I was 19 when it all began. Travis Coleman is my stepbrother, not my biological brother. Around the time Evelyn Harper entered the world, my parents divorced when I was 6 years old. Soon after, my dad wed her. Coleman, Travis, was 12. While everything else changed, my biological mother continued to be there, attempting to maintain stability. That was altered when, at the age of 15, I learned that my mother had cancer. After she passed away 3 years later, the house no longer seemed like mine. The favorite had always been Travis Coleman. He was reared by my father as if he were his own. Time, money, recognition, and attention. In my own home, I was ignored, but Evelyn Harper ensured that this dynamic persisted. She didn't act cruelly. While Travis Coleman took advantage of being the golden child, she subtly presented everything as tough love, or teaching me responsibilities. My mother made an effort to balance it, but she was battling cancer and keeping the family together at the same time. In private, Mom would tell me that I was stronger than I thought and that I would eventually understand why. I do now, but I didn't back then. From day one, my 7-year-old brother Travis Coleman made it clear that he saw me as a barrier. He told me I wasn't even my dad's biological child, shoved me around, locked me out of rooms, and concealed my belongings. Dad dismissed my complaints as boys being boys. Travis Coleman unintentionally pushed my solar system project off the table in the garage the night before my 8th grade science fair. It broke, after telling me that I ought to have exercised greater caution, Dad drove Travis Coleman to his football game. My mother stayed with me, helping to put everything together. We were never able to fulfill her promise that we would construct a better one the following year. I finally took a breath when Travis Coleman went off to college. The house felt peaceful for the first time, although my mom's condition had gotten worse by then. Within months, stage 2 lung cancer progressed to stage 3. She was destroyed by chemotherapy. I spent my late teens making appointments for her, taking care of her prescriptions, and observing her decline. Evelyn Harper only pretended to be a helpful wife while others were around. And my dad emotionally tuned out. I became aware that I had been the only thing keeping the family together when my mother passed away 2 months before I turned 18. My place in that house vanished as soon as she did. Everything remained chilly for months following the funeral. Dad didn't say much to me. Evelyn Harper honed her aloof manners. As usual, I cooked, cleaned, and maintained the house. But now it was obvious that it didn't matter. I wasn't related. I was labor. Surprisingly, Travis Coleman didn't bug me once when he came home for the burial. In retrospect, that was not compassion. It was a calculation. He had been absent for many years. A corporate job, college, and a hasty marriage to Brianna Cole following her pregnancy. Then he was laid off. Suddenly, with a wife and a toddler, the golden boy was unable to pay the rent. He ran back to my dad, as he always did, and my dad, who was always predictable, greeted him like a king or queen. On a Thursday night, Dad sat me down and told me straight up. Travis Coleman, Brianna Cole, and the infant are returning home. For the nursery, they require your space. You have 4 weeks to find a new place to reside. I waited for the punchline while I looked at him. No one existed. I said that we have a guest room. That's useful to them. The guest room is being used by them. Where should I go to give the infant the space they need? You're almost 19. In any case, you ought to start behaving like an adult. With her arms folded, Evelyn Harper stood in the doorway and observed. She offered me this empathetic smile that stopped short of her eyes when I looked at her. According to her, it's what's best for everyone. Travis Coleman must consider his family. A steady atmosphere is necessary for the newborn. You get it? I completely understood. I realized that they had never given a damn about me. They were no longer even required to pretend. I made an effort to resist it, telling my father that this was crazy, and that he couldn't simply expel his own son. Looking at me as if I had insulted him, he threatened to contact the police and have me removed for trespassing if I didn't leave on my own volition. His own child was intimidated by police. Evelyn Harper added her voice. We're not attempting to be challenging. Our goal is to assist you in becoming self-sufficient. Using my deceased mother as an excuse to expel me, your mother would want you to stand on your own 2 feet. I realized then that disputing was pointless. That evening, I gave my mom's parents, my grandparents, a call. They lived in a different state approximately 7 hours away, and I hadn't seen them much since the burial because my dad was always coming up with reasons why we couldn't go. When I explained the issue, they picked up on the second ring, and my grandfather remained silent for a considerable amount of time. Pack your stuff, he said at last. This weekend, we're coming to get you. 4 days later, they arrived with a truck. Once, my grandfather gave my dad a disdainful glance. My grandfather remarked, "You ought to feel ashamed." As I loaded boxes, my dad went back inside. When we were done, Evelyn Harper emerged. She was holding a folder and seemed worried. "There's something you should know before you leave," she continued. "We have been saving money for your college fund." She gave the packet to me. One bank statement with $1,750. $1,750? I said. After silently fuming in the truck, my grandmother burst out laughing. "Correct. Your kitchen underwent a complete renovation last year." I returned the folder. "Don't lose it." Her expression of relief told me everything. It was bait. He was too upset to accept it, but she wanted me to decline so she could tell others that we attempted to assist him. The ideal story for a later time. Not even Travis Coleman had arrived. He had already started to move his belongings into my room. It was a quiet drive. "Your mother told me before she passed away that we needed to watch out for you," my grandfather remarked. "Claimed that your father had changed." She was correct, I replied. My grandparents wouldn't let me pay the rent. Said that I was still a child in need of a home. However, as soon as I started working consistent hours at the bookstore, I began sneaking cash into the grocery jar while they weren't looking. They provided me with security. I had to return something. I completed high school virtually, graduated with my grandparents present, was admitted to State University, which is roughly an hour from their home, and intended to work part-time and commute. I didn't hear from my dad, Travis Coleman, or Evelyn Harper for almost 3 years. I blocked them, erased their numbers, and went on. I was treated like a real person by my grandparents. I had dinner conversations with folks who listened to me and asked how my day was going. I had a room of my own. Began to believe that everything might be all right. Then they appeared. It was an afternoon on a Saturday. My granny came upstairs with a look that made me uneasy right away while I was in my room reading for a summer class. She said, "Your father is here. And Travis Coleman. And Evelyn Harper, that lady." Since the day she married my dad, my grandma had not mentioned her name. "Tell them to go." She answered, "Your grandfather already tried. They are adamant that there is serious legal issues." I went downstairs because of that. They appeared to be in ruins as they sat in the living room. My dad had dark circles and appeared thinner. Travis Coleman was pale and nervous. Evelyn Harper was attempting and failing to appear calm. It was obvious that my grandfather was about 2 seconds away from tossing them out as he stood by the door. I said, "You have 8 minutes. After that, you depart." With a phony cordial greeting, my dad opened his mouth. I interrupted him. "It's been 7 minutes. Travis Coleman bent over. "We're having problems. Serious problems. We need your assistance." They then told me the entire tale. My dad helped Travis Coleman find work at an industrial leasing company run by my mom's best friend, Graham Whitaker, after he lost his job. Travis Coleman felt that the pay was insufficient. Thus, he set up a fictitious supplier named Summit Industrial Supply, and sent $88,500 to himself over the course of 5 months. Travis Coleman panicked, erased emails, falsified my dad's signature, and even attempted to frame an administrative assistant after the accountant pointed out discrepancies. Everything was discovered by the audit. They also suspected my dad was involved because he had accepted the early invoices without verifying. Graham Whitaker's admiration for my mother was the only reason they weren't already behind bars. He offered them 75 days to repay everything plus 25% interest out of loyalty to her. There are 18 days remaining, and $110,600. "And this is what you're telling me?" "Why?" I inquired. As if we were having a heart-to-heart, my dad leaned forward. "We need your assistance in telling Graham Whitaker that the money was all for you and that we utilized it for your education fund." I made fun of him. "You want me to fabricate a story about how you expelled me years ago and then took $92K for my education fund?" "It isn't lying," Evelyn Harper stated with ease. "We did put aside funds for you. The circumstances simply changed. You presented me with a $1,750 bank statement." Dad became agitated. "That was not all we had. Throughout your entire life, we were there for you. Your future was always the purpose of that money. Where is it?" Then, quiet. At last, Travis Coleman mumbled. Issues arose. The infant required supplies. Brianna Cole requested that the nursery be renovated. "So you bought nursery decorations with my fictitious college fund?" Dad's tone became abrupt. "It wasn't made up." Then gave an explanation of why I was expelled and advised to behave like an adult. Evelyn Harper went back to her well-honed empathetic voice. "I understand that you're hurt, but this goes beyond old grudges. Travis Coleman might end up behind bars. Your dad might end up behind bars. Is that something you truly want on your conscience?" I responded. "My conscience is pure. Consider your own." Dad opened a folder. "Simply sign this. It clarifies everything. We sacrificed money and took out loans so you could attend college debt-free. Graham Whitaker will comprehend." I read it. A total fabrication. This is deception. I'm being asked to sign a false statement. He argued that it wasn't lying. "It's the background. It demonstrates our goals." "You intended to steal $92,000, I said. Dad's voice broke. "We were in a grave situation. We lose the house if I'm fired. All that we have constructed. It was there. Reputation, not family, is the true cause. Then you ought to have chosen well." Red-faced, Travis Coleman stumbled to his feet. I briefly believed that he might really swing at me. My grandfather moved, prepared. Travis Coleman took a seat again. Travis Coleman spit out, "You owe us this." You turn your back on us after we fed you, raised you, and provided you with a home to live, I said. You made my life miserable. You destroyed my belongings, made false accusations against me, ensured that I had no friends, and when I eventually managed to get away, you grabbed my room before I had even moved out. We were never related. Evelyn Harper got to her feet. I yelled. Your mother would want. Don't. You dare not use my mother as an excuse for this. She battled cancer while you all made things more difficult, and now you want to include her in your fraud. Leave. Dad responded softly, just think about it. Our time is running short. You have choices. I said. Sell your home. Coleman. Travis. Sells his truck. Evelyn Harper offers her jewelry for sale. Obtain loans. Take care of your own mess, but don't include me. My grandfather had had enough. He pulled the door open. Get out, he yelled, and they eventually went upstairs. 3 missed calls from an unidentified number and a voicemail from Travis Coleman were on my phone. We're taking you with us. If we lose. Even though I know you're upset. We will inform Graham Whitaker that you requested money from us, and that you were involved. You go down too if you don't help us. I kept it. After that, a folder containing call logs, screenshots, and all other evidence was started. Then another voicemail with the same number. The tired, desperate sound of my dad's voice. You must consider everyone's best interests, Travis Coleman. If someone must accept responsibility, it should be the one who carried out the action. I have to consider my family. I'm not going to jail. You're quite young. You'll recover. Simply consider it. Intended for Travis Coleman. I received it. And it was quite helpful. That one, too. I saved. It appeared that this was just the beginning. Before the actual pressure campaign began, they gave me precisely 3 days. The messages from unknown numbers appeared first. Evelyn Harper's acquaintances, distant cousins, and relatives I hardly knew all conveyed the same fundamental lesson about not letting pride stand in the way of doing morally. I received one SMS from a cousin I hadn't spoken to in a long time. Hey dude, according to your dad, you guys are having some problems. Families stick together when things go hard. Avoid burning bridges that you may need in the future. After that, my grandparents began receiving calls. Family members questioned why they were opposing my father. Friends in Evelyn Harper's book group are worried. My grandfather quickly put an end to that, but it was obvious they had launched a whisper campaign. 4 days following their visit, the nuclear option was presented. The admissions office at my university called me. They had received a call from someone who claimed that my financial aid application included errors. Despite her professionalism, the woman on the phone seemed somewhat worried. Told me to come to the office as soon as possible since they needed to confirm certain details. That afternoon, I went in. It became out that I had lied about my family's income on my financial aid form, that my father's income was far higher than disclosed, and that I was engaging in fraud to obtain money to which I was not legally entitled, according to an anonymous tip. The financial aid officer showed me the anonymous email that had been sent and guided me through the process. It was cautious, didn't level any particular charges, only questioned the veracity of the information and recommended further research. Does any of this make sense? She inquired. No, ma'am. Together with my grandparents' accountant, I completed the forms. Everything was confirmed. I no longer even reside with my father. That's what your file displays. However, we need to investigate these matters more. Pulling data and documentation to demonstrate the legitimacy of everything took 90 minutes. The officer expressed regret. They had to be thorough, even though they said it was probably nothing. I was fully aware of the sender of the email. Then I received a call from my local bookshop, where I work part-time. The manager reported that someone posing as my father had called. Voiced worry that I might be supporting a habit by stealing and abusing controlled substances. Stated that they wanted to let her know that I had been having difficulties since my mother passed away. My boss didn't think it was true. She had to record the call even though she knew me well enough to know it was crap. I have to mention that someone expressed worry. Next, there was a credit alert. A credit card application had been made in my name. The address did not match my records, so the application was flagged. This is what I discovered. They were no longer attempting to coerce me. They concluded that I would not assist them. They were now attempting to undermine my credibility by portraying me as unstable, dishonest, and untrustworthy. In this manner, Graham Whitaker or the police could point to a pattern of issues, and claim that I was lying to exact revenge on my family if I went to them. They had nothing left to plunder, so the earth was scorched. Brianna Cole called that evening. The wife of Travis Coleman. We had hardly ever communicated. And I nearly didn't respond. "Don't hang up, please," she said. She sounded worn out. "I must speak with you alone." "What is it about?" "Regarding Travis Coleman. Regarding what actually took place." The following day, we got together at a coffee shop. She had a rugged appearance. Dark circles. Hadn't styled her hair. She appeared to have been crying. "Travis Coleman is unaware of my presence. If he found out," she said, "he would go insane. However, you must be aware of the reality." She explained everything. Travis Coleman did not use the money he stole for bills or family expenses. His ego was affected. Expensive meals, club VIP areas, and a luxury car he leased and kept at a friend's house to keep her in the dark. While she believed they were broke, he had been living a covert life and playing big shot with stolen money. She said, "He told me we couldn't afford daycare. He claimed we didn't have the money, so I've been at home with the infant for 3 years. He was buying himself thousands of dollars. You tell me this, but why? Since they intend to frame you. Your father, Evelyn Harper, and Travis Coleman have the entire plot figured out. You requested money from Travis Coleman. In order to assist you, he gave it to you. You persuaded him to cover for you when the theft was discovered, but you didn't cooperate and sign their statement. Their word against yours is all that matters." My blood froze. "Do you have evidence?" She showed me screenshots from Travis Coleman's cloud backup on her phone. When she suspected he was unfaithful, she seized everything: text messages between my dad and Travis Coleman, plotting the tale, and voice notes from Evelyn Harper advising them on how to make it plausible. She then gave me more examples. The luxury car lease signed 4 months ago, bank alerts from a hidden account, and pictures from his phone showing him at clubs dropping cash as if he owned the place. While I can't allow that to occur, I also can't call the police myself. Why not? I was threatened by Travis Coleman. Claimed that he would fight for custody and accused me of being an unfit mother if I attempted to leave or speak. His father will support him and cover the cost of attorneys that I cannot afford. Until I find a safe place for my daughter, I am stuck. However, you can make use of this. You are able to defend yourself. Why even assist me?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "Because when they treated you like garbage, you were only a child. Travis Coleman boasted about it to me. Have fun with it. I assumed it was rivalry between siblings. It wasn't until recently that I realized how cruel it was. They are now attempting to ruin you once more. I refused to participate in it." After thanking her, I walked out. I added the screenshots to my evidence folder and sent them to my secure email. Evelyn Harper texted me that afternoon. "We must speak with each other in person. Me and you alone. You don't fully comprehend certain aspects of your father." I didn't answer. One more text. "If Graham Whitaker found out that you weren't cooperating, that would be unfortunate. He thinks highly of you. I would be devastated if that changed." I snapped a picture and put it in the folder. Then I took a step that I ought to have taken from the beginning. I gave Graham Whitaker a call. On Monday morning, Graham Whitaker consented to meet me at his workplace. I had known him all my life as Uncle Ray, a kind man who frequently visited our home on holidays and brought me books about dinosaurs and space. He told me to call him if I ever needed anything after attending my mom's funeral. Until now, I had never acted on his offer. This industrial complex on the outskirts of town served as his office. The entire operation, including large warehouse buildings and equipment yards. He personally greeted me in the lobby and gave me a sincere hug. He remarked, "You look like your mom. She would be pleased with you." I explained everything to him when we got to his office. I showed him Travis Coleman's voicemail, threatening to frame me. Brianna Cole's screenshots of their scheme to place the blame on me. Evelyn Harper's text implied that he would trust them more than me. The effort to undermine my financial assistance. Without interjecting, Graham Whitaker listened to everything. He reclined in his chair and rubbed his face after I was done. "I was warned about your father by your mother," he remarked. "She knew what would happen when she was gone, so before she passed away, she made me swear to watch out for you. She was aware. She was aware of your father's animosity. She knew, but she never explained why. Evelyn Harper was poison, and she knew it. Made me promise to be there for you if you ever needed assistance. From his desk, he took out a file. This is the case against Travis Coleman and your father. Are you curious about what they actually did? It was a thick file. Email chains, bank transfers, and invoices. Travis Coleman produced fictitious invoices for equipment rentals that never occurred and established a fictitious vendor named Summit Industrial Supply. My father approved the initial ones without verifying. Travis Coleman began forging my dad's signature after the pattern was established. The funds were transferred to a personal account, then taken out as cash or used for purchases after first going to a business account under a fictitious company name. Over 5 months, $88,500. Travis Coleman attempted to frame one of our office assistants by planting fictitious evidence on her desk and creating a paper trail that suggested she had been skimming after my accountant began questioning him. He also deleted emails and attempted to change records in our system. Was it successful? For roughly 3 days. When she came to me in tears, I investigated and discovered that Travis Coleman's digital footprint was all over the frame job. I realized then that this was more than just theft. It was cold-blooded, ruthless, and prepared to kill innocent people in order to protect itself. How about my father? Without checking the invoices, your father approved them. That is carelessness. However, he refused to cooperate or acknowledge his mistake when I confronted him. He attempted to assert that Travis Coleman acted alone and that the invoices were forged. Then he approached me in private and requested that I abandon the audit, stated that we should handle it discreetly because it would reflect poorly on the company. He went from being incompetent to complicit at that point. On his computer, Graham Whitaker opened something. I got security footage. After my accountant began questioning, your father and Travis Coleman met 4 times in the parking lot. They were aware that they were working together. Whitaker, Graham, bent forward. I gave them an opportunity to put this right. Give back all of the money plus interest. Quietly step down. No charges were brought. They only needed to admit it and make the necessary corrections. What were they saying? They requested more time. Then they developed this tale concerning your college fund. Wanted me to think that they had made bad decisions while attempting to assist you. I promised to give it some thought. After that, I checked. He took out another piece of paper. They showed you this bank account. The college fund of $1,750. Are you curious about the opening date of that account? When? It was 3 days prior to your expulsion. They opened it, put down $1,750, and intended to use it as evidence that they had been there for you the entire time. It was a prop. When it was confirmed, the truth struck hard. Although I had a suspicion, being certain made it real. They attempted to protect themselves by using your mother's memory. According to Graham Whitaker, they approached him and expressed their desire for the family to remain together and for him to give them another chance. Your mother would have reprimanded them. Now what will happen? I now decide what to do. I wanted to give them an opportunity to make things right in order to honor your mother's memory. She'd once loved your dad, so I didn't want to ruin them. I was reserving myself out of consideration for her. I saw what they were doing to you after he reclined in his chair. The threats, the fabrication, the sabotage of financial aid. They are attempting to ruin a child who has done nothing wrong. What now occurs? I'm not holding back anymore. 18 days remain until the 75-day deadline. I file charges if they don't pay in full. However, after witnessing what they attempted to do to you, I'm tempted to go straight to the police rather than wait. That false narrative about me will be used by them. Try to tell you I was involved, I said. I know. Yesterday, Travis Coleman's attorney stopped by. They are getting ready to accuse you of extorting money from Travis Coleman while he was attempting to assist you. They are trying to make you look like the bad guy. Are they able to accomplish that? They could give it a shot. They can try. But it won't work. The issue is that even if you are exonerated, false accusations like that can still lead to problems. What should I do now? Whitaker. Graham grinned. You let me take care of it. Mom made me swear to keep you safe. I will honor that commitment. In front of me, he picked up his phone and placed a call. This is Ray. Detective Nolan Mercer. The fraud case I mentioned needs to be discussed. The situation has gotten worse. I have proof of attempted blackmail and witness intimidation, and I'm formally lodging a complaint. For 10 minutes, he explained everything, including the attempts to frame their office assistant, the threats against me, and the coordination between Travis Coleman and my dad to hide it. He glanced at me after hanging up. Investigators will want to speak with you. Don't leave anything behind. Every text message, voicemail, and screenshot. Money is no longer the only factor in this. It took time to investigate. About a week later, detectives arrived at my grandparents' house, and I gave them everything. Brianna Cole's screenshots. Travis Coleman's threats. The fabricated narrative they created, and the attempts to undermine my financial aid. They were meticulous and professional. No judgment. Detective Adrian Shaw, one of the investigators, told me. Cases like this usually come down to, he said, she said. But you've got a paper trail. That makes our job easier. Within 3 weeks, they executed search warrants. They seized my dad's computer, Travis Coleman's phone, company documents, everything. Digital forensics pulled up deleted emails Travis Coleman thought he'd gotten rid of. Full text chains, forged signatures, all of it pointed straight to him. Travis Coleman panicked first. He immediately tried to flip on my dad, claiming my father forced him into the whole scheme, and he'd just been following orders. He played the victim hard. Didn't work. Every trace of planning and execution led back to him. My dad tried a different angle, claimed Travis Coleman forged his signatures, that he'd been completely unaware of the fraud. But detectives had the parking lot footage of them meeting after the internal audit started. Plus messages showing they were coordinating. He was done. 2. Evelyn Harper held out the longest. She played the shocked, betrayed wife, swearing she had no idea what they'd been doing. That lasted about a week before detectives found her text coaching Travis Coleman on how to frame me and telling him which details would sound believable. Then they found messages she'd sent to the admin assistant Travis Coleman originally tried to frame, telling her it would be better for everyone if she stayed quiet, offering her money to sign a statement, and hinting that making waves could ruin her career in a small town. The assistant had saved everything. The community response was brutal. My dad and Evelyn Harper had spent years crafting the perfect family image. Photos, events, charity boards. Overnight, it collapsed. Evelyn Harper's name vanished from fundraisers. Social media people pretended they'd never known her. One afternoon at Graham Whitaker's office, his assistant mentioned she'd run into Evelyn Harper at the grocery store. Said Evelyn Harper looked terrified, head down, rushing out like she expected someone to spit on her. Her empire of appearances was gone. Travis Coleman's wife filed for divorce and immediately moved back to the city with their daughter. She filed for full custody, and Travis Coleman didn't even contest it. The company released a short statement confirming fraud had been uncovered and that the employees involved had been terminated. No names needed. Everyone knew. My dad resigned. Travis Coleman was already fired. 4 months after the investigation began, the DA officially charged them. My dad, conspiracy to commit fraud, filing false documents, witness intimidation; Travis Coleman, fraud, forgery, identity theft, attempted destruction of evidence; Evelyn Harper, witness intimidation and conspiracy. They all hired expensive lawyers and tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. Eventually, they were pushed into a plea deal. Travis Coleman got 30 months, with possible parole after 20 if he cooperated. My dad got 20 months. Evelyn Harper, who fought the longest, finally accepted 10 months plus probation. All three were ordered to pay full restitution, $110,600. Split between them. The court put liens on their house, Travis Coleman's truck, and basically everything they owned. Sentencing came 6 months later. The courtroom was almost empty. Their friends didn't bother to show up. I sat in the back with my grandparents. Travis Coleman went first. He tried to blame everyone but himself. The judge wasn't impressed. She gave him the full 30 months and made it clear parole wasn't guaranteed. My dad's hearing was rough. He tried a speech about mistakes and learning from them. The judge cut him off. "You didn't make mistakes," she said. "You tried to harm your own son to cover your crimes. That's a choice." 20 months. Evelyn Harper cried through hers. The judge remained unmoved. "You had multiple opportunities to stop this," she said. "Instead, you helped orchestrate a plan to frame an innocent young man and intimidate witnesses." 10 months. They were taken into custody immediately. Walking out of the courtroom afterward, I didn't feel triumphant or relieved, just quiet. It scared me for a moment until I realized it wasn't numbness. It was peace. My grandpa put a hand on my shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," I said. "I think so." Graham Whitaker was waiting in the hallway. He hugged me and handed me an envelope. "What's this? Job offer?" he said. "Your mom made me promise to help you if you ever needed it. We've got an internship, 18 hours during school, full-time in the summer, property acquisition analysis. Pays well, looks great on a resume. You don't have to do this." "I know. I want to, and your mom would have wanted me to." I accepted. 3 weeks later, I started. Turns out I was good at it. Research. Analysis, tracking property histories. It clicked. That fall semester, I kept my grades up, made new friends, and built a life that finally felt like mine. Travis Coleman got out after 22 months on good behavior. I heard he moved to another state where no one knew him. Fine by me. My dad served the full 20 months. Evelyn Harper got out after 7 months for good behavior. I didn't visit, didn't write, didn't acknowledge their existence. Then 16 months after Evelyn Harper got out, they showed up at my grandparents' house again. It was a cold Saturday in November. I was home for Thanksgiving break, sitting at the kitchen table, working on a research paper for my econ class. My grandma was making pie crust. Normal afternoon. Then the doorbell rang. My grandpa answered it. I heard his voice go hard. "You must go. Please. Just 8 minutes." My dad's voice. Older. Rougher. I went to the door. My grandpa tried to wave me back, but I shook my head. Might as well get this over with. They looked rough. My dad had aged a decade, hair mostly gray now, face thinner, shoulders slumped like the weight of everything had finally broken him. Evelyn Harper looked exhausted, no makeup, none of the polish she used to have. Travis Coleman was with them, standing back like he wanted to be anywhere else. I said, "You have 8 minutes. Talk." My dad started with an apology. Said he'd had a lot of time to think in prison. Realized how badly he'd failed me as a father. How he'd let his resentment turn him into someone his wife wouldn't recognize. "Your mother would be ashamed of me," he said. "I'm ashamed of me." "Okay, that's it." "Okay, what do you want me to say?" "You spent 19 years making me feel worthless. Then you kicked me out. Then you tried to frame me for a crime I didn't commit. You threatened my education, my future, my family. Now you've served your time, and you want forgiveness. I want a chance to make it right." "There is no making it right." Evelyn Harper spoke up, and her voice didn't have that controlled tone anymore. Just sounded tired. "I know I can't undo what I did," she said. "But I want you to know it wasn't personal. I was protecting my family." Travis Coleman's 30 years old. Was 30 then. Too. He didn't need protecting. He needed consequences. I see that now. Do you? Because it seems like you're here trying to get something from me again. "We're not," my dad said. "We just wanted you to know we're sorry, that we understand if you never want to see us again. But we're sorry." Travis Coleman hadn't said anything. Just standing there, looking at the ground. "You got something to add?" I asked him. He looked up. "I was jealous of you." "Of me?" "You were the golden child of how much your mom loved you. How she always put you first. My mom never gave a care about me. And watching yours love you made me hate you. So I made your life miserable. I'm sorry. Your apology doesn't change anything. I am aware." We stood there in silence. The cold air coming through the open door. "Here's the thing," I said. "I don't hate you anymore. I don't feel anything about you. You're just people who used to make my life miserable. I moved on. Built something without you. And I don't need you now either." My dad nodded slowly. "I understand, but can I ask one thing?" "What?" "Your mom left something for you. I was supposed to give it to you when you graduated high school, but everything fell apart. Can I give it to you now?" He pulled out a small envelope from his jacket. My mom's handwriting on the front. My name. I took it. Didn't open it with them standing there. "Anything else?" "No, that's all." "Then leave. Don't come back. Don't call. Don't try to find me. I'm not your son anymore. I haven't been for a long time." My dad's eyes watered, but he nodded. They turned and walked back to their car. Evelyn Harper looked back once, but I'd already closed the door. I went back to the kitchen table. My grandparents didn't ask questions, just gave me space. I opened the envelope. A letter in my mom's handwriting. Dated 10 days before she died. "My beautiful boy, If you're reading this, I'm gone. And your father has finally given you what I left for. I'm sorry it took him so long. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I know things are hard with your dad and Evelyn Harper. I know Travis Coleman makes your life difficult. I wish I was strong enough to fix it, but the cancer is winning and I'm running out of time. Here's what I need you to know. You are worth more than how they treat you. You are smart, kind, strong, and capable. Don't let them convince you otherwise. Your father loves you, but he's broken in ways I couldn't fix. He resents you because you remind him of his own failures. That's his problem, not yours. I've set some things up for you. Graham Whitaker knows what to do when things get bad, and they will get bad. Go to him. He'll help you. I made him promise. Build a life that's yours. Don't let them drag you down. Don't let them make you small. I love you more than anything in this world. I'm proud of you. I'll always be proud of you. Mom. I read it 3 times, folded it carefully, put it in my wallet where I've kept it ever since. My grandma came over and hugged me. Didn't say anything. Didn't need to. That night, I sat down and wrote my own letter. Not to my dad or Evelyn Harper or Travis Coleman, to myself. Wrote down everything I'd survived, everything I'd built, every time I'd chosen to stand my ground instead of folding, every moment I'd refused to let them break me. Wrote down who I'd become in spite of them. Then I burned it in the fireplace and watched the smoke carry it away because I didn't need to hold on to it anymore. Didn't need the anger or the hurt or the weight of their dysfunction. I had a job I was good at, had straight A's that semester. Had a family who actually loved me. Had a future that was mine. They tried to destroy me to save themselves, and it had backfired completely. They'd lost everything while I'd built something real. 4 years later, Graham Whitaker stood beside me as my best man at my wedding because he'd earned that place in my life 100 times over. My dad sent a card. I threw it away unopened. I built a career, built a family, built everything they once tried to take from me. That was enough. Please click subscribe if you like this video. It greatly benefits the channel and enables us to provide you with more and better stories. Am I the asshole for refusing to save my parents' house after they left my child a Christmas be gone note? Our then 9-year-old son found a Christmas Eve letter in his stocking. It's time for us to go to Hawaii. Before we return, we respectfully ask that you leave the property. Because of this, her hands quivered. I maintained a composed demeanor throughout. I made a hasty tweak with my phone. Because of what I did, they became pale. My first audible signal was an artificial whisper. Awaken, awake, mother. I woke up, and I opened one eye. The darkness enveloped my chamber. The fact that the sky is this dark indicates that morning has not yet broken. I quickly retrieved my phone from the nightstand, my pupils constricting. 12:30 a.m. It seems to reason that if your life is destined to be a total disaster, you may as well face it first thing in the morning, while your thoughts are still fresh and your tongue is still tingling from past mistakes. My little daughter Sadie was standing by the bedside in her pajamas. Her hair sticking out like it had been in a blender all night. Cheek sagging was her feature. Her little hands clenched a piece of paper as if it were trying to suffocate her. Is something wrong? I asked in a low voice. I sprang to my feet and immediately started checking her face for the telltale symptoms of a mother: fever, blood, and the question, did you throw up somewhere? With a forceful shake of her head, she seemed speechless. She drew near, murmured something, and then extended the piece of paper toward me. Anxiety was making her shiver. I took great care as I removed it from her, handling it with the same kind of attention I would a sharp object. My stomach sank like a rock as I read the penmanship. The message was succinct. It wasn't required. It's time for us to go to Hawaii. Before we return, we respectfully ask that you leave the property. That was it. Christmas was not a joyful time. Yeah, I love you. Even without a smiley face, it might have been worse. I hung on to it for a second longer, hoping that the late-night cheese had merely conjured up this strange dream. Vicky sniffed. She mumbled something under her breath on the table. I think my grandparents are the ones who give. My brain tried to reorganize itself by taking on a logical form. I spoke slowly because I needed something to hold on to while I was still half asleep. Very well. It might be a joke. Though. On a separate occasion, Sadie's pupils enlarged. I wonder if Grandma is sick of me. Indeed, I made the comment immediately. It was far too hasty. Less than ideal. My voice became more subdued after I succeeded in controlling it. Not at all. You don't matter in this context. I was completely clueless before. But I was not going to stand by and watch my 9-year-old participate in adult cruelty at 6:45 on Christmas Eve. I rose from my slumber and stood up. The floor was chilly. It had to have been because the universe is a sucker for a good theme. I begged her to remain where she was. As if she were a little, exhausted accountant, Sadie nodded and wiped her face with her sleeve. Sure, I'll just take a look. Upon entering the hallway, my chest tightened. Why? Because the eerie emptiness went beyond mere silence. No talking while I'm in the kitchen. Silence the TV. The tracks have vanished. There is complete silence. No. I didn't think you'd be up this early. My mom would say whenever she wanted to ask me for something. As if they were all ducking into the living room, I sprinted over there. Absolutely nothing. As I stood in front of the door, my mind started to mentally catalog things without my awareness or permission. Yesterday, bags were arranged at the door. My parents had been talking about sunscreen and passports. Nothing remained in the space next to the door. Almost nothing remained on the pegs. Not even a raincoat for that unexpected weather. Certainly not my dad's ridiculous vacation cap, which he proudly wears about the house. I turned away from the driveway and walked over to the window. Usually, my parents' car can be seen there, like a loyal dog. Not a soul was in sight in the driveway. Coming up empty-handed. One piece of luggage did not make it. I said, "Oh. All right." Sadie and I were left behind when they left. They then proceeded to leave. I stayed put because staring out the window made it seem like the car might turn around and go back into the garage. Absolutely not. It was imperative that I take deep breaths. When I realized that reality was being dishonest, I did what everyone else does. It was I who initiated contact. First things first, Mom. Check your voicemail. My dad is going to go after him. Left a message on the voicemail. I figured, denial is free, and I gave it another go. Left a message on the voicemail. Upon my return to my room, I discovered Sadie standing motionless, just as she had been throughout. She looked at me with a hopeful but hurtful expression on her face. "Do you see them?" she asked. "May I apologize?" She wanted to know. It crushed me. Presently, no. She slouched. She tried to hold back her tears by clenching her jaw, and my chest constricted again. "Sure," I whispered. "Pardon me, but shouldn't we get in touch with Aunt Brianna?" The sparkle in Sadie's eyes remained constant even as she nodded. I went into the hallway to avoid Sadie overhearing. This isn't because I wanted to keep anything from her. Rather, a child's heart just can't handle some things. My sister Brianna was contacted by me. It made 3 distinct tones. Her response was insulting because, to anyone familiar with Brianna, it sounded like she had been awake for hours. It was a yes from her. "Brianna," I said, being careful not to shake my voice. "My folks, where on earth are they?" There will be a brief pause. Even though it was brief, I could discern that she was considering playing dumb. She then let out a bored sigh. Suddenly, I felt sick to my stomach as the message was located. "You saw it coming." I restated what Brianna had previously said. "We all decided." Because sometimes it helps your brain accept insanity if you say it aloud. Brianna explained with a touch of humor. "Ethan, your age is 34. I remained silent, my eyes closed behind me. "Brainia, no." She spoke up, her voice getting increasingly sharp. "Forget it. You're still residing with your parents even though you're 34 years old. It's embarrassing," I said, clenching my grip on the phone even more. Something horrible made me gag. I said. The words "we paid for our room" escaped Mom's lips too hastily, suggesting that she had practiced them beforehand. "That's fit for purpose," she commented. It was Brianna's best friend's desire to go. There wasn't a single spare room. The realization that we had granted her the room caused my eyes to widen. "Does it mean Madison is involved?" "Yes," Mom said, her voice filled with joy and contentment. "Greetings, Kendall." She has been Brianna's trusted confidant since their freshman year. Basically, she's like a member of the family. All it took to hear those words was a slap. They have a relative. Repetition was my method. Smugly, Brianna interjected. She certainly is. She has been there for me. A little squeak came from Sadie's door, and I heard it. I could feel her presence as her shadowy figure trailed behind me. In any case, I proclaimed, with a voice so calm it scared me, that Madison is family. Sadie and I, however, are not. Instant clarity washed over Mom's voice. You don't say it that way. Almost comical. Not for comedic effect, but because it was the kind of statement one makes when one is totally sure of themselves. Then, what gives? I apologize. I wanted to know. Could you please direct me to the right place? With an optimistic expression, Brianna told her that she would find a solution. I can tell you've matured. Once again, Mom made her dismissive sound. Wow, you've really lucked out after all this time. I mouthed the words, a cushy setup, as if they were delicious. Brianna carried on as if this were her breakthrough. That place is just weird for you to live in. You will be 34 years old after that. It's embarrassing. Your insistence that we examine the item I chopped finally caused my voice to break. Like if you were the child of a single mother who shared the financial burden of your schooling. Would it be considered embarrassing? Mom became very angry. Greetings, Evelyn. Brianna became very angry. View a dramatic play. In that instant, a light bulb went off in my brain. Lacking in wrath, tears, and perplexion, I ceased to dispute. I ducked and dove. I didn't make any demands. Quietly, I spoke. Very well. Sure, I understand. Afterwards, the call was cut off. The subsequent silence was weighty. Returning to my room, I confidently entered. Sadie sat on the edge of the bed, her hands in her sleeves and her face damp. She stared up at me the whole time, as if she were holding her breath. Do you think we're in danger? She whispered softly. I clenched my jaw. The word no came out of my mouth as I hurried across the room to embrace her. No. My darling. Everything is fine. Her grip on me was so tight it was as if I, too, were about to disappear. Will we be asked to leave? Why is that? Subtly, she murmured. Is it my existence that matters? My grandmother's disapproval was palpable as I pulled her closer. Truth was too big and sharp for a 9-year-old like me, so I lied to be delicate. Do not get involved. It is not you who is to blame. Vicky sniffed. Yeah, the holiday season is here. I know, she said, her lips brushing against mine as we kissed. And the holiday of Christmas will continue. I recoiled, wiped her cheeks with my thumbs, and lowered my voice to a low, monotone. I demanded their full focus. We are both doing well. It will all work out in the end. Even though she nodded. Sadie appeared unpersuaded. Quickly, I glanced at the note again, and then at my phone. Well, I refrained from shedding any tears. I pulled out my phone and did something secretly so no one would suspect a thing. As soon as they found out what I was up to, their lives started to unravel. In order to understand why I didn't try to talk it out the traditional way by pleading, negotiating, or anything like that, you need to understand one thing. My family didn't undergo this change all at once. Honestly, they had never been so honest before. I was a loner until I was 13 years old. Also, that noise is one with which I am familiar. The helpless, lonely kid. I am not trying to show sympathy. I say this because being the only child in your family makes it hard to know how you measure up. When I was younger, I naively thought my parents were wonderful people. They showed no emotion, and were icy. They weren't the kind to play with dolls on the floor, but they also didn't feed me. It was they who escorted me to class. Indeed, they were there. Then it was over. Regarding the fine, I had none. The birth of Brianna was like exchanging my parents for a new generation of adults who had discovered true joy, contentment, and financial security. Brianna could give me permission to do anything I wanted whenever I wanted. At the exact moment that I needed it, they ran out of money. It seemed like money materialized just when Brianna needed it. Furthermore, Brianna was treated with great respect. It was as if she were a little princess, everyone said. There were noticeable emotional outbursts from her. My emotions were rude. Adorable messes were made by her. I ought to have exercised greater caution. As far as I can remember, it looked like an unannounced scientific experiment. Worst of all, I tried to minimize its importance by asking, What else do you do? You secretly hope that your parents would treat your younger sister with the same level of respect that they offer you. Do your best to avoid coming across as the jealous older sibling. I would say things like, "They're older now," rather than admit it. For them, it's easier. They learned a lot from my upbringing. Things have looked up for them financially. I persisted in trying to frame it as a description of how people evolve. I was subsequently given my role. A third adult who helps out and watches the children. I did the diapering. I excelled at bottles. Your sister was indeed watched by me while I ran my errands. I did hold her while I cooked. Compared to me. You're older. Is it clear to you? I remember asking people, "Can you help?" When I was a child. You were requested to provide assistance. I got right into lending a hand around the house once I was old enough to do it. It feels more like you're a permanent resident here than in some picturesque summer job spending way. Brianna was never the one. Someone invested in Brianna. Brianna was the one who owned the future. Brianna was the one with requirements. I was in my latter years of life. I became used to being the one in charge after a while. I can't explain it to some people. Maintaining the attitude of "this is normal" instead of "wow, I'm being treated unfairly" is preferable. I went to a community college in the area since my parents assured me we could afford it. That is simply the nature of families. No money for anything fancy, my mom said in a very helpful manner, as if she were meant to assist me. Because of this, I enrolled in a community college. I lived at home. I had a job. I kept my profile low. I built a career that people take seriously. It started to trickle in. A respectable income. I was married at a young age, which is unfortunate. At the age of 26, I became a mother to my daughter Sadie. I went through a divorce approximately 5 years ago. After all, life is constantly throwing curveballs. This will not be a recounting of my divorce. This is not an example of that. It was, to put it bluntly, a failure. However, I was unprepared for this. After the divorce, things started looking up. It is my apartment. Even though it was little, it seemed to radiate calm. There was no danger whatsoever. I was alone with Sadie. Nobody made any passive-aggressive comments, accused me of anything, or said I owed them anything for my work. Expecting anything from someone had never left me unprepared before. My parents then called us. The foundation was our voice, the voice of logic. Not a low-cost community college, but the real deal, an upscale, expensive university had accepted Brianna. You also had to deal with living far away and paying for tuition. Brianna would still have trouble affording it. Mom warned me. Even if my parents contributed what they could, Brianna might be having too much work, my dad said. That would be the end of her adventure. At last, a question that was heavy on guilt and sugar surfaced. Could you possibly offer some assistance? In my cramped apartment, I stared at the wall of my kitchen while Sadie sat at the table painting. How is it even possible? I said. There are only 2 of us. Mother gave a very well-spoken reply. You might want to think about staying with us. Of course. They loved the child more than I did, so I should go back to the house I spent my adult life trying to escape from so I could help support them. Mom assured me that the room will be very spacious. Regarding Sadie, we will provide assistance. After you significantly reduce your rent, you'll have more money to help your sister out. What lies ahead for Brianna? Goals of Brianna. Everyone is focused on Brianna. Also, I wasn't interested in doing it. This is worth mentioning. It was my deepest wish to go back. I had always been ready for this, but I still enjoyed being alone. I was told to help Brianna, sacrifice, and come up with reasons not to. I gave my assent. Nearly 3 years ago, when I moved in, I kept my promise. At Brianna's university, her single student account covered all of her costs, from tuition and housing to on-campus living. A private student loan helped cover some of that expense. My co-signer was on that loan. Everything that the loan didn't cover, I paid for myself. My card was linked to the university portal, so I paid off the remaining balance every month. It was resolved then. I had come for that one and only reason. To everyone's surprise, they completely disregarded that section. The plot changed in the span of a few months. The 34-year-old Evelyn still lives at home with her parents. You can rely on our assistance. It's unfortunate that Brianna keeps calling me a leech, a loser, and humiliating. It developed into. In contrast, my parents started behaving as though keeping an eye on Sadie in our shared house was some kind of selfless act. For enduring Sadie's antics, everyone ought to feel gratitude. It was there, Sadie pondered. Except during very public events. Prior to reaching the age of 5, many people sighed. Oh, I am definitely busy. Even though Sadie pleaded with her mother for her attention, her mother's smile never reached her eyes. Sadie started to tone it down when she was around them. The same tranquility she had felt when reading that message earlier. On Christmas Eve, I witnessed my daughters shaking hands, which were brought on by her fear that her grandparents didn't want her. This realization twisted my gut. There were now others besides myself involved. The focus here was on my child. In addition, I never meant to demonstrate to her that love requires groveling for approval. For a while, Sadie was still furious. Sort that does not necessitate raising one's voice. The kind that is quiet and hurt. This is the type of relationship where she never let go of my hand and followed me around like a shadow, as if she were afraid I would disappear. When she was around, I managed to keep my voice light despite the fact that my insides were shaking. As I brushed her hair aside, I said, "Hey. In passing. Are you in agreement?" An itch went up her nose. An itch went up her nose. Is that so? Just how? Moving to a new place? Is anybody else here experiencing this? My comment, "That could actually be really nice," caused Sadie to scowl in confusion. However, Grandma's house. My response was, "I know." Conversely, imagine a society that accepts you just as you are. She gave me the same expression as if I had given her a unicorn. Beyond that, I kept my mouth shut. I would rather not make her feel the brunt of my adult wrath. Since the first stage included feelings, I kissed her forehead and told her, "We're going to be okay." Then I got back to using my phone. The second step was logistics, which is an area in which I truly shine. My journey began in Hawaii. I went to my inbox to get the booking confirmation, looked for the charge in my banking app, and finally called the number that was on the back of my credit card. Although I wasn't the one making the reservations, I calmly explained that my name was on the reservation. I froze the card, started the dispute, and took measures to make sure my payment info wasn't accidentally associated with anything they could keep enjoying. An adults-only vacation would be the perfect fit for my family's budget. Afterwards, I went ahead and logged into my university account, the very same one I'd been using to pay my bills every month. My savings were being routinely and unexpectedly drained by the costs of tuition, housing, and meal plans. Around $1,180 all at once is the typical amount. I took my card information off the checkout page and turned off automatic withdrawals. No sound, no notification, just a confirmation screen after a few touches. I opted not to let anyone know. I informed Sadie. "All right, we're doing Christmas." As I set down my phone, the original version that my parents had in mind was different from this. We present our version. Lauren is one of the few reliable mom friends I have, so I reached out to her without going into detail. Around Sadie's age, her daughter is born. Since they were in kindergarten, they haven't been separated. She didn't answer after the second ring. My life is in jeopardy. She raised her voice to ask. "Indeed," I said. "Nevertheless, a miraculous Christmas is necessary." Silence fell. Without warning, her tone became one of ferocious protection. Bringing Sadie was her instruction. "Harper will go absolutely bonkers upon seeing her. Stop by." "No problem. We'll figure it out." Around the middle of the morning, Sadie was already drinking her hot chocolate on Lauren's couch, as she always does. Putting a Santa hat on her head, Harper made it look like she was claiming Sadie. The living room of Lauren emitted the usual cinnamon scent. "No big deal, just a small sigh." "Well, we're actually attempting to lend you a hand." On the table, a little girl of 9 years old discovered no sign that she was not welcome. When Sadie first laughed, it was on that day. Your throat gets tight whenever you hear a real laugh because you had no idea how much you needed to hear it. Harper and Lauren celebrated Christmas with us. Yes, we splurged. Films were shown to us as we sat. We made a joke about how Santa Claus needed therapy. As Sadie drifted off to sleep on the couch, crumbs falling onto her cheeks, a stuffed animal sat under her arm. Plus, for just one day, I felt a glimmer of relief. Shortly after Christmas, I dove headfirst into my work. With conviction, not carelessly, the rental listings were easily accessible to me because of the immediately available filter. They underestimate the number of people who aren't trying to make an impression because no one will notice if you aren't trying. I discovered a tiny, deserted 3-bedroom house a couple of weeks ago. I brought everything that landlords could possibly want. Consistent revenue, well-organized records, and totally no drama. A few days after looking it over and sending in my application, I got the keys. By the weekend, Sadie and I were already sleeping somewhere else, so I started to pack what was rightfully mine. It seems like you also live here, because you furnished the house. Only a short time after we settled in, my parents shared their thoughts. The sofa had seen better days. That chair was really bad for Dad's back. On the coffee table, we couldn't see our reflection. So, I spent $2,650 on the sofa. They settled on a chair that cost almost as much as a month's rent. A heavy, showy coffee table that was loved by all but no one wanted. Thanks to the help I got, I was able to accomplish everything on my card. Their hearts belonged to those pieces. I took great pride in my comfortable chairs, used them daily, and made light of the fact that I was lucky to have them. Upon leaving, I double-checked to make sure I had taken all of the items for which I had paid. That couch. The chair. This is the table. The movers didn't ask any questions. Like you, I didn't. Sadie watched the last piece come into our living room and looked around as if she could see far into the future. Do we not possess this? Absolutely, I said. She smiled as though to express her conviction. Mom called them the day they got back. I almost forgot to respond. Despite my lack of fear, I questioned my ability to bear listening to my mom portray herself as a victim of her own decisions. I was startled when Evelyn barked as soon as I grabbed the phone. How did our living room get to this point of ruin? I also wanted to say hello to you. The couch is gone, she declared with a suddenness. The chair. This is the table. Are you out of your mind? I declined. This is my last day at your house. You made off with our furniture. The police could be called, she suggested. I thought that was a fantastic idea. I can send you a text message containing the receipts while you wait. She made a noise that sounded like a lemon being swallowed. I am astounded by you. Also, while you were in Hawaii, you deactivated your card. We paid for it ourselves, just so you know. Your kindness is superfluous. That was the answer I gave. Those responsible for paying for their own vacation are the adults. Take pleasure in a period of self-improvement. This is not the moment to put on an air of superiority. She started. Give it a push. She abruptly ended the call. I froze for an instant staring at my phone because the sheer audacity was almost praiseworthy. That, though, was only the beginning. In Brianna's student account, the crucial aspect, the one they had neglected to mention, was silently awaiting attention. It was the aspect that was both loud and easy. The duration was minimal. Mom gave her second call around 90 minutes later. The voice is different this time, and it's not just angry even though the name is the same. Angry and terrified. Evelyn, she proceeded to say without doing the warm-up. What exactly is being edited on Brianna's school account? Give me an example. I apologize. I wanted to know. The payment that Brianna attempted to make did not go through. Mom became very angry. There's a message and then some waiting. Before she can enroll for the next term, this needs to be resolved. I kept the volume at a steady level. My card appears to have been removed by the portal. Mom remained silent for half a beat, as if her brain was rebooting. Have you removed it? Yes. As she vehemently rejected our responsibility for her sister's abuse, her tone became harsh and virtuous. I have no intention of penalizing her. As I mentioned before, I will not be paying for her expenses. Claiming to be your sister, her mother acted as though it were a court order in her response. As I continued, I said that Sadie is actually my daughter. Upon your departure, a message was left for her to discover. Maintain the flow of the discussion. Mom became very angry. Not I. As previously mentioned, this is the key point. You ended the agreement, so the payment stopped. Mom spoke with a louder voice. The loan that Brianna applied for was approved. I, too, was notified of the approval in my capacity as a cosigner. Furthermore, prior to the start of the next term, new dispersal paperwork must be finalized. A signature is required. My mom was surprised. It only takes a second to sign. I declined. A noise that is not there. Then came Evelyn. Calmly and definitively, I said no again. Madison and I have a very close, familial relationship. Perhaps Madison would be able to support. Mom groaned. It was my assertion that the joke wasn't mine, But it's funny nonetheless. Achieved it. Give it a push. I ended the call after that. After that, Brianna got in touch. Brianna felt no relief from anything. Recount your actions for me. A firm please came out of her. Were you the ones who broke into my account? I received a message in my inbox regarding a loan. Forms are discussed in the text. It asserts. Her voice carried an angry tone. Recount your actions for me. I let her a few moments to talk. Let her run herself dry. I made it clear that I didn't ruin anything, I stated. Brianna gagged and spat out your name. We observe your resentful behavior here. I was clear, not unevenly, but evenly. You are learning how your own life functions right now. Brianna waited half a second before speaking again. After that, what is the meaning? This means that financial aid won't be handed to you out of thin air by the school. Every semester, as I indicated before, there is paperwork that must be signed. Brianna made her voice more aggressive. It was approved, according to Mom. I said it was for everything that has happened so far. The next step also requires a signature. Just one beat. And you're not doing it, she whispered in a very low voice. I declined. Not I. Brianna started having trouble breathing. That just won't work. I have already done it. I said. I don't have to sign anything else. Thus, how can I proceed? A firm please came out of her. There was a brief moment when it slipped. She seemed composed. She seemed shy. I remained calm in spite of it all. You told me to grow up and be responsible. Do something about it. Silence swept over Brianna. I wanted to inform you that I used dry. No sabotage is taking place. The act of sabotage would have required some effort. She argued that it was unjust in her response. As if taken aback, my jaw twitched. Very interesting. Without even mentioning justice, you degraded me by calling me a leech. My apologies. Exactly what you said. I made a comment about how you were right on one point. I needed to live independently. I said, taking a moment to focus properly. Dispose of it. My next statement was that I can no longer afford to keep you alive. Our respective costs will be met by me. She spoke with greater conviction. You are ruining my life. I declined. Goodbye, Ethan, Brianna uttered, leaving Ethan out of the running. I hung up after that. They took a few extra days to get to my door. Brianna, Mom, and Dad stood there in perfect harmony, as if they had practiced their politeness in the car. No one witnessed me open the door. I conveyed my message through it. Is that what you want? I apologize. I wanted to know. Mom's voice softened. Excessive in sugar. Hey Evelyn. How about we have a chat? I haven't said that yet, but yes. I let her keep talking because, well, people tend to spill the beans when they think they're being persuasive. He coughed, my dad. Please pay attention, that is all we ask. Brianna spoke with a sharpness in her voice. I dare you to believe this. It nearly made sense once more. Brianna had never encountered the word no in her life. The idea of limits obviously struck her as ridiculous. Your sister is in need of your assistance, declared Mom. Without a doubt, I noticed it. Brianna can't get the loan unless you sign it as well. Dad quietly joined in. Co-signing is not an option. Quickly, Grandma entered. Our credit is also not. She managed to control herself and removed it in the end. Forget about qualifying and covering the cost ourselves. It's not going to happen. Brianna became very angry. Sign it if you like. Mom made that sugar voice again. Everyone here loves everyone else. Our families are related. All we wanted was for you to grow up, Brianna unwittingly said. You and I are both 34 years old, she said quietly. Situated on the other side of the room, with my hand on the doorknob, I finally felt the calm that had eluded me for what seemed like an immeasurable amount of time. No, I respond. Mom's voice got increasingly stiff. No, Evelyn. I repeated. And you won't be entering the building. Brianna remarked in an agitated manner. Keep me safe from harm. My mouth dropped open as a long breath escaped. I am not harming you in any way. I will no longer do it for you. It was as if Brianna was on edge. There is no way I can manage to study. I was right when I said you'd figure it out. When they gave me the notice to vacate, I meant it exactly the way they did. You are also an adult. Mom became very angry. Being kind is crucial. Almost comical. Crunchy, I shot back. The message you left for my son, who is 9 years old, could be located. He tried to be more quiet, his dad included. Excuse me, Ethan. I kept the volume at a steady level. You can no longer reach my child. Nobody got back to me. No, I'm against it. Sadie, never again. The sound of Brianna's gasp was audible. Making a mess of everything. You foiled your own plan by treating me like a disposable object. Motherly kindness vanished. You're being a little dramatic. For some reason, I couldn't help but smile as she said it. I declined. It's over for me. I pried open the door slightly to show that I wasn't scared. Just uninterested. And I pointed down the hallway. Get out of here. For a second, Brianna looked like she might cry, like she genuinely could not process someone refusing to rescue her. Then, Dad turned away first. Mom hissed something under her breath. Brianna stared at the door like she was trying to force it open with entitlement alone. Then, they left, and the hallway went quiet. Not empty quiet. Peaceful quiet. I locked the door, and I walked back to where Sadie was coloring at the table in our new living room, humming softly to herself like the world finally made sense again. About 12 weeks ago, my phone lit up with Mom again, and I almost didn't answer, because I already knew this wasn't going to be an apology. But something in me said, take it. Hear what they want this time. Because after everything they did, there was still one last twist I didn't see coming. It wasn't about Sadie. It wasn't about apologizing. It wasn't even about Brianna. It was about the house. They needed my signature again to refinance or avoid a payment jump on the mortgage. I'd co-signed it 7 years ago, back when helping families still sounded like love instead of a warning label. Mom called it just a signature. Like my name was a free stamp. Dad kept saying it's nothing. Like nothing ever becomes something until it's happening to them. They said if the payments jumped, they couldn't afford it. They said they might lose the house. And I won't lie, hearing that did something to me. Not guilt, not triumph. Just this quiet, brutal irony. The same people who left a move-out note for a child to find were now asking me to save their home. I told them no. That was the last time I heard from them. And I'm not going to pretend I know exactly how it ends for them. Whether they found someone else to hold the weight or whether the whole thing finally collapsed like it always should have. All I know is what happened next in my house. Sadie slept through the night. No shaking hands, no fear, just peace. So, what do you think? Did I go too far, or not far enough? Let me know in the comments and subscribe for. My family cheered as my brother took the business. Until I slid an envelope across the table and said, Dad, should I tell them? And then had a business. And then had a business and then I had a business. I received zero compensation when my brother boldly declared during Thanksgiving that my parents were bequeathing the family business to him. I looked over at my dad, took a sip of wine, and then asked, should I tell them now, or would you like me to? At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother Graham stood up to announce to the 41 members of our extended family, champagne glass held aloft like a scepter. It is official, my parents have decided to transfer the company to me. Little sister received zero. Applause erupted from the audience. My long-lost aunts took a moment to raise their glasses. Grandparents cheered and whistled, clapping like they were seeing history. Cousins cheered. Overwhelmed with pride, my mom wiped her eyes with a cloth napkin. The expression of a man who thought he had ensured his legacy was on display as my father sat at the head of the table. With that haughty smile plastered across his face as he soaked up the adoration, Graham the golden boy, firstborn son, an heir apparent who had been trained for this moment since he was 13 years old, stood there like a monarch receiving his crown. Thank you, but no. I placed my wine glass gently, methodically, allowing the crystal base to clink against the hand-carved mahogany table that my grandpa had constructed 68 years ago. After that, I met my father's gaze directly. As I spoke, my voice sliced through the cheers like a surgeon's blade. Dad! I exclaimed. Is it okay with you if I tell them right now? Everyone fell silent, not slowly. Suddenly, as if reality had been silenced. A clang resounded throughout the room as my dad's fork struck his plate. Graham's expression went through a roller coaster of bewilderment, irritation, and finally, what appeared to be dread. Blair, tell us what? In all likelihood, what do you have to say? I retrieved a manila envelope from my bag, the leather messenger bag that I had brought into this house as if it were ordinary and not carrying the nuclear codes to all of their constructions. Pull it open. By the time I was 13 years old, my family had already written me out of their narrative. That was the year that Grandpa Howard passed away. It was also the year that my dad called us all into the living room, where we still sit, and told us that when Graham was old enough, he would be inheriting Bennett Industrial Solutions. That's the way it ought to be, Dad remarked. He sounded as though this was an inevitable rule rather than a personal preference. The male members of the family continue to run this company. That was Grandpa's wish. I knew deep down that Dad was being dishonest as I beheld the portrait of my grandfather on the wall. He had a severe countenance but kind eyes. He was the man who had taught me to read financial statements when I was 10 years old. Nothing like that had ever been said by Grandpa Howard. He had shown me the ropes of the business and regaled me with tales of how he had built it from the ground up during our many hours spent together in his office. Although I was only 13 years old. What am I to say? What about me? I inquired. Dad chuckled. Laughed out loud as if I had cracked a joke. My darling, you will eventually mature, tie the knot, and start a family of your own. Your sibling is the heir apparent. Someday, you will be married to someone. Leave no doubt about it. I became unnoticeable after that. Every summer, Graham was sent to leadership camps. During school breaks, he would attend business seminars. Once in a while, he would enter entrepreneur competitions, and he would present ideas that were actually mine, but with his own voice. When I asked questions at work, I was met with unpaid filing duties and a pat on the head. I spent 4 weeks, at the age of 17, coming up with a detailed plan to save costs on the factory floor. Prior to his passing, Grandpa Howard had instructed me in the fundamentals of operational efficiency. How to read the numbers that reveal a company's true story, find areas of waste, and streamline operations. He showed me the ropes, and I followed them, doing the math and making slides for the presentation. I foolishly and innocently gave it to my dad in the vain hope that it would finally get his attention. Aside from that, he ignored it. He handed Graham the full folder after skimming the pages without reading anything. Next week, during the board meeting, present this. Following Graham's lead word for word is good practice when you're in charge. Half of his words went ununderstood by him. He remained expressionless until his father interjected with an explanation in response to a follow-up question from a board member regarding depreciation schedules. Regardless, he received universal praise. I sobbed for 4 hours straight that night in my room. Afterwards, a choice was reached. If they refused to let me sit at the table, I would construct my own and eventually purchase theirs. With a full scholarship to Wharton, 3 part-time jobs to make ends meet, and absolutely no support from my family, I left home at the age of 19. Not a single soul showed up to my high school prom. When I moved into my dorm room, no one helped. No one had contacted to see whether I had made it safely. A text message from my mom was the sole confirmation I got. My best wishes, my love. Feel free to give me a ring once you've found a comfortable spot. My phone never rang. Little did they know, I earned a degree in finance from summa cum laude. One of the leading Wall Street merger and acquisition advisory firms, Morrison & Associates, recruited me. Had been living off of ramen and sheer willpower when I started out as an analyst. Earning $94,000 a year. Which seemed like a fortune. My college graduation was also unattended, but by that point, I had outgrown their use. Finding cheap companies before others saw problems was my job. I had to analyze financial statements, find distressed assets, and know when a company was about to go from bad to good. To be honest, I excelled at it. I was a senior associate by the time I was 29 years old. My career took off when I was 33 years old, and I was running a team of 14 analysts as a director. Then, on a client's acquisition target list from 4 years ago, I noticed a familiar name. The business that my family owns and operates, Bennett Industrial Solutions, was listed as a possible asset sale because it was in a precarious financial position. The assessment was severe. We had a debt-to-equity ratio that caused our risk assessment team to wreak havoc, a 32% decline in revenue over 5 years, and a devastating loss of market share to competitors. No one had informed me that the family business which my grandpa had started from scratch and which my dad had been anxious to pass on to his son was in its last stages of decline. That evening, I contacted my dad by phone and inquired about the company. Quick and unconcerned, he replied. Blair, this is a matter for men. The complexities are too complex for you to comprehend. Graham was contacted via text message by me. 12 hours after that, he replied. Lol. Keep to yourself, little sister. No problem at all. It was out of their hands. In the numbers, I could see that clearly. Above all else, though, I noticed something else in those papers. The catalyst for a paradigm shift. The company's ownership had never been consolidated by Grandpa Howard. His will had already distributed his shares when he passed away. But my dad didn't get his fair share. Shares were distributed to the expected recipients. Retired employees who had contributed to the company's growth, former investors, distant cousins who had provided loans during tough times, and a charitable trust that Grandpa had set up for the children of factory workers. Bennett Industrial Solutions was only 29% under my dad's control. He pretended to own the business outright when in fact he had no such ownership. Absolutely not. My plan came to me out of nowhere. I contacted Sullivan and Cromwell's Victoria Park first because she is a corporate attorney with 25 years of expertise in shareholder disputes and hostile acquisitions. At what point does this become illegal? Once I had explained my intentions, I asked her. Purchasing stock in a privately owned business from people who are ready to sell. Totally within the law. Whether you can persuade a sufficient number of shareholders to sell is the key question. In order to have controlling interest, what percentage would you recommend? 50% plus a single share. In other words, you can legally choose who runs the company, fire them if you don't like their performance, and approve big decisions. And without my family's support, I would have persisted. Victoria Park halted. Her consideration of the consequences was audible to me. Nothing they can do will stop you from acquiring majority ownership through lawful transactions with willing sellers. If everything is properly documented and notarized, they would lose any attempt to challenge individual sales or claim improper influence. Very well. According to Victoria Park, given their financials won't be very high, so you'll need to use the company's current performance to determine fair market value and standard terms for acquisition agreements. Absolute nonsense. Harold Whitaker, a former engineer with 42 years of experience at Bennett Industrial, was the first shareholder I got in touch with. In 1989, as a retirement bonus, Grandpa Howard gave him 4.6% of the company's shares. He owned 4.6% of those shares. Harold, who was 85 years old, resided in a Connecticut nursing home. Call arrangements were aided by his daughter. My name is Mr. Whitaker. Blair Bennett is my name. My grandpa's name was Howard Bennett. Blair, young lady? The phone made his voice sound rough, but I could still make out his kind tone. You are in my mind. You and Howard used to make regular visits to the plant. Accompanied by a stack of invoices and a calculator, he would arrange you in his office. Do you recall that? I do, in fact, recall that. You were always in Howard's conversation. I thought you were the one with the business acumen. You were mentioned as someone who could potentially take charge in the future. He hesitated. Hearing about what happened after he passed away made me very sad. The way they handled you was wrong. My jaw clenched. I am contacting you, Mr. Whitaker, to express my interest in purchasing Bennett Industrial shares from you. Valuation at fair market value determined by present financials. Who would want a piece of that disaster? For years, the company's fortunes have been declining. Even though your dad won't acknowledge it, your brother is completely uninformed. That is precisely the reason I desire them. I would prefer to repair what they have damaged. The line goes silent. And then there's a dry laugh. You would return for it. Howard assured you. Claimed you'd figure it out. A return to quiet. The money isn't the reason I'll sell. Reason being, they would have been your grandfather's preferred possession. The notary and signatory completed the process in 1 week. I took over 4.6% of Harold Whitaker's position. Not even close to done yet. I contacted 52 dispersed Bennett Industrial Solutions shareholders over the course of the subsequent 2 decades. When I called, a Kansas widow named Martha Lynn sobbed. In 1961, when the company was still in its infancy, her husband had invested $18,000 as one of Grandpa's original partners. The investment had grown into 3.9% of the business. Howard, according to my husband, was the most trustworthy man he had ever met. According to what she told me, he would be devastated to learn about what transpired. I had never met this cousin. In response to my mention of Graham, Douglas Bennett, the son of my grandfather's brother, laughed uncontrollably. Lemonade stands would be a stretch for that young man. In the past decade, I've attended 3 board meetings, and each time, his comments make me feel sick to my stomach. Douglas had a 2.3% stake. Without hesitation, he signed it over. After 29 years of service, Patricia Delgado retired as an accountant from Bennett Industrial. As a result of an employee stock purchase plan, she was 2% owner. She went on to say that your grandpa was the most exceptional boss she had ever had. Neither your dad nor your brother is good. Silently and individually, they signed legal paperwork, wire transfers, and the slow but steady rise to power. No trumpets, no pyrotechnics. The staff at Victoria Park were in charge of all transactions. A licensed notary public notarized each signature. My ownership was officially visible in corporate records because every share transfer was duly recorded with the company's transfer agent. It appeared as though no one had bothered to look. Attempts to rescue a ship in danger preoccupied my father. Too much time was spent by my brother claiming credit where it wasn't due. The remaining board members were engrossed in defending their individual positions that they failed to perceive the dramatic shift occurring beneath their feet in the company's ownership structure. I was 46.1% owner by November. I had a perfect plan for where to get the remaining half. The man who was closest to my grandpa was Raymond Carter. They crossed paths during the Korean War, and after launching Bennett Industrial in a shared garage in 1961, they trusted and worked together for 42 years to grow the company into a manufacturing behemoth. Raymond had distanced himself from the company when Grandpa Howard passed away. Though he was now 89 years old and residing in a Vermont assisted living facility, his intellect remained as sharp as before. Not as an investment, but as a memento of his friend, he held 6.8% of Bennett Industrial shares. A week prior to Thanksgiving, I took a plane to Vermont. As we sat in Raymond's cramped apartment, we were surrounded by photographs documenting his life. Nearby were portraits of his late wife, children, and grandchildren. In one corner, there was a fading photograph of two young men standing in front of a garage, its sign painted by hand. Products manufactured by Bennett Carter Manufacturing. Raymond commented upon my resemblance to him upon first glance. Similar eyes, same obstinate jawline, that's Howard. Your assistance is required, Mr. Carter. I go by the name of Ray. That was your grandpa's job. Taking a deep breath, Ray. I must purchase your stock. Before my brother and dad utterly ruin the business, I'm attempting to seize control of it. Ray looked at me intently for a while. After that, he retrieved a worn-out folder from his desk drawer, which was fastened with a rubber band and showed signs of age and yellowing. 7 months prior to his passing, Howard bestowed this upon me, advised me to keep it until a deserving suitor found it. I received the folder from him. The letter's date was 24 years ago and it was handwritten. The script that my grandpa used. If you happen to be reading this, Ray, I'm away. Additionally, you may be asking how you should handle your shares. Even after I pass away, I don't think things will turn out the way I planned. While Graham and Lawrence lack character and vision, Blair possesses all three. I have both. I have faith she will seek you out, so if she does, please provide for her. It is she who ought to be in charge of this business. She has always been. A friend of yours, Howard. By the time I finished reading, my hands were trembling. 24 years. This was something my grandpa had anticipated 24 years ago. The share transfer paperwork was slid across the table by Ray. They were already ready when he got there. It's been quite some time since I last saw you, Blair. Keep this from making me feel bad. I sat down in my Manhattan apartment the week leading up to Thanksgiving and ran the numbers one last time. 4.6%, Harold Whitaker. 3% is Martha Lynn Bennett. Douglas. 2.3%. 1% is Patricia Delgado. There are 19 additional shareholders, accounting for 32.4%. 6.8%. Raymond Carter. In total, 53.2% have a controlling interest, which gives them majority stake, the power to hire and fire the CEO, approve or reject important business decisions, and change the company's course significantly. Bennett Industrial Solutions was my business, and no one in my family knew that. That evening, I contacted Victoria Park. That's it. You are required at the Thanksgiving feast. Are you suggesting that I serve papers during a family vacation? If any legal questions come up, I would greatly appreciate it if you could be present as a witness. Victoria let out a laugh. Depending on your outlook, this could be your career-defining moment or a total bust, perhaps one or the other. My parents hosted Thanksgiving dinner. That same house where I spent my formative years. It was here that my father broke the news to me, in the dining room, that I would never inherit anything, 24 years ago. My arrival time was 2 p.m. In my leather messenger bag, alongside my wine bottle, I brought my bewildered parents an explanation, Victoria Park was a colleague from New York who hadn't made any plans to spend the holiday with her family. Usual family mayhem ensued during the meal. While the kids ran amok, my aunts and uncles squabbled over football, my mom fussed over the turkey, and my dad pretended to be proud of his company while he skillfully avoided talking about how terrible things were really going. Wearing a suit he had obviously purchased for the event, Graham was in fine form as he hinted all afternoon about upcoming major announcements and thrilling changes at the company. While I waited, halfway through the meal, just before dessert, the announcement was made. My dad was the first to stand up and grab everyone's attention by tapping his glass with a spoon. I feel compelled to tell you all something. Bennett Industrial has been my life's work for 42 years, and now I've decided to hand it down. The gathered relatives murmured their approval. I am pleased to announce that my son Graham will be taking over my role as CEO and receiving my shares as of January 1st. Graham then rose to his feet, held up the glass, and lowered his crown. It is official, my parents have decided to transfer the company to me. Little sister received 0. Applause erupted from the audience. Finally, I put my wine glass down. Do you want me to tell them now, Dad, or would you rather I wait? With his trademark haughtiness, Graham tore open the envelope, anticipating a meaningless letter that would contain nothing more substantial than a complaint or protest. He then began to read. I beheld his expression as it swung from bewilderment to disbelief to the creeping terror that rippled through him like ink on water. Excuse me? Oh my! What on earth is this? I stood up slowly and protested that the company wasn't being transferred to me. Why? Because Dad doesn't have enough stock to legally sign anything. Documents were spread out as I made my way around the table. Documents outlining the present shareholder structure of the firm, including share transfer agreements and ownership certificates that have been notarized. Bennett Industrial was never consolidated by Grandpa Howard. After his passing, dozens of individuals, including former employees, partners, family members, and charitable trusts, received shares. Uncle has 29% control. He just announced a unilateral transfer, and that is far from sufficient. My dad's complexion had turned white. All those shares are just floating around, making it hard to gather them all. For 20 years, we have been actively involved as majority owners. Yes, running, but not the show. Distinction exists. I took out the last document. Bennett Industrial Solutions is 53.2% mine as of last week. My stake in the company is the largest. I am the official head of the company. Complete quiet. A fork fell to the floor. A youngster was promptly hushed after asking a question. It looked like my mom was having trouble breathing. Her hand was pressed against her chest. Miss Victoria Park rose from her chair. Sullivan and Cromwell is where I, Victoria Park, work as a corporate attorney. Miss Bennett has been consulting with me for the last 20 months regarding this purchase. The proper documentation, notarization, and recording of every transaction has been accomplished. No one can challenge the ownership transfer in court. Graham lost his balance and toppled his chair. This is deceitful. No, you can't simply do that. Victoria stated rationally that it is not fraud. Buying shares from sellers who are willing to do so at market value is a perfectly legal process. Miss Bennett contacted every single shareholder, and they all willingly decided to sell. It seemed to excite a lot of them. In reality, they fell for the ruse. Manipulation took place. I boasted that I had audio recordings of all the shareholder calls in which they laid out their reasons for wanting to sell. How about you, Graham? Listen to what they had to say about your leadership? He ceased speaking. At last, my trembling father spoke. This is absolutely absurd, Blair. It is my business. I assembled it. Grandpa constructed it, I interjected. You have been ruining the business that you inherited for the past 2 decades. Dropped 32% in revenue since you assumed control. Half of the market share is gone. Amounts of debt that would send shivers down the spines of any investor. You accomplished nothing, Father. You have just orchestrated the gradual devastation of all that Grandpa built. Dare you? What the fuck? A part of me finally gave out. 24 years of being disregarded, neglected, and written off. Everything just poured out. Dare you? At the age of 13, you informed me that I was useless, that I would never have a place in this company, and that all I should do with my life is settle down with a husband and be a wife. Ray had given me a letter from Grandpa Howard, so I took it out. I gave it to my dad. Howard, Grandpa, was not on board. Writing this 24 years ago, he foresaw the future with pinpoint accuracy. He could tell you lacked vision. He was aware that Graham lacked the necessary character. I was the one who ought to have been in charge, and he knew it. My dad perused the correspondence. By the end, he could barely hold his hands together. It is not proven by this. This shows that the founder of this company had faith in my abilities. This proves that for the past 20 years, you have been deceiving everyone, even yourself. The letter was returned to me. Monday is the day set aside for the board meeting. I will be submitting proof of ownership and requesting a vote to depose the present chief executive officer. Yes, Dad, that's you. No more of you. My mom broke down in tears. My extended family members remained motionless in their chairs. Cousins looked at each other in disbelief. It was at last Graham's turn to speak up. Doing this is beyond your capabilities. It is my right to own this business. All my life, I have been getting ready. I told you that you've been coasting all your life. Your entire presentation is based on someone else's idea. You can thank other people for every accomplishment you've boasted about. No one could ever manage a lemonade stand successfully without Daddy's support. Also, everyone here is aware of it. That plan from 2009 to save costs is different. The one that prevented a loss of $2.8 million for the business. I own that. You got it from Dad after he took it from me. A shift in marketing strategy in 2016 that unlocked opportunities in Asia. My research, my plan, it's all about you. You were able to avoid bankruptcy in 2020 thanks to your restructuring plan. I used a business consultant to discreetly send that to my dad. He had no idea it had been me. No sound. My efforts laid the groundwork for all that you have achieved, Graham. Every single thing. What was rightfully mine all along is now returning to me. I smiled as I lifted my wine glass, sipped slowly. Wishing everyone a joyous Thanksgiving. On Monday, the board meeting was short. The paperwork proving my ownership was handed to me. The board was briefed on the legal ramifications by Victoria. Everything my dad could think of was an attempt to object or assert a procedural violation. To remove him from his position as CEO, the vote was 8-3. His and Graham's votes were the only ones that were against. As of right now, I am serving as interim chief executive officer. I fired Graham immediately, and it wasn't out of spite. Actually, it wasn't out of animosity. He just wasn't competent enough to hold any kind of leadership role. His severance package was overly generous. But I still gave it to him. Benefits, a 6-month salary, and a good reference in case he wanted to look for work elsewhere. It was too much for him. Fire me? Not possible. I was born into this. My name is associated with this company. We are the proud owners of it. I made the necessary corrections. I will rescue Bennett and Bennett Industrial Solutions, so it will survive. You were never able to accomplish that. Out he swung. We haven't communicated since then. It took 4 years to save the company. To assist with the reorganization of operations, I retained the services of Marcus Caldwell, a turnaround specialist with a background of 29 years in the manufacturing industry. We renegotiated contracts with suppliers, updated equipment, and reduced expenses. We sold off underperforming divisions and honed in on our strengths. For the position of Chief Financial Officer, I appointed Sarah Whitman, who is unrelated to my lawyer. After retiring as CFO of a Fortune 500 company, she decided to rejoin me because she was captivated by the story of my work. We recruited fresh faces at all levels, gave a voice to latent abilities that had been dormant for a long time, and laid out real opportunities for promotion that didn't hinge on nepotism. In the second year, we turned a profit once more. We saw a 23% increase in revenue, a resurgence in market share, and the introduction of new product lines by the third year. At long last, the business my grandpa started was starting to blossom into its full potential. My folks never said sorry. I get the odd phone call from my mom, but she always makes idle chatter and never brings up the subject of the company or what transpired. There is zero communication from my dad. From what I understand among his relatives, he kills time on the golf course, while narrating the tale of his ungrateful daughter, who he claims stole his fortune. It was never his duty to leave a legacy, and he fails to grasp this. Upon relocating to Florida, Graham secured a position as the sales manager at a vehicle dealership. Just 6 months after he lost his job, his wife abandoned him. His charisma was secondary to his wealth and family name when she wed him. Supposedly, he's been telling his new fiancée tales of the empire he was destined to inherit, as far as anyone can tell. There are now 2 factions among the relatives who cheered during Thanksgiving. They wanted to get back together and apologized for how they treated me. Some of them even reached out. Someone has severed all ties with me. Unwavering in my support of my parents' narrative. That's fine with me. Power changes reveal people for what they truly are. Last year, at the age of 93, Raymond Carter went away. I traveled to Vermont to attend his funeral. He gave a moving eulogy while sitting in the front row, speaking about his friendship with my grandpa and his trust in me. Then his daughter came up to me shortly after. Throughout his final months, Dad never stopped mentioning you. Apparently, he thought it was a brilliant move to give you those shares. I told him that he had given me more than just shares. I was granted permission to believe in my own worthiness by him. I received a little box from her. The picture from Raymond's apartment, which had faded with time, was inside. A garage and 2 young men. On the reverse, 1961, the year that started it all, in my grandpa's handwriting. Along with my grandfather's letter, I now have it framed and displayed on my desk. I was included in Forbes 50 over 50 list last month. Leaders in business who, in their latter years, enjoyed tremendous success, thanks to perseverance, planning, and an unwavering faith in my own value. The article portrayed me as the woman who reclaimed her birthright. The question of what I would tell young women who feel unappreciated at home or in the workplace came from a reporter. Act without seeking approval. I advised her not to sit at the table and wait for someone to offer it to her. Acquire knowledge, experience, and leverage on your own, and then, when the moment is right, use that power to make a difference. Do not think twice. Seize what belongs to you. Many people shared the article. The number of messages I received from women who had gone through the same thing was in the thousands. Were told they weren't smart enough, good enough, or manly enough to succeed, instructed to stay in their lane, and given opportunities that they hadn't earned, just like less deserving brothers and sons. Even though I didn't have time to answer to each one, I did read each and every one. After 4 long years, Graham finally texted me last week. What I really need is some extra cash. The car lot let me go. Is it okay if we chat? I remained silent. That might be considered petty by some. It could be. On the other hand, I observed for 24 years as my relatives stripped me of my identity, my career, and my ideas. They paid attention to me. They made an effort to exclude me, made fun of my aspirations, and generally treated me like I didn't exist. They made me look like the bad guy when I stood up for what was rightfully mine and demanded my revenge. I have finished apologizing because I won. I've had enough of feeling bad about my achievements. And I will not waste any more time helping those who have spent their lives attempting to bring me down. I now host Thanksgiving dinner at my Manhattan apartment every year. Outside of my immediate family. Not my biological family, but the one I've worked so hard to create. Bennett Industrial's upper management, including Victoria Park, Marcus Caldwell, and Sarah Whitman. People who were my friends and who had faith in me when my own family didn't. We eat turkey and share gratitude and toast to the things that matter. Hard work, loyalty, the people who show up when it counts, and every year I raise my glass and make the same toast. To Grandpa Howard, who knew I'd find my way back. And to everyone who told me I couldn't, thank you for the motivation. The room laughs. We drink. The night goes on. Thanks for watching, and I'll see again that it subscribe to my 109 we could be for more Janus for your one. But sometimes late at night, when everyone's gone and I'm alone in my apartment overlooking the city, I think about that 13-year-old girl sitting in her father's living room being told she'd never be part of the family legacy. I wish I could go back and tell her what was coming. Tell her that the pain was temporary, but the determination would last forever. Tell her that the people who dismissed her would one day watch her take everything they thought was theirs. I wish I could tell her she was going to win, but maybe she already knew. Maybe that's why she never gave up. My brother stood up at Thanksgiving dinner and announced he was getting everything. I took a sip of wine and changed the ending. Some stories write themselves, others you have to fight for every word. This one took me 24 years to finish. Christmas is better without you. My family told me, and my 8-year-old 5 minutes later, they were begging me to undo it. During Christmas dinner, my family forbade my 8-year-old brother and me from eating. Do yourself a favor and never come back. According to my sister, Christmas is so much better without you. And my mom chimed in as well. Begged? Not me. Just 7 minutes after I said, then you won't mind me doing this. They begged me to undo it. So technically, I was unable to complete my dinner. My plate still had gravy on it, and the fork in my hand hung limply as if it had lost its purpose. Sophie, my 8-year-old daughter, was doing what kids do when the air gets stuffy. taking 2 small bites of her roll and then silently counting the peas on her plate. Sophie sat quietly, knowing exactly which children were to behave appropriately, while my sister's children fidgeted in their seats and shouted over one another. Sitting across from me, my sister Vanessa appeared to have been practicing her smile in front of the mirror. Her eyes convey the message, "I'm about to destroy your life and call it boundaries," while her unique smile conveys, "I'm being reasonable." As Vanessa sat there, her husband Cole sat next to her, doing nothing more than nodding. The human version of a desktop wallpaper. He'd snorts been hanging around our family for years, acting as if the guest room at my parents' house belonged to him and always being a bit too comfortable there. Cole could look on helplessly as a building collapsed and still wonder where the marshmallows were. As if we were at a fancy holiday dinner instead of a slow-motion family car crash, my mom dabbed the corner of her mouth with her napkin. My dad's intense gaze fixed on his mashed potatoes as if someone were negotiating with them to change their life. Tensions had been high all evening. Minor criticisms, slight attacks. The moment I stepped into the room, Mom said, "Oh, Claire, you look tired," as if exhaustion were some sort of ethical failing. Vanessa had remarked, "Cute," after taking a quick look at Sophie's dress. Very simple, as if a girl of 8 years old ought to be decked out for a gala. For example, Cole had asked directly, "So, are you still in that phase where things are tight?" I beamed the whole time. I'd taken my usual course of action. To act? Swallow. Nod. Simply put, it was Christmas time. Reason being, Sophie was observing. For the simple reason that I had vowed to myself that this year would be unique. Subsequently, she determined that she had had enough of pretending sometime between the green beans and Vanessa's third passive-aggressive compliment regarding her own centerpiece. She placed her fork on the table as if it were a gavel. "We should have a conversation," she remarked. Not because I hadn't anticipated it, I had, but because I was prepared for the type of speech that was about to unfold made my stomach turn. The kind where expressing my emotions is frowned upon and deemed overly dramatic. Leaning back in her chair, Vanessa relaxed. "My parents are in agreement. It's just been a lot," I said, my dad not raising an eyebrow. My mom said nothing. Cole appeared to have been anticipating this course as he chewed slowly. "Vanessa," I uttered in a steady tone. "Tell me what you're up to." She subtly cocked her head. "We've all agreed that you should go and never come back." And there it was, neat and choreographed as if she'd practiced it under a ring light. Sophie glanced up from her serving of peas. As if she couldn't stand to let Vanessa steal the show for even a second longer, my mom jumped in right away. She whispered the words, "Christmas is so much better without you," as gently as if describing an unpleasant candle aroma. I winced a couple of times. My eyes landed on Dad. At long last, he looked up, if only momentarily. "Permit me a moment." He seemed like he might crack a joke. "Anything at all. Just a hold on. An explanation? Or a protest?" However, he refrained from doing so. His expression was one of exhaustion, silence, and complicity. The little fingers of Sophie's hand clenched around her fork. A soft, courteous crack, like a plate sliding off a counter in another room, was felt somewhere in my chest. My options were crystal clear. Pray for me. Allow me to elucidate. I could go through the whole embarrassing ritual of trying to prove my worthiness to be a part of my own family. Furthermore, I could just quit going to auditions altogether. I placed my fork aside. I spoke softly, "Sophie," while maintaining eye contact with her. "I need you to get your coat and small backpack, honey." She hesitated no longer. "We're departing." As if she had been patiently waiting for approval, she slipped out of her chair. "Okay," she remarked. An expression of relief cloaked in a child's voice, free of argument and tears. As she made her way out of the dining room and down the hall, I couldn't help but feel queasy. It was as if she had been hiding this pain for longer than I cared to admit. The room changed the second she stepped around the bend. The arms of Vanessa were crossed. "Very well. Very well. That settled it." Cole sighed as if we had just ironed out a scheduling quarrel. My mom's jaw clenched. "Claire, please don't make this more difficult than it needs to be." I fixed my gaze on each of them, and an unanticipated expression crossed my brow. It beamed. A chilly, unfriendly grin. That grin you get when you figure out the game you've been playing is unfair. "So," I said. "Okay." In a calm manner. Defiantly, Vanessa appeared pleased with herself. I slowly stood up, pushing my chair back. "At last. Then you won't mind if I do this." Everyone in the room seemed to be waiting for me to have a dramatic breakdown, sob uncontrollably, or make some sort of dramatic speech. Rather, I went into the kitchen and halted at the cabinet by the far end of the counter, having walked past the dining room entrance. I had stashed them there earlier, concealed behind the pile of holiday platters like a pitiful little secret. As far as I was concerned, I was just being cautious and waiting for the perfect opportunity. The correct time, it seems, was when they made it clear I didn't belong. I retrieved 3 sheets of heavy, plain paper from the cabinet. On the front of each one was written a name in thick black marker. My mother. Dear Father. Hello, Vanessa. Vanessa arched an eyebrow. Could you tell me what it is? Colin made a dismissive noise. Those look like playing cards. To be honest, my mom seemed unable to control her laughter. What are you up to, Claire? This is absolutely absurd, I told her, my gaze fixed on her. Does it? Dad's voice was so flat when he finally spoke. If you're attempting to blame us, he said. Oh no, I responded, maintaining my smile. Innocence here. Outraged, Vanessa got to her feet. These are the consequences, she said. Think we'd be a good fit for your presence? You really believe we're going to overlook whatever little? I cut her off before she could finish. I ripped the one with the mom label in half. Its tone was gentle. The sound of ripping paper ought not to be so deafening. Yet in that chamber, it sounded like a shotgun. My mom's grin waned. Claire. The one labeled Dad was the next one I tore. Calm, collected, purposeful. Dad's jaw clenched. Like his brain had finally loaded, Cole sat up a little straighter. At the edges, Vanessa's arrogance crumbled. Just stop it. By the way, what are you? I ripped the one with the Vanessa label last. The one you mean? I was completely unconcerned. I arranged the fragments neatly into 3 piles on the countertop, as if they were sacrifices. At that moment, they stood motionless. After that, Cole's laugh was overly loud and forced. My bad. Wow, that's absolutely crazy. Vanessa's voice got really angry. Saying, you're proving our point. Mom shook her head as if observing an unfamiliar face. This is exactly why. I refrained from arguing. I was evasive. I merely pivoted. With her small backpack slung over her shoulder, Sophie was already in the hallway, dressed in her coat. She raised her wide eyes to meet mine, but her expression was devoid of surprise. I grasped her wrist. After I announced, we're going, we left the house. I felt a blast of icy air on my face, the kind that jolts your lungs into action. I inadvertently glanced back through the window as we descended the porch steps. No longer furious, I watched as they stared at the counter before they started to move. I am intrigued. A torn piece was picked up by Mom as she leaned forward. My dad stepped closer. Taking something by the snatched, Vanessa began to put it together like a puzzle. As time passed, their expressions shifted. Confident to bewildered, bewildered to pale, pale to terrified. My mother's mouth hung open, as if she were yelling, and I beheld this scene through the glass. At first, I had trouble making it out. That would be my ability. Claire. Quick footfalls. The door swung open from behind me. Clumsy. It was the highest pitch I'd ever heard, Vanessa's voice. Just a moment. Just a moment. You should return. As we neared the car, Sophie's grip on my hand became more firm. Hello, Claire. Your mother's voice quivered. No, really. No, really. Not possible. The way Dad spoke also changed, quite agitated. Speaking out. Attention. Claire. Pause. Oh. Please. Just speak up. While retaining Sophie's hand, I unlocked the car door. Their pale, agitated, changed faces met my gaze. Just 7 minutes ago, they informed me that Christmas would be more enjoyable without me, something they still couldn't admit aloud. And now they were pleading with me to undo. I settled into the position of driver. Alongside me, Sophie climbed in. I got behind the wheel and headed out. I am 7 years younger than my sister Vanessa. Surprisingly, that is quite important. There's a world of difference between being the spoiled little kid and being an independent youngster just 7 years. There is a 7-year threshold between being valuable and being of service. Even before she grew all of her teeth, Vanessa was the cherished little girl. As if she had personally bargained with the universe for a daughter who could smile at the drop of a hat, my mom would often proclaim that I was a miracle. When people saw Vanessa in grocery stores, they couldn't help but compliment her. What a dainty girl, They would remark, "What a model citizen." As the child instructed not to touch anything, I stood behind her, clutching the cart. The universe came to a halt whenever Vanessa wept. I was overdramatic if I sobbed. Vanessa took dancing classes. While Mom ran errands, I was instructed to keep an eye on her. Her passion is all that matters to Vanessa. "Why aren't you more like your sister?" was the response I received. It became most apparent during the holidays. Everyone would watch as Vanessa opened one gift after another. Her squeals, giggles, and embraces of Mom would be flawless. That was a hit with my mom. I thought it was brilliantly performed. Had a blast having a daughter who could transform her into the admirable mother everyone wanted to be. I would splurge on a functional item. Clothes. An Afghan. And a literature. After that, someone would give me a garbage bag and instruct me to put the wrapping paper in it. The most insane aspect is that I was blissfully unaware it was incorrect for quite some time. It becomes second nature when you're a kid growing up in a system. I had mastered the art of shrinking myself by the time I reached adolescence. I discovered the things that made my mom sigh, my dad frown, and Vanessa furrow her nose. Thus, I ceased possessing them, or rather, I ceased displaying them. I thought maybe going away to college would help. I was hoping that my loved ones would miss me more while I was away. Nobody did. That is different from the fact that they longed for an object of blame whenever Vanessa was upset. When I was in my late 20s, I met Grant, who would later become my husband. He was almost silent. Neither was he showy. He would quietly offer you a cup of coffee without making a fuss, as if generosity could be bestowed upon you without merit. My mom and sister were laughing like it was nothing out of the ordinary on our third date, so I brought it up. Grant remained silent. "That's out of the ordinary," he quips. I looked at him as if he had spoken a different language. Softly, he repeated it. "Claire, that's not okay." I had never heard anyone comment like that to me before. We tied the knot after a year and a half. On the outside, my parents seemed encouraging. Vivacious Vanessa pretended for Instagram. Cole, who was only dating Vanessa at the time, made fun of Grant's courage for marrying into our family. Grant politely smiled and refused to be baited. Grant was an engineer in the construction industry. He took great pride in it. He took pleasure in creating long-lasting things and finding solutions to issues that went unnoticed by most. He put in a lot of time and effort into large-scale projects, including commercial construction, renovations, and the conversion of vacant lots into entire city blocks. It was profitable, not so well as to warrant a private jet, but sufficiently so that we did not engage in continual penny counting. Grant and I discreetly began assisting my parents because, apparently, I can't help but try to win their love. Just a steady $250 per month, like a little financial lifeline, nothing crazy, nothing dramatic. Occasionally, more if an unforeseen expense, such as mechanical issues with Vanessa's car or a hefty utility bill, cropped up shortly after she made a costly purchase. Throughout my life, my parents have failed to express their gratitude to me in a meaningful way. As if it were a natural resource that had resumed production, they seemed to accept it. Vanessa claimed it in her own unique manner. Her excuses always included, "I told them we'd figure it out." As if she had personally put in extra hours to pay for it. When I was getting irritated, Cole would nod and say, "Family takes care of family." Thankfully, Grant would discreetly reassure me that I wasn't going crazy by squeezing my hand under the table. And then, one day, it all fell apart. Tragically, Grant passed away while on the job 8 months ago. Even though he hadn't anticipated it, he was on site for what should have been just another ordinary walkthrough. Just beneath him, a scaffolding platform gave way and collapsed. Complaints, warnings, and small cuts made in an effort to save time, money, and paperwork were revealed to us later on. The initial report described it as a tragic accident. Tragedies, like the weather, can strike at any moment, but it was determined to be preventable in the investigation. The call came to my memory. I can still feel my temperature dropping. Thinking, this isn't real. I sat on the floor of my kitchen with my phone earbuds in, as if overwhelmed. What happened after the funeral made me realize that this is not my life. In the worst possible way, everything became realistic. I was grieving, but bills didn't stop. Just because I had lost my husband didn't mean that groceries became free. Sophie continued to require clothing for school, meals, and stories before bed. And now I was suddenly on my own. Rather than continuing out of spite, I had to face reality and cut off my parents' $250 monthly payment. My own lights would be out in the dark if I tried. Even before they noticed my sadness, my loved ones noticed the missing funds. Rather than checking in on me, Mom began to call more frequently to inquire, with that cautious tone, if I was still holding my own. Like the death of Grant was a problem with my budget, Vanessa wanted to know if I was being frugal. Life insurance must be nice, Cole joked, and when nobody else laughed, he laughed even harder. Immediate assistance wasn't required. So I waited. Because it feels like you're giving my family a weapon every time you ask them for anything, I stayed longer than necessary. My only choice, though, was to do it for 6 weeks. Sophie became ill. Work eluded me. The vehicle required maintenance. The calculations failed. To that end, I inquired. Not for a tiny sum. Not in the interest of a fiscal rescue. Enough to fill the space. In a Facebook post that included a sad emoji and a smiling family photo, as if they had just donated a kidney, my mom announced that my parents had sent a small amount. "You have to stand up for family sometimes," she wrote. Praying that Claire quickly regains the ability to stand on her own, no matter how difficult it may be. Vanessa was the first to speak. "She can count on us no matter what." A thumbs up was Cole's reaction. I felt the need to escape from my own body. Grant and I had been secretly sending them money for years, and I never told anyone. The story was left unchanged. Without getting into a fight, for some reason, I just stopped requesting things. Additionally, I refrained from discussing the payout, the one factor that could have altered the outcome, due to the fact that it was delayed. It wasn't like a magic check materialized when Grant passed away. The thought of dealing with attorneys, paperwork, delays, meetings, and phone calls gave me the willies. The business took its time. Their insurers were slow as snails. It was a lengthy process. I had to hire someone to take care of it because I couldn't handle the stress of dealing with both the loss and the paperwork. Screaming into nothingness seemed to be the feeling for months. It didn't come through until just before Christmas. The sum that changes lives. Previously, I had never seen so much money associated with my name. Like staring at a stranger who looks just like a loved one you've lost, I stared at the account balance, as if it were unreal. Neither did I. I don't think so. I refrained from purchasing a brand new vehicle, apparel, or identity. My appearance remained unchanged. I could still hear my own voice. The quantity was sufficient. But there was still one child who required snacks and a bedtime story. As someone who seems determined to learn lessons the hard way, my initial thought was that I should lend them a hand. The parents were in their latter years, still working, and secretly in over their heads in debt. In the same manner that only individuals who have safety nets can be, Vanessa was constantly caught between opportunities. Cole had a gift for transforming the funds of others into our strategies. I was hoping this would be the solution. A possible solution could be to use this to purchase peace. Perhaps they would start to see me for more than just a burden if I entered Christmas time and gave them something substantial, something that counted. 3 presents, 3 sheets of paper, and 3 names were thus prepared using a large portion of it. With Sophie squished in the backseat, I drove to their house, convincing myself that this would be a new beginning that would alter my life forever. The person they had imagined in their minds was the only one they could see at the same time. A destitute widow who sought additional assistance during the Christmas season. They followed me until I reached the driveway's terminus. Cold pavement beneath Vanessa's bare feet. Mom clung to her coat, as if she were a victim of the weather. My dad is moving at a pace I haven't witnessed in a long time. Curious how financial incentives affect the perception of urgency. "You! Claire!" A scream escaped Mom's lips. "Please. Stop. Kindly reverse it." Of course Cole did. He shouted from behind them. With her face pale in the dashboard light, Sophie stared silently out the window. "No, I didn't break. The window was not rolled down by me. I recently wrote." Because I lacked confidence in my own voice, not because I was attempting to be dramatic. Not when Sophie is standing there, listening intently. Not while my palms are trembling on the wheel, and my heart is thumping in my chest. The streets became hazy as I continued driving. I continued driving until Sophie softly asked, "Where are we heading?" And then it dawned on me. Returning home was impossible for me. Only a few towns separated us from home. I had intended to spend the night at my parents' place. Yes, that was the main idea. I wish I could mend our broken hearts and bring us back together for Christmas and family gatherings. The time had passed. Poor Sophie was drained. Plus, I had no interest in driving 3 hours in the pitch black with a child who had just witnessed her grandparents treat her like garbage. Consequently, I parked my car in a hotel lot just off the highway. Nothing like a seedy roadside motel with dangling lights and questionable carpet stains. A genuine hotel with a welcoming lobby, fresh air, and a kind front desk clerk who made Sophie feel important. Because I could provide my daughter with a warm room and cocoa if I couldn't offer her a loving family. So, I reserved a room that had 2 beds. As if she'd been holding her breath the whole day, Sophie stomped off her shoes and hopped onto one of them. Perched on the side of the opposite bed, I fixed my gaze upon my knuckles. We remained silent for a moment. As soon as Sophie whispered, "Grandma doesn't like me," my jaw clamped shut. "No, Sophie, she doesn't," Sophie adamantly stated, her voice low but confident. "She likes Vanessa's children. She never fails to shower them with thoughtful gifts. I felt a hot, sharp sting behind my eyes, and she always hugs them first. It's not your responsibility." Like a child who has already determined the world is unjust and is merely attempting to comprehend the rules, Sophie shrugged. "It's not my fault," she said again, as if to put the sentence to the test. I grasped her wrist. "No, that's wrong. Being shy, nice, or diminutive isn't a prerequisite for making friends." Sophie seemed to be receptive to something new as she gazed at me. "Yet you are the one who does." That she wasn't incorrect caused me to freeze. Kids don't really lose out. They simply lack the necessary vocabulary at times. I took a deep breath and embraced her, murmured into her hair. I expressed my apologies. "I'm really sorry." Sophie yawned as her adrenaline wore off. "Mind if we watch a movie?" A thick-voiced, "Yes," came out of me. "We can watch whatever you want." While munching on snacks from the vending machine on the bed, we viewed a Christmas film in which the value of family was emphasized. The ridiculous parts made Sophie laugh. Like you, my laughter was a bit shattered when it came out. On the nightstand, my phone beeped continuously. Parents, children, Vanessa, and Cole, repeatedly. I paid it no mind as long as Sophie was awake. When she dozed off, curled up on the bed like a starfish, I stared at my phone screen till it went dark. Once more, it buzzed. I said, "Mom." After her. "Claire." Her voice exploded in my ear. She seemed to be trying to hide her tears because the light was too intense and too high. "Ah, at last. Are you not here? Where are you? How is Sophie doing?" It was almost comical. "Well, Claire, it seems like you've finally taken an interest." Urgently, she uttered the word. This was all in jest. We didn't mean it. And you know it. A harsh, furious voice, which I could barely make out, belonged to Vanessa. "Remind her to return." Low and tense, Dad's voice as well. "Switch it to the speaker." Mother paused. I then detected a click. "This is ridiculous," Dad said to Claire. "After you return and fix this," Vanessa interjected, "you need to quit playing the martyr card. Christmas is ruined because of you snorts." My chest tightened once again as I gazed at my daughter's sleeping form. Silently, I told you that you had already ruined Christmas. I can't believe you told me to leave and never come back while my child was sitting there. Mum said quickly that we were upset. Things were heated. "Vanessa, do you know how?" "Yes, I do," I claimed. "I know exactly how Vanessa is, and I know exactly how you are. I came not to be taken but to be given. You treated me as if I were groveling when I arrived to lend you a hand." Furious, Vanessa lost her temper. "You don't get to tear something like that up and walk away like it meant nothing." Dad's voice rose. "Claire, you need to fix this. You can redo it. You can write it again right now." "Yes, I saw it." Not apology, not love. Panic. I took a breath. I said no. "Not tonight. Not after what you said." Your mother's voice quivered. "Claire. Please." "No," I repeated. And this time it felt steady. "Good night." I ended the call and turned the phone face down. My hands were shaking, but my mind was calm in a way I hadn't felt in months. Outside, cars hissed past on the wet road. Inside, Sophie slept safe. And somewhere in my parents' house, they were staring at 3 torn pieces of paper and realizing they just voted themselves out of the best outcome they'd ever get. For a few days after Christmas, everything went quiet. No calls, no texts, no checking in. Not even a passive-aggressive message from Vanessa with a prayer hands emoji and a threat hidden behind it. At first, the silence felt like a relief, Like the world had stopped shaking long enough for me to breathe. Sophie went back to her routine. School, breakfast, homework. She asked fewer questions about Grandma. She didn't mention Christmas again, which somehow hurt more than if she had. I unpacked the suitcase we'd brought for what was supposed to be a family holiday. I folded Sophie's little sweater and felt my stomach twist with anger all over again. Then on the fourth day, I opened Facebook. And there it was, a post from Vanessa, a photo of her in my parents' living room, smiling in front of the tree like she'd just won an award. Cole beside her. Mom in the background holding a mug like she was starring in a wholesome holiday commercial. The caption was long. Of course it was. It started with something about family and betrayal, and ended with something about how some people show their true colors. She didn't use my name at first, which was almost worse, like I was a rumor. Then she did. Claire showed up on Christmas looking for sympathy, Vanessa wrote, and when we finally set boundaries, she humiliated our parents and stormed out. Some people will take everything and still demand more. Comments poured in under it. Aunts, cousins, people I hadn't spoken to in years. Praying for your parents. Some people are so ungrateful. Poor mom and dad. Then Vanessa went for the throat. And yes, she wrote before anyone asks. Claire got a huge payout from Grant's death, and she won't give her own family a penny. She'd rather punish us than act like a decent human being. I stared at the screen, my hands cold. I profited off my husband's death. That's what she was implying. That I was lucky. That I should be grateful. That I owed them a cut of grief. My phone started ringing again within 90 minutes. The flying monkeys, as my therapist would probably call them if I had the time to get one. An aunt. I just think you should apologize. Your parents are devastated. A cousin. Vanessa said you went crazy and ripped up money in front of them. Another cousin. Is it true you got paid? That's wild. A message from someone I barely remembered. Family is all you have. I didn't answer at first. I made me a lunch. I helped her with a math worksheet. I watched her color a picture of a snowman and wondered what kind of adults could look at a child and decide she didn't deserve a seat at the table. By the end of the day, I was done being quiet because quiet had never protected me. Quiet had only made me easier to blame. I opened my bank app and pulled up the transfers I've been making for years. $250 a month, every month. I took screenshots. Then I scrolled back to the Facebook post my mother had made after Grant died. The one where she bragged about sending me a small amount like it was charity. I screenshot that, too. Then I typed, not a rant, not a novel, just the truth, clean and sharp. Vanessa, I wrote, you told me to leave and never return on Christmas in front of my 8-year-old. Mom agreed. Dad stayed silent. Then I posted the receipts. Years of monthly payments, quiet help I never bragged about. And right beneath it, my mother's old post, her sad emoji, her stepping up for family, her little implication that I was irresponsible. Here's what family looked like before Grant died. I wrote, we supported mom and dad every month for years. I never posted about it. I never asked for applause. Here's what happened the one time I needed help. They posted about it like I'd robbed them. And for the record, I added, I didn't storm out. I left when my parents and sister told me Christmas was better without me in front of my 8-year-old daughter. I hit post. Then I turned off my phone and went to sit with Sophie on the couch while she watched cartoons. It didn't take long. Within 90 minutes, people started commenting on Vanessa's post differently. Wait, you were sending them money? Why did you post about helping her? So, you kicked her out and now you want her money? Vanessa's comments got defensive, then angry. Then she deleted a few. Mom tried to message me privately. Dad didn't say anything. But I saw his sister, my aunt, comment, this is disgusting. Claire and Sophie didn't deserve that. Vanessa's post got edited, then edited again, then it disappeared. The next day, the doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole and felt my stomach drop. Mom and Dad were there. Vanessa, too. Cole standing behind her like a supportive lamp. And in Mom's hands, a cake like frosting could undo cruelty. I opened the door just enough to step into the frame. Claire. Mom said. Voice too sweet. Hi. Sweetheart. I didn't answer. Vanessa smiled. Not the smug one from Christmas. A new one. The kind you wear when you want something. We just want to talk. She said. We've all had time to cool down. Dad cleared his throat. We are related. Mom held the cake up slightly like it was a peace offering and not a prop. We didn't mean what we said. She rushed. You know that. I stared at them. You meant it enough to say it. Vanessa's eyes flickered. That was a moment. A moment. I echoed. A moment where you looked at my kid and decided she didn't belong. Cole leaned forward a little. Claire, come on. Sophie needs cousins. Family. Sophie appeared behind me, peeking around my leg. Mom's face lit up instantly. Sophie. Hi. Baby. Come give Grandma a hug. Sophie didn't move. Her little hand curled into my shirt. Vanessa's smile tightened, but she kept it glued on. See, this is what we're talking about. We can fix this. We just need to be together. I could practically hear the unspoken part. We just need access. We just need the door open. We just need you close enough to pressure again. I took a breath. I said no. Mom blinked. Claire. No. I repeated. Calm, flat, final. You don't get to throw us out and then show up with cake and pretend you're kind. You don't get access to my daughter after you proved you don't even see her as family. Dad's jaw clenched. You're being cruel. I looked at him. You taught me. Vanessa's mask slipped for half a second. The anger flashed. The entitlement. Then she caught it again, quick as a snake. Claire. She said softly. Don't do something you'll regret. I smiled just a little. I already did something I regret. And it wasn't tearing up paper. I stepped back and closed the door. I locked it. And for the first time in my life, locking someone out didn't feel like cruelty. It felt like protection. About 10 months have passed since that Christmas. Long enough for the noise to fade. Long enough for the truth to settle into places that can't be argued with anymore. The settlement was $2.4 million. I never said it out loud back then because it didn't feel real and because I knew the moment I did, it would stop being about grief and start being about entitlement. I had planned to give my family around $600,000 of it. Enough to pay off my parents' mortgage and debts. Enough for them to retire without panic. Enough to give Vanessa a clean reset instead of another scramble. They didn't get a single dollar. Instead, I bought a modest house outright. Nothing flashy, just solid, quiet hours. Most of the money went straight into long-term savings and conservative investments. Sophie has a college fund now, a trust, and an emergency cushion, so her future never depends on people who decide her worth based on convenience. Money didn't erase the grief. I wish it worked like that. Grant is still gone. Some mornings still hit hard. Sophie still asks about her dad in small sideways ways. Questions at bedtime, pauses where she expects someone to answer. The difference is that the grief isn't tangled up with fear anymore. We're sad, but we're safe. Sophie doesn't ask about Grandma now. She doesn't wonder why she wasn't wanted. She laughs more. She sleeps better. She knows this house is hers. Through the grapevine, I've heard what happened to them. My parents sold the house. Retirement fell apart. Relationships fractured. And the part that really broke them wasn't just the money. It was knowing exactly how close they were. They've told people, complained about it, replayed it. That $600,000 haunts them. I thought keeping the money might haunt me. Too. It doesn't. What would have haunted me is teaching my daughter that cruelty deserves rewards. I still grieve the family I hoped I had, but I chose my child's safety over approval, and that choice finally chose me back. So, tell me, did I go too far or not far enough? Let me know in the comments and subscribe for. My son-in-law threw my 5-month pregnant daughter off his yacht at 11:30 p.m. He laughed. Then I called my brother. They dumped my daughter into the Atlantic Ocean at 11:30 p.m. by throwing her off their yacht. According to her father and husband. At 5 months along, her pregnancy was approaching its 5th month. They made fun of me for being histrionic as I yelled into the night and saw her dive into the murky sea. After that, they abandoned the yacht and returned to land. I called my older brother once when the Coast Guard hauled her out of the ocean 2 hours and 45 minutes later, barely alive. My entire speech consisted of just 4 words. Let them go now. Please subscribe to Gilded Vengeance and like this video if you love stories about justice and revenge. Then I will tell you what happened next. Post a comment telling me which state you're in. I'm interested to find out. Everything began so innocently that evening. The Whitaker family invited my daughter Grace and myself to their yearly fall soiree on board their luxury yacht, the Serafina. Off the Martha's Vineyard coast, we were anchored in late September. The sharp New England bite of the air was a warning that winter was almost here. My name is Jack Harrington, and I'm 67 years old. I'm a retired architect who, during his career, designed buildings, not houses for affluent, powerful families. I tend to keep to myself. Following my wife's passing when Grace was 9 years old, I brought her up on my own. She learned to trust others, work hard, and be kind for me. She learned the incorrect thing from me. It had been 3 years since Grace and Preston Whitaker tied the knot. He managed a hedge fund and had the kind of polished prep school good looks that come from affluent families. Senator Malcolm Whitaker was his father. He was a familiar sight on television news shows, usually smiling and shaking hands firmly. Like asphalt in the summer, the Whitakers emanated power and wealth. Right from the start, I had my doubts about them. You may say it's a father's intuition. Or you could say it's simply the gut feeling of a man who has spent his whole life studying blueprints and knows that sometimes there are structural issues behind what appears solid. I refrained from speaking out because Grace loved Preston, or at least believed she did. No parent wants to be the one that breaks their daughter's heart. On that particular night, the yacht's concealed speakers played jazz as around 40 people socialized on the deck, champagne glasses in hand. Grace, whose blue dress barely covered her little baby bulge, stood on the railing. It had been announced to Preston earlier that morning that she was pregnant. He had acted in an unusual way, she had said. Not elated, not furious, simply icy and aloof. From across the deck, I could see him engaged in a lengthy discussion with his dad. Their emotions were unintelligible as they repeatedly glanced toward Grace before averting their eyes. A red flag went up in my mind due to their body language. Those gut feelings have become reliable over the years. When the clock struck 10, the vast majority of diners had made their way below deck to the main salon. Getting up to use the restroom was Grace's explanation. As I was chatting with an old couple about their Nantucket vacation house, I could make out Preston's voice cutting through the night. "Come here, Grace, just for a second." It was then that I pivoted. Preston and his dad stood by the stern railing at the far end of the deck. Grace smiled as she approached them. From a distance of just 25 feet, I could tell that she was constantly attempting to gain their favor. Her question was, "What is it?" From her perspective, Preston drew forward to her and said something that escaped my ears. A smirk slipped Grace's lips. Averting her gaze, she shook her head in disapproval. Preston then reached out and took her arm. From across the room, his father advanced to join her. My heart was racing as I began to run toward them. There was a problem. "That is just incorrect." With her voice rising, Grace pleaded with the listener to release her grip on her. "Tell me what you're up to." Preston shouted sufficiently for me to hear him. "The point is to learn not to trick a man into believing a false pregnancy announcement." "You really believe I'm naive?" "I understand your goal. You can trust it. I am indeed expecting a child." Suddenly, Grace's voice sounded terrified. "Austin. Halt." She resisted his advances, but he remained unmoved. Behind her, Senator Whitaker stood, preventing her from escaping. They pinned her to the railing, and were about to attack. It was at this point that I started sprinting while yelling, "Get away from her." Nevertheless, I was moving at a snail's pace. Standing on a yacht deck in his dress shoes is a 67-year-old man. Preston turned to face his dad. There was some subtle exchange of information between them. The two of them then pushed simultaneously. Upon impact with the water, Grace's cry abruptly ended as she retreated over the railing. She sounded like she had struck something hard just before the water swallowed her. The sound was off. Too harsh. In an instant, I was at their side, snatching Preston by the jacket. "Tell me what you did. Tell me what you did." He pushed me aside. My fall sent me tumbling against the railing, and I peered down into the murky water below. It was pitch black, and the only sound was the lapping of waves on the ship's hull. While steadily fixing his cufflinks, Senator Whitaker assured everyone that she would swim to safety. "There's a little less than a mile. Instructs her not to deceive in order to access family funds. She's with child." I yelled at them. "That water is too deep for her to swim. Here we are at 43 degrees. Preston let out a hearty laugh. I actually found myself laughing out loud. "Are you expecting a child? I see. After that, she will demand child support and say the baby is mine. Her likeness is not new to me. I was careless." "Hey, I just relocated. I reached out to seize the life preserver affixed to the bulkhead, but Senator Whitaker intervened. Take it easy, Mr. Harrington. This concerns an intimate family issue. Do not interfere with me. Quickly evading his grasp, I seized the life preserver and tossed it into the shadows where Grace had fallen. I was unable to perceive the splash as it collided with the water. Caressing the railing, I peered over it. Roughly 25 feet of turbulent, dark water could be made out by the yacht's lights. There was complete blackness beyond that. God! I let out a scream. Are you able to hear me, Grace? No sound. All that remains are the waves lapping at the shore and the faint melody of jazz emanating from the speakers. A person had fallen overboard, so I took out my phone, contacted 911, and informed the dispatcher of the situation. I provided them with all the information I could think of, including our coordinates and position. As he strode past me, Preston headed below deck. As dramatic as ever, he told his dad, "She's likely already making plans to manipulate someone by climbing onto the coast." Tossing him overboard was my intention. I wanted to stomp on his jaw, but I kept staring at the ocean. My daughter's whereabouts kept popping into my head. Someone questioned me from behind, asking why I hadn't pursued her. Attracted by the noise, one of the visitors had climbed up from the basement. It was then that I pivoted. The old woman I had been chatting with earlier, Evelyn Caldwell, was there. She appeared disgusted. With my voice quivering, I confessed that I am not good at swimming. Extremely chilly and choppy sea. I am afraid that we will both perish if I enter. Per the Coast Guard, remain where you are. Pay close attention. Remain, addressing her by name. My conscience weighed me down like a ton of bricks even as I spoke those words. As I stood on this deck, doing nothing, my kid was out there drowning. 45 minutes elapsed. The Coast Guard showed their searchlights illuminating the murky sea. Standing by the balcony the whole time, I yelled out Grace's name until I could no longer do so. Under the guise of inaction, Preston and Senator Whitaker had descended below deck. It seemed like Grace had decided to swim to shore since I overheard Preston telling other visitors so. Around the 3-hour mark, I overheard a Coast Guard officer talking on the radio. "We have something here." White knuckles were a result of my firm grip on the railing. Full of life. Crackling came from a different source. Deep silence. The duration is excessive. Not at all. Insomnia without heat. Brain injury. She has passed out. Immediately. A medevac is required. A rescue basket was used to hoist her to safety. She was so unfamiliar to me. Her purple lips complemented her blue-gray face. Her forehead bore a visible wound. Her hair was matted with blood. Unmoving, she remained. Does she have a pulse? I spoke to the nurse. Not at all. Quick action is required. I began to trail behind as they transferred her to the Coast Guard vessel. Please, remain here. One of the policemen pleaded with the man. We require statements. Now we're at a crime scene. Her name is Maya. We are aware, sir. She will be transported to Massachusetts General Hospital by helicopter. She is there for you to meet. At this very moment, though, we must have your account of what transpired. As Grace was being dragged away, I beheld her motionless body. My gut told me to accompany her. The cop, though, was correct. The story would be controlled by Preston and his father if I left right now. They would erase all evidence of this, as if it had never occurred. It was fine with me. I'll fill you in on every detail. I informed the Coast Guard of my remarks. Just as I had seen it. I described it to them. Senator Malcolm Whitaker and Preston purposefully pushed Grace overboard. I filled them in on the details of the pregnancy, Preston's charge, and their laughter. As she took my statement, the young officer appeared uneasy. Do you comprehend, Mr. Harrington? This needs a comprehensive investigation. You might say that Senator Whitaker is just a senator. The stakes are high in this charge. Even more grave than attempting murder. What I mean is that this is going to be difficult. He had a point. Almost 4 hours after my arrival at the hospital, attorneys had already shown up. They have attorneys, not me. In the intensive care unit waiting area, 2 wealthy men were engaged in low-key conversation with the hospital administrator. I was approached by a doctor. Looking weary, she was a young woman. Dear Mr. Harrington, my name is Dr. Maya Lin. Your daughter's condition is critical yet stable. In addition to a concussion and acute cold, she inhaled a large amount of water. That's all we're able to accomplish. The infant. She was hesitant. No one can tell us just yet. To determine the viability of the pregnancy at this stage would be premature. This following week is pivotal. A chair was my refuge. It seemed as if I were an observer at a surrealist film. I was approached by one of the attorneys. My name is Grant Wexler, and I am here on behalf of the Whitaker family, Mr. Harrington. Mrs. Whitaker's accident has us quite worried. Rest assured, Senator Whitaker and his son are actively collaborating with the authorities, and this was definitely not an accident. But please don't say anything that could be considered defamatory or provocative. Sir, you must not remain in my presence. I can feel your pain, but I kept my ground. I prefer to keep my distance. Was never one. However, I could have been one at that very moment, if the lawyer had said just one more word. He swiftly retreated to his colleague after stepping back and nodding curtly, as if he had caught sight of something in my eyes. Returning to my seat, I retrieved my phone. It was wrath, not fear, that made my hands tremble. My daughter's disappearance into that dark water sparked a chilling, quiet wrath within me. The name I needed was in my contacts, so I scrolled through them. I am the younger brother of Ray Harrington. Nearly 3 years had passed since we last spoke. I can't remember the last time I did anything like this. It was during a family quarrel over something so insignificant. Raymond had been an agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigations for 27 years. They spend the most of their time on financial offenses. As a forensic accountant, he had the unique ability to decipher spreadsheets and uncover concealed crimes within them. Politicians, crime lords, and corporate crooks who were corrupt would be put away by him. He moved to a tiny Vermont community 6 years ago after retiring. However, I was aware that he has residual abilities and connections. Dial. I did. In the third ring, he responded. Hello, Jack. His tone was wary. Our parting had been tense. Okay, Ray. I hadn't addressed him by that name since we were little. Please. Assist me. No sound. So, what followed? I spilled the beans to him. Instead of raising my voice to describe my daughter's attempted murder, I kept it level and controlled, as if I were discussing a building plan. There was a considerable pause when I finished. Ray eventually clarified that Senator Malcolm Whitaker was being referred to by these individuals. Indeed, Jack. He is likely to run for governor next year, and is one of the most powerful men in Massachusetts. He is well connected in all government agencies and courthouses. As far as Ray is concerned, I am conscious of his identity. My question is clear. Still no word. He was nearly speaking to me as he considered the potential consequences. It is now. What time is it? Is that so? He inquired. General Mass. Look, I see the waiting room. Remain seated. Stay away from attorneys. Only speak to law enforcement officials in my presence. Surrender to no one. I am presently departing from Vermont. That's 4 hours from now. Ray. I am not acting in your best interest. Jack. I'm dedicating it to Grace. I received a birthday card from that little child last year. She was under no obligation to do that, even though we were not communicating. My jaw clenched. Much obliged. Thank me later. This is going to turn ugly if what you told me is true. In order to cover this up, the Whitakers will do everything in their power. Will you be ready for that? Observing Grace's room via the glass pane, I beheld the machines that were artificially breathing for her and the monitors that were monitoring her deteriorating vital signs. Yeah, I said that. I'm all set. All night long, I was a patient at the hospital. Grace did not wake up. She was described as critically ill. At about 3:40 inches the morning, a nurse informed me that the pregnancy had come to an end. It had been an overwhelming experience with a shock, hypothermia, and stress. It was devastating news for my daughter. Some part of me broke as I sank onto that plastic chair, not just a crack, a total rupture. Any sense of mercy or desire for forgiveness that I could have had vanished at that very instant. Ray got there right before sunrise. His graying hair and deep wrinkles around his eyes gave him an older look than I remembered. But his piercing, inquisitive eyes were still there. Quietly, he took a seat beside me. For a few minutes, we did nothing. When he finally spoke up, he demanded to know every last detail. Affirmative, I made sure not to exclude anything. Here, I divulged details that I had previously kept from the Coast Guard. For example, earlier that night, I overheard Preston and Senator Whitaker huddled together, whispering. I couldn't decipher their expressions since they had been observing Grace throughout the night. How? Upon hearing the news of the pregnancy that morning, Preston contacted his father without delay. Without interjecting, Ray listened. He remained silent for quite some time after I finished. "All right," he remarked. "Let me tell you what we're up against. Whitaker, the senator, has a 28-year history in the political arena. He has a lot of money, connections, and is quite cautious. He has done this before. If he intended to hurt Grace, however, people will notice it, because it is from us, he will know. Inform him. His fear is what I desire. Victims of fear often act erratically." Next morning, the story was published. From Grace's room, I checked the news. Now that she was awake, she was conscious, but distraught. Senator Malcolm Whitaker gave a press conference, his countenance somber and his voice measured. She held my hand as we watched. He stated that these accusations were totally without merit. The unfortunate accident that killed my first wife was duly investigated by the authorities in our town. It breaks my heart that someone would attempt to exploit the suffering of my family for their own political gain. The Coast Guard investigation into the recent incident involving my daughter-in-law has our full cooperation. Snort. Grace and her father are in our thoughts and prayers at this trying time. The accident was tragic. He was great, calm, compassionate, convincing. I seriously considered giving up hope for a second. Next, Ray gave a call. I followed the instructions and turned on Channel 5. It was about to begin. A news conference. At a podium, an unidentified woman whose hands trembled slightly stood. "Hi, I'm Monica Davenport," she introduced herself. "During the tenure of former State Senator Malcolm Whitaker, I served as his campaign manager 17 years ago. During that period, he committed sexual abuse against me. My complaint vanished when I informed the police. I signed a non-disclosure agreement and was paid to be silent. With the assistance of my attorney, I am terminating that arrangement today. For decades, Senator Whitaker has used his riches and position to suppress his victims. He is a dangerous man. I will not be speaking anymore." All noise in the cafe faded away. No one dared to look away. Something went bump on my phone. It was Ray once more. "Further, that is not all. Finally, I located 3 additional women. Everyone is speaking out now. Also, I came across something else, Jack. Preston had already begun looking for methods to terminate prenuptial agreements 1 month before your daughter informed him she was pregnant, according to Preston's financial documents. She was attempting to conceive. And he knew it. If it did happen, he had already planned how to escape her. Does it require evidence? All of it, including his search history, emails, and bills from his lawyer. The finest bit is right here. The identity of the yacht's passengers was revealed to me that evening. Among the invitees was a former captain of the Coast Guard. It was this morning that we had our conversation. He witnessed everything. Preston and Senator Whitaker were pushing Grace on purpose, and he is prepared to testify to that fact." My grip became trembling. Why remain silent all this time? It was his best effort. His incorrect belief that he hadn't been drinking was initially dispelled by the Whitakers' legal team. However, now that everything else has come to light, he is prepared to reveal the truth. For the Whitakers, the following week was a total disaster. Inquiries into Senator Whitaker's political donations were initiated by the FBI. His first wife's murder was reinvestigated by the Massachusetts State Police. Attempts at murder, assault, and reckless endangerment were among the charges against Preston upon his arrest. Another press conference was conducted by Senator Whitaker. At this point, his voice quivered and his hands trembled. "All of it was a plot," he said, and he placed the blame on political opponents. He had no credibility. As it unfolded, Grace and I sat back and observed. At least physically, she was becoming stronger by the day. She was devastated emotionally. Aside from her marriage and child, she had also lost faith in humanity. She shed many tears. Minimal conversation. She told me one night that I should have paid more attention to what you had to say. You had your doubts about them. You yearned for faith in romantic love. It's not incorrect. I narrowly avoided death, but it didn't happen. You're still here. You're awesome, and they will face consequences for their actions. The trial lasted for 9 months. Each day, I would sit in that courtroom and watch Preston wriggle in his chair, as witness after witness testified against him. There were experts in finance who explained the motive behind the trust fund, a former captain of the Coast Guard, other yacht passengers who had heard Preston's threats earlier in the evening, and medical examiners who explained how Grace could have died from hypothermia and drowning. No tactic was spared by Preston's legal team. Grace had allegedly jumped, and they were treating it as a suicide attempt. They said she had climbed on the railing and fallen by herself. The story they told was that she was emotionally unstable, manipulative, and had used a false pregnancy to trap her client. Grace bore it all with poise and composure. No one in the courtroom could help but cry when she finally stood before the judge and told her tale. For 6 hours, the jury deliberated. Accused of everything. The trial of Senator Whitaker followed. Ray had collected sufficient evidence to indict him on first-degree murder for the death of his first wife, conspiracy to commit murder for the death of Grace, and various counts of obstruction of justice. Although it took 16 months longer, that trial yielded the same result. Prone to guilt. During the reading of the verdict, I was present. As the words took hold, I observed Malcolm Whitaker's expression. It's likely that he had never before experienced loss, consequences, or the rejection of those who mattered in his life. As he scanned the courtroom, he spotted me in the gallery. We locked gazes. I refrained from bragging or grinning. I merely glanced at him, hoping he grasped the situation. When you inflict harm upon a child, this is the result. Since that fateful night on the yacht, 3 years have flown by. Grace is making progress. Just better, not fantastic. In order to support victims of domestic abuse, she decided to sell her wedding ring and give the proceeds to a charity. Her interest in landscape architecture led her to return to school and earn a master's degree. Currently, she is occupied with the design of parks, constructing lovely areas where children can play in safety. Without a partner, she cannot survive. Claims she isn't prepared. May never be prepared. My approach is non-intrusive. She has endured sufficient hardships at the age of 29. She'll recover at her own pace. I am now in frequent contact with Ray. We made amends for our strained relationship. As it turns out, the near-death experience of a loved one helps put trivial disagreements into perspective. His book, The Senator's Secrets, How Power Corrupts, will be based on the case. He says. He wanted to know if I would be interested in writing it simultaneously with him. I said no. It is unnecessary for me to rehash this story. This is something I experienced once. That's sufficient. A federal prison has sentenced Preston Whitaker to 32 years. The death penalty was served by Senator Malcolm Whitaker with a life sentence plus 25 years. Nothing they've done has worked. When Grace wants to know my thoughts on whether what we did was justice or revenge, I tell her. In my opinion, it's both, I tell her. That, in my opinion, is fine. This is because I have learned this. Manly men aren't those who keep to themselves. For many years, I had maintained an air of tranquility and amenability. By avoiding confrontation and keeping my cool, I was able to let things slide. Individuals such as the Whitakers relied on that. They knew I would run away, keep quiet, and be scared, so they played right into their hands, but they forgot something important. Quiet doesn't mean powerless. It just means patient. And patience, when combined with determination and truth, is the most powerful weapon in the world. Grace and I have dinner every Sunday now. We don't talk about Preston or his father. We don't talk about that night on the yacht. We talk about her projects, about the garden she's designing for a children's hospital, about the future. Last Sunday, she told me she's thinking about starting to date again. Not seriously. Just coffee with a colleague from work. A landscape designer who seems kind. What do you think? Inquiring. She spoke up. I looked at my daughter, this strong, resilient woman who'd survived what should have killed her. And I felt something I hadn't felt in 3 years. Hope. I think you should trust your instincts, I said. And I think you should know that I'm always here, watching, protecting. She smiled. I know, Dad. I know. The truth is, I'll never stop watching, never stop protecting. That's what fathers do. We build things, homes, careers, families. And when someone tries to destroy what we've built, we don't just get angry, we get even. The Whitakers thought they could throw my daughter away like trash and face no consequences. They thought their money and power made them untouchable. They were wrong. Sometimes the people you underestimate are the most dangerous. The quiet architect who designs buildings learned something over 42 years. When you understand structures, you understand how they fail. How to find the weak points, how to bring everything crashing down. I built my life on solid foundations. The Whitakers built theirs on lies, violence, and arrogance. In the end, only one structure was left standing, That's the story of how a quiet man ended two powerful men. I did it with patience, with help from my brother, and with the one weapon they never expected, the truth. If you enjoyed this story, please like and subscribe to Gilded Vengeance. Leave a comment below about what you think. Was it justice or revenge? And remember, never underestimate the quiet ones. We're not weak. We're just waiting for the right moment. Thank you for listening. I'll see you in the next. My sister said, "We don't need you anymore." My dad whispered, "We have to get rid of her." After they took $650,000. I'm Harper Bennett, a 34-year-old woman who recently completed yet another demanding shift to support my family. Instinctively, my hand touched the secret pocket of my bra, where I had carefully hidden a $7.5 million lottery ticket. That thin piece of paper, which would ultimately release my family from the crippling debt we had suffered for so long, felt like a passport. Imagining the happiness I was going to bring home, I drove through the storm. When my sister realized we would never again have to worry about past due bills or our collapsing home, I could already see the relief on my parents' faces and the excitement in her eyes. However, my feet froze as soon as I stepped onto the well-known porch. Loud laughter erupted from the living room as soon as I heard the sharp pop of a champagne cork. We're celebrating at home while our finances are overwhelming us. It was illogical. As I leaned closer to the chilly oak door and pressed my ear against it to listen, my heart started to race. Then my entire world fell apart. I immediately recognized the voice, cold and self-assured. My sister's voice broke through the cacophony. For the land, the family has already received $650,000 in compensation. Harper is no longer necessary for us. My throat tightened with breath. Before I could even begin to comprehend the betrayal, my father's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. Before she discovers the money, we must figure out how to get rid of her. I realized that my own family wasn't merely keeping something from me. They were actually planning to remove me from their lives as I stood there shaking, torn between anger and heartbreak. It felt heavier than ever to feel the lottery ticket against my skin. I was prepared to save them when I got home. Instead, I found out they were having a celebration without me. Please like this story to help us out if it caught your attention. If you discovered that your family was deceiving you in this way, how would you respond? Before we learn what happens next, please share your thoughts in the comments section. I took a deep breath and turned the doorknob as if I hadn't heard anything, fighting back the tremor of rage that was coursing through every cell in my body. The joyous ambiance in the living room abruptly disappeared like a candle extinguished by the wind as soon as the heavy wooden door swung open. My family's faces instantly changed from happy to inflatedly unhappy as the pricey bottle of champagne was hastily pushed behind the beige couch. Madison Pierce, my sister, who had always been the pampered princess of the home, quickly wiped the smirk from her face so that she appeared suitably serious. It was frightening to see how easily they could change from happy conspirators to a pitiful family on the verge of bankruptcy in order to control me. Richard Holloway, my father, was slumped over the dining table, his head buried in his hands, putting on a show of exhaustion that would have been convincing to anyone who hadn't heard his icy whisper just moments before. In the meantime, Susan Whitaker, my mother, immediately began her psychological assault by grabbing my attention with a stack of past due notices. As soon as I walked in, she started complaining about the water and electricity bills that were allegedly weeks overdue, putting pressure on me. Mom gave me a tearful look and threatened to turn off our electricity if we didn't raise $1,200 by tomorrow morning. Knowing exactly what cruel game they were playing, I walked past them with a heavy heart, but before I made my move, I decided to give their honesty one last test. To see if they would admit their good fortune or double down on their deceit. I casually brought up a rumor I had heard at work about the port area being cleared for compensation. People were discussing a buyout. So I asked them directly if they had heard anything about neighbors getting settlement offers. Mom straight-faced and denied it right away, saying it was just malicious rumors, and that we were still in danger of going into foreclosure because we didn't have enough money for bank interest. She chastised me for wasting my time listening to idle chatter when I should have been working harder to keep our roof over our heads. I knew the money was already in their account, so her ability to lie while staring straight into my eyes made my stomach turn with nausea. With an indifference that made my blood boil, Madison sat on the plush armchair and filed her nails while insisting that I give her my paycheck right away. She said that the stress of our lack of food and poverty was causing her head to split open, so she needed money for prescription migraine medication. But the overpowering fragrance of high-end perfume emanating from her neck revealed an entirely different picture of the true destination of the funds. I kept my expression neutral to avoid raising suspicions about what I knew, even though I knew that particular scent cost more than our monthly grocery budget. Madison gave me an impatient glare and asked why I was standing there looking rather than helping the family that had raised me. With a sense of urgency that seemed so forced, Dad finally raised his head and slid a thick manila folder across the table toward me. He clarified that in order to assist him in restructuring the debt with the bank, I had to sign the property management authorization and waiver of inheritance documents. In order to keep the house for another year, he smoothly lied and claimed that it was only a formality to legalize the paperwork for creditors. Actually, I was aware that he would use this as a means of depriving me of my property rights before evicting me. In order to take it to the bank, first thing in the morning, he pushed a pen into my hand and instructed me to sign it immediately. I picked up the pen and pretended that the double shift had worn me out by letting my hand tremble a little. They were visibly irritated when I told them that I needed to lie down for an hour before I could concentrate on reading legal documents, but they were forced to release me. I withdrew to my bedroom, locked the door, and moved the chair to the ceiling ventilation grate. The $7.5 million lottery ticket was carefully tucked into the tiny opening beneath the air vent, out of sight of anyone. I needed hard proof before I could take further action against them, so I drove directly to the Louisville Urban Planning Office the following morning rather than taking the usual route to work. Given the life-altering secrets I was about to discover inside, the long shadow cast by the tall municipal building near the riverfront felt oddly foreboding. With a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach, I went to the records counter and asked for the public zoning documents pertaining to the residential block where my family resided. With a steady clacking that reverberated throughout the silent room, the clerk repositioned her glasses and entered the address into her computer as I held my breath, waiting for the truth to come to light. She turned the monitor to face me and verified that a large logistics company looking to expand its riverfront warehousing operations had indeed designated our entire neighborhood for an urgent acquisition. When she disclosed that the actual compensation package was much larger than the nebulous rumors Mom had so readily brushed aside the previous evening, my heart pounded against my chest. The buyout price for our property was $650,000, a sum of money that could permanently alter our lives, according to the official document. When the clerk showed me the preliminary agreement with a signature I recognized better than my own, I felt the blood drain from my face. The system indicated that a 40% deposit had been made to Dad's personal account last week, and he had already signed the documents approving the sale. They had been pretending we were on the verge of foreclosure and watching me work double shifts to pay for their groceries while they sat on $250,000. Feeling dizzy from the enormity of their deceit, I left the government building and called our bank's customer service number right away to look into this further. I had every right to ask about recent transaction history without obtaining their consent because my name was still on the joint account used to make mortgage payments. After the representative confirmed my identity, I asked her to check for any odd spending trends over the past few days because I thought a family member might have accessed my account without authorization. After a deafening silence, she listed a number of outrageous purchases she had made at upscale fashion boutiques that I had never visited. After a brief pause, the bank representative raised her voice in a concerned but professional manner. "Ma'am, yesterday I noticed a $6,800 transaction at the Gucci store in the downtown mall. Would you like to verify whether this sum is a scam?" I answered in a cold voice, clutching the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. "I know exactly who swiped the card, so there's no need to dispute it. I appreciate your assistance." While they made me pay the electricity bill, it was clear that Madison was already using up the settlement funds. So, with a chilly resolve settling in my chest, I drove home late that afternoon. My bedroom appeared to have been completely destroyed by a tornado, and I froze when I opened the door. My books were thrown haphazardly onto the bed in a disorganized pile, and my clothes were taken out of the drawers and strewn all over the floor. It was painfully clear that my parents were looking desperately for any hidden money stash they believed I might be keeping from them, not a burglar. In order to save my energy for the inevitable battle at dinner, I cleaned up the mess in silence, rather than confronting them right away. As we sat down to eat a small meal of leftovers that evening, the tension-filled atmosphere in the dining room felt oppressive. With a stern expression, Mom put the electricity bill next to my plate, anticipating that I would pull out my checkbook as usual to pay for their bills. I calmly announced that I would not be paying it this month or any subsequent month after pushing the paper across the table. With such force that the ceramic plates jumped and rattled violently against the wood, Dad slammed his heavy hand onto the table. His face flushed deeply as he got up and yelled, "You live under this roof, so you have to take responsibility, or do you want me to kick you out on the street right now?" I looked directly into his angry eyes without blinking and said, "I have paid off every single debt for you for the last 6 years. Do you really think I owe you anything else at this point?" The room fell silent for a heartbeat before Mom used her go-to tactic of emotional manipulation to regain control. She sobbed theatrically as she lamented how she had given up her youth and health to raise me and how she had been treated with such callous disregard. To make me feel like an unappreciative burden who owed them my entire life, she listed every meal she had ever prepared and every diaper she had ever changed. Even though I had seen the performance 1,000 times, I was unaffected by it tonight because I was aware of the $650,000. A storm that was far more destructive than any tempest blowing off the Ohio River finally hit our home 4 days after I learned the truth. A sharp shriek from the second floor broke the delicate silence of the evening as I sat in the living room attempting to determine when it would be best to show my hand. With a performance so exaggerated and dramatic that it truly deserved an award for bad acting, Madison Pierce stormed down the stairs. She was breathing heavily and clutching her chest as she accused me of breaking into her bedroom while she was taking a shower in order to take her valuable item. I knew for a fact that she had pawned her gold diamond-encrusted necklace days earlier to finance her covert shopping spree, so her claim that I had stolen it was absurd. Madison Pierce screamed loudly to ensure the neighbors heard her as she barged into the living room and pointed a neatly manicured finger right in my face. "It was you. I saw you lurking in front of my room earlier today. Give me back my necklace right now, you filthy thief," she screamed, glaring at me while pretending to cry. With a calmness that angered her, I looked up from my book and gave myself a little smirk of amusement before answering. "You sold that necklace to buy your new designer handbag, didn't you?" I asked, staring her in the eye with a hint of sarcasm. "Madison Pierce, stop acting because you are terrible at it." Richard Holloway and Susan Whitaker jumped to defend their beloved golden child without even pausing to think about the reasoning behind my claim or request a shred of evidence. They instantly took on the persona of enduring parents who are devastated to learn that they have reared a criminal in their own home. It was disgusting to see how well they planned this assault, as though they had practiced the whole thing in front of a mirror to get the most impact. Mom muttered about how she had failed as a mother to raise such a dishonest daughter as she clutched her pearls and gave me a deeply disappointed look. With a force that made the wood creak beneath his fist, Dad slammed the waiver of residence and inheritance document onto the coffee table. He gave me a chilly look and gave me the ultimatum they had obviously been preparing ever since the settlement funds arrived in their account. He threatened to call the police and have me arrested for grand larceny if I didn't sign the paper and leave right away. He said he would do whatever it took to preserve the family's integrity, even though he didn't want to see his own daughter in handcuffs. As I glanced at the paper, a chilly realization struck me because this was precisely the strategy he had discussed in his whispers that evening to get rid of me. To get me out of the house and keep the full $650,000 without having to share a cent, they had made up a crime. It was a well-planned trap that would quickly deprive me of both my home and my dignity, leaving me with nothing but the clothes on my back. They had greatly underestimated the person in front of them, expecting me to beg for mercy or forgiveness. With a steady hand I picked up the pen and instead of the fear they expected to see in my eyes, I looked at them with pity. Knowing that the $7.5 million lottery ticket in my pocket was far more valuable than this useless piece of paper, I signed my name across the bottom of the page. The sound of the pen scratching on the paper sealed my permanent departure from this poisonous atmosphere, and the room fell silent. I got up slowly and made my way to the door where, earlier that day, I had concealed my suitcase in preparation for this very moment. I took one last look at the three individuals who were meant to be my family before leaving into the night. "You people want me to leave. That's fine, but don't regret it when you realize you just kicked out the most valuable thing in this entire house," I said, meeting their arrogant stares with a confident expression. Without waiting for their answer, I turned around and left the dilapidated house that was no longer my home, walking out into the pitch-black Louisville night. When I called a cab to get me out of that nightmare, the rain had stopped but the air was clear and fresh. My life as a millionaire was about to begin, so I sat down in the leather seat of the taxi and instructed the driver to take me directly to the most opulent 5-star hotel in the downtown area. Instead of feeling bad or concerned, my family launched a shady media campaign 10 days after I left with the goal of utterly ruining my reputation in our community. Madison Pierce viciously posted lengthy diatribes on Facebook and Instagram, giving anyone who would listen a terrible and inaccurate impression of my personality. She made up a whole story, saying that I was an unappreciative daughter who had stolen our elderly parents' retirement funds and developed a severe drug addiction before fleeing with a secret boyfriend. My phone's notification bubbles burst with messages from people I knew, either blocking me because of her lies or requesting explanations. However, I declined to discuss the drama in public. I was aware that responding to their criticism in the comments section would only make them more irate. In order to prepare my counterattack in the shadows, I decided to say nothing at all. I was busy securing my future by going to the lottery headquarters to pick up my $7.5 million prize, while they were busy destroying my past. I needed the element of surprise, so I chose the anonymous claim option to keep my name out of the local news for the time being. When the money was wire transferred and I saw that enormous sum in my new bank account, the reality of the situation hit me with a pounding force. For the first time in years, I was able to think clearly after seeing those zeros, which gave me a sense of security and power that totally overcame the pain of their betrayal. I immediately signed a lease for an opulent penthouse apartment with a stunning panoramic view of the majestic Ohio River, now that I was financially independent. I supported my ungrateful family while spending my days buying expensive designer clothes to fill my small wardrobe and live the lifestyle I had been denied. But living comfortably in private was insufficient. I had to carry out a scheme that would reveal their betrayal to the world in the most degrading manner imaginable. I decided that using their own avarice and conceit against them would be the best form of retaliation as I sat on my velvet sofa and watched the boats float by on the river below. I invited my best friend Olivia Grant, who was a well-known event planner in the city, to my new haven so I could tell her the truth. I told her all about the lottery win, the money that was hidden in the settlement, and how my sister and parents had cruelly expelled me in order to keep their wealth to themselves. Before I unlocked my phone and showed Olivia Grant the banking app to demonstrate that I was serious about my finances, she listened with her mouth agape. When she discovered that the friend she believed to be homeless was actually a multimillionaire, the look of shock on her face was priceless. Olivia Grant gasped as she gazed at the screen with wide eyes. "What on earth are you going to do with all of this money, Harper? Don't tell me you're going to forgive them. Please." I sipped my vintage red wine slowly and grinned enigmatically. "Pardon them?" "No. Olivia Grant. I'll show them exactly what they discarded. The largest party this city has ever seen is what I want to plan." For the remainder of the evening, we devised the ideal plan to destroy Madison Pierce's social status by focusing on her popularity, which was the only thing that mattered to her. Olivia Grant created and distributed exclusive electronic invitations to every friend and relative we knew, including Madison Pierce's whole network of shallow admirers, using her professional connections. An all-expense-paid luxury yacht party on the river with complimentary champagne and fine dining was promised in the invitation, and it was set for Madison Pierce's birthday night. In order to appeal to the conceit of those Madison Pierce was so desperately trying to impress, we made sure the digital invitation looked extremely exclusive and sophisticated. The shallow individuals Madison Pierce surrounded herself with were unable to resist the lure of a free high-class event, even out of loyalty. Everyone from Madison Pierce's closest friends to my cousins had accepted the invitation without hesitation, as evidenced by the constant buzz of RSVP notifications on my phone. They didn't care about the sister who had been abandoned in a dilapidated home because they were all too ready to taste the good life. The ease with which their allegiance could be purchased with the promise of free alcohol and a boat ride was pitiful. Knowing that Madison Pierce would be sitting by herself on her birthday while everyone she knew celebrated with the sister she attempted to destroy, I was pleased as I scrolled through the list of confirmed guests. All eyes were on the magnificent yacht anchored in Louisville Harbor, which was ablaze with lights and busier than ever on the last Saturday of the month. In order to create a floating palace that shimmered against the dark waters of the Ohio River, I had spent no money on renting the most opulent river yacht Kentucky had to offer. Every railing and surface was decorated with thousands of fresh white roses that were imported from South America, and the water was magically illuminated by ornate crystal chandeliers that hung from the outdoor deck. As guests boarded the ship in amazement at the spectacle I had created, the air was filled with the aroma of pricey perfume and the gentle melody of a live jazz band playing in the background. Wearing a stunning midnight blue evening gown adorned with genuine diamonds that gleamed in every motion, I entered the upper deck. They used to ignore the girl in the tattered uniform, but now I walked with a newfound confidence through the sea of hundreds of guests who were raising their champagne glasses in my honor. Everyone who had previously denigrated me or thought Madison Pierce was telling lies was now trying to catch a glimpse of the woman who had organized the year's biggest event. I gave them a kind smile and relished the weight of the pricey necklace that protected me from the recollection of my lack of wealth. Madison Pierce, meanwhile, sat by herself at the dining table across town in the oppressive quiet of our rundown home, wearing thick makeup that appeared hideous in the harsh kitchen light. She checked her phone every few seconds while staring blankly at a cheap grocery store cake with unlit candles, only to be inundated with phony apology texts from people who said they were busy or ill. The realization that her social circle's loyalty was as brittle as her ego in the face of a better offer must have been excruciating for her. The quiet of the empty house mocked her illusions of grandeur as she sat there in her sequined dress, waiting for a party that would never take place. I gave the production crew the go-ahead to start the live stream on the enormous LED screens surrounding the yacht and simultaneously broadcast it to all social media platforms as the clock struck the prime time for social /. Interaction. I told the camera operators to focus on Madison Pierce's devoted inner circle, who were currently laughing heartily and dancing wildly on the dance floor. As if they had never met Madison Pierce, the camera panned across the faces of people she had known since high school, showing them consuming caviar and popping bottles of vintage champagne. Knowing my sister was watching this very moment from her lonely purgatory, I grabbed the microphone off the stand and smiled brightly at the camera. To make sure my voice could be heard clearly on the other side of the screen, I held my crystal flute high in the air and yelled over the thumping music. I appreciate everyone's presence as we celebrate my newfound freedom. Tonight, you can drink all you want because I'll be paying. The crowd's cheers, which reverberated across the water and into the night sky, were an instantaneous and thunderous response. With a fervor that must have felt like a knife twisting in Madison Pierce's stomach, they lifted their glasses in my direction and chanted together, "Long live Louisville's Harper Best Party." Madison Pierce was back in the living room, watching the screen with horror as the people she thought were her best friends betrayed her in order to give her a taste of the luxury to which she had always felt entitled. Screaming until her throat hurt from the injustice of it all, she went completely crazy and began smashing plates and sweeping the cheap decorations off the table. Unable to believe that the sister she had cast aside was now the queen of the city, she paced the room like an animal in a cage. In my clutch, my phone started to vibrate violently, and I knew the bait had been perfectly taken when I saw Madison Pierce's name flash on the screen. To ensure that every guest could clearly hear the conversation, I gestured for the DJ to turn off the music and used Bluetooth to connect my phone to the yacht's enormous sound system. Hundreds of people could hear her high-pitched voice as I pressed the green button and pretended to be perplexed. Madison Pierce screamed with a mixture of pure jealousy and uncontrollable rage that silenced the entire deck, not realizing she was on speaker. "Harper, what are you doing? You're stealing my guests? How did you obtain the funds? Now come home." As they heard the pitiful desperation in her voice, which sounded even more repulsive against the background of such elegance, the entire boat fell silent. I gave the embarrassment a moment to sink in before responding in a composed manner that hurt her more than a shout could. I said smoothly into the microphone, grinning at the camera lens, "Oh, Madison Pierce, what are you saying? Didn't you say you didn't need me anymore? Happy lonely birthday." As soon as I pressed the red button to end the call, the audience burst into applause and raucous laughter, which undoubtedly reverberated back to the house where my sister was sitting in the wreckage of her ego. Olivia Grant assisted me in delivering the last blow that would permanently damage their reputation as soon as the live stream concluded and the city's attention was at its highest. We took advantage of the enormous amount of interest sparked by the lavish yacht party to draw attention to the sinister reality concealed behind my family's facade. Olivia Grant sat beside me, her laptop open, uploading a thorough digital dossier we had painstakingly put together, called The Truth Behind the Bennett Family, to all of Louisville's major community forums and neighborhood associations. This was a forensic presentation of facts intended to expose their lies one by one, not just a tirade or an emotional appeal for pity. Dad had the money long before he attempted to evict me, as evidenced by the high-resolution scans of the court documents he signed acknowledging the $650,000 in compensation that opened the post. We included the credit card statements that demonstrate Madison Pierce's extravagant purchases of high-end handbags and shoes directly beneath those documents. They were crying poverty to me during that same week. They were blatantly greedy, as evidenced by the stark contrast between their performance of destitution and their hidden wealth. The audio file at the bottom of the post, which we called the family meeting, was the most damaging piece of evidence, though. Olivia Grant and I remained silent while the post's view count exploded in a matter of minutes due to people's intense desire to comprehend the drama that was playing out in front of them. The crystal-clear recording of that fateful night, in which my family members' voices unfilteredly revealed their true selves, had been uploaded. Thousands of devices throughout the city played Madison Pierce's contemptuous statement that we no longer need Harper, followed by Dad's icy whisper, "We have to find a way to get rid of her." The indisputable smoking gun eliminated any chance for them to argue that this was a miscommunication or an exaggerated family argument. The public's attitude toward the Bennett family changed from curiosity to outright indignation, and the online community's response was swift and fierce. Thousands of indignant messages from both strangers and neighbors who were appalled by the brutality captured in the video flooded the comment section. They bombarded Madison Pierce's social media accounts with derogatory remarks denouncing her hypocrisy and accusing my parents of being involved in such a callous plot. I read the words of strangers defending my honor as I scrolled through the never-ending stream of hate speech, feeling oddly detached. When I came across a particularly sharp comment that had already received thousands of likes, I took a moment to read it out loud to Olivia Grant. How could a sister and parents be so frightening? For $650,000, did they actually sell out their own child? Boycott them right away. Olivia Grant excitedly tapped my shoulder and gestured to her screen, where notifications from Madison Pierce's employers were piling up in her email inbox. The companies that had previously supported Madison Pierce's lifestyle as an influencer were frantically trying to disassociate themselves from the PR catastrophe that was destroying her reputation. With a victorious smile, Olivia Grant turned the laptop to face me and said, "Look at this, Harper. The brands are canceling their advertising contracts with Madison Pierce right now. She is completely done." Madison Pierce suffered immediate and disastrous consequences, as she witnessed her entire digital empire in a single hour disintegrate into dust. To avoid being linked to a woman who defrauded her own sister, all of the small businesses and local brands she had partnered with made public declarations ending their relationships with her. She was totally alone in the digital world she used to dominate after her friends, who were partying on my yacht at the time, blocked her number to avoid the crossfire. As the virtual mob tore apart what remained of her identity, she was forced to deactivate her accounts and lock herself in her room. As the controversy spread from the internet to our small neighborhood, my parents suffered equally dire repercussions. Once listening to Mom's sob stories, the neighbors now regarded them with open disdain and avoided going near our house. Whispers and fingers pointing to him as the man who sold his daughter for a check greeted Dad when he attempted to go to the grocery store. The family's internal structure broke down as a result of the pressure of public humiliation and the realization that their reputation had been ruined. They started arguing, with Madison Pierce yelling at both of them for ruining her future and Dad accusing Mom of not being cautious enough. As the city of Louisville watched them disintegrate, they were confined to that house together with their diminishing funds and their bitterness. The decaying past knocked on my door once more 8 months after that fateful party, as Louisville's streets were blanketed in golden autumn leaves. Due to a combination of incompetence and conceit, the Bennett family had fallen into total financial ruin more quickly than anyone could have predicted. They had quickly depleted the settlement funds by investing in dubious business ventures that promised rapid profits and buying expensive cars to keep up appearances. To make matters worse, the tax authorities had found that they had fraudulently underreported the compensation money in order to avoid paying their fair share. And they had begun a thorough investigation into their finances. They were left with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a mountain of debt after the ensuing fines and legal fees had sapped their last remaining cent. Like ghosts of their former selves, they gathered at the front gate of the high-security apartment complex where I lived after managing to find its address. From inside my penthouse, I watched the security feed and noticed 3 haggard figures standing anxiously by the intercom. They didn't resemble the haughty individuals who had expelled me. Dad's gray skin and hunched shoulders gave him a decades-old appearance, while Mom's trembling hands clutched her purse, looking weak and scared. It was nearly hard to believe that these were the same individuals who had once had such authority over me because they appeared so pitiful and diminutive in comparison to the massive steel gates of my building. After all this time, I finally turned on the video screen to see what they had to say for themselves after watching them repeatedly press the buzzer. As soon as they realized I was listening, Dad and Mom pressed their faces to the camera lens, tears streaming down their cheeks. They started pleading for forgiveness with a desperation that was painful to see because it was motivated solely by need rather than sincere regret. In the hopes that her tears would erase the cruelty she had inflicted on me only 6 months prior. Mom sobbed loudly into the speaker. Susan Whitaker begged, her voice breaking through the speaker. "I know we were mistaken, Harper, so please pay attention. Please let your parents in so that we can have a proper conversation. You cannot simply leave your parents in this manner, we are a family." Leaning in beside her, Richard Holloway added in a tremulous, feeble voice that had lost all of his previous authority. "My apologies, daughter. We pledged to never ask for anything again, so please just save our family one last time." I turned to see Madison Pierce standing silently behind them, staring down at her scuffed shoes without daring to look up. A defeated woman who had lost everything, including her pride, had taken the place of the haughty sister who used to demand my paycheck and make fun of my clothes. She was a living example of where greed leads, looking broken and miserable in a cheap coat that was too light for the autumn cold. I wasn't as happy as I had anticipated when I saw them in this state, but I wasn't depressed either. I had a strong feeling of lightness as I gave them one final glance through the digital screen, as though the final chain connecting me to them had finally broken. I hit the talk button and spoke calmly, indicating that our relationship was coming to an end. I made sure they understood that this was a final judgment on their behavior rather than a negotiation by pronouncing every word clearly. "You people sold me for $650,000. I said, staring straight into the camera lens. "The transaction ended the night you kicked me out. I'm /in 6 station. I'm slash and sick 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 station. Never return here again. Without waiting for their response, I turned off the monitor and grabbed the phone to dial the building's security desk. I asked the guards to take away the 3 people who were harassing and disturbing the peace by hanging around the gate. They were no longer a part of my story, so I did not stay to see them being led away. The smell of fall filled the air as I stepped out onto the large balcony and felt the cool Ohio River breeze against my face. After settling into the comfortable armchair, I brought a steaming cup of coffee to my lips and took a slow, methodical sip, warming my chest and keeping me rooted in the here and now. The dark roast had a delightfully sweet yet bitter taste. Realizing that I was at last in control of my own fate, I grinned as I observed the river moving steadily beneath me. Although Harper's story ends here, it teaches us a valuable lesson about the importance of family and self-respect. We frequently learn as children that having the same ancestry automatically forges a bond that needs to be maintained at all costs, but this story shows that isn't always the case. Sometimes the people who drain your energy and take advantage of your generosity for their own benefit are the same ones who share your DNA. The most important lesson to be learned from Harper's journey is the bravery required to end toxic relationships, even if those individuals are your parents or siblings. Being file pious should never entail letting people who are meant to protect you mistreat or trample you. Your own integrity and fortitude will always be your best defense, but greed can easily make people lose sight of the love they ought to have for one another. Life will eventually give you the success and tranquility you deserve once you learn to love and respect yourself enough to say no. You are the only one who can control your own life, so don't wait for someone else to save you. I sincerely appreciate you taking the time to hear Harper's heartbreaking quest for freedom and justice. We sincerely hope you found this story inspiring and thank you for your support. How do you feel about Harper's final decision to contact security? Did she treat her parents too harshly, or did they deserve to pay the price for their treachery? We would love to hear your thoughts and opinions, so please share them in the comments section below. To ensure you don't miss our next exciting story, remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye for now. My family tried to force me to sell my car for a pregnant sister, so I planned my escape at 12:40 a.m. I am Alyssa, a 27-year-old warehouse manager who has raised 4 children that are not mine for the entirety of her adult life. I stepped over mounds of filthy laundry and stood motionless in the middle of our tumultuous Reno living room, watching my sister idly rub her stomach. Even though she hadn't had a steady job in years, she announced she was pregnant for the 5th time with a smug smile that looked me in the eye. I knew exactly who was supposed to foot the bill for this new addition, which made my stomach turn into a sickening mixture of nausea and complete exhaustion. I had just returned home from a demanding 58-hour workweek to discover that my sister had expected me to give up even more of my life to support her reckless decisions, while her boyfriend sat idly on the couch. At last, I had the guts to tell her that I would not be spending a dime on this new baby and that I was done supporting her lifestyle. She screamed that I was ungrateful and threatened to throw me out on the street if I didn't comply, her face instantly changing from smuggish to enraged. The last straw that made me decide to put my own survival ahead of her parasitic demands was that particular instance of betrayal. To see how I got out of this living hell, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel right now if you have ever felt like you are carrying the weight of the world while everyone else simply takes advantage of your hard work. My alarm clock's sharp sound at 4:30 a.m. roused me from a restless slumber before the sun had even reached Reno's horizon. I knew that if I did not start the day now, the entire household would descend into complete chaos before breakfast, so I forced my weary body out of bed. I stumbled over the sticky remnants of a party I never went to, and started the daily marathon of making 4 different lunchboxes in the kitchen, along with the soiled dishes from his late-night snacking session. Travis had left a pile of empty beer bottles on the counter for me to clean up. I knew he would never do anything to tidy up his own mess, so I silently cursed as I scrubbed the dried salsa off the table. In order to get everyone ready for school on time, I had to be in 3 places at once during the morning routine, which was a planned military operation. While my 8-year-old niece, Madeline, was eating her cereal, I attempted to braid her hair and went over the math assignment for my 11-year-old nephew, Evan. The only person who attempted to assist by gathering the backpacks was Logan, my oldest nephew, but even he appeared worn out from the continuous noise in the house. I had to leave for the warehouse in less than 25 minutes, or I would be late for my shift, so I moved with a desperate sense of urgency. I stopped briefly outside the master bedroom where Brianna and Travis were sleeping as I dashed down the hallway to get the diaper bag. While my 3-year-old nephew Noah screamed in his crib a few feet away, the door was securely locked to keep out the noise of their own kids. Knowing that they were sound asleep in a warm bed while I calmed their weeping toddler and led their older kids out the door made me feel coldly resentful. With my heart thumping in my chest, I hurried toward the industrial district after dropping the younger children off at daycare and the older ones off at the bus stop. Even though my shift at the warehouse was demanding, the physical work seemed less taxing than the emotional strain that awaited me at home. During my lunch break, I got a notification on my phone that made me sick because it was the utility company's last warning. The electric bill was almost 4 months past due, and when I drove home in a panic, I discovered a bright red shutoff notice humiliatingly taped to our front door. I had given Brianna $750 last week, specifically to avoid this exact situation, so I stood on the porch trembling with rage. She had spent the whole amount on designer maternity clothes rather than paying the bill, according to a crumpled receipt I discovered in the overflowing kitchen trash can. To keep the lights on, I was forced to send the utility company the money I had laboriously saved for my next semester's tuition. When the high school called me right before I went back to the warehouse floor to complete my shift, the day took a further turn for the worse. Haley, my 14-year-old niece, was caught verbally fighting with a teacher and skipping class, which was totally out of character for her. Her mother wouldn't answer the phone, so I had to leave early and forfeit valuable hours of pay to sit in the principal's office. With tears in her eyes, Haley told me that she acted out because she felt invisible at home because Brianna was only interested in the new baby. Even though I was already overburdened with obligations that were not mine, I took her hand and vowed to do better. At 6:45 p.m., I dragged myself through the front door and discovered Travis watching sports on the couch while the children whined about being hungry. The quickest and least expensive meal I could make after such a terrible day was spaghetti, so I went straight to the kitchen to boil some water. When Brianna eventually came out of the bedroom, dressed in her new clothes, she grumbled that the house was untidy even though she had done nothing to tidy it up. We sat down to eat the pasta, but after just one bite, Travis pushed his plate away with a disgusted expression. He complained that the sauce was tasteless and questioned why I hadn't made steak because he was particularly craving red meat that night. I was so furious that I almost screamed as I stared at this grown man who had done nothing to help the household. When I had just used my education fund to keep his video game lights on, he had the gall to demand a fancy meal. The situation escalated from passive aggression to a planned intervention led by the family matriarch 4 days after Brianna's announcement turned the house into an emotional battleground. As I was folding a pile of laundry in the living room, the one person Brianna always called for help arrived with a firm and heavy knock on the door. Grandma Marjorie, my grandmother, was standing on the porch with a severe disapproving expression on her face and her purse pressed close to her chest. She came to hold court in the living room and criticize my lack of financial support for Brianna's growing family, not to help clean the dirty floors or prepare meals for her great-grandchildren. While Travis waited for his cue in the kitchen doorway like a silent enforcer, Brianna sat on the sofa next to Grandma Marjorie, her hand resting protectively on her stomach. Grandma Marjorie didn't take long to offer her solution to the family's transportation issue, which reportedly included selling off my personal belongings for the benefit of the whole. She gave me a chilly look and advised me to sell my trustworthy sedan so we could raise the funds to buy Brianna a brand new 7-seater van. Since that car was my only way to get to the warehouse and go to my night classes to complete my degree, I looked at her in shock. Because Grandma Marjorie thought family responsibilities came before personal survival, I attempted to explain that I needed my car to continue working at the job that paid the household bills, but my reasoning was rejected. As though I were a disobedient adolescent instead of the only adult in the room with a job, she shook her head in disappointment. Grandma Marjorie scowled as she leaned forward and said the line that had obviously been practiced before she came to coerce me into complying. "You are so self-centered, Alyssa." The accusation hurt because I had given everything to this family for 4 years, but I refused to let them take away my mobility and my only means of escape. Your sister is carrying a living being inside her, and you only care about keeping a few pennies in that old car. I got up to speak to them, and even though my hands were shaking, I spoke steadily. "Grandma, that isn't selfishness. I own that. I will no longer sell my future to make up for Brianna's poor decisions." The meeting came to a hostile standstill, and Grandma Marjorie stormed out, muttering about my lack of appreciation. However, the demand for my car was not the end of the financial infraction. After calming down in my room, I made the decision to check my bank accounts to make sure I had enough money left over after paying the utility bill for gas. At that point, I became aware of a dubious email notification from a credit monitoring service about an unauthorized hard inquiry on my social security number. With a sinking feeling in my chest, I entered the portal and found a brand new credit card account on a luxury baby furniture website that had already reached its limit. While I was at work making money to keep the lights on in her home, Brianna had used my personal information to purchase a high-end crib and stroller set. The fact that this was no longer merely idleness made the betrayal feel like a physical blow. Her own sister was the victim of a federal crime. I sensed the house's walls enclosing me. In order to meet the only person I could trust, I immediately grabbed my keys and drove to a tiny coffee shop on the outskirts of Reno. I slammed the printed bank statement down in front of my best friend Claire, who was already waiting at a corner table with a worried expression. As a paralegal, Claire examined the false accusations with a deft professional accuracy that slowed my heartbeat. She clarified that Brianna had stolen my identity and that I needed to act quickly to prevent my credit score from being permanently ruined. She helped me call the fraud department to freeze my credit and contest the charges while we sat there for an hour. When I hung up the phone, Claire gave me a warning that made my spine tingle and looked me in the eye. "Alyssa, you must exercise caution. They will repeat their identity theft if they dare to do it once. Right now, you need a way out." That night, knowing that the war had officially started, I drove back to the house with a knot in my stomach. Brianna was frantically typing on her phone when I walked through the front door because her transaction for the matching changing table had just been denied. When she saw the cold resolve on my face, she looked up at me with astonishment that soon gave way to suspicion. I knew that in order to save myself, I had to stop saving her, so I walked past her without saying anything. The silence between Brianna and me had grown oppressive, and exactly 8 days later, the atmosphere in the house was as tense as a string about to break. I was anticipating a response that would completely change my future. So I hurried home from the warehouse to intercept the mail carrier rather than begin my customary second shift of cooking and cleaning. Innocently, among the typical pile of past due bills, I discovered a thick white envelope bearing the logo of the biggest tech company in downtown Reno. With shaking hands, I stood in the driveway and carefully cracked open the seal to find an acceptance letter for a paid internship in their systems analysis department. In addition to offering a path to a full-time engineering career after graduation, the salary offered in the document was more than double what I currently make at the warehouse. This was finally my golden ticket out of poverty, and for the first time in years, I experienced a wave of pure euphoria. I made a tactical mistake by walking through the front door with a sincere smile that I was unable to control. Before I could even place my keys on the counter, Brianna grabbed the paper out of my hand as she waited in the kitchen like a predator who had noticed a change in the balance of power. Her expression changed from curiosity to a twisted form of jealousy that warped her features as her eyes quickly scanned the document. Instead of congratulating her younger sister or giving her a hug, she threw the letter into two perfect halves and looked at me with icy disdain. As if she had just disposed of trash, she dusted off her hands after dropping the pieces onto the filthy linoleum floor. Her next ultimatum was so bold that it took me a full minute to comprehend the sheer entitlement that oozed from her words. Brianna told me that in order for me to stay at home and take care of the household, I had to immediately drop out of my college classes and quit my warehouse job. She made the false claim that she and Travis needed to devote all of their energy to finding suitable employment because they were expecting their fifth child, which everyone knew they would never be able to do. With a grin that made my skin crawl, Travis, who was seated at the kitchen table sipping a soda, added something. He scoffed at the thought of me working in an office, and told me that a woman's role was to care for the family at home, not to pursue pointless career goals. I could taste the disrespect in that room, but I wouldn't allow them to witness my tears over the ripped paper. Brianna moved closer to intimidate me with her physical presence as I stooped to retrieve the remnants of my future. When she realized that I was not going to comply with her demands this time, the air crackled with animosity. Brianna let out a loud cry that was likely audible to the neighbors through the walls. "Do you believe you're heading somewhere? I owe you this house. To allow me to rest, I need you to watch the kids here. Never return once you leave that door." I slowly got to my feet and, using what little remaining indifference I had, smoothed out the wrinkled paper in my hand. I told her the truth she wasn't ready to hear while staring at the woman who had my DNA but none of my morals. I turned away from her and headed for my bedroom, but Travis felt he needed the final say to calm his frail ego. I said, "You are right, Brianna. I will go, and you will soon realize the price of turning the only person helping you into an enemy." "Come on, little girl," Travis yelled, laughing darkly. I locked my bedroom door and closed it, but I didn't start packing right away because I knew they were listening for the sound of boxes or zippers. "You won't last a week out there. You'll eventually crawl back to apologize to us." I pretended to check the laundry while sneaking out to the garage, after waiting until the house had fallen into a false silence. The garage was the only haven I had left in that stuffy property, even though it was poorly lit and reeked of oil. A shadow moved close to the workbench, startling me, but I calmed down when I saw Logan emerge from behind an old tire pile. With dark circles under his eyes and a serious expression on his face, my 17-year-old nephew appeared older than his years. Silently, he approached me and placed a small, worn-out notebook in my hands. When I opened it, I discovered pages of handwritten notes that listed the times and dates he had heard Grandma Marjorie and Brianna discussing strategies to undermine my financial independence. Logan warned me that if I attempted to leave with my car, they would report it stolen, so I had to leave before they woke up tonight. When I saw this courageous young man risking his own safety to keep me safe, I knew that the only way I could ever build up the strength to return and save him was to leave. At 12:40 that night, when the entire Reno suburb was dark, I began the last stage of my departure with the dexterity of a well-planned military operation. Knowing that a single creaking floorboard could wake the light sleepers down the hall and ruin my chance at freedom, I walked through my bedroom as silently as a ghost. I realized that emotional attachments were heavy anchors that would only pull me back into this toxic environment, so I avoided my collection of sentimental trinkets and photo albums. I put my laptop, birth certificate, social security card, and a week's worth of clothes in heavy-duty black trash bags, concentrating only on survival necessities. This was a calculated decision to make sure that, should Travis or Brianna happen to glance out the window, they would assume I was just taking out the trash instead of me leaving their home for good. The faint sound of Travis's snoring echoed through the door like a sleeping guard dog's growl as I slipped past the master bedroom in the hallway. I was afraid that the sound of my heart hammering so hard against my ribs would wake the baby in the nursery. As promised in the garage earlier that night, Logan was waiting for me in the shadows when I arrived at the kitchen door. Without uttering a word, he took 2 of my heaviest bags and guided me to my sedan, which was parked on the street to avoid the sound of the garage door opener. Under the dim amber glow of the streetlights, we loaded the trunk in complete silence as the chilly Nevada wind tore at our bare skin. As I turned to give my nephew one final glance, I felt a heavy burden of guilt descend on my chest because I was abandoning him to be the responsible adult in a home full of kids. With his hands stuffed deep in his pockets and a shivering body, Logan stood there trying valiantly to put on a brave front. With a maturity that no 17-year-old boy should ever have to have, he glanced at the house that was more like a prison than a home before turning back to face me. Logan took a step forward and spoke urgently into the chilly night air. "Go, Auntie. Don't be concerned about us. You will slowly die inside these walls if you remain. If something goes wrong, I'll send you a message." I needed him to understand that this separation was a calculated retreat rather than an abandonment, so I reached out and took his hands and gave them a firm squeeze. He nodded once and pushed me gently toward the driver's seat before turning back to the dark house to resume his watch. I looked him in the eye and said, "I promise I will come back to get you and the kids when I am strong enough, but right now I have to save myself first so I can save you later." To make sure the noise did not return to the driveway, I started the car and let it roll down the hill in neutral before turning on the engine. Tears were streaming down my face as I drove through the empty streets of Reno, but I felt such a deep sense of relief that I light-aided. Claire had secured a rundown apartment complex for me just hours earlier, and I drove 45 minutes to the opposite side of the city. I thought the studio apartment smelled like victory, even though it was above a loud laundromat and had a slight cigarette odor. I was too tired to bother locking the deadbolt, so I dragged my trash bags up the 3 flights of stairs and fell onto a bare mattress on the floor. The moment the sun rose the following morning, the tranquility I had found in that empty room was destroyed. My cell phone was constantly vibrating and dancing across the wooden floorboards when I woke up, rather than the sound of yelling kids or demanding adults. When I picked it up, I saw hundreds of text messages from Brianna, ranging from apologetic to confused to homicidal, along with 99 missed calls. The intensity of her anger verified that she had woken up to an empty room and a cold stove instead of her usual morning coffee and unpaid nanny. I turned off the phones and hit play on the last voicemail she had left 3 minutes prior. With enough venom to curdle milk, Brianna's voice screamed through the tiny speaker. "You are a brat who lacks gratitude. I'll inform the police that you stole my money over the phone. You'll pay for leaving this family when we needed you most." For the first time in my life, I was not present in the room with her to take the hit, so I was surprised at how calmly I listened to the threat. Before I got up to begin my first day as a free woman, I blocked her number and saved the voicemail as proof. I was unaware at the time that her threat against the police was a promise she truly meant to fulfill, not just an idle scream into thin air. A chaotic scene straight out of a crime drama violently destroyed the illusion of peace about 36 hours after I moved into the rented apartment and began my new life. The room was suddenly filled with the strobe light effect of red and blue sirens flashing through the thin blinds as I sat on my bare mattress trying to concentrate on a textbook. My heart immediately pounded against my ribs as the violent beating on my front door shook the cheap frame so violently that flecks of paint fell onto the floorboards. A woman who appeared to be a grieving widow stood directly behind two uniformed officers who had their hands resting on their holsters when I peered through the peephole. In the hallway of my building, Brianna was giving the performance of a lifetime after somehow persuading the police to allow her to go with them to the scene of the alleged crime. I was aware of how quickly these situations could get out of control when false accusations were involved, so I opened the door slowly while keeping my hands visible. To make sure I couldn't flee, the older officer moved forward into the threshold, and his partner blocked the exit. He gave me a stern look that indicated he had heard a very compelling sob story before coming to my house. He didn't waste any time in outlining the accusations that had been made against me at the precinct an hour prior. The officer's voice demanded complete obedience as he cleared his throat. "Miss Alyssa, we received a report alleging that you have stolen $8,500 worth of assets and requesting a welfare check on a minor. Although you are free to say nothing, I suggest that you cooperate." The accusation was so much worse than I had expected that I was momentarily stunned into silence. Brianna rushed forward from the hallway with tears running down her cheeks before I could react to the officer. She screamed with such conviction and pointed a trembling finger at me that I briefly considered whether or not I had truly done something wrong. The neighbors started to peek out of their doors as Brianna screamed at the top of her lungs. "Take her into custody. She is a burglar." Before she fled, she stole Grandma Marjorie's old diamond jewelry and all the money I had saved for my kids. I inhaled deeply to examine my trembling hands before moving aside to give the officers a full view of my studio apartment. With the exception of my mattress and the trash bags holding my clothing, which obviously did not resemble the hoard of a professional jewel thief, the room was nearly empty. Since I had nothing to conceal and knew that my innocence was my only remaining weapon, I invited them to search my possessions. Brianna thought she had finally cornered me, so she stood in the doorway and smirked through her fake tears as the officers started going through my meager belongings. A breathless voice from the open hallway behind Brianna broke through the tension in the room, which was thick enough to choke. As if he had run miles to get here, Logan was standing there panting heavily, and had sweat trickling down his forehead when I looked up. Since he wouldn't let me go down for a crime I didn't commit, he probably hitched or took a desperate Uber ride as soon as he heard his mother call 911. Unprepared for her son to follow her to my haven, Brianna whirled around, her eyes wide. Without glancing at his mother, Logan walked right by her and pointed his broken smartphone at the policeman. As he presented the proof that would disprove Brianna's story, his voice was firm despite his trembling hand. "Mom is lying," Logan said, glancing at the policeman. "This is the video I took last night." In order to frame Aunt Alyssa, Mom concealed the jewelry box beneath her own bed. The officer grabbed the phone and played the video, which showed Brianna laughing about how she was going to ruin my life while she wrapped the velvet box in a towel and shoved it deep under her mattress. As soon as the officers realized they had been used as pawns in a family dispute, the atmosphere in the room changed. The younger officer stopped looking through my bag and looked at Brianna, who was now retreating toward the stairs with a terrified expression on her face. With a totally different attitude than when he first entered, the lead officer turned to Brianna and returned the phone to Logan. He told her that wasting police resources on a personal grudge would have serious legal repercussions, and that filing a false police report was illegal. Brianna attempted to stutter out an explanation, but her victim persona had totally fallen apart, exposing the spiteful narcissist underneath. She yelled that Logan was a traitor and attempted to seize him, but the officer intervened to keep the boy safe. As I watched, the balance of power completely changed, and Brianna understood that her attempt to ruin me had just given the police the ideal excuse to look into her instead. 10 weeks have gone by since the embarrassing event at the police station made my family's private dysfunction public knowledge. I had hoped that Brianna would finally take charge and become the mother her kids deserved after she was humiliated by being discovered lying to the police. But without my income to support their way of life and my work to keep the house clean, things at my sister's house quickly went from chaotic to dangerous. Alarmed by Brianna's erratic behavior and Logan's desperate video evidence, the police officer who had handled the false theft accusation filed a mandatory report with Child Protective Services. I had been hiding the neglect for years, but the subsequent investigation revealed it. During a surprise inspection, a caseworker discovered conditions that were legally considered unfit for a minor to live in. The refrigerator was empty save for some condiments and spoiled milk, and the bathroom, which had not been cleaned in 9 weeks, was growing black mold. Due to Brianna's refusal to pay the bill I had settled months earlier with her own funds, the electricity had finally been turned off once more. The caseworker observed that it was no longer possible to overlook the younger children's symptoms of malnourishment and poor hygiene, particularly those of Evan and Noah. Travis demonstrated the value of his loyalty. He understood that continuing to live with Brianna could result in him being charged with child neglect or having to cover the growing legal bills the instant the pressure from the government agencies became genuine. He didn't fight for his family or look for work to clean up the mess he contributed to. Rather, one Wednesday night, he waited until Brianna was asleep before discreetly packing his bags. Without leaving a note for the woman who had encouraged his indolence for years, he disappeared into the night after rifling through the house for anything of value, including the little cash Brianna had stashed in a cookie jar. When Brianna awoke the following morning, she was all by herself in a dilapidated home with 4 eerily silent kids and a court summons affixed to the door. At the emergency hearing later that week, the legal hammer struck down quickly and mercilessly. The Caldwell family's fate was sealed when the judge glanced at the pictures of the living conditions and the caseworker's report. Brianna was shaking as she stood there, not out of maternal worry but rather from the horrifying realization that her safety net had vanished. Brianna's sense of control was destroyed when the caseworker handed down the verdict. Miss Brianna, based on the sanitary conditions and your unstable psychological state, we are forced to execute an order to remove the children from this environment immediately, the CPS caseworker firmly said, meeting Brianna's gaze. Logan was separated from his younger siblings, which was the one thing I had worked so hard to avoid, and the kids were placed in temporary foster care. In addition to losing her custody rights, Brianna was fined heavily and sentenced to 280 hours of community service for fabricating a police report against me. In a desperate attempt to find me, Brianna followed me to the corporate office where I was finishing my internship. The receptionist called to let me know that a hysterical woman was in the lobby demanding to see me while I was in the middle of a meeting with my supervisor. When I went outside, Brianna had manic eyes and unkempt hair, and she looked like a ghost of the person she used to be. When she saw me, she instantly fell to her knees in front of my co-workers and the security officers, creating a scene that made my face burn with shame. Grabbing the hem of my skirt, Brianna let out a cry that could be heard throughout the entire floor. I implore you, Alyssa, to let them know you will cover the rent. I can't let the kids go because Travis left. Their aunt is you. In an attempt to avoid the repercussions of her own behavior, she was attempting to use my love for the kids as a weapon one final time. I felt a deep sadness as I looked down at her, but the guilt that had previously held me back had vanished. I was aware that the children would not return if I gave her money now. It would only make her dysfunction worse. I moved away from her and gave the ultimate assessment of our partnership. Brianna, you never behaved like a true mother, even though I reared them for 4 years. You must bear the consequences of this. I turned around and motioned for security to take her out, leaving her crying on the marble floor as I made my way back to my desk to continue constructing the future she had worked so hard to ruin. I will not save you this time. I was standing on the top floor of a Las Vegas office building 7 months later, watching neon lights flicker to life against the darkening desert sky, and the quiet in my corner office was not the eerie and empty quiet of abandonment, but the opulent tranquility of a life at last in my own hands. After I finished my internship with excellent grades, the company offered me a full-time job as a junior systems analyst with a starting salary that was more than Brianna and Travis had earned in 4 years combined. I lived in a contemporary apartment building 12 minutes from the Strip, where the electricity never went out and I was the only one who had to clean up after myself. Grandma Marjorie had suffered a mild stroke shortly after the court hearings because the stress of witnessing her golden granddaughter being humiliated was too much for her fragile health. And without my income to pay for her medications, or Brianna's willingness to care for her, she had been moved into a state-funded nursing home facility on the outskirts of Reno. I learned about the rest of my family through the grapevine of distant relatives who finally understood why I had left. It was the only choice left for a woman who had alienated the only person who could afford better care. She had tried to call me multiple times from the shared phone in the hallway, but I had blocked every number connected to that aspect of my life, despite the facility's reputation for being understaffed and smelling of antiseptic. I met with a financial advisor in Las Vegas and created a protected educational trust fund for Logan and his siblings that would unlock only when they turned 18. I put a sizable amount of my monthly salary into this account to make sure they would have the tuition money I nearly lost. So my entire focus remained on the innocent victims of this tragedy because I refused to let my nieces and nephews suffer forever for the sins of their parents. Logan was now living with a foster family that really supported his academic interests, and we exchanged emails every week in which I assured him that his future was safe as long as he continued his education. The legal terms of the trust were written with the utmost care to guarantee that Brianna could never access a single cent of that money for her own use. Knowing exactly where Brianna had ended up after the dust settled on her destroyed kingdom was the most satisfying closure. I pictured her standing under the flickering fluorescent lights, folding strangers' dirty underwear while her back ached from the manual labor she had always felt she was too good to do, working the night shift at an all-night laundromat in a rough part of town to pay off her court fines and community service fees. I turned away from the window and picked up my leather portfolio to go into a meeting with the senior executives who respected my boundaries and valued my input. She looked 11 years older than her actual age, with gray hairs sprouting prematurely and deep lines of bitterness etched around her mouth. She was finally living the reality of a single mother with no skills and no support system, because she had burned the only bridge that ever led to stability. I grinned at myself because I had survived the fire of family betrayal and come out on the other side as polished steel, reclaiming my name, my credit score, and my future from those who attempted to steal them. I caught my reflection in the glass of the conference room door and saw a woman who was no longer weary, scared, or burdened by guilt. This story serves as a stark reminder that shared DNA is never a valid justification for tolerating abuse or exploitation from the people who are supposed to love you. The elevator doors opened to reveal my colleagues waiting for me, and I stepped forward into my new life without looking back. Thank you so much for supporting Alyssa on this challenging journey from being a victim of family exploitation to becoming the architect of her own freedom. True family is built on mutual respect and support rather than manipulation and parasitic demands that drain your spirit. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself and your future is to set an unbreakable boundary and walk away from those who refuse to value your worth. Please leave your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more stories about justice and resiliency. Do you think she was right to cut off Brianna and Grandma Marjorie completely, or should she have given them another chance? My parents said my surgery was bad timing. My broke brother gave me everything he had. My father, Frank Collins, informed me that my leg was not worth $6,500 while I was still in uniform. The word disability was only used by the doctor, not as a threat but as a fact in the event that operation was delayed. My knee was so inflamed that the fabric was straining, my boot was partially unlaced, and my phone was pressed to my ear. Elaine Collins, my mother, sighed on the other end of the call. My father remarked calmly, almost gently, "Sweetheart, we just bought a boat," as my sister, Brianna Collins, giggled. Something inside of me became silent at that moment. This isn't a good time. It occurred during a typical training session that was intended to be dull while I was stationed 3 hours away from home. We had practiced the regulated tempo and movement under load dozens of times. Nothing noteworthy. The first sound that comes to me is a harsh, moist pop that has no place in a human body. Then the heat. The ground then rushed up too quickly. In the military, suffering is nothing new. Early on, you learn to distinguish between discomfort and danger. This was not like the others. This was the kind of pain where white noise takes the place of your breath. I attempted to stand. My leg gave way as if it were no longer mine. The medic knelt next to me, his eyes narrowing and his fingers already pressing. "Stay put," he advised. "Not lightly." "Really?" I rested on a tiny bed at the clinic as the fluorescent lights pulsed overhead. The knee of my uniform was cut. My leg was getting bigger by the minute, my skin was shiny and tight, and it was changing into hues I couldn't describe. Yellow, purple, and a darker color underneath. The medical assistant didn't mince words. "You have serious injury to your ligaments." She tapped the screen where my MRI shone and added, "Maybe more. You're going to need surgery." "How quickly?" I inquired. She hesitated. I learned everything from that pause. "In 10 days, she stated. "You're looking at long-term impairment, limping, limited mobility, possibly permanent, if you wait." As if she had just informed me of the weather, I nodded. The surgery wasn't the issue. Approval was the issue. The waiting game, forms, reviews, and authorizations, are all familiar to those who served. Between you and your own body is someone else's signature. The treatment was more than a month away from being approved by the military medical establishment. I didn't have time. The PA spoke more softly. "You should do this off base if you can," she suggested cautiously. "How much?" I inquired. She slipped a piece of paper across the tray after writing the number on it. That was merely the initial outlay for regaining the ability to walk normally. I sat on the edge of my bunk that night with my boot lying on the ground like an abandoned shell and my leg covered in thick gauze. There was a lot of noise in the barracks around me, including music, laughter, and someone shouting over a video game. Life continues. Before I called home, I spent a lot of time staring at my phone. On the third ring, my father picked up. He said, happy but preoccupied, "Hey, kiddo." In the background, I heard a metallic sound. "Maybe the TV, or some tools." "Dad," I said, I sounded more steady than I actually was. I was injured. It's not good. I explained. And he listened. I maintained my professionalism. Cost, time, injury, and surgery. I promised to repay him. I told him I only needed assistance for now. There was a pause, followed by the sound he always made before declining. An exhale. We recently purchased the boat, he stated. You are aware of how awful the timing is. I shut my eyes. That's my leg, I declared. I might not be able to walk properly again if I don't do this. Well, you're young, he said. You'll adjust, my mom answered the phone. That's what she always did when she was uncomfortable. She whispered, honey, perhaps this is a lesson. This is the career you have chosen. The hazards were your choice. As if discussing a parking ticket, she continued, a limp will teach responsibility. My sister's cheerful, amused voice then interrupted. Calm down, she said. You always find a solution. Remember, you're the tough one. She chuckled. I actually chuckled. The blood seeping through the gauze, and turning the clean white into something real and unsightly caught my attention as I looked down at my leg. I remembered what the doctor had said. Everlasting. I get it, I replied. And I did. Absolutely. I refrained from crying. I refrained from arguing. After hanging up, I sat in the barracks cacophony, feeling as though something inside of me had finally found its home, chilly. Unambiguous. After 3 days, I was back in my small off-base apartment, using crutches and being constantly reminded of the risks. The edge was lessened by the painkillers, but the anxiety persisted. I mentally recalculated the statistics. Anything that could buy me time, such as credit cards, or payday loans. A knock on the door was heard. When I opened it, my brother Ethan Collins was standing there with black circles under his eyes and a jacket covered with oil. He was employed at an out-of-town mechanic business. 65 hours per week, entry-level hourly, hands irreversibly damaged. He muttered curses as he examined my leg. He remarked, they didn't help you. Not a query. I gave a headshake. Without saying another word, he dug into his pocket and took out a heavy bundle of crumpled and worn bills, including 10s and 20s. In my hand, he pressed them. 1,100, he stated. I sold all of my tools. I gazed at him. I said, you need those. He said, I need you to walk. I'll work out the rest. In addition to possessions, savings, and equity, my parents also owned a yacht that they had named after a destination they had only visited once. He gave me everything while my brother had nothing. I didn't accept the money because it was sufficient. Not even close. I needed to remember this moment, so I took it. I had to recall who arrived when I was bleeding. He gave me a shoulder squeeze as he walked away. You'll be all right, he assured me. You are at all times. He had no idea what would happen next. However, I did. I didn't get any sleep that evening, even though the pain throbbed in slow, methodical waves. It wasn't because of the discomfort. Rather, it was because my mind kept playing back events from the past that I had tried so hard to forget. I had told myself that certain moments were irrelevant. Evidence that I was buried with duty and punishment. Growing up in a home like mine teaches you how to identify yourself from a young age. The investment was my sister. My parents expressed it honestly and shamelessly. She was capable. She required assistance. Every mistake was presented as a brief obstacle on the path to greatness. I was the trustworthy one, the one who figured it out without asking. My father wrote a check without blinking when my sister quit her first business endeavor, an online store that spent $18,400 in just 8 months. No inquiries. No agreements. No lectures. Helping her find her footing is what my mother termed it. My parents refinanced a portion of the house to keep it afloat after the second business venture, a fitness studio with more mirrors than clients, failed. As if repeating the Bible, my father triumphantly stated, "You have to spend money to make money." During one of those talks, I recall eating breakfast in silence at the kitchen table following a 14-hour shift at my first civilian job before enlisting. I remained silent. I merely observed. My car's transmission failed when I was 23. To have it mended so I could commute, I needed $2,750. I requested a loan from my parents rather than a gift. Conditions were agreed upon. From his office, my father printed up a contract, 6.25% interest added. My mom demanded that we have it notarized. Being formal is important, she stated. It develops character. To save gas, I walked miles and ate canned food for 8 months. I repaid them early because I genuinely thought that taking responsibility would garner me respect. It didn't. It simply established the bar for how much I could put up with without getting upset. That pattern eventually made sense as I was sitting in my flat with my leg propped up on mismatched pillows. It had nothing to do with money. It had never been. They were wealthy. For me, they simply didn't have it. I made another call to the military hospital early the following morning. The response remained unchanged. Approval was not yet complete. Timelines continued to be reviewed. I didn't have time. I gazed at the numbers I had never wanted to use, the contact list, and my phone. Payday lenders and personal loans with exorbitant interest rates are the types of businesses that speak too gently and smile too broadly. Nevertheless, I went. The stench of despair and bad coffee filled the office. As his computer determined how much of my future I was giving up for my present, the man across the desk talked in composed, practiced phrases. The payback schedule was harsh, and the interest rate was ridiculous. "Are you familiar with the terms?" he inquired. "Yes," I said. Three days later was the planned time for the procedure. I lay on a stretcher the morning of the procedure, counting the cracks in the ceiling tiles as if they might reveal something crucial. My IV was adjusted by a nurse. I was asked to count backwards by the anesthesiologist. I remembered my father's voice, Frank Collins, as the world dimmed. "We recently purchased a yacht." My leg was covered with layers of bandages and metal when I awoke. It hurt sharply but cleanly, like if something had been fixed at last. Later, the surgeon visited and validated my intuition. He declared, "We got it in time. If you adhere to rehab, you will fully recover." I felt a rush of relief that nearly hurt. However, financial mercy did not accompany recovery. In 5 days, the initial loan payment was due. I looked at my bank account. $63 plus a little change. Another week would pass before I received my salary. I began manipulating numbers as if they might magically comply, doing math that didn't add up. I thought about selling plasma. I thought about selling furniture. I thought of things that I'm not proud of. Then I recalled something trivial. The receipt from the petrol station by the drugstore that was in my jacket pocket. I had purchased a lottery ticket, some crackers, and a bottle of water. A joke I told myself while I waited for painkillers was a reflex purchase. I took it out, laid it flat on the table, launched the app on my phone, and did a quick scan of the numbers. I refrained from screaming. I didn't chuckle. I sat there with my heart pounding slowly while I listened to the refrigerator hum. The jackpot didn't make headlines. Even if it wasn't fireworks. It was sufficient. Sufficient to breathe. Sufficient to contemplate. Enough to get over your desperation. I kept it a secret. Rather, I contacted Graham Whitaker. A lawyer. Not the kind that jingles and has a billboard. The type who charges by the hour and works in a downtown glass skyscraper because his time is valuable. I appeared to be someone who had made a mistake in life when I rolled into his office on crutches. He remained silent. He simply listened. When I was done, I said, "I want 2 things. I want to better understand my parents' financial situation than they do, and I want my assets protected." He looked at me for a long time. "That second part changes things," he replied cautiously. "I am aware," I answered. "I'm here because of that." My phone buzzed as I walked out of his office. My brother, Ethan Collins, texted me. "How is the leg doing?" I returned the type. "Reaching the destination. Once again, thank you." With a thumbs up emoji and a joke about using my crutches in case his knee went out, he responded. I wasn't prepared to tell him what I was about to do, and he didn't know. The paperwork was more time-consuming than the suffering. I was shocked by that. I had anticipated that the most difficult aspect of my recuperation would be the gradual process of regaining confidence in my leg. Rather, it was the signatures, the waiting areas, and the unanswered calls. More frigid than any surgery table was the realm of forms and fine print. As promised, the loan installments started on time. Because the bed was too far from the restroom, there was no grace period or understanding, just automatic withdrawals that didn't give a damn if I was still on crutches or sleeping on my couch. Half of my monthly revenue vanished before I could even touch it. I made everything tight. No eating out. No streaming services. I counted groceries as if they were ammunition. Beans, eggs, and rice. I discovered which days I could and could not miss taking my prescription for pain. And I recovered gradually and carefully, just as the military trains you to do everything, one deliberate action at a time. My anchor was physical therapy. The room usually had a subtle rubber mat and antiseptic fragrance. I was never hurried by my therapist, an elderly man with steady hands and a quiet voice. He once said to me, "You don't need to prove anything here." As I was having trouble with a series of balancing exercises, I wanted to trust him when he said, "Your body is not your enemy." I had meetings with my attorney, Graham Whitaker, in between sessions. His office, all steel and glass and quiet assurance, looked out over the city. He never spoke loudly or made unwarranted promises. He simply asked specific questions and awaited exact responses. He handed a hefty packet across his desk 4 days after my initial appointment. "This is the narrative your parents tell themselves," he said. I took it open. The myth quickly fell apart. My mother, Elaine Collins, loved to refer to the house where I grew up as their nest egg, although it was heavily leveraged, had been refinanced more times than I could remember, was 4 months overdue on payments, and had final letters buried under unopened mail. The boat wasn't even close to being paid for. The credit card used for the down payment alone had a high interest rate. A loan that projected future income that didn't exist was used to finance the remaining amount. Brianna Collins, my sister's company, was losing money. Payroll was paid by taking equity out of the house. My lawyer's jaws tightened because taxes were so difficult. Calmly, he stated, "They're not wealthy. They're acting." I gazed at the numbers until they became hazy. In order to maintain appearances, they had set fire to well over $50,000 while refusing to give me $6,500 to save my leg. One thing was cruelty. There was more to this. "Can we keep you safe from this?" My attorney inquired. "Protect your asset to avoid being exposed in the event of its collapse." Quote in town. I shut down the folder. "No," I replied. "I don't want to flee their debt. I don't want to flee their debt." He arched an eyebrow. "I would like to possess it." At that point, the plan came to pass. After that, we moved swiftly, effectively, and silently. A firm was established, and a name that simultaneously meant nothing and everything was chosen. Just a clean shell with no personal identification or family ties. We contacted the organizations that were responsible for my parents' debt through the corporation. Bad loans are disliked by banks. They will trade one for the other more quickly than most people realize since they enjoy clean books. I paid less than it was worth to purchase their debt. It's out of clarity, not greed. In less than 72 hours, I transformed from the daughter they rejected to the thing that possessed their home, their loans, and their tenuous feeling of security. They were unaware. The most difficult aspect was sitting there, knowing that they would never sign what they were about to sign if I went into their living room and told them the truth. They would weep. They would beg. They would change the course of history. As their daughter, I chose not to go. I took advantage of the opportunity. On behalf of my business, a middleman made contact. Expert. Polished. My parents always trusted the British accent more than their own intuition. A private lunch club downtown was chosen for the meeting. My father, Frank Collins, loved these kinds of establishments because they gave him a sense of importance. I wasn't present. I didn't have to. Later, I watched the pitch unfold on a recording. How distressed assets were my company's area of expertise. How their property was valued by us. How we supported retention tactics for families similar to theirs. A leaseback and sale agreement. Instant comfort. No foreclosure. No humiliation in public. They could continue their way of life, remain in the house, and even get a small line of credit to keep things stable. My dad dressed up. It was in his voice that I heard. Only optics, not terminology, were the subject of my mother's meticulous inquiries. My sister discussed growth. The 62-page contract was dense and lengthy. It contained a clause that was so incisive that it could have passed for a blade. No court delays, no grace, immediate termination, immediate possession, any infraction, late payment, or misuse. It was not read by them. Why would they do that? People who don't think the rules apply to them include my parents. Something settled in my chest as the pen scraped the paper. Not joy, not contentment. Finality. I got off the couch without using my crutches for the first time that evening. I managed to hold my leg. I stepped cautiously. Then again. I had stopped limping. I grinned for the first time since the injury, not because I had won, but rather because I could now stand by myself. They continued to believe that I was the daughter who would solve the problem. They were unaware of what they had just given me. I took my time moving on. The army had instilled that discipline in me. Make deliberate, not impulsive, movements. You make noise when you're rushing. People look at you when you make noise. And silence was exactly what I needed at this moment. Nothing changed from the outside. Frank and Elaine Collins, my parents, informed their friends that they had reorganized. At dinner parties, they used terms like strategic and savvy. Brianna Collins, my sister, shared filtered pictures on the internet. Champagne flutes, a brand new bracelet glimmering in the light, and an ambiguous statement about abundance and alignment. They appeared relieved, lighter, and almost arrogant. They were unaware that they were renters. As I rebuilt my body from a distance, they rebuilt their illusions. From balance boards to resistance bands, from cautious steps to controlled lunges, physical therapy advanced. After giving me a nod of approval, my therapist persisted. One late morning, he remarked, "You're stronger than before." I understood him when he said, "That injury forced you to correct things you didn't even know were off." When pain is managed, it doesn't simply go away. It adjusts itself. In terms of money, the same idea held true. The numbers ceased to be frightening once I was in possession of the debt. They turned into instruments. I was aware of the precise deadlines for payments, the margins, and the underlying fragility of my parents' circumstances. There is a sound to fragility and confidence. Like glass under pressure, it is silent. 4 weeks after the deal closed, my father, Frank Collins, called, which was the first indication. He spoke in a relaxed, practiced tone. "Hey, just checking in," he said. "I haven't heard from you in a long time." I spoke in a neutral tone. "I've been getting better." All right, he blurted out. "All right. That's excellent." Then, almost as an afterthought, a pause. "We've had a lot of meetings and significant changes." "I'm happy," I answered. He anticipated more. "For recognition. Just out of interest." He cleared his throat and hung up the phone when it didn't arrive. I put the phone down and marked the date on my calendar. Witnesses are necessary for people like my father. They become uncomfortable when you stop reflecting back to them how they see themselves. They begin to make errors. Monthly compliance summaries were sent by the intermediary, which is still their only point of contact with my business. Boring, courteous, and clean. I'm sure my parents glanced at them. They always glanced at the important things. Usage clauses were presented in plain language, and late fees were highlighted in bold. They grinned, nodded, and thought there would be an exception. The annual performance came as Thanksgiving drew near. My family held that holiday in high regard due to presentation rather than thankfulness. The food was too much, the table was flawless, and the stories were practiced. My parents could show themselves and the world that they were successful on this one day of the year. It was the same this year. My sister showed up early, talking loudly about expansion and investors while wearing a brand new, pricey outfit. Bottles bought on a line of credit that they were unaware was already tightening allowed the wine to flow freely. Like he always did, my father cut the turkey slowly and ceremoniously, as though the act itself validated his authority. He glanced at me standing at the far end of the table. My legs steady. My posture upright. He remarked, "You're walking better." An observation. Not a question. "Yes," I said. Satisfied, he nodded as though he had always been going to get better. As though his rejection had never occurred. My sister raised her glass at one point. "Let's collaborate with partners who recognize our worth," she remarked. "Unlike those banks that are solely concerned with numbers." There was laughter. Consensus. Pride. I took a sip of my water and remained silent. They were congratulating themselves on outwitting a system they had never bothered to comprehend, while celebrating in a home I owned and on money I controlled. It was nearly spectacular. 4 weeks later, the first infraction took place. There was no drama. It never is. There was a scheduled payment. Reminders were delivered by the system. Emails were not read. Late one night, my father tried to process it online, figured it went through, and went to bed with a sense of accomplishment. It hadn't. It was too late when he discovered the error the following morning. Intent was irrelevant to the clause. Excuses didn't matter to it. Timestamps were important to it. The lease broke at 12 a.m. Notices were filed by 7:30 a.m. I saw the clear, irreversible confirmation appear on my screen. I then set a time for the meeting. It was presented by the middleman as a standard compliance evaluation. Not concerned, but furious, my parents came. They complained about traffic, were 25 minutes late, and demanded coffee. The senior partner is where? With annoyance, my father inquired. We don't have time for less experienced employees. I was already sitting when I turned my chair to face them. They didn't recognize me for a moment. Then my sister's smile fell. The color faded from my mother's face. My father gazed, lips opening and closing, seeking for a version of reality where this made sense. Hello, I said evenly. Mom. Dad. Silence crept in around us, dense and oppressive. I'll be handling this. I continued. I'm the owner. The words fell exactly where I'd aimed them. My father lunged forward, fury flaring, intense and immediate. This is a joke. No, I said. It's a contract. I lay everything down, slide after slide. The debt buy. The missed payment. The clause they hadn't read. My mother began to cry. Not the collected tears she used in public, but something raw and terrified. You tricked us, she muttered. I gave a headshake. You signed. Security drew closer as my father escalated his voice, threats coming out faster than he could control them. He uttered things he couldn't take back. He referenced accounts he shouldn't have. I listened. When he finished, I placed a single document on the table. I reported that. I responded quietly. Weeks ago. The room went still. Outside, the air was chilly and pure when I stepped out. I took a full breath, weight evenly divided on both feet. I got out my phone and contacted my brother, Ethan Collins. Pack your things. I ordered him. I bought the shop. It alls. There was silence, then disbelief, then laughing through tears. I finished the conversation and stood there for a time, feeling something foreign settle in my chest. Not revenge. Resolution. The consequences didn't happen all at once. It never does. Collapse is usually subtle, a sequence of little sounds people ignore until the silence following is impossible to deny. After the meeting, my parents didn't go home. They couldn't. By the time they arrived, the locks had already been scheduled to change. The notice was posted cleanly to the front door, printed on strong paper, the language severe and uncompromising. No heated shouts, no scene for the neighbors, just process. My mother called first. I let it go to voicemail. Her message was long, broken, full of half-finished sentences. She cried, then attempted to seem sensible, then cried again. She said phrases like family and misunderstanding. And how could you? She never said I'm sorry. My father's call came next. No tears, just wrath. You believe you're smart? He growled. You believe that this gives you power? You believe that this gives you power. As I had been taught to do during debriefs, I listened without interjecting. Allow others to speak. They constantly give up more information than they intended. He made legal threats. He made threats of humiliation in public. He said he would put me in front of individuals who would correct me. Then, of course, he boasted. He said, there is money that you are unaware of. Accounts that you will never access. Offshore protected. I steadied my breathing and closed my eyes. I spoke for the first time when he was done. I am aware, I replied. I filed the report for that reason. Quiet. The call ended. My lawyer, Graham Whitaker, texted me a single message 3 hours later. There are agents present. I sat down cautiously, as you do when your body senses a big change. Relief, not adrenaline. Brianna Collins, my sister, attempted another strategy. She unexpectedly showed up at my flat with flawless makeup and slightly red-rimmed eyes that made her appear empathetic. She knocked softly, rhythmically, and with confidence that I would open, just like she used to do when she needed anything. I didn't. Through the door, she spoke. She remarked, "You didn't have to do this. We could have come to an agreement." I listened while resting my forehead against the soft wood. She went on, "You always do this. You go too far with it. You exaggerate everything." I chuckled once, softly. Very extreme? Like turning down $6,500 for surgery, I reiterated. Her tone became piercing. That is unfair. No. I concurred. It wasn't. After some time, She departed. Through the peephole, I saw her walking down the hall with her phone in her hand, calling someone else to replace what she had ruined while her heels clicked angrily. I went for a walk that night. My legs were firm beneath me as I moved through cool air and falling leaves without the use of crutches or a brace. Every step felt earned and purposeful. The girl I used to be, who signed by herself with trembling hands as no one else would arrive, came to mind. The person who accepted failure and labeled it maturity. Ethan Collins, my brother, was on my mind. When he got to the store that morning, his name was on the door. As the owner, not as an employee, everything felt worthwhile when I saw the expression on his face when I assured him that he would never have to sell his equipment again. He insisted. "You didn't have to. I understand," I said to him. I desired to. I had discovered that family did not raise you. It was the person who wouldn't let you bleed on your own. The tale spread in bits and pieces over the course of the following several days. The neighbors muttered. Friends posed thoughtful queries. Despite my parents' best efforts, the story broke down in the face of the reality. They froze accounts. Investigations were launched. The house, which is now my home, was peaceful and devoid of the well-planned existence my parents had created. I didn't feel victorious. I sensed a cleaner, more tranquil feeling. No, I hadn't destroyed them. Their own conceit and belief that there were laws for other people had brought them to ruin. I had only stopped shielding them from the repercussions. "You walk like someone who trusts herself again," my therapist stated as I was leaving a therapy session late one morning and walking outdoors into the sunlight. I grinned. "Yes," I answered. It took longer than I thought for the house to be vacant. I anticipated cacophony. Attorneys, accusations, and public situations. Rather, a peculiar silence descended upon everything, akin to dust following the collapse of a structure. My parents stopped doing their regular activities. Membership in the lunch club was terminated. The slip was redistributed by the marina. Uncertain of which version of the story to believe, friends stopped phoning. I learned more from that stillness than from any argument. I concentrated on getting better. Not only is it physical, but it's also internal, that is, not visible on charts or scans. I went back to work, slowly following the rules and regaining people's trust in the proper manner. Inquiries from my commanding officer were non-existent. He was not required to. He observed my movements and demeanor and gave me a single nod. "You're doing fine," he said. Clear-headed. I was. My brother and I shut down the store together one evening. The area had an odor of fresh paint, metal, and oil. He had replaced the tools one by one and repainted the walls himself. His movements now carried a pride and a lightness I had never noticed before. "They stopped by," he remarked nonchalantly while using a cloth to wipe his hands. I froze. "Who?" "Has Rumanid. Dad and Mom," he answered. Stood across the street for a long without entering. I immediately visualized it. My mother's hands gripped too tightly. And my father's stiff stance. The building didn't meet their criteria of success. So they hadn't recognized it previously. What were their desires? I inquired. He gave a shrug. I didn't ask. After locking up, we went outdoors. The air was clear and sharp, and the sky was striped with orange and purple. After a time, he continued, "I told them this place wasn't theirs. Told them to get out. Told them to get out." I gave him a look. "That wasn't necessary for you to do." "I mean, yes," he murmured softly. "Yes. I did. My lawyer, Graham Whitaker, sent me a formal notification a week later. The charges were proceeding. There were deadlines established. Nothing spectacular, simply the patient and unrelenting grind of accountability. Elaine Collins, my mother, made one final attempt. She sent pages of a handwritten letter. I read it slowly once, then again. She talked about how difficult things had been, how she had tried her hardest, and how mistakes are made by families. She treated forgiveness in her writing as though it were a duty or a transaction. "I hope one day you understand why we did what we did," she wrote at the end. I put the letter back in the envelope after folding it. I completely understood. They had selected a boat above their daughter's walking ability, image over honesty, and comfort over empathy. Reconciliation was not necessary for understanding. I felt the sturdy power of my leg beneath me as I extended it while standing on my balcony that evening. I reflected on the version of myself that had once thought that being easy and not asking too much was how you won love. It was no longer a belief. Something quieter and more stable took its place. Self-respect. On a Tuesday, the last meeting took place. This time, my parents came separately. No performance, no unity, just two individuals bearing the consequences of their own choices. When I walked into the room, my father, Frank Collins, didn't give me a look. My mom did, then turned her head away. The lawyer went over the conditions, the results, and the repercussions. I had no drama left. My father eventually spoke after everything was finished. He growled, "You didn't have to ruin us." Calm and level, I met his eyes. I said, "I didn't ruin you. I no longer saved you." He winced as though he had been hit. The air was clear outside. While I was distracted, the fall had gotten deeper. As I made my way to my car, the leaves crunched beneath me. Every step is steady and unwavering. I recalled the night I sat with my phone to my ear, bleeding through gauze, and was informed that it wasn't a good moment. The $1,100 in my brother's hands came to mind, and I was certain that I had gone just far enough. It surprised me that closure felt so commonplace. There was no dramatic apologies, no last-minute altercation in the rain, and no instant of mutual understanding and embracing. That was not how life operated, particularly in light of the decisions my parents had made. Distance was what was present instead. Months came after weeks. My parents completely stopped phoning. Whatever tiny orbit my sister had landed in, she disappeared into. The former confidence has been replaced by quiet, well-curated optimism. Only second-hand, emotionless information, such as weather forecasts, told me about them. I didn't request anything more. In a nice way, my universe had shrunk. Once more, mornings began early. Uniform pressed, boots on. My shoulders began to bear the familiar weight of responsibility not as a burden, but as something I had earned. 8 months after the surgery, on a chilly morning when the base was still peaceful, I went for my first run. I took a cautious step at first, then a longer, smoother one. My leg was sturdy and dependable. The sound startled me as much as it may have anyone who might have heard me, so I slowed to a walk and burst out laughing. It was a new person's chuckle. I always knew that my brother could flourish if someone only moved aside. The store grew. 3 apprentices were employed by him. He no longer apologized for occupying space. He shook his head at me one evening as we were eating takeout on top of upturned crates. "You know, I still find it hard to believe you did all that," he remarked. I said, "I didn't do it alone." He grinned. "No, but you got it done." He had no idea how important that was. I gave the word family a lot of attention because it's so often used and rarely studied. As a child, I had thought that family meant perseverance. Devotion at any costs. Love is demonstrated by silence. I now have a better understanding. When there's blood on the floor, family is the first to arrive. Who doesn't inquire as to its convenience? Who doesn't make a lesson out of your suffering? A boat was preferred by my parents over my leg. Integrity is secondary to image. Comfort above empathy. They hadn't simply turned down money. They had declined to see me, and they had given me something unexpected in the process. Lucidity. I didn't turn mean. I didn't grow resentful. I became exact. I protected myself using the same mechanism they had trusted. They disregarded the regulations, and I did the same. What arguments could never do, I let circumstances achieve. I may have gone too far, according to some. From the viewpoint of individuals who have never been informed that their pain was inconvenient, perhaps they are correct. From people who have never had to decide between survival and dignity. Here's what I do know, though. I have no pain when I walk. Without animosity, I can sleep. And I don't have to question why I wasn't enough when I look in the mirror. That isn't retaliation. Freedom is that. I want you to know this if you've ever been the quiet person, the dependable person, or the person who was advised to persevere because you always could. You're not flawed for breaking the cycle, nor are you weak for need assistance. I would love to know what you think. Do you believe I went far enough or too much? Tell me where you're listening by leaving a comment below. These are the kinds of stories we tell each day. Tales of justice, second chances, and what happens when the marginalized stop abiding by laws that were never intended to protect them. If you want to continue on this path with us, please subscribe. You're not by yourself. I funded their life for years, got ignored on my 36th birthday, and finally took back every dollar. I didn't blow out the candles on my 36th birthday in front of my family. While a cake I had purchased for myself melted under substandard frosting. I gazed at my phone. My parents were streaming my younger sister's unexpected trip to Rome while supporting her at the airport on Facebook. She's the only one who makes us proud. My father said. And my mother added a red heart. I refrained from crying. I remained silent. Grinning. I launched my banking app and hit the withdraw button. Whether or not my family was prepared, everything changed at that point. I was seated at my apartment's tiny kitchen table, the one off base that always had a subtle scent of burned coffee and detergent. When the heater ran, it rattled too loudly, so the window was open. Outside, I could hear the typical sounds of a weekday night. Cars and a far-off siren. 36 years old. Just 2 cupcakes from the grocery shop down the street and my phone beeping with unsolicited notifications, no balloons, no phone calls. I had hoped for anything when I had woken up that morning. My mother texted me, my father called, and my sister even sent me a lazy happy birthday. I was met with silence instead. When you've lived your entire life as the person people trust and don't need to be checked on, you learn to recognize that type of stillness. At first, I dismissed it, telling myself they would call me later. They were always prepared with an excuse. My phone chimed in the late afternoon. Finally, I thought. It wasn't a call, though. It was a notification on Facebook. Before I ever touched my screen, a movie started playing automatically. At the airport, my sister Madison Hart was giggling while towing a wheeled bag. In the background, I heard my mother's voice squealing. She doesn't know where we're taking her. My mother exclaimed, panting with anticipation. Surprise trip to Rome was the caption. I'm really proud of this girl. Friends, family, church acquaintances, heart emojis, congratulations, and jokes about pasta and wine were all flooding in. Then, as if it should be framed, I noticed my father's remark pinned close to the top. The only person who makes us proud is her. I looked at it for longer than I should have. It was familiar, not because it was shocking. Whether it was stated in private or subtly inferred, that statement has followed me throughout my life. It seemed like a bruise someone had finally chosen to prod in public to see it spelled out for everyone to see. His remark had prompted a heartfelt response from my mother. No words, just one click. I gazed at the cupcakes after putting my phone down. Pink icing with vanilla. With a meaningful smile, the bakery clerk wrote 36 inches wonky frosting. I still hadn't lit the 2 candles. At first, I didn't feel angry. I was worn out. I'm exhausted. The kind that comes over you when you realize you've been carrying something heavy for so long that you've forgotten what it was like to set it down. I've spent more than 12 years in the U.S. military. I joined as soon as I graduated from high school because I wanted structure and an escape. Early on, I learned how to control my emotions, be punctual, and carry more than my fair share without grumbling. Telling people that their daughter was serving was something my parents cherished. They never quite enjoyed the hassle of it, the missed holidays, the little phone conversations, the extended silences, but they did adore the pride that came with association. Madison Hart remained in the neighborhood. It was difficult, my parents said. Battled to discover herself, to stay motivated, and to succeed in school. There was assistance for every challenge. Long conversations around the kitchen table, new automobiles, tutors. I was the other way around. I was all right. I had been all along. They therefore ceased to inquire. I began sending money to my dad when he had a health scare years ago. It was sporadic at first. After that, it was automatic. Just in case, put about $450 a month into a pooled account. They claimed that it helped with groceries, insurance gaps, and payments. I never requested receipts. They were my parents. I had faith in them. I picked up my phone again that afternoon after reading my father's comment for the 12th time. I closed Facebook once more. I launched the banking app. The joint account was still there, as silent as it had always been. I was merely checking, I assured myself. Curiosity only. I used to tell myself that whenever I felt uneasy, line by line, the transaction list loaded slowly. Everything appeared normal at first. Gas, groceries, and utilities. Then I noticed a $4,600 charge from a travel agency. 3 days later, there was another charge called hotel deposit. Next, a store that I knew from my sister's Instagram pictures. And lastly, a transfer bearing Madison Hart's name. The memo said gift. My chest constricted. Without intending to, I performed the calculations in my mind. I canceled vacations, put off repairs, made sacrifices I never discussed, and transferred for years. I continued to scroll back. The pattern kept repeating itself. The lights weren't being kept on by my money. It was supporting a way of life, to which I was never invited. I reclined in my chair, and let out a single, quiet laugh. It was ultimately logical, not because it was humorous. Rome was not unexpected. I kept my eyes on the transfer option. From the black screen, my reflection gazed back at me. Hair pushed back, eyes tired. The same face that had mastered the art of maintaining composure under pressure. I considered giving my folks a call. I considered giving an explanation. I pictured my father's remarks shining brightly beneath a video that didn't feature me. I did not make a call. I didn't give an explanation. I hit the withdraw button. The screen for confirmation appeared. I entered the sum thoughtfully and carefully. I had steady hands. I paused for a half second as the final confirmation showed up. I then hit confirm. The money didn't just vanish. Moving it back in bits would take days. But the choice was made immediately and could not be changed. Something unexpected settled over me when the screen reloaded. Not relief, not fear, nor guilt. Once more, my phone buzzed. One more alert. I choose to disregard it. I made a wish I had never made before as I lit the candles on my cupcakes and observed the flickering flames. I wanted to be visible again. I kept what I had done to myself. Not my friends. Not my coworkers. Not the one person in my unit who was the most knowledgeable about my family. The following morning, I went to work as if nothing had changed. I put on my uniform, pulled my hair back into a regulation bun, and went about my day without thinking. The military does a good job of teaching you how to function even when you feel like your insides are falling apart. My thoughts continued going back in time while I completed my responsibilities, reliving events that I had ignored for years. Little, silent memories that, when arranged side by side, created an awful whole, not dramatic situations. Madison Hart always had the larger room when we were kids. It had a closet twice as big as mine, a door that didn't stick, and better lighting. According to my parents, she needed the space. They acquired the money for her to take piano lessons. 3 months later, she stopped playing the piano, and they encouraged her to follow her passions. My father advised me to concentrate on realistic objectives when I requested financial assistance for a photography course in high school. Instead, I got a job. I was taught early on how to be low maintenance, how to silently take praise, and how to accept disappointment without protesting. My parents nodded and said, "We knew you would." When I brought home good scores, when Madison Hart failed a class, they sat her down, discussed it, and pledged to help her improve the next time. Families were like that, I told myself. The strong one has to be someone. At first, enlisting in the military seemed like a way out. It was about service, about structure, about doing something worthwhile, I reminded myself. It was. Too. However, it was also about at last deciding on a course that wasn't centered on what my family expected of me. In public, at least, my parents were proud. They boasted to their neighbors, shared pictures of me in uniform, and gathered praise like trinkets. It was different in private. The calls were brief. The questions were superficial. They never inquired about my true well-being. Madison Hart remained near. She attended community college intermittently and returned home several times. My mother would add, "She's still figuring things out, like it's a medical condition." There was a margin for every setback. There was always an excuse for a mistake. Everything changed when my dad became ill. I can still clearly recall the call. Still in uniform, I was in my car, parked outside the commissary. My mother's voice sounded timid and frightened. She informed me of the diagnosis, the procedure, and the expenses that her insurance would not pay. I didn't think twice. I promised to assist her. It seemed necessary. Instinctive. That's what the trustworthy person does. My dad added. We set up the shared account together just in case for emergencies. Here and there, I began with a few hundred. After that, it became automatic and monthly. Without giving it any thought, I made a change to my budget. Wherever I could, cut back. I assumed it was only temporary. Years went by. The transactions went on. I never received a direct thank you from anyone. I mentioned it twice in passing. And my mother shrugged it away. "You know how much we value you, honey." That was all. Gratitude without giving credit. Gratitude without responsibility. Until I saw that Facebook comment, I had no idea how much resentment I had hidden. Rome wasn't the only topic. It had been silently eliminated for almost 36 years. 4 days had gone by when the funds were fully transferred back into my personal account. I double-checked my equilibrium, half expecting it to reverse itself. It didn't. The number remained there, genuine and solid. Mine. The phone calls began at that point. My father gave me the first one. I left it in voicemail. Then another. Then an SMS message. When you get a moment, give me a call. The account is having problems. A problem? I felt a familiar tug in my chest as I gazed at the letter. The desire to make things right. To put everything in order. To restore everyone's comfort. I choose to disregard it. My mother called the following day. Out of habit, I responded. Hello, she murmured in a strained voice. We discovered that a significant sum of money was missing. Calmly, I murmured, I pulled it away. The line paused. What are you? I received my money back. She yelled, that money was for emergencies. Like Rome, I nearly burst out laughing. Another pause, this one longer. The voice of my father entered the line. That is not the same. I said, how? He stated Madison Hart needed a rest. She has experienced a great deal of stress. Something in my chest hardened. For years, I have been sending money. You never once inquired about my need for a break. It's unfair. You're stronger, my mother said. It was there. You have always been. The explanation in a single sentence. Without saying anything else, I hung up. The guilt messages began to come in within hours. I was suddenly recalled in family group chats, emails, and texts from numbers I hadn't stored. Everybody had a viewpoint. Everyone believed they understood. Nobody questioned my motivation. All they wanted to do was undo it. That evening, I listened to the hum of the refrigerator while sitting on my couch and gazing at the ceiling. I anticipated feeling sick with remorse. Rather, I experienced a sense of near calm, as if I had finally stopped holding my breath. I had no idea what would come next. I was certain that I would never return. I stopped checking my phone every 5 minutes by the 5th day. I finally grasped what they were actually saying. Not because the communications had stopped. Not one of them was checking on me. They didn't ask me why I was wounded. The money was at the center of every message, missed call, and well-crafted email. The speed at which the worry subsided after they discovered the transfers weren't the result of a bank error was almost remarkable. That was the first time my parents had ever kept a careful eye on that account. They didn't have to. I was dependable, steady, and predictable. I was the type of person you could rely on, until you forgot about me. That evening, I returned to the banking app to have a closer look, rather than to make any changes. I needed to see it plainly, without justifications, or the emotional haze I had been living in for so long. I took a seat at my kitchen table once more, where I had spent the most of my meals by myself, and slowly went through the transaction history. It was worse than I had anticipated. Rome has not been a one-time treat. There were designer stores I recognized from Madison Hart's photographs, smiling in mirrors with bags slung over her arm, flight tickets from the previous year, Paris, and a Florida resort deposit. Transfers with the labels help rent and, once offensively, for being you were made to her personal account, for being who you are. I counted every one of them. I took my time. I didn't glance. I meticulously totaled everything, line by line, as I had been taught to do throughout my professional life. I was sick to my stomach after the last number. More than $46,000. I had earned it. I had sent the money in good faith. I had promised myself that the money would be used for medical expenses and emergencies. I pushed my palms into my eyes till I noticed dots while leaning back in my chair. I reflected about the weekends I had spent at home when my colleagues were away from town. The auto repairs I had put off. I never really succeeded in growing the savings account. I realized how often I had stated, I can't afford that right now, without recognizing that I could have. I wasn't impoverished. I was paying for the comfort of another person. Once more, my phone buzzed. It was Madison Hart this time. Mom and Dad are freaking out, so please give me a call. I took a long look at the message before responding. I work. What's happening? The dots showed up almost instantly. They claimed that you had deducted funds from the account. Is that accurate? Indeed. One more pause. Longer. Why would you do that? They require it. I was affected by the sentence. Just clarity, not sadness or rage. Madison Hart was clueless. Or perhaps she did, and it was more convenient to ignore it. I typed. They sent you to Rome with it. This time, she responded more slowly. That's not what I asked for. I was unaware that it was your money. I trusted her. The worst thing was that Madison Hart wasn't harsh. She was simply used to being shielded from the repercussions. In her universe, objects materialized when she needed them and vanished when they were no longer useful. I wrote it, I know, but it was. It was several minutes before my phone rang. The night air felt cold against my skin as I stepped out onto the slender balcony and responded. Madison Hart said, "Hey." Her voice sounded quieter than normal. "They say you're punishing them. They're extremely upset." "I think they are." I leaned against the railing and gazed down at the deserted parking lot. "No one is being punished by me. I'm accepting accountability for my own actions." "That money really helped," she replied softly. "So did my silence," I answered. For that, she had no response. Without settling anything, we hung up. With firm hands, I returned inside and poured myself a drink of water. I slept through the night for the first time in days. My dad called me again the following morning. I responded this time. He said, "We need to talk." No preamble. No greeting. "I'm paying attention. We had that money as part of our safety net." "You can't just take it," he said. Evenly, I replied, "I can because it was mine. We were prepared for it. I was never part of those plans." His sigh was dramatic and heavy. "You have no idea how difficult things have been. You have no idea how difficult it has been for me," I nearly said. However, I stopped myself. He would not hear it. He didn't. Instead, I said, "You spent my money on opulent vacations." The agreement wasn't like that. In the background, my mother snapped, "We raised you better than this." I shut my eyes. "You brought me up to be accountable." That's precisely what I'm doing. I hung up the phone before they had a chance to regroup. After that, the backlash intensified. In an email, my mother accused me of betraying her. Family helps family. Texted an aunt with whom I hardly spoke. After asking if everything was all right, a cousin suggested that I apologize in order to maintain harmony. Maintain the tranquility? All of my life, I had kept it. I threw myself into routine, training, and assessments at work. I was grounded by the structure. My family drama didn't matter to my unit. They were concerned that I was there, that I performed my duties, and that I supported them. I was appreciated for my actions rather than my contributions in that setting. After a long day, I sat in my car one evening and called my former supervisor, who is now a close friend, the one person I trusted to be honest with me. After I told her everything, she said, "You did the right thing. Establishing limits does not imply selfishness." I acknowledge that the only reason it feels that way is because they taught you to feel that way. Her words covered me like a piece of armor. I checked my bank account again that evening, but I didn't make any withdrawals. The number remained, genuine and unwavering, a reminder that I was at last in charge of something I had been losing piece by piece for years. I didn't feel scared of what I had done for the first time. I was terrified of the amount of time it had taken me. The quiet was short-lived. The message's tone shifted 3 weeks after I took the money out. Panic grew more acute. The patience vanished. Confusion and disappointment were no longer present. It was a charge. The kind that demands surrender and presumes guilt. My mother sent me an email with an all-caps subject line. "We must speak." Sitting in my car with the engine off and the afternoon sun bouncing off the windshield, I opened it during my lunch break. She didn't inquire about my well-being. My birthday was not mentioned by her. She didn't even act as though this was a relationship repair. Rather, she wrote about stress, bills, my father's lack of sleep, and Madison Hart's emotional fragility after discovering the money. I had caught them off guard, she said. I had embarrassed the family, she said. I needed to fix this quickly, she said, using the word apology 3 times. The word money came up 7 times. I pressed my forehead to the steering wheel and shut the email. The familiar urge to put things right at my own expense was what was causing my hands to tremble, not fear. That instinct didn't go away right away. For decades, it had been ingrained in me. My phone rang once more that night. The area code provided me with all the information I required, even though I didn't recognize the number. "Hello," I replied. The voice said sharply, "This is Denise Whitaker. Your mom is inconsolable." I reclined on my couch and gazed up at the ceiling. That's unfortunate to hear. Denise went on. She's been crying for days. And your dad? They're in an impossible situation because of you. By reclaiming my personal funds, she said. You know it's not that simple. They had their sights set on it. I shut my eyes. You're counting on me? I made the correction. She let out a sigh. Family members don't keep score. It nearly made me giggle. Receipts shouldn't be kept by family members either, but here we are. Like all the others, the call ended awkwardly. Just pressure, no resolution. The subsequent escalation was made public. One morning, I was inundated with notifications. At first, my mother didn't specifically name me in her Facebook post, but she wasn't hiding either. Sometimes the people who cause you the greatest pain are also the ones you sacrifice the most for. Family values have changed over time. I'm asking for wisdom. Comments flooded in, offering consolation, affirmation, and barely disguised criticisms. Some people directly tagged me. Others privately messaged me to ask what had happened and to be the bigger person. Something inside of me became motionless as I sat on the edge of my bed with my hands in my hands. This was no longer about miscommunication. Control and rewriting the story to avoid responsibility were the goals here. That day at work, I was unable to concentrate. I followed the procedures, but my thoughts kept returning to the post, the remarks, and the suggestion that I was ungrateful, cold, and self-centered. All my life, I had worn those labels in silence. It felt like a line was being crossed when they were hurled around in public. I had dinner with a few members of my unit that evening. Not very fancy. Fries and burgers at a location close to base. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they could sense that something was wrong. You appear to be carrying a rucksack. Lightly. You forgot to put down one of them. Thankful for the metaphor, I grinned. That kind of thing. One of them pulled me aside after supper. Remember this, she said, referring to whatever it is. I nodded as the realization sunk into my chest. You don't owe anyone access to you just because they're related. My mother's post had been altered when I got home. My name was mentioned this time. If you're reading this, Riley Carter, please know that your decisions have devastated both your father and me. You were better raised by us. Family members are meant to help one another. As I read it, my hands shook not out of embarrassment, but rather out of a simmering rage I had never before permitted myself to experience. They had announced it to the world. They had portrayed themselves as victims. They also anticipated that I would remain silent, as I always had. I stared at the comment box for a while after I opened it. I considered choosing the high road, ignoring it, and letting it go. Then I considered Rome, my birthday cupcake, $46,000, and a lifetime of prosperity. Mom, I gave you and Dad over $46,000 over several years to help with medical bills and necessities. I typed. You spent that money on gifts for Madison Hart, shopping, and opulent vacations. You publicly declared that my sister was the only child who made you proud, forgetting my 36th birthday. Since I felt like I was being used rather than supported, I refunded my money. I read it twice and concluded that honesty and accountability, not guilt, are the first steps in a relationship with me. My heart was racing. I then clicked post. The response came instantly. A few family members fell silent. A few voices broke through the clamor as others pushed back. I've always wondered how my parents afforded so many extras, said one uncle. I was brave to speak up, according to a cousin. Finally, the truth, someone else wrote. I turned my phone face down and logged out. I didn't get much sleep that night. I ran through all the possible outcomes in my head. There was something new, though, beneath the anxiety. Relief. In my own words, I had spoken the truth aloud. And I wasn't saying I was sorry for it for the first time. After the post, I experienced an odd silence for a few days. After slowing down, the notifications ceased. The entire family seemed to be holding their breath, waiting to see if I would change my mind, take down my remark, or soften the edges. I didn't. I left for work. Dinner was prepared by me. I did the laundry folding. The silence remained where it was. At that moment, I came to a significant realization. I was not experiencing any negative things. There was nobody at my door, nobody interrupted me while I was doing something necessary. I told the truth, and the world didn't fall apart. The assumption that the boat was mine to lose had been the foundation of the fear I had carried for so long, the fear of upsetting the boat. It wasn't. It had never been. I forced myself to slow down after the money returned to my account. I didn't overspend. I didn't make any significant purchases. I took out a notebook and jotted down things I had been putting off for years because I had convinced myself they were careless or extravagant. Physical therapy for an old training injury I'd neglected for too long, a dependable emergency fund, and a certification course I'd wanted to take but never had the time or money for. Little things that made sense, things that were all of a sudden feasible. In order to prepare for the eventual end of my military career, I enrolled in a professional certification program in logistics and operations. I listened to the instructor go over the syllabus while sitting at my desk in civilian clothes with my notebook open on the first night of class. In a way I hadn't experienced in years, I felt anxious, not afraid, but hopeful. Something changed at work, too. It wasn't until it was gone that I realized how much emotional burden I had been carrying. In meetings, I raised my voice more. I volunteered for a leadership position that I would have previously discreetly shunned. I didn't try to brush off the glimmer of pride I felt when my boss pulled me aside to tell me that my performance had been noticed. He said, "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." I grinned and thanked him, fighting the impulse to sidestep. The change was also noticed by my chosen family. Friends I'd made over years of relocations and deployments. A few of us got together at a friend's apartment one evening. Nothing official. With music playing softly in the background, takeout containers are arranged across the counter. Someone handed me a drink and said, "You seem lighter." I said, "I feel lighter." They didn't exert pressure. They didn't require specifics. They simply grinned and clinked their cups against mine. No forced apology ever had the same impact as that straightforward, unspoken support. Madison Hart texted me a few times during that stretch. Her messages were hesitant and unsure. I had no idea how bad things were. "I apologize. Can we have a conversation sometime?" I didn't respond right away. I needed time to process how I truly felt, not because I was punishing her. I knew she hadn't orchestrated everything. I also knew she'd benefited from it without question. Both things could be true. Meanwhile, my parents stayed quiet. No calls, no emails, no new posts. I suspected they were regrouping, deciding on their next move. It came a week later, in the form of a voicemail from my father. "Your mother and I would like to talk in person," he said. His voice was measured, controlled. "This can't be resolved over social media. We're family. We should handle this like adults." I listened to it twice before deleting it. Later that night, I replayed it in my head. Handle this like adults. The phrase landed differently than it once would have. Adults didn't forget birthdays. Adults didn't take money under false pretenses. Adults didn't manipulate public opinion to avoid accountability. I texted Madison Hart back that night. "If we talk, it has to be honest. And it has to be separate from mom and dad." She responded almost immediately. "I get it." We met for coffee a few days later. She looked different, quieter, less polished. She fiddled with her cup while she talked, eyes downcast. "I didn't know they were using your money like that," she said. "I should have asked." "Yes," I said gently. "You should have." She nodded, tears gathering, but not falling. "I'm trying to figure out who I am without them fixing everything." I trusted her. Or maybe I believed she wanted to try. That was enough for now. As for my parents, I didn't rush to meet them. I wasn't avoiding the conversation. I was preparing for it. I wrote down what I wanted to say. Not accusations, boundaries, clear lines that didn't waver depending on guilt or pressure. I didn't know how it would end. I just knew one thing for certain. This time, I wasn't going to disappear to make them comfortable. The restaurant was quiet in the way upscale places always are on a weeknight, low lighting, soft music, the clink of glasses instead of conversation. I chose it deliberately, public enough to keep tempers in check, neutral enough that no one could claim home field advantage. I arrived early and asked for a table in the back. When I sat down, I placed my phone screen down and took a slow breath. I wasn't here to fight. I wasn't here to win. I was here to tell the truth and see what happened when I didn't soften it. Madison Hart arrived first. She looked nervous, scanning the room before she spotted me. We hugged, brief, careful, and sat side by side. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. We were both waiting for the same thing. My parents walked in exactly on time. My mother's posture was rigid, her purse clutched tight against her side. My father looked thinner than I remembered, his jaw set in that familiar way he used when he wanted to project authority without raising his voice. We exchanged polite hellos and ordered water. There was a long period of silence. My father cleared his throat. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." "I didn't agree to be lectured," I said calmly. "I agreed to talk." My mother's lips pressed together. "We want to fix this." I nodded. "Then let's be honest." My father folded his hands. "What you did hurt us." "What you did hurt me," I replied. "For years." My mother sighed sharply. "We've already said we made mistakes." "Have you?" I asked. "Because mistakes don't explain Rome." Madison Hart shifted beside me. My father leaned back. "That trip wasn't about you." "That's the problem," I said evenly. "Nothing ever was." My mother's eyes flashed. "We worried about Madison Hart more. We were necessary for her. And I didn't." My voice didn't rise, but the question landed heavy. "Or did you just decide I'd be fine without you?" "Because I always was." Quiet. I took a breath. "Tell me one thing you're proud of me for." "One specific thing." My mother opened her mouth, closed it, looked at my father. "Well," he started, then stopped. The waiter returned with water, set the glasses down, left. They still hadn't answered. "That's what I thought," I said quietly. My mother's voice cracked. "That's not fair." "It's accurate," I replied. "You took my money, over $46,000, and used it for things you never told me about. You forgot my birthday. You told the world my sister was the only one who made you proud. And now, you want me to apologize for setting a boundary." My father's shoulders sagged. "We're under a lot of stress." "So was I said. "I just didn't make it your problem." My mother leaned forward. "Do you want us to beg?" "I want you to understand," I said. "And I want you to stop." "Stop what?" she snapped. "Stop using guilt. Stop rewriting history. Stop asking me to fix the consequences of your choices." Madison Hart spoke, then, her voice soft but steady. "They're right," she said to our parents. I went through the statements. I saw everything. My mother turned to her, stunned. "Madison Hart?" "No." Madison Hart said, "I've had enough of this, too." My father rubbed his face. "We were counting on that money. We might lose the house." I met his eyes. "You won't. You have options. Downsizing jobs. Help from Madison Hart if she chooses, but not from me." My mother's eyes filled with tears. "So, you're abandoning us?" I gave a headshake. "I'm stepping back. There's a difference." My father exhaled slowly. "What do you want from us?" "I want accountability," I said. "And I want boundaries respected. No more public posts about me. No more asking for money. If we have a relationship, it's based on honesty, not obligation." My mother stood abruptly. "I can't do this." My father hesitated, then stood too. "Well, think about what you said." "I hope you do," I replied. They left without another word. Madison Hart and I sat there for a moment, the table suddenly too big. She reached over and squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry it took me this long." "Me, too," I said. And I meant both parts. We ordered dinner and talked about ordinary things, classes she was considering. Work projects I was excited about. It felt strange and good to talk without tension. When we finally stood to leave, I felt tired but steady. I'd said what I needed to say. Whatever happened next wasn't on me. Outside, the air was cool. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. For the first time, the silence didn't feel like punishment. It felt like peace. The weeks after the dinner passed more quietly than I expected. There were no dramatic follow-up calls, no surprise visits, no public posts tagging me in guilt-soaked prayers. My parents retreated into themselves, stunned by the fact that their usual tools hadn't worked this time, and for the first time in my life, that retreat didn't pull me back in. Madison Hart and I started meeting once a week. Nothing formal. Coffee walks, sometimes just sitting in my living room while the TV played in the background. She told me she was looking for her own apartment, that she'd signed up for night classes, that she was tired of being taken care of in a way that kept her small. I listened without trying to fix anything. That wasn't my job anymore. At work, things continued to improve. The certification course was challenging, but I loved it. I stayed up late studying, not because I had to prove anything to anyone, but because it felt good to invest in myself without guilt. My supervisor noticed. A few months later, he pulled me aside and told me I was being considered for a leadership track assignment. I walked back to my desk with a smile. I didn't try to hide. One evening, as I was making dinner, my phone rang. My father's name flashed on the screen. I stood there for a long moment, wooden spoon in hand, deciding. Then I answered. "Hi," he said. His voice sounded different. Quieter. "Hi. I wanted to let you know I got a new job," he said. "It doesn't pay what the old one did, but it's something. Your mom picked up part-time work, too." "That's good," I said, and meant it. There was a pause. Then he said, "I'm sorry." The word landed heavier than anything else he could have said. "I'm sorry for how we treated you," he continued. "For taking you for granted, for the money, for all of it." I closed my eyes. Tears came sudden and sharp. "I'm not calling to ask for anything," he added quickly. "I just needed you to know I see it now." We talked for a while about neutral things, about work, about the weather. When we hung up, I sat in silence, letting the moment settle. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was acknowledgement, and that mattered. My mother didn't call. Instead, weeks later, she sent a short email, no subject line, no excuses, just a few sentences saying she was trying to do better and didn't expect anything from me. It wasn't perfect, but it was honest in a way she'd never been before. Life moved forward. I finished my course. I stepped into a new role. I started saving for a place of my own. On my 36th birthday, my apartment was full, friends from work, people from my unit, Madison Hart, sitting on the couch, laughing at something stupid on TV. There was a cake. Someone had remembered the candles. As I looked around that night, I realized something that surprised me. Withdrawing that money hadn't been revenge. It had been self-preservation. I hadn't done it to hurt my family. I'd done it because I finally understood that love without respect isn't love at all. It's obligation. And obligation had been draining me dry. If you're listening to this story and something inside you feels uncomfortably familiar. If you've been the reliable one, the strong one, the invisible one, I want you to know this. Setting boundaries doesn't make you cruel. Choosing yourself doesn't make you selfish. And walking away from being used doesn't mean you don't love your family. It means you love yourself enough to stop disappearing. If this story resonated with you, I'd really love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below and tell me where you're listening from. And if you want to hear more stories like this, stories about strength, boundaries, and quiet victories, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. Let's keep this conversation going together. When I announced I made partner, my father-in-law leaned back and asked, "So, how many men did you sleep with to get there?" "Amender. Announced. How many men did you sleep with to get there?" When I told them I was promoted to partner, my husband's father said, "Did you sleep your way to the top?" The champagne glass in my hand came to a stop halfway to my lips. I was standing in the private dining room of Mercato, an exquisite Italian restaurant in downtown Chicago, surrounded by my husband's entire extended family, commemorating what should have been my happiest moment in my career. At 8:40 a.m., Sterling & Associates made me the youngest equity partner in the firm's 58-year existence. At the age of 35, my husband, Ethan Pierce, had insisted on planning this meal to share the news with his family, and despite my doubts, I accepted because he appeared truly happy for me. Now, his father, Charles Hartwell, was staring at me from across the table with a smirk that made my skin crawl, waiting for my response to his question as if he'd just made a witty joke instead of openly accusing me of prostitution for professional gain. The silence in the room slammed against my ears. Margaret Hartwell, Ethan's mother, had frozen, holding her fork over her salad. Brianna Hartwell, Ethan's sister, was recording on her phone as if it were amusement, and Ethan, my 7-year-old spouse, was looking down at his plate, as if the design on the china had suddenly become attractive. I'd worked with Sterling & Associates for 10 years when the partnership decision was made, beginning as a first-year associate fresh out of Northwestern Law School, where I graduated second in my class. The firm focused on corporate law and mergers and acquisitions, guiding Fortune 500 businesses through complex transactions costing hundreds of millions of dollars. I'd created my reputation by working 75-hour weeks, learning obscure securities regulations, and gaining experience in cross-border transactions that other lawyers avoided due to their complexity. My billable hours consistently topped 2,000, $300 per year, much beyond the firm's threshold of $1,950. My client satisfaction rating was the highest in my department. I generated $4.8 million in new business over the last 4 years through networking and connection building. The existing partners voted unanimously in favor of the alliance, which was unusual. Managing partner Thomas Kavanagh had summoned me to his office that morning and informed me that the choice was one of the easiest the partnership committee had ever taken. He had particularly mentioned my outstanding legal mind and unquestionable professional integrity. Now, Charles Hartwell was implying that none of that mattered, because a woman could not achieve success via true skill. I carefully placed my champagne glass on the white tablecloth, mindful that everyone was looking to see how I would respond. "I am sorry. What did you just say?" My voice sounded more steady than I felt, which was good because my hands had begun to shake under the table. Charles reclined back in his chair, his smirk growing wider. "Come on, sweetheart, we are all adults here. A young woman fast becoming a partner in a male-dominated firm. We know how the world truly works." He said it as if he were telling me a secret, and we were all meant to nod and laugh together. Margaret made a small sound that was neither agreement nor protest, and grabbed for her wine glass. Brianna was obviously still recording. Her phone was angled to record my face. I stared at Ethan, waiting for him to say anything, to defend me, to inform his father that his comment was absolutely inappropriate. Ethan cleared his throat. "Dad, that's not really appropriate." His voice was barely above a whisper. And he continued to gaze away from me. That was it. That was his defense of my 10-year career and professional achievements. Not really appropriate. As if his father had made a moderately offensive joke rather than publicly branding me a prostitute. Charles waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, don't be too touchy. I'm merely expressing what everyone is thinking. Sterling and Associates is an old boys club. Always has been. The only way a woman can break through that ceiling is to provide something the old boys want." He winked at me. "Win. There's no shame in it, dear." Brianna laughed sharply, as if amused. "Oh my God, Dad. You cannot just say that aloud." But she was smiling and not protecting me. Margaret placed down her wine glass and gave me a pitying look. "Charles has a point, dear. It's unusual for someone so young to find a partner, particularly a lady. People are going to speak. You must have known that when you accepted the post." She stated it as if she was trying to be helpful, warning me about the rumor I'd encounter, fully unaware that she and her husband were the ones spreading it. I felt something icy settle in my chest, piercing through the shock and humiliation. These people did not respect me. They had never respected me. Every family dinner, holiday gathering, and celebration during the past 7 years. They'd regarded my job like a nice hobby while praising Ethan's work as a financial analyst as if he were curing cancer. I had convinced myself that they were simply old-fashioned and would change their minds once they witnessed my accomplishment. I'd been mistaken. I stood up from the table, my chair scraping across the hardwood flooring. "I'm leaving." Ethan finally looked at me, his face confused. "What? Why? We haven't even ordered yet." I looked at him. This man I had married. This man, who'd stood at an altar and sworn to love and support me, was now questioning why I was leaving after his father publicly accused me of sleeping my way to partner. "Are you serious now?" He looked at his father and then back at me. "Dad was just playing around. Are you being overly sensitive?" Those remarks hit like a slap. I took my handbag from the back of my chair. "Your father accused me of prostitution in front of your entire family, and you think I'm being unduly sensitive? That tells me all I need to know." Charles laughed loudly and dismissively. "Look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't handle a little ribbing." Margaret nodded, as if he'd made a fantastic argument. Women nowadays are eager to declare they are being attacked. We had tougher skin back then. At 8:12 p.m., I left the restaurant. On a Friday evening that should have been joyous, my heels clicked against the marble floor of the lobby while Ethan yelled after me, imploring me to return without making a disturbance. I drove to my best friend Madison Reed's Lincoln Park apartment and let myself in with my key because she had assured me years ago that I was always welcome. She took one look at my face and brought out a bottle of wine without asking what had happened. I told her everything while sitting on her couch, my voice quivering with the rage I'd been suppressing since Charles's remark. Madison had known the Hartwells for years, had witnessed them undermining me at every chance, and had warned me several times that Ethan's failure to stand up to them was a huge red signal that I had repeatedly ignored. "You need to leave him," she added when I finished, not as a recommendation but as a statement of fact. I shook my head, still holding out hope that things could be salvaged, that Ethan would recognize how terrible his family's actions had been once he was free of their influence. My phone was continuously buzzing with texts from Ethan, asking where I was and urging we talk. I ignored everyone and collapsed in Madison's guest room, too tired to face my own apartment. The next morning, I drove home at 10 a.m. to find Ethan Pierce sitting at our kitchen table with coffee and his laptop, as if nothing had happened. He looked up when I entered. "Where were you?" No apology. No awareness of what his father had said, only annoyance that I had vanished. I placed my purse on the counter at Madison Reed's. "Where did you think I'd be?" He shut his laptop. "You embarrassed me last night by walking out in front of my family. My mother spent the remainder of supper crying because she thought you were angry with her." I genuinely laughed, sharp and bitter. "Your mother cried at dinner. Your father accused me of sleeping my way to the partner, and your mother is the victim in this situation." Ethan stood up, defensively. He was joking. "You know how Dad is. He called me a prostitute in front of your entire family, and you sat there and said nothing." I peered at my husband, really looked at him, and realized I didn't recognize the man standing in front of me. He rubbed his hands through his hair. Agitated. I told him it was inappropriate. "What more would you like me to do? I asked you to defend your wife. I wanted you to inform him that I earned my partnership after 10 years of hard work and great achievement. I wanted you to stop his vile innuendo right once, rather than waiting to see if everyone else found it hilarious first." Ethan's face reddened. "You are exaggerating this situation. My father was inebriated. He says dumb things when he is intoxicated. Everyone understands this. Nobody believes you slept your way to partner." The fact that he was justifying his father's drinking, rather than sticking up for me, made matters worse. I took a glass from the cupboard and filled it with water, having to use my hands before throwing something. The issue is not whether people believe it. The problem is that your father felt comfortable saying it out during what was supposed to be a celebration of my professional accomplishment. The trouble is that your mother sided with him. The trouble is that your sister found it amusing enough to videotape. And the most serious issue is that my husband believes I am overreacting to being publicly humiliated by his family. Ethan's voice increased. "They are my family. Elena Hartwell. They have known me my whole life. You have known them for 7 years. I'm not going to ruin my relationship with them because you can't take a joke." I had been dreading the ultimatum for years. When it came down to it, Ethan would always choose his family over me, no matter how wrong or hurtful they were. I was supposed to smile and accept it because they had known him longer. I cautiously set down my water glass. "I need time to think. I'm going to stay in a hotel for a few days." I packed my bags and checked into the Marriott downtown, a mid-range hotel that felt impersonal but safe. I spent the weekend going over my professional documents, pulling up performance reports, client testimonials, and billable hour records to build a case to support what I already knew. I had earned my partnership through legitimate effort. Even as I was doing it, I felt sad about my desire to prove myself. But I needed to see the facts in black and white. My first performance report from year 1 praised my work as remarkable, especially in sophisticated securities research. My second-year report praised my exceptional ability to establish client relationships and achieve results under significant time constraints. Year 3 highlighted my leadership abilities and smart thinking. Every appraisal applauded my technical ability, work ethic, and judgment. No one mentioned my appearance or suggested that my success stemmed from anything other than professional aptitude. I received emails from clients complimenting my work, thanking me for saving seemingly impossible situations, and particularly asking me to handle their future concerns. I had proof of my business progress, including deals brought to the firm through ties formed at industry conferences and networking events. The material was overwhelming and entirely meaningless since Charles Hartwell had already determined I was and nothing I presented him would change his mind. 5. Monday morning, I arrived at the workplace about 7:10 a.m. Intending to avoid too many people while I was still processing everything. My assistant, Diane Palmer, a woman in her early 50s who had been with the firm for 21 years, congratulated me on the partnership the moment I arrived. To celebrate, she baked fresh chocolate chip cookies and left them on my desk with a note signed by the support staff. Her real friendliness moved me to tears in ways that malice had not. I spent the morning studying documents for a $365 million transaction, becoming lost in the typical complexities of acquisition agreements and regulatory compliance. Around 11:30, Thomas Kavanagh dropped by my office. He was 59 years old, the managing partner who had been with the firm for 33 years, and had overseen my development from the beginning. Congratulations again, Elena, on the relationship. Well deserved. I thanked him and tried to focus on the merger agreement, but something about my expression must have indicated that I was disturbed. Thomas closed my office door and sat across from my desk. Is everything all right? You seem off. I wondered whether I should inform him, whether it was proper to bring my personal life into the workplace, and whether complaining about my father-in-law's remarks would make me appear weak or unprofessional. But Thomas had always been supportive, and I trusted him. I told him what Charles had said, maintaining my tone, professional and matter of fact. Thomas's demeanor changed from concerned to outraged in the space of a sentence. That's completely unacceptable, he added as I concluded. Elena, I need you to understand something. Your partnership was obtained by your labor, client relationships, and contributions to the firm. The vote was unanimous. Not one of the partners indicated even a hint of uncertainty. You're here because you're an excellent lawyer. Period. His words were helpful, but they couldn't change the fact that my own husband's family believed differently. Thomas leaned forwards. I've been in the business for 33 years. I've seen many individuals try to belittle women's successes by claiming they didn't deserve to be successful. It's sexism. Pure and simple. Don't let anyone make you doubt your accomplishments. I thanked him, and he went. But his fury on my behalf stayed with me. A managing partner with decades of experience quickly identified Charles' remark as sexist nonsense. Nonetheless, my own husband defended it as a joke. That dissonance hung about in my thoughts for the remainder of the day. I worked late, spending 13.5 hours on the merger and 3 other items, not wanting to return to the hotel and remain alone with my thoughts. Around 9 p.m., my work phone rang with a call from a number I did not recognize. I responded professionally, expecting a client. Instead, I heard Charles Hartwell's voice, which was somewhat slurred from drinking. Elena. This is Bill. We need to discuss about what happened on Friday. I became extremely still, my palm clenching around the phone. How did you get this number? This was my direct office phone number, which was not made public. Ethan handed it to me. Look, Margaret is upset. She believes you're upset with her. I'm phoning to make things right. The audacity of it stole my breath away. He'd contacted my work number to tell me his wife was furious, as if it was the issue that needed to be resolved. You accused me of sleeping my way into a partnership in front of your entire family. I'm upset with you. Charles sighed. As if I were being difficult. I was inebriated. Okay. I say stupid things while I'm intoxicated. Ethan explained it to you. Can we just get past this? It's causing issues for Ethan at home, and he's upset about it. I sprang up from my seat, too enraged to stay still. You're calling me at work to tell me that your son is stressed because I won't pretend you didn't publicly humiliate me. Charles' tone shifted. It became difficult. I'm calling because you are acting like a child. So I made a joke that you didn't enjoy. Adults move on. They don't throw tantrums and flee from dinner. A joke. He continued to call it a joke. That wasn't a joke, Bill. It was a sexist attack on my professional achievements. And the fact that you still don't notice the difference tells me everything I need to know about your personality. The line fell silent for a moment. Then Charles' voice returned, icy cold. Do you know what your problem is? You believe you are better than everyone else. You believe that your fancy degree and relationship make you unique. But I've been in business for 37 years, so I understand how the world works. Women like you do not become partners at famous firms without providing something extra. Maybe you believe your own, but the rest of us see right through it. I was shivering now, wrath making my voice tremble. Women like me. Do you mean ladies who work 95-hour weeks and make millions? Women who finish near the top of their law school class? Women who build their careers on talent rather than connections. Charles chuckled harshly and dismissively. Keep telling yourself this, dear. Meanwhile, everyone at that firm knows exactly how you got to where you are. They're simply too polite to tell it to your face. He hung up before I could react. At 9:41 p.m., I stood in my office clutching my phone and fighting back tears of rage. Charles had called my work number to back up his accusation and make it obvious he had no intention of apologizing. He also confirmed something I had suspected. Ethan had instructed him how to contact me, given him my confidential work phone number, and allowed this harassment to continue. My spouse had prioritized his father's comfort over my dignity. I called Madison and informed her about the call. She was silent for a long time. "Elena, you should chronicle this." Every conversation with Charles, every time Ethan defends him, requires a paper trail. I inquired as to why, and she told that she had gone through a painful divorce 4 years prior and learned the hard way that documenting was essential. That night, I started a file in which I recorded everything Charles said at dinner, and throughout the phone call, as well as Ethan's answers and lack of support. It felt paranoid and exaggerated, but Madison's determination compelled me to take it seriously. I also set my office phone to screen calls so Charles couldn't reach me directly again. The next day, Ethan arrived at my workplace at 1:45 p.m. without contacting first. Diane buzzed me to tell my husband was there, and I urged her to send him in, wondering what had provoked the visit. Ethan entered looking anxious, his tie loosened, and his hair tousled as if he'd run his hands through it several times. "We need to talk," he murmured, closing the office door behind him. I motioned toward the chair across from my desk. "I am working. Make it quick." He sat down, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees. "My father called you last night. He told me about the conversation." I leaned back in my chair, maintaining a bland attitude. "Did he tell you what he said, or just his account of how I was unreasonable?" Ethan touched his cheek. "He said he tried to apologize, but you attacked him." I called him a bad person and hung up on him. The falsehood was so obvious that I nearly laughed. "That wasn't what happened. Your father contacted my work number, which he obtained from you without my knowledge, to inform me that his wife is furious, and that I should get over his joke. When I told him it wasn't a joke, he claimed I believe I'm superior to everyone, and that everyone at my firm knows I slept my way to partner." Ethan Pierce's cheeks reddened. "He did not say that. He wouldn't say that." I picked up my phone and opened my call history, which displayed Charles Hartwell's number and timestamp. "Do you want me to call him right now and ask him to repeat what he said? We can put him on speaker." Ethan got up, furious. "Things are getting out of hand. You're ripping my family apart over something ridiculous. My mother is crying every day. Brianna is upset. My father feels insulted. All because you can't get over one comment he made while he was intoxicated." I carefully laid down my phone. "My phone. Your father made that remark sober during supper. Then he called me drunk to make matters worse. This is not about a single comment. This is about a pattern of disrespect and your unwillingness to defend your wife." Ethan's voice increased. "I am tired of being trapped in the midst. You want me to choose between you and my family, which isn't fair." I stood up too. "Done with this conversation. You aren't in the middle, Ethan. You are on their side. You have been since the beginning. And calling it being in the middle is just a ploy to escape admitting you don't agree with me." He pointed at me, angrily. "Do you know what? Maybe my father has a point. Perhaps you slept your way to partner. Because the Elena Hartwell I married was not so cold and vengeful. She would have laughed off a joke rather than turning it into a federal lawsuit." The comments landed like a punch in the stomach. My own husband now claimed that I had prostituted myself for my career. I approached my office door and opened it. "Get out." Ethan looked at me. "What?" My voice was eerily calm. "Get out of my office. We're finished with this conversation." He left, but not before stating that he would stay at his parents' place until I realized my mistake and apologized to his family. I shut the door and sat down at my desk, my hands shaking so much that I had to clasp them together. My marriage was coming apart because I refused to be dubbed a prostitute by my father-in-law. The absurdity of it would have been amusing if it hadn't destroyed my life. I contacted a divorce lawyer that afternoon. Rachel Monroe was a partner at a family law company with 24 years of experience with high net worth divorce cases. Her aide scheduled a consultation for the next day. That evening, I sat in my hotel room and made a list of what I wanted out of the divorce. We had bought a downtown condo together, and I had my own retirement accounts and half of our shared savings. I did not desire alimony. I didn't want to drag things out. I simply wanted to be free of the Hartwell family and their destructive dynamics. The appointment with Rachel took 2 hours. She went over my timeline of events, made notes on Charles' harassment and Ethan's lack of assistance, and asked comprehensive questions about our finances and assets. "This is a clear case of marital discord stemming from family interference," she told reporters. "Because Illinois is a no-fault divorce state, you do not have to prove Ethan did anything wrong. We simply need to negotiate a fair settlement." She described the procedure. File for dissolution, serve Ethan with papers, exchange financial disclosures, negotiate settlement terms, and finalize the divorce. It would take at least 7 months, assuming Ethan did not contest it. I gave her permission to begin preparing the paperwork. 5 days later, a process server delivered divorce papers to Ethan's office. I knew because he called me at 4:18 p.m. screaming so loudly that I had to keep the phone away from my ear. "You filed for divorce without even telling me about it." His voice was piercing with shock and anger. I was in my office reviewing a contract, completely calm, because I had anticipated this call. "We've talked about it a lot. You told me to apologize to your family for being upset by your father's harassment. That is not the marriage I want to be in," Ethan said, his voice cracking. "Elena, please. We can work through it. Do not do this." Now he wanted to get through it. After repeatedly choosing his family, suggesting that I may have slept my way to partner, and telling me that I was vindictive and cold. "It's already finished, Ethan. You'll need to hire an attorney." He uttered a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "This is insane. You're wasting 7 years of marriage over one argument with my father." Something cold settled in my chest. I'm ending a marriage because my husband lets his father sexually harass me and then defends it as a joke. There is a difference. I hung up before he could respond. My hands shook, but I felt lighter than I had in weeks. The decision has been made. I wasn't trapped anymore. Over the next 18 days, Ethan did everything he could to persuade me otherwise. He sent flowers to my office along with apology cards. He arrived at the hotel where I was staying and begged me to talk. He sent emails promising to establish boundaries with his family. But every time I asked him to admit that what his father had said was wrong, he couldn't. He'd say things like, "Dad shouldn't have said that." Or, "The comment was inappropriate." He'd never call it what it was. Sexual harassment and defamation. The closest he came was saying his father could have used better words. That was not good enough. I expected him to say, "My father sexually harassed you, and I should have defended you." He couldn't. His allegiance to Charles was too strong. Meanwhile, the divorce process continued. Rachel filed the petition, citing irreconcilable differences. Ethan hired an attorney named Graham Whitaker, who specialized in asset protection for wealthy clients. The legal battle I had hoped to avoid began when Ethan's first counteroffer arrived, demanding that I pay him spousal support and relinquish my equity stake in the condo. Rachel called me, laughing. "His attorney is attempting to portray him as the disadvantaged spouse because you now earn more money as a partner. It won't work, but it demonstrates their determination to fight this." Then something strange occurred. 18 days after filing for divorce, I received an email from my firm's human resources director, Allison Grant, who has 16 years of HR experience. She wanted to arrange a meeting to discuss a sensitive issue concerning workplace conduct. I called her right away, unsure what could possibly warrant a formal HR meeting. Allison was professional, but cautious. "I'd like to discuss it in person. Can you come into my office this afternoon?" I agreed. I spent the remainder of the morning distracted and anxious. At 1:45, I sat across from Allison in her corner office, and she pulled out a file folder with my name on it. "Elena, we've received a complaint about you, an anonymous complaint alleging inappropriate relationships with senior partners at the firm." My stomach dropped. "What?" Allison appeared uncomfortable. "The complaint alleges you've been having affairs with multiple partners at the firm and that your partnership was granted as a result of these relationships rather than your professional qualifications. Charles was the one who was selected. He had called my firm and filed an anonymous complaint in an attempt to destroy my career." Allison continued. "I want to make it clear that we take these allegations seriously and are required to investigate. However, I want you to know that managing partner Thomas Kavanagh has full faith in your professional conduct and believes this complaint is malicious." I felt as if I couldn't breathe. Charles was attempting to fire me in order to destroy the career I had built, as well as to prove his accusations by forcing the firm to investigate me. Allison Grant handed me a copy of her complaint. It was 2 pages long and typed single-spaced. It claimed I'd had sexual relationships with Thomas Kavanagh and 2 other senior partners. It described specific instances, such as staying late at work with Thomas, attending client dinners alone with the other partners, and going on business trips that the complaint claimed were romantic getaways. Every single allegation was based on normal business activities twisted to look suspicious. The late nights with Thomas had been working on a major deal. Client dinners were standard business development events. The business trips were legitimate for client meetings. But presented this way through the lens of suspicion, everything looked damning. I looked up at Allison. None of this is true. These were all professional interactions. She nodded. I believe you. But I still have to investigate. I'll need to interview you formally, interview the partners named in the complaint, and review any relevant documentation. The process will take approximately 12 days. I left Allison's office at 3:15, feeling like my world was collapsing. My marriage was ending. My father-in-law was harassing me. And now, my professional reputation was under attack. I went back to my office, closed the door, and called Rachel Monroe. Charles Hartwell filed a false complaint with my firm's HR department, accusing me of sleeping with partners. Rachel was quiet for a moment. That's defamation and possibly tortious interference with employment. We can sue him. I asked what I needed to prove, and she explained I'd need evidence that Charles made the complaint and that he did so with actual malice. The anonymous nature of the complaint made it harder, but not impossible. She suggested I hire a private investigator to gather evidence of Charles's campaign against me. She gave me a name, Daniel Hayes, a former detective with 23 years of experience who now ran a private investigation firm specializing in defamation cases. I called Daniel that evening and explained the situation. He agreed to take the case and started by requesting phone records and email logs to track Charles's communications. Over the next week, Daniel uncovered a pattern that was both vindictive and stupid. Charles had called my firm's main number 3 times before finally reaching HR. The calls were logged in the company phone system with timestamps. He'd also sent emails to my firm from a Proton Mail account he'd created specifically for this purpose, but he'd been careless enough to access it from his home IP address. Daniel traced the IP back to Charles's house in Lake Forest. The evidence was solid. Meanwhile, Allison's investigation proceeded. She interviewed me for 2.5 hours, asking detailed questions about every interaction with the partners named in the complaint. I provided my calendar showing the business purposes of every meeting, every dinner, every trip. I provided emails and work product, proving the professional nature of all my relationships. She interviewed Thomas Kavanagh next, and he was apparently furious about the allegations, calling them a transparent attempt to undermine an exceptional attorney. The other 2 partners gave similar statements. Allison also reviewed security badge logs, showing when I entered and left the building, proving that my late nights at the office were just that. Work. After 11 days, Allison called me back to her office. The investigation is complete. We found no evidence supporting any of the allegations. Your professional conduct has been exemplary. The complaint appears to be malicious and fabricated. I felt relief flood through me, followed immediately by anger. Can you tell me who filed the complaint? Allison shook her head. It was anonymous. We have no way to track who submitted it. I smiled. I do. I hired a private investigator. Charles Hartwell, my father-in-law, filed it. I have phone records and IP logs proving it. Allison's eyes widened. That's extremely serious. That's defamation and potentially criminal harassment. I gave Allison copies of Daniel's findings. She reviewed them carefully, then made a call to the firm's general counsel, a senior partner named Jonathan Bennett, who'd been with the firm for 28 years. 25 minutes later, I was sitting in a conference room with Allison, Jonathan, and Thomas Kavanagh, while Jonathan reviewed the evidence. This is actionable, Jonathan said. Charles Hartwell filed a knowingly false complaint to damage your professional reputation. We can sue him for defamation and tortious interference. The firm can also sue him for abuse of our HR complaint system. Thomas looked at me. Elena, what do you want to do? We'll support whatever decision you make, but I want you to know you have the full backing of this firm. I thought about Charles's smirk at that dinner, his phone call to my office, his suggestion that everyone at the firm knew I'd slept my way to partner. I thought about Ethan's refusal to defend me, his insistence that I was overreacting. I thought about the stress of the HR investigation, the sleepless nights wondering if my career was over. I want to sue him, I said. I want everyone to know what he did. Jonathan nodded. We'll file suit on your behalf. Defamation, tortious interference, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. We will also seek punitive damages given the malicious nature of his conduct. The lawsuit was filed in Cook County Circuit Court 5 days later. The complaint was detailed and damning, laying out Charles's initial accusation at dinner, his harassing phone call to my office, and his anonymous complaint to my firm. It included the phone records showing his calls to Sterling and Associates, the IP logs connecting him to the fake email account, and statements from Allison and the partners confirming the complaint was false. It sought $900,000 in damages. $375,000 for harm to professional reputation, $275,000 for emotional distress, and $250,000 in punitive damages. The Chicago Tribune picked up the story 3 days later. The headline read, "Law firm partner sues father-in-law for defamation after false sexual harassment complaint." The article detailed Charles's accusations and the evidence proving he'd filed the false HR complaint. It mentioned that I'd made partner based on unanimous vote and exceptional performance. It noted that Charles owned a commercial real estate development company and had no connection to Sterling and Associates. The story went viral. Legal blogs picked it up. Reddit threads discussed it. Twitter lawyers debated the merits of the case. Suddenly, my private humiliation was public knowledge. But the publicity cut both ways. It also meant everyone knew Charles had lied. That he'd tried to destroy my career out of spite. That his initial accusation at dinner had been baseless sexism. Ethan called me the day the lawsuit was filed, angrier than I'd ever heard him. "You sued my father? Are you insane?" I was in my office, door closed, ready for this confrontation. "Your father filed a false complaint with my employer trying to get me fired." "Yes, I sued him." Ethan's voice shook. "He's my dad. You're destroying my family over a stupid comment he made." I felt my jaw clench. He tried to destroy my career with false accusations of sexual misconduct. This isn't about a comment anymore. This is about him committing actionable defamation and tortious interference. Ethan made a sound of frustration. "You have changed. This is not something the woman I married would do. She would not break up a family." I laughed sharply and bitterly. "The woman you married had to change to survive your family's abuse, and I'm not tearing things apart. Your father did that when he assumed my professional success implied I was a prostitute." Ethan hung up. I sat there, feeling strangely calm. The marriage was over. A lawsuit was filed. Everything was out in the open now. No more pretending or attempting to smooth things over. Just the facts and consequences. Over the next month, Charles Hartwell's lawyer, Michael Fleming, who has 20 years of litigation experience, filed a motion to dismiss the case. The motion contended that Charles's initial comment at dinner was protected speech and that there was insufficient evidence that he filed the HR complaint. It was a weak argument, and our response brief disproved it. We had phone records, IP logs, and a timeline of Charles' growing harassment. Honorable Eleanor Vance, a judge with 19 years on the bench, denied the motion to dismiss and set the case for trial in 7 months. Discovery began immediately. We demanded Charles' phone records, emails, and financial documents. His attorney objected to nearly every request, but Judge Vance ruled in our favor on the majority of the issues. What we discovered during discovery was far worse than I had anticipated. Charles had been obsessively researching me since the announcement of our partnership. His browser history revealed dozens of searches for my name, along with terms such as law firm scandal and attorney misconduct. He joined an online forum where men discussed women in professional settings, anonymously posting about female lawyers who sleep their way to success and seeking advice on how to report professional misconduct. He had saved articles about other high-profile defamation cases, presumably looking for tactics to use. The digital trail was long and damning. It demonstrated premeditation, malice, and a concerted effort to destroy my reputation. Charles' deposition was scheduled for early April, 4 months after he filed the lawsuit. I attended, sitting next to my attorneys, while Charles sat across the conference table from Michael Fleming. The court reporter swore Charles in, and Jonathan Bennett started asking questions. Charles appeared older than he had at the dinner, with his face drawn and his expensive suit hanging looser around his frame. The strain of the lawsuit was taking its toll. Jonathan began by asking basic questions about Charles' relationship with Ethan Pierce and me, establishing a family connection. Then he went to dinner. "Mr. Hartwell, at the dinner on Friday, January 21st, did you say to Mrs. Elena Hartwell, 'Did you sleep your way to the top?'" Michael Fleming objected, saying the question was argumentative. Jonathan asked the question again after Judge Vance had already ruled that the deposition could proceed. Charles shifted in his seat. "I might have said something like that. I don't remember exactly." Jonathan took out a transcript of Brianna Hartwell's video. She had posted it on Instagram that night before realizing her mistake and deleting it. But Daniel Hayes had recovered it. The transcript included Charles's exact words. "Mr. Hartwell, this transcript shows you saying, and I quote, 'A young woman making partner that quickly in a firm full of men. We understand how the world works.' Later, no shame in it, darling. You played the game smart. Do you recall making these statements? Charles' face flushed. If that's what the transcript says. Jonathan took up the phone. Did you call Mrs. Hartwell's work phone number 4 days after the dinner? Charles nodded. I called to apologize. Jonathan took out the telephone records. These records show that you made an 11-minute call from your cell phone to Mrs. Hartwell's work number. What did you say on the call? Charles looked at his attorney, who gave a slight nod. Jonathan leaned forward. I told her she was overreacting, that it was just a joke. Did you also tell her that everyone at the firm knows exactly what you did to get where you are? Charles hesitated. I might have said something like that. The deposition lasted for 5.5 hours. Jonathan walked Charles through every detail, including the timing of his calls to Sterling and Associates, the creation of the Proton Mail account, and the anonymous complaint. Charles attempted to deny filing the complaint, claiming that someone must have used his IP address without his knowledge. Jonathan provided evidence that Charles lived alone and that no one else had access to his home computer. Charles's story fell apart when questioned. By the end, it was clear that he had filed the complaint with the knowledge that the allegations were false. The deposition transcript would have been devastating in court, but we did not go to trial. Michael Fleming called Jonathan 18 days after Charles' deposition to discuss a settlement. Charles wanted to settle for $225,000 and a confidentiality agreement. Jonathan laughed and countered with $800,000 and a public apology. They negotiated for another 9 days before agreeing on $650,000 plus a public statement. Charles was required to publish the following statement in the Chicago Tribune. I, Charles Hartwell, acknowledge that I made false and defamatory statements about my daughter-in-law, attorney Elena Hartwell. I falsely accused her of establishing her partnership through inappropriate relationships rather than professional merit. These accusations were completely false and made with a malicious intent to harm her reputation. I filed a false complaint with her employer, containing fabricated allegations. I deeply regret my actions and apologize to Ms. Hartwell, Sterling and Associates, and everyone else impacted by my behavior. Ms. Hartwell's partnership was earned through her outstanding legal abilities, work ethic, and professional achievements. The statement appeared in the Tribune on April 18. The settlement payment arrived in my account 5 days later. I donated $425,000 to organizations that support women in law, keeping the remaining $225,000 for legal fees and taxes. The vindication felt hollow in some ways because Charles's apology was coerced rather than genuine. However, it was public and permanent. Anyone who Googled my name would discover not only the initial accusation, but also the settlement and admission that he lied. My professional reputation was restored. The divorce from Ethan Pierce was finalized 3 months later. He had initially contested it, demanding spousal support and half of the condo. But his position weakened significantly following the settlement with Charles. His own father's admission of defamation made it difficult to claim I was the vindictive one. We agreed that I would keep the condo and my retirement accounts, while Ethan would keep his accounts and split our joint savings evenly. No alimony for either party. Clean break. On June 24, I signed the final divorce decree in Judge Vance's courtroom. Ethan wasn't present. His attorney signed on his behalf. 7 years of marriage ended abruptly with a court order and property division. I felt relief, rather than sadness. I'd expended so much energy trying to make that relationship work, earning the Hartwell family's respect, and persuading Ethan to prioritize our marriage over his parents' dysfunction. I was done trying, compromising, and accepting less than I deserved. Sterling and Associates celebrated their new partners with a formal ceremony 4 months after the settlement. I stood on stage in the firm's largest conference room as Thomas Kavanagh presented me with a plaque commemorating our partnership. The entire firm, including over 215 attorneys and staff, attended. Thomas delivered a speech about my accomplishments, integrity, and resilience. He specifically referred to the false allegations and how I handled them with grace and strength. Elena Hartwell represents the best of what this firm stands for. He told me. Excellence in legal practice, steadfast ethics, and fortitude in the face of adversity. We're honored to have her as our partner. The room erupted in applause. Diane Palmer was crying. Madison Reed, who I had invited as a guest, was beaming. I looked out at all those faces. Colleagues who had stood by me throughout the investigation. Who had provided statements defending my character. And who had never questioned my professional integrity. This was my actual family. These people valued my work and respected my accomplishments, not the Hartwells, who were sexist and willing to destroy me rather than admit their mistake. After the ceremony, Thomas Kavanagh approached me privately. I spoke with Charles Hartwell's attorney yesterday. Charles' business is in big trouble. Several of his major clients ended their contracts after the Tribune published his apology. He's having financial difficulties. I felt no satisfaction in that news, only a tired sense of justice. Charles attempted to destroy my career, and ended up harming his own. That was not my doing. That was a consequence. 1 year after that dinner at Marcato, I was sitting in my office reviewing documents for a $720 million merger when my phone rang with a call from an unfamiliar number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. "Elena Hartwell," said a nervous, young woman. "Miss Hartwell, my name is Hannah Travers. I am a third-year associate at Whitman & Gray. I'm calling because I'm going through something similar to what you did. And I was hoping you could offer some advice." She explained that her managing partner had been making inappropriate comments about her appearance, implying that her success was due to her looks rather than her work. She filed an HR complaint and was now facing retaliation. She had read about my case and wondered if I would be willing to speak with her about how I handled it. I set up a meeting with Hannah for the following week. She came to my office, a woman in her late 20s with dark circles under her eyes and a portfolio full of evidence of harassment. I spent 2.5 hours walking her through the process, documenting everything, finding an attorney who specialized in employment law, and preparing for the emotional cost of fighting back. I gave her Rachel Monroe's contact information and offered to be a reference if she required one. Hannah left looking more hopeful than when she arrived. Over the next year, 6 more women contacted me with similar stories. Harassment, defamation, and reprisal. I assisted each one by connecting them with resources, sharing my experience, and providing support. I realized my case had become a roadmap for other women facing similar battles, and it felt meaningful in a way that the settlement money never did. 2 years after my partnership, Sterling & Associates elected me to the firm's management committee, making me one of 8 partners who set firm strategy and policy. I advocated for stricter anti-harassment policies, mandatory training for all attorneys, and improved support systems for associates who face difficult situations. Every recommendation was put into action. I also began speaking at law schools and professional conferences about how sexism and defamation intersect in professional settings. My story resonated with women from various industries who had faced similar accusations. That their success must be due to sex rather than competence. That they had slept their way to the top, and that their accomplishments were somehow illegitimate. The pattern was depressingly common, as was the tenacity of the women who fought back and won. I saw Ethan Pierce once, 4 years after we divorced. I was at a coffee shop near the courthouse getting a latte before a hearing when I noticed him in line ahead of me. He'd lost weight and appeared tired. He turned, and our gazes met. There was an awkward moment of recognition before he approached. "Hello, Elena." I nodded. "Ethan." He shifted his weight uncomfortably. "I saw you won the large pharmaceutical merger last month. Congratulations." I thanked him and ordered my coffee. He lingered by the pickup counter. "I wanted to apologize for how everything went down. You were correct about my family. The apology was delivered 4 years too late to be effective." I collected my latte. "I appreciate you saying that." He appeared to want to say more, but I walked away before he could. That chapter of my life was over. I was not interested in reopening it. 6 years after becoming a partner, I was named head of Sterling & Associates Mergers and Acquisitions Practice Group, overseeing a team of 34 attorneys handling transactions across the United States and internationally. My total annual compensation exceeded $2.2 million. I had built the career I had always desired. Not by sleeping my way to success, but by working harder and smarter than almost everyone around me. The vindication did not come from Charles Hartwell's coerced apology or settlement payment. It was in every deal I closed, every client who specifically asked for me, and every young attorney who said I inspired them. I proved what I had always known. My success was earned, legitimate, and based solely on my own abilities and dedication. Charles Hartwell attempted to destroy the truth but failed. His lie lasted about 4 months before being exposed by evidence and reality. My achievement will last throughout my career. That is the difference between defamation and fact. Lies crumble under scrutiny. Truth can withstand any attack. I learned that lesson in the most difficult way possible. But I learned it thoroughly. And now I use it to help other women whose truths are being attacked by people who refuse to believe that women can be brilliant, accomplished, and successful without relying on men. We can. We do. And we'll keep doing it regardless of who tries to undermine what we've accomplished. Thank you for staying until the end. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Am I the a-hole for staying neutral when my son's wife left him for his brother and losing him forever 14 years later? After his brother took his wife, I advised my son to move on. He's shut us off now. Hope Jack was worth losing your real son over. He shouted, blocking the entire family. On my 62nd birthday, I sit at my dining table and gaze at an empty chair. There's a cake, candles that I haven't lit, and a card with a generic message about family and thankfulness for my oldest son Jack and his wife Eliza. Additionally, I put out that chair this morning out of habit and stared at it for 25 minutes before realizing he wasn't coming. He will never arrive. But since this didn't begin today, I must back up. It began with a phone call that I believed I handled flawlessly 14 years ago. Wednesday was the day. I can recall this because my phone rang right after I got home from book club. My younger son, Caleb, who was 30 at the time, was employed 3 hours north as a park ranger. When I responded, his voice broke. I froze. Mom, Eliza left me. Eliza and Caleb had been wed for 4 years. Sweethearts from high school, the kind of romance you want to see. She worked as an independent photographer. He was stable and outdoorsy. They appeared sturdy. What took place? I inquired. He seemed devastated as he said, I don't know. We were no longer working, she replied. That she required room. 4 weeks ago, she packed up her belongings and moved in with her sister. I assumed she simply required more time. However, she informed me over the phone this morning that it is officially ended. What any mother would do, I did. I apologized and told him that although breakups hurt, he would overcome it. That marriages don't always work out, and that no one is to blame. After thanking me and promising to call me later, he hung up. I thought, well, at least they didn't have kids, but I also felt bad for him. Clean break. My older son Jack contacted 3 weeks later. Jack is a charming, self-assured pilot who has always gotten along with everyone. He is Caleb's elder by 4 years. They were also close as children. Brothers, not closest pals. Solid, he said, Mom, and I could hear his uncertainty. My stomach fell when I said, I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear me out before you react. I am with Elizabeth. Quiet. My mind jumbled. What? I understand how this sounds, he said hastily. However, it's not what you believe. She was a wreck after she broke up with Caleb. I listened to her when she reached out to me since she didn't want to bother you guys. Something happened when we increased our conversation. It wasn't planned by us. I was unable to talk. Mom, it just did. Jack went on to say. She left Caleb because their marriage wasn't working. This took place after. I wanted to shout, I promise. I wanted to know what in the world he was thinking. Jack sounded sincere, almost remorseful, so I didn't. Eliza stated the same thing when I called her later that day. With a firm voice, she stated, I left Caleb because we grew apart. After that, Jack and I connected. I wanted to believe them, even if it wasn't planned. God, I wanted to believe them because it seemed unimaginable that my older son had dated his brother's wife prior to their breakup. I reasoned that it might perhaps have happened after all. Perhaps it was just bad timing. People grieve in strange ways. Perhaps this is just the messiness of life. Then Caleb gave another call. Did Jack tell you? He spoke in a bland tone. I paused before answering. He did. I understand how hard this is, Caleb. However, if Eliza abandoned you first. He interrupted me, Mom. 3 weeks after she left me, she is now with my brother. Do you truly believe that just occurred? I added cautiously, I'm not saying it's not complicated. However, people move on and marriages end. Honey, you must don't. His tone became icy. Please don't advise me to move on. I stated. I'm not picking sides. I'm working to maintain the unity of this family. Your brother is Jack. Eliza is experiencing something as well. All of you are. However, we are related. We resolve issues. Long period of silence. Caleb. All right. Mom. He whispered at last, his voice hollow. He hung up after saying, I understand. I reassured myself that he would calm down, that he was upset and sad, and that we would discuss it further in a few weeks. I would act as a mediator. We would all take a seat like grown-ups and put this behind us. 4 days later, I checked in with him over the phone. The phone was cut off. I gave his work line a try. They claimed that he had asked for an instant transfer. I wouldn't disclose the location. That weekend, I took a car to his flat, empty. The lease has ended. Address for forwarding? Not at all. Caleb had left. For roughly 72 hours, I was in a panic. I went into a panic, contacted his coworkers, old friends, and anyone else who might be aware of his whereabouts. Most were unaware. Those that did refused to tell me. He requested that we refrain. One of his ranger friends apologized to Mrs. Hart. It was my husband, Caleb, and Jack's father, who eventually located Caleb's new number through the Park Service HR department in a remote Montana station. Sorry, I can't. I called right away. It kept ringing. Voicemail. I left a message. It's Mom. Caleb. Kindly give me a call back. I'm concerned for you. He didn't return my call. I love you. 2 days later, and a week later, I made another attempt. It occasionally went to voicemail. It rang continuously at times. He never responded. About a month after Caleb vanished, my husband sat me down one evening. You actually believe Eliza fell in love with Jack right away after leaving Caleb? He inquired. Do you not think that's suspicious? I stated, I'm not accusing Jack without evidence. And what should I do even if anything had already occurred? Deny him? Give up on my older son due to suspicions? No, he muttered. However, you may have explained to Caleb that you could understand his pain. You couldn't have stood up for them. I didn't stand up for anyone. I remained impartial. He gave me a look as if I had spoken a foreign language. There's no neutral here. I said, shifting the topic. Jack moved in with Eliza 8 months after Caleb left. Jack sounded almost anxious when he called to tell me. I expressed my happiness for them to him. And I was, or at least I told myself I was, because I couldn't be anything else. I assisted them in selecting a couch. I received pictures of their new apartment from Eliza. They appeared content. See, this is real. I told myself. They are constructing something. I refrained from considering what they would demolish in order to construct it. I set the table for 4 for Thanksgiving that first year. Eliza, Jack, my husband, and I put Caleb in 5th place. Why did you do that? My husband questioned. In case he shows up. He simply stared at me with a dejected, worn-out expression that I didn't quite comprehend. Caleb failed to appear. During the entire meal, the dish remained empty. After everyone had departed, I spent 25 minutes crying in the kitchen and packed it away. My phone buzzed 2 days later. An unknown number sent you a text. You choose them. You opted for tranquility over the truth. I looked at it for a while before saying, don't pretend you're neutral. I then removed it. Didn't reply. Caleb was being theatrical, I told myself. Eventually, he would change his mind. The second year. Eliza and Jack were married. About 36 persons attended a little ceremony at a vineyard. Subject, you are on my mind. Subject, please give me a call. Subject, you are missed. Not one of them bounced. I thus knew he was obtaining them. He simply never answered. Do you really not see what you did? My husband once asked me. I did not take any action. Caleb is the one who cut us off. I said, I advised him to move on after you instructed him to get over it. I didn't want to hear it. That's different. Not to him it wasn't. As a result, I stopped discussing Caleb with my husband, and he stopped bringing him up. As I had instructed Caleb to do, we simply went on. My life became the lives of Jack and Eliza. Holidays, birthdays, and Sunday dinners. I generally just continued to live my life, though occasionally I would post pictures of us online and then take them down out of concern that Caleb may see. Continued to act as though the empty chair at every event was typical. I informed folks that we kept in touch and that Caleb was doing significant conservation work in Montana. I said it so many times that I came close to believing it. Year 3 of Christmas. The mail arrived while I was hanging the tree. Bills, a single envelope without a return address, and cards from pals. I took it open. A simple card. No message about the holidays. Caleb's handwriting alone. Neat and methodical. Don't act like you didn't make a decision. Nothing more. No signature. No justification. With trembling hands, I stood there, clutching it. When my husband entered, he saw my face. What is it? I gave him the item. He glanced at me after reading it and said, "You know, he's right. I didn't make a decision." I said, "Yes." He murmured. I tossed the card aside and said, "You did." I told myself that Caleb was being unkind. I didn't quarrel with my husband about it. All he did was get quieter. We completely stopped discussing Caleb. Ceased talking about the vacant chair. We both strolled across this unsaid emptiness in our home. Third year. Jack called to share some news. Eliza is expecting a child. I literally let out a joyful yell. My first grandchild. I brought baby books, a plush animal, and champagne for their congrats as I traveled to their home. Eliza was radiant. Jack had that new dad expression of fear. I told them they would make wonderful parents and gave them both a hug. I snapped a picture of all three of us. Eliza's hand was on her abdomen. Jack put his arm around her. Me grinning. I nearly forwarded it to Caleb. Wrote an email. "You will become an uncle." I deleted it after staring at it for 15 minutes. What was the purpose? In October, the baby was born. A female. They gave her a lovely name, which I will not reveal here since she is entitled to privacy. But I felt whole when I held her for the first time. I emailed Caleb once. Only one. A picture of her is included. "Your niece" is the subject line. No answer. For weeks, I obsessively checked my inbox. Nothing. "Why do you keep torturing yourself?" my spouse questioned. I'm not. I simply believe that having a baby may make a difference. It won't. He was correct. Through my sister, I learned that Caleb got married. 5th year. She stated that she had met up with one of Caleb's old pals at the grocery store while we were having coffee. Caleb got married last year, he claimed. He met this woman in Montana, some sort of outdoor educator. It sounds good. Halfway to my lips, the coffee cup froze. Is he married? You were unaware? I felt a fracture in my chest and shook my head. Caleb married without telling us. Did not extend an invitation to us. We were completely unaware that he was seeing someone. To keep my spouse from hearing, I went home and sobbed in the shower. I attempted to contact my Montana number that evening. After 2 rings, it died. It was unplugged when I tried it again. He made a modification. I emailed. I've heard that you were married. Well done. I wish I could have attended. He never responded. But it didn't bounce. My sister claimed that Caleb had a child in year 6. Another year. Number 7. I was 5 times as much of a grandmother. 3 of my grandchildren had already met me. Held them and observed their growth. They were strangers, the other 2. Their names were unknown to me. Initially, I was unsure if they were males or girls. It was necessary to piece it together from ambiguous remarks made by distant relatives who continued to communicate with Caleb. Around age 5, Jack's daughter began to ask questions. Do I have any cousins, Grandma? Yes, my love. Where are they? Very far away. Uncle Caleb is in Montana. Is it possible for us to come visit? I grinned. I was lying to a 5-year-old when I said, maybe someday. I was also deceiving myself. The holidays were divided. Spending Thanksgiving with Jack's relatives. Jack and Eliza traveled to her parents' house, so it was usually just my husband and I for Christmas. I took pictures at every event, but I never framed or shared them online. They felt unfulfilled, so they sat in my phone unnoticed. Around year 6, my husband stopped grinning in photos. Once, I asked him what was wrong. Nothing. I'm fine. You seem distant. He wasn't. But since pushing meant bringing up Caleb, I refrained from doing so. Additionally, discussing Caleb required me to face things I wasn't prepared to face. At my employment and at church, people would inquire, how are your boys? Fantastic. Jack is a pilot. In Montana, Caleb is working on conservation projects. Good, but busy. How often do you see Caleb? Not as much as I would like. Smile. You know how it is with kids who move out. Switch topics. Do it again. Muscle memory was formed by the lie. 7th year. Jack seemed to be drinking more throughout meals. Eliza appeared worn out. They fought over little things like dishes, schedules, and who had to put their daughter to bed. Once, I asked Jack if everything was all right. Yes. Mother. Just life. Since asking might reveal that their marriage, the one in which Caleb lost everything, was not even happy, I refrained from asking again. At 2:40 a.m. The 8th year began with a phone call. My spouse suffered a heart attack. Enormous. According to the paramedics, he had left before they got there. I don't recall much of the following week. Organizing the funeral, contacting family, and navigating the fog. Most of it was handled by Jack. Eliza watched me like I might break, brought food, and was very kind. I didn't consider Caleb. I was too numb. On a Saturday, the funeral took place. Not many, perhaps 60. Sitting between Jack and Eliza in the front row, I gazed at the closed casket and wondered how 14 years had gone by while I was here without my husband and one of my sons. The service began. The pastor said something, none of it reached me. Then I sensed it. A change in the atmosphere. I pivoted. In the rear stood Caleb. I hardly knew who he was. He had become more muscular than he had ever been. Lines around his eyes, beard. With his hands clasped in front of him and an unreadable expression, he wore a dark suit. Our gazes locked. He simply looked at me without grinning or nodding. I got to my feet. He gave a small shake of his head. Remained in the same spot. The service went on. I kept looking back because I couldn't concentrate. Caleb stood by himself, motionless. People lined up to give me hugs when it was over. I took their condolences while keeping an eye out for Caleb. He waited for the crowd to disperse. Then he approached. We faced one another as we stood. I hadn't seen him in 6 years. He appeared well-groomed and well-dressed, as though he had built a whole life that I was unaware of. "Mom," he uttered softly. "Caleb." I shattered my voice. He drew me into an embrace. Stiff, brief, then release. He said, "I'm sorry for your loss." He nodded and looked past me to Jack, who was 10 feet away, and said, "Thank you for coming." They didn't acknowledge one another or speak. Caleb said, "I have to leave." "Wait, could we please have a conversation?" "Not today." "So when?" He gave me a pitying glance. After saying, "Take care of yourself, Mom," he left. I saw him get into an unfamiliar-looking truck and leave. That was the last time I saw him. I went through my husband's belongings that evening. His laptop, his files, and his desk. I discovered an O-labeled email folder. I opened it. Messages for years. Caleb and my spouse. Not often. Every 4 to 5 months, perhaps. Brief conversations and updates. I hope all is well with you. Congratulations on your promotion. The girls are stunning. The females. My spouse was aware of Caleb's daughters. Had seen pictures. Had somehow been involved in their lives, but he had never told me. His final email was sent 8 months prior to his passing. I can't forgive Mom for acting as though what Jack did was acceptable, but I still love you, Caleb, Dad. In order to make herself comfortable, she asked me to move on. Though not in the manner she desired, I have moved on. Don't tell her we talk, but give it my all. She will only suffer more as a result. I understand. My spouse retorted. Son, you have my admiration. Both of us should have done better for you. My vision became blurry as I sat at his desk and stared at the screen. In private, my husband made a decision that would not jeopardize his marriage. I was unaware that he had selected Caleb. I shut down the laptop and spent hours sitting in my husband's chair. The house was quiet. Jack was home now. Their daughter had been taken by Eliza. After 9 years of avoiding the truth, I was alone with it. My spouse was aware of what I had done. He simply had to choose between us in order to say it. He therefore quietly loved Caleb from a distance, providing him with what I was unable to provide, proof that he wasn't insane, that he had a right to be hurt, and that he had remained my husband. I'm not sure if that improved or worsened it. I spiraled for the next 2 years. Not in a big way. I remained intact. I continued to live, work, and attend Jack's family dinners. However, there was something eating away at me on the inside. I developed an obsession with repairing it and reuniting the family. My husband's final wish was for his sons to get back together, so I told myself that's what he would have wanted. It wasn't. Even though I knew that, I told myself. In order to locate Caleb's current contact details, I engaged a private investigator in year 9. I received an email, a phone number, and a Montana address. The investigator even discovered the names of his daughters and wife. For hours, I gazed at those names. My 2 granddaughters, ages 6 and 8. They were new to me, never had them. I had no idea if they enjoyed books, dinosaurs, or dolls. I dialed the number. The call ended up in voicemail. Generic message. Give your name and phone number. Without saying anything, I hung up. Made another attempt the following day and the day after that. Every time, it ended up in voicemail. It wasn't until the 12th attempt that I left a message. My voice trembled as I said, "Caleb, it's Mom. I'm missing you. Let's talk, please." He didn't return calls. 10th year. Over Thanksgiving, Jack got wasted. Eliza, their daughter, Jack, and I were the only 3 at a friend's house. Jack had poured himself a 4th glass of wine after we had finished our meal. Then a 5th. "Mom," he uttered abruptly. "Do you believe that Caleb despises me?" I went cold. We stopped discussing Caleb. Unwritten rule. He is simply unyielding, I said cautiously. Jack occasionally gazed into his glass. There are moments when I question whether Eliza and I were together before she broke up with him. I can no longer recall. It was so long ago that I felt sick to my stomach. Eliza turned pale. "Don't, Jack." He looked at me with unfocused eyes and said, "No. I'm serious." I recall us discussing deep, life-related topics when she was still married to him. I don't recall when it got worse, but I do recall thinking she was attractive and feeling bad about it. It was after, Eliza blurted out. "You're inebriated, Jack." "It was after I left, was it?" There was silence in the room. I ought to have inquired. I ought to have pushed. Right there, I should have demanded the truth. I said, "It doesn't matter now," instead. That was so long ago. Jack chuckled angrily. "Yes, without a doubt." Eliza took him home early. I felt a chill creep into my chest as I sat by myself in my dining room, gazing at the half-empty wine bottle. 12 years old. I became aware of things I had been neglecting. Eliza casually mentioned that cabin where Jack and I used to hide out. "What time was that?" I inquired. "Oh, that was years ago. Prior to everything," she grinned. I didn't inquire as to what simpler times meant before everything. I had no desire to find out. Jack began attending therapy sessions. Told me it was to relieve tension. I refrained from pushing. Their marriage had the appearance of 2 people who had been running from something for so long that they had forgotten why they had started running, not arguing, not dramatic, just worn out. My 62nd birthday was coming up in year 13. I became obsessed with it. This would be the time. I would put both of my sons in the same room. We would converse, heal, and snap a family picture. I finally began making plans for the next 8 months. Location, guest list, and menu. I threw myself into it. One day, Jack said to me, "Mom, are you inviting Caleb?" "Obviously." He appeared uneasy. "Do you believe he will show up?" "I'll ask him." "Mom," he sighed. I said firmly, "I don't think. It's my birthday. I want my 2 sons to be there. That's all I'm requesting." He made no objections. I prepared my response to Caleb for weeks. Wrote it down, rewrote it, and practiced in front of the mirror. I needed his phone number right now. My 5-year-old one was most likely disconnected. I gave the park service a call. I wouldn't get it from them. Tried his former pals. The same response. I finally located it on the internet. A Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park Staff Directory. Caleb is the regional director. Final name. The work number is displayed. As I dialed, my hands trembled. It rang twice. 3 times I came close to hanging up. "This is Caleb." He spoke in a deeper voice than I could recall. Steady and self-assured. I was having trouble breathing. He said, "Hello, Caleb." It was barely audible. "It's Mom." There was a pause long enough for me to believe he had hung up. Then, I know, in a neutral tone, without anger or surprise, I swallowed. "Next month is my 62nd birthday. I need and want both of my sons to be there. Please." One more pause. "Will Jack be arriving?" "Yes, but he isn't the focus of this. It has to do with family, concerning closure." "Who is the closure for?" "Mother?" "For all of us." The question was like a slap. "Caleb, it's been 14 years, I said. You want to get over this, don't you?" He said in a cool, almost gentle tone, I moved past it a decade ago. I'm not stuck. You're the one who is still stuck. He chuckled, I just love you both equally. Silent. More bitter. No. You don't. You cherish your tranquility over my suffering. More than the reality of what Jack did, you adore the concept of family. What do you want me to do? My voice broke. Deny Jack. 1-6 and then. I never asked you to disown him. Caleb said in a level voice. He's my son too. I asked you to admit that his actions were wrong, that it wasn't bad timing for Eliza to leave me and be with him right away. I said, you asked me to move past the betrayal so you wouldn't have to feel uncomfortable. Nothing emerged. You decided on neutrality. Caleb added. You decided not to create a stir. Caleb, please. If Jack is there, I'm not. You can't be serious. I'm totally serious. You chose your comfort and called it love. He spoke steadily. Sure. I hope Jack was worth losing your real son for, if that's your decision. Caleb, wait. The line died. I returned the call right away. Straight to a voicemail that sounds generic. Tried once more. The same thing. Texted someone. Just listen, please. It became green. My message was unsuccessful. I was blocked by him. Send an email. I apologize. Talk to me, please. It jumped. He had wiped me out as if I had never been there. I finally understood as I sat on the floor of my kitchen with my phone in my hand. Caleb would not return. He wasn't. I attended the celebration. What more could I do? Cancel it? Tell everyone I was blocked by my son? That all of the 14 years I'd spent acting as though nothing was wrong had been a lie? I then put on a dress, applied makeup, and grinned as guests arrived. Jack, Eliza, and their daughter arrived. I tried to feel something other than empty as my granddaughter ran up to me and gave me a tight hug. Grandma, happy birthday. Thank you, my love. Jack gave me a hug, rigid. He was aware. He knew, but he didn't ask. Eliza gave me a bottle of wine and a card. You look stunning. I thanked her, snapped pictures, and grinned until my face ached. Within the first hour, people began to inquire. Where is Caleb? I said he couldn't make it. Work. I haven't seen him in years. That's terrible. Now, what is he doing? Conservation efforts. Montana. His performance is excellent. Grin. Reroute. Do it again. In the kitchen, my sister pulled me aside. Is he not coming? No. Have you asked him? I gave a nod. Unable to speak. She gave me a hug. Remained silent. What could be said? I wanted a family photo, so we took one. Eliza is holding their daughter, Jack is on one side, and I am in the middle, with his arm wrapped around me. Countdown, the photographer said. 4, 3, 2 grin. Click. I glanced at the camera's preview screen. We appeared whole, content, and like a typical family. Where Caleb should have been, there was an invisible void. It was only visible to me. Jack discovered me on the back porch 3 hours into the celebration. I turned and said, Mom, I need to tell you something. He had a horrible appearance. Red eyes. He had consumed alcohol. I'm divorcing Elizabeth. The world swayed. What? But he ran a hand through his hair and said, We've been trying to make it work for years. She is unable to let go of her guilt. She claims that we built everything on a faulty foundation and that she is no longer able to cope. I was out of breath. He muttered. Jack. I thought time would fix it. I did, really. However, she claims that every time she looks at me, Caleb and our actions come to mind. What did you do? I asked myself. He gave me a glance. Really? Mom. It began before she left him, she said, glancing at me. Both of us are aware of that. We've probably known that for a long time. At last. The reality. I had avoided for 14 years. How much time had passed? I hardly raised my voice above a whisper. Is it important? Yes, he said, shaking his head. I'm not sure. We didn't for 8 months or 10. Only after she moved out did anything physical occur. But emotionally, he chuckled bitterly. I sat down firmly on the porch step and said, Yeah. We were gone long before that. I apologize. Jack said. I apologize, but I know that doesn't make anything better. He returned inside. Sitting there, I gazed at nothing. The family that Caleb had sacrificed for was collapsing, and it had been founded on precisely what he claimed. Eliza discovered me in the restroom later that evening. My hands were shaking as I reapplied lipstick. She abruptly said, "I tried to reach out to Caleb. I discovered his work email last year." I froze and wrote him an apology. "What did he say?" He once wrote back, "I'll never forget what my mother did, even though I said I forgave you years ago." She hesitated. He was simply unconcerned, not angry. And for some reason, that hurt more than if he had screamed. She put her hand on my shoulder. She said, "I apologize for everything," and walked away. I looked in the mirror at myself. I saw what Caleb must have seen when I told him to move on 14 years ago. Someone who prioritizes maintaining harmony over acting morally. After everyone had left that evening, I sat by myself with my laptop, looked up Caleb's wife's name, and discovered her public Instagram account. I flipped through years' worth of pictures. Caleb and his daughters at a campfire. They're learning how to fish from Caleb. Some joke that I would never hear made Caleb laugh. Love was abundant in his wife's captions. "Thank you. Wholeness." One post from 3 years ago. "Grateful for the family we built from scratch. No baggage, just love." No baggage. I was the baggage it left behind. I wrote him one last email. Poured everything out. Every apology, every regret, every truth I've been too scared to face. Subject: I understand now, Caleb, I won't ask you to forgive me. I don't deserve it. But I need you to know I finally see what I did. You were right. I chose them. I chose my comfort over your pain. I told myself I was being mature, fair, neutral. But I was just being a coward. Jack told me tonight that it started before Eliza left you. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit what that meant, because admitting it meant acknowledging that I'd asked you to swallow something unforgivable just so I could pretend we were all okay. You deserved better. You deserved a mother who stood by you, who called betrayal what it was, who loved you enough to risk making things uncomfortable. I hope you're content. I mean that. I hope your daughters know how lucky they are. I hope your wife knows what a good man she has. I'm sorry I never did. Mom. I hit send. It bounced immediately. Domain not found. He blocked my email address at the server level. I closed the laptop, sat in the dark. It was over. Really, truly over. The next morning, I found a package in my mailbox. Small, padded envelope. No return address. Postmarked Montana. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside. A photograph. Caleb and Eliza's wedding. 14 years ago. Me, standing next to Eliza, beaming, arm around her shoulders. Jack on Eliza's other side. Caleb cut out of the frame. Must have been cropped after. Stuck to the photo, a yellow post-it note, Caleb's handwriting. You were there for her. Never for me. Oh. I stood in my kitchen holding the photo and finally broke. I didn't cry for long. Not because I didn't want to, but because somewhere in that kitchen, staring at that photo, I realized crying wasn't going to change anything. Caleb had sent me a message. Final. Unambiguous. And he'd done it the only way I'd apparently understand, by showing me exactly who I'd been 14 years ago. I'd stood next to the woman who destroyed my son's marriage and smiled. And I'd told him to get over it. I stopped lying to myself after that. Threw away the cropped photos, the ones where I'd carefully framed out the empty spaces. Stopped telling people Caleb was busy with work. When someone asked about him now, I said we're not in touch. Most people didn't push. The ones who did got the truth. I made choices that hurt him. He's moved on without me. My sister asked once if I was okay. No, I said, but I deserve to not be okay. Jack and Eliza's divorce finalized 4 months after my birthday. He moved to a different city, took a job with a regional airline. I see my granddaughter twice a year now. She's growing up barely knowing me. Eliza remarried a year later. Someone kind, from what I hear. They moved out of state. The family I'd protected had scattered anyway. All that sacrifice, all that neutrality. And for what? I tried one more time to reach Caleb. Not to apologize again, not to beg, just to know. I called the Montana Park Service, asked for his office. The receptionist transferred me. It rang 3 times. A woman answered. Professional, polite. Regional Director's office. I'm trying to reach Caleb. May I ask who's calling? I hesitated. His mother. A long silence. 1 moment. I waited. Heart pounding. She came back. I'm sorry. He's unavailable. Is there a message? No, thank you. I hung up. He told them not to put me through. I was blocked even at his workplace. I started seeing a therapist, not to fix things with Caleb. That ship had sailed, sunk, and been forgotten at the bottom of the ocean, but to understand what I'd done, why I'd done it. She asked me once, "Why do you think you stayed neutral?" I thought I was being fair. Were you? I sat with that. No. I was being a coward. Losing Jack would have been harder. Caleb was stronger, so I expected him to carry the weight. And now I know that neutrality isn't wisdom when someone's been betrayed. It's just taking the betrayer's side with extra steps. She didn't disagree. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned Caleb's doing well, promoted twice. His daughters are in middle school now. One plays soccer, the other's into art. His wife published a book about wildlife conservation. They bought land in Montana, building a life. He never mentions us, not even to extended family who ask. As far as his story goes, his family started with his wife. We don't exist. I updated my will. Split it 3 ways. A third to Jack, a third to Caleb's daughters in a trust they'll receive at 18. A third to a wildlife conservation charity in Caleb's name. The trust has a note from a grandmother who loved you but never earned the right to know you. Caleb can't refuse it for them. And maybe when they're adults, they'll understand that their grandmother wasn't a good person, but she tried to do one thing right at the end. I wrote Caleb, one final letter. Not to send, just to say you were right about everything. I chose peace over truth. I chose my comfort over your pain. I asked you to be the bigger person because I was too small to do what was right. I told myself maybe it wasn't cheating. Maybe it started after. But I knew. I saw the way they looked at each other before Eliza left. I saw Jack's guilt, and I looked away because admitting it meant losing him. So I lost you instead. I thought I was being fair. But fairness isn't treating betrayal and betrayal's victim the same. It's standing with the person who was hurt. Even when it's uncomfortable. You taught me what it means to have a spine. I just learned it 14 years too late. I burned the letter in my fireplace. Watched the paper curl and blacken and disappear. It wasn't about him forgiving me anymore. It was about me accepting that I didn't deserve his forgiveness. I look at that photo sometimes, the one Caleb sent, me with my arm around Eliza, beaming like nothing was wrong. I keep it in a drawer, not on display, not thrown away, just there, a reminder. I wanted both my sons. I told myself I could have both without consequence. But what I really did was protect the son who betrayed and push away the one who was betrayed. I called it neutrality. Called it fairness. Called it love. Caleb called it what it was. A choice. Jack called me last week. We don't talk often anymore. The distance between us isn't angry, just tired. I saw Caleb's name in a conservation journal, he said. Article about wolf reintroduction. He looked good. That's good. I wrote him an email, Jack said quietly. Apologized. Told him I understood if he never wanted to speak to me again. Did he respond? No, we sat in silence for a moment. Mom. Jack said. I think he was right about all of it. I know. I'm sorry I put you in that position. You didn't. I said. I put myself there. I'm 63 now, alone most days. My husband's been gone 5 years. My sons are strangers to me in different ways. I didn't lose Caleb in one moment. I lost him the second I asked him to forget the unforgivable for my comfort. He handled it quietly, like a man who'd rebuilt himself from scratch. He didn't scream, didn't beg, didn't give me chances to explain or apologize or make it about my feelings. He just walked, and now he's gone. No drama, no second chances, just silence. And the worst part, he was right. Jack wasn't worth it. The peace wasn't worth it. Nothing was worth losing my son who'd done nothing wrong except expect his mother to stand by him. I can't undo it. Can't fix it. Can't earn forgiveness I was never entitled to in the first place. All I can do is sit with what I did. And remember that neutrality, when someone you love is hurting, isn't kindness, it's betrayal. I chose wrong. Caleb walked away. And the silence is permanent. I earned every second of it. Thank you so much for watching until the end. If you really like our videos, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Have a great day. My husband hid millions assets, called the house a tear down, then tried to buy it back for $250,000. I exposed his lies and took him to court. When did you discover your ex's hefty settlement was worth millions? Last March, my husband Ryan presented me with divorce papers signed by his lawyer after 20 years of marriage. Focus on my career. You hinder me. You anticipated this. He waited tables at 3 restaurants while I paid off his medical school loans. Man whose residency I supported by working double shifts while pregnant. He became chief of surgery as I raised our kids alone, missing recitals, games, and parent-teacher conferences. He made an insulting settlement. The Millbrook house his grandma bequeathed him. A 1990 Ford truck with 250,000 miles and $1,000 monthly alimony for 2.5 years. End of story. Take or leave. But that house requires major repairs. New roof, plumbing, likely termites. Cracked foundation. Basically a teardown. Thank goodness I'm giving you anything. The lawyer claimed battling would cost me more than I'd gain. Ryan concealed assets and shifted money for months. His salary was deducted on paper. Ryan was already uploading vineyard weekend photos with his 26-year-old surgical resident. After 2 decades as his support system, secretary, therapist, and mother, I was 43 without a career. I accepted. 2.5 hours from the city, the house was in the middle of nothing. The eroding foundation stones indicate an 1835 building with 4 rooms, no insulation, wood burner heating, and rats in the walls. I contacted a realtor who laughed. Maybe $65,000 if lucky. More like $40,000 for the land after demolition. Wow, generous. The place is a disaster. I had nowhere else. California housed my sister. My parents left. In April, I relocated to slowly repair it up and maybe acquire $80,000 to start again somewhere cheap. Then I found the letters in the attic. Hidden under the floorboards in an old leather trunk were hundreds of them tied with faded ribbon. Each addressed to Samuel Montgomery. The ink was readable on yellow brittle paper. Googled him. None. But the return addresses were intriguing. Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Garrison, Truth, Brown. My hands shook. I drove to the County History Society that afternoon. Margaret, an elderly historian, paled as I showed her one letter. This is Belworth House. Actually own Belworth House? It was presumed destroyed in the 1920s. It burnt. Samuel Montgomery operated the state's main everyone believed underground railroad station. These letters are invaluable. This alters all we know about this region's network. State Historical Committee called me that night. They wanted to go right away. The Smithsonian, National Park Service, Yale University, and Museum of African American History phoned next. By May, 3 government organizations and 2 universities bid for the land. State bid $2.5 million. Park Service promised $2 million. The Smithsonian Partnership offered $2.8 million plus consultation fees for repair. Yale offered $2 million in research. Ryan called me casually in June. Hello, checking in. I heard you're renovating grandmother's house. That going? Neighbors reported seeing many automobiles. Fine. Good enough. Fixing up. Actually, I thought. That house is nostalgic. Maybe we should reconsider the settlement. I could buy it from you. Give you better. Maybe a city condo, 2 bedrooms, a doorman, and more convenient. Played dumb. House sweet. I'm growing fond of country living. The place is quiet. 2 days later, his lawyer called. Dr. Haywood offers $250,000 for Millbrook. That's treble its value. Great generosity. That money could buy anything livable. I declined. Ryan called again, enraged. My grandmother owned that house. Family heritage. You're mean. No right to keep it. Strange that you gave me non-family heritage 6 months ago. Desperate calls. $350,000. $400,000. $500,000. His new girlfriend texted me. Kindly be reasonable. Ryan's grandmother wants the family home. This hurts him. Your actions break his grandmother-son bond. Consider his feelings. I blocked her after 15 messages in an hour. Ryan arrived at the property with his lawyer and a new offer in July. $1.2 million cash now. The lawyer prepared the paperwork and check. Sign and transfer the deed today. We can finish in an hour. Ryan, we know why you desire this house. No idea what you mean. Just sentimental value for the house. Your historical commission employed cousin told me. He called about the letters in March before your divorce. You gave me exactly what you meant. Ryan's face turned red, then purple. His jaw moved like he was swallowing something sharp. The lawyer next to him coughed and switched his briefcase. Ryan brought them both here, expecting me to fold as I always did when he wanted anything. His glance during our marriage stated I was difficult and I always backed down. Not anymore. Ryan straightened his shoulders and put on his doctor face, a calm professional expression he used with patience. His grandma wanted this house to continue in the family. She told me before dying. Being tough about this dishonors her memory. We can negotiate if you quit being stubborn. Leaning against the doorframe, I crossed my arms. Your grandma left you the house, not me. You placed it on me in the divorce settlement. You stood in your lawyer's office and dubbed it a useless ruin with termites and a cracked foundation. You claimed I was lucky to get anything. Ryan, recall that conversation? Since I recall every word. The lawyer intervened before Ryan could react. Mrs. Haywood, we're trying to settle fairly. Dr. Haywood's family values the property and we think a reasonable negotiation may benefit everyone. We'll offer excellent property transfer arrangements. Ryan's lawyer spoke while I studied his expression. His left eye twitched as usual when stressed. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. The panic was showing through the professional mask because he knew I'd worked it out. His grandma and family background weren't involved. He tried to steal millions from me by lying. They left empty-handed after 20 minutes. Ryan tried 3 more times to change my mind before his lawyer pointed him to the car. After watching them drive away, I noticed Margaret's business card from 2 weeks earlier inside. She advised a divorce attorney when I told her Ryan's sudden interest in buying back the property. Women answered on the second ring when I called. Speech by Olivia Rivers. I described everything from the divorce settlement to Ryan's $1 million cash offer that afternoon. I told her about finding the letters, the institutions bidding to acquire the land, and Ryan's cousin at the Historical Commission who must have notified him. It was a rushed statement. 6 months of watching Ryan try to steal everything after 20 years of supporting his career. Olivia remained silent for about 30 seconds. I wondered if the call dropped till she spoke. This is one of the clearest divorce scam cases I've heard. Your ex-husband lied about the property's value during divorce. That's illegal. That warrants reopening the deal and even filing charges. My hands shook. My legs were weak, so I sat on the front porch steps. Is that possible? May we reopen the divorce? Olivia spoke professionally. We can accomplish that. You must understand what you're doing. Ryan will do everything he can to avoid fraud charges and medical license revocation. This won't be simple. Ready for a genuine fight? Thought about the past 20 years. Paying off Ryan's medical school loans with 3 waitressing jobs. He worked extra shifts while pregnant to focus on residency. We raised our kids alone while he worked. Ryan's work always came first, thus they missed every childhood moment. Taking care of everything at home so he could become chief of surgery and then receiving divorce papers with a settlement that left me nothing. While Ryan developed his profession, I fought his fights for 20 years. I'm ready to battle one alone. Olivia spoke happily. Good. We'll hear your case. Every divorce document, property assessment, Ryan's financial disclosures, and settlement communication must be collected. Can you deliver those documents tomorrow? Telling her I could. She'd asked the court and Ryan's lawyer for formal records. Another 20 minutes were spent discussing strategy and expectations. By the time I hung up, the sun was lowering behind the ancient house, and I felt more alert than in months. 2 days later, my phone rang while I sorted divorce papers in the attic. Screen displayed Ryan's name. Before answering, I thought of Olivia's instructions to record everything. Phone recorder on, I answered. Hey. Ryan's voice was kind and warm when he wanted something. I'm remembering our talk that day. Both of us are unreasonable about this circumstance. Why don't we discuss this like adults? We could have dinner together and solve problems like we used to. Without attorneys or pressure, 2 individuals who cared about each other resolved matters. Recording app timer ticked up. My voice was neutral. Ryan, any communication must go through our lawyers. It works that way. He lost his voice's warmth instantaneously. Your mistake is tremendous. No idea what you're getting into. My lawyers will overwhelm you with papers and expenses. Fighting me will waste all your resources and defeat you. Use the settlement offer while it's available. I quickly sent Olivia the recording after hanging up. She called 5 minutes later to say it was great. Ryan threatening me outside of court would seem horrible. Olivia moved to reopen the divorce settlement 3 days later. The 30-page filing contained everything. Ryan's cousin's job at the Historical Commission, when Ryan learned about the letters and when he divorced, and the property's appraised value versus Ryan's claim. Every home purchase bid Ryan made was documented. Ryan's threatening call recorded. Ryan's lawyer filed an emergency response motion the next morning. Olivia took notes on a legal pad while I read it in her office. Their argument was that the house was always intended as family property, that the divorce settlement was fair based on the structure's condition, and that any additional worth came from my discovery of the letters, not from Ryan's prior knowledge. Olivia glanced at me after circled 3 filing parts. Very weak. They want to divorce property worth from historical relevance, yet they're linked. History makes the house precious. Ryan knew about the past before divorce. Therefore, he knew the value. The logic is simple. Can we establish he knew? Really prove it in court? Olivia touched the legal pad with her pen. The emails between Ryan and his cousin about the letters and the Historical Commission's interest are needed. Your ex's cousin works for a federal agency, so the emails might be requested as public records, but he could give them up faster. Phone in hand, she called. Her voice was professional but strong as she explained the situation. Subpoenas, public records, and the cousin's career were mentioned. She appeared happy when she hung up. Emails will be provided by close of business tomorrow. He'd rather avoid this issue. I received the emails as promised. Olivia and I spent all afternoon at her office reviewing them. The first was dated March 15th, 2 months before my divorce in May. Ryan's cousin informed him of the Historical Commission's inquiry into Millbrook's old houses, particularly those with underground railroad routes. Ryan replied carefully, yet clearly. He asked the commission about his grandmother's Bellworth Road residence. 3 days later, his cousin wrote about Samuel Montgomery and the property's significance. Ryan repeatedly emailed about property valuations, historical designations, and commission acquisition plans for weeks. The last email was from April 28, 5 days before Ryan gave me the divorce papers. His cousin stated that the commission was interested in the Bellworth property and would likely make an offer after research. Ryan replied with 2 words. Good to know. Olivia copied and put everything to our case file. Just what we needed. In March, Ryan knew the property was historic. He purposely gave it to you in the settlement while stating it was worthless because he knew institutions would acquire it. It's fraud. Proven scam. A bombshell court filing. My phone went crazy within 24 hours. Ethan from the NPS started. He spoke with a courteous, direct government voice. He wondered when I'd decide on their offer. Ryan and I discussed the fraud case and the mess. Ethan quickly stated that they'd resolved property problems previously and could wait. My stomach dropped when he added anything. Other institutions may be impatient. They had deadlines and budgets. I might lose some offers if I took too long. I thanked him and hung up, feeling the strain rise. Sophia from the Smithsonian called 2 days later. She got to work. The partnership revised their offer to $2.8 million plus a $150,000 a year consultancy contract for 5 years. I mentally calculated. Total. $3.5 million. She claimed they were determined to get this before a competitor entered. What she mentioned about rival made it plain it wasn't simply history. I was winning a bidding war between these organizations. Ryan's girlfriend must have been stalking my social media because she launched a complete campaign against me. She posted old Bellworth house images of Ryan with his grandma, which I never saw during our marriage. The captions called me a gold digger stealing Ryan's heritage. She posted long emotional posts about how I never cared about the land until it was worth money, how I was cruel and vindictive, and how I was breaking Ryan's link to his grandmother's memory. Medical groups, local community pages, everywhere shared the post. For 36 hours, people who didn't know me or care about the facts slandered my name. The tide turned. Former Ryan co-workers commented. Ryan regularly complained about his grandmother's useless dump, according to one surgeon. Another told of Ryan's attempt to sell the property for scrap years ago. A nurse reported hearing Ryan say he wanted the house to burn down to get insurance. Every remark featured screenshots of Ryan's property-bashing texts and emails. His girlfriend's campaign failed epically. Olivia called that afternoon, ecstatic. She had been screenshotting everything to reveal Ryan's actual views about the house before he learned its value. Gold for our instance. The next Monday, I traveled to Olivia's office to meet her forensic accountant. Cody Foster resembled a forensic accountant. Quiet and methodical. Wearing a gray suit that cost more than my truck. He meticulously reviewed Ryan's financial disclosures across the conference table for 3 hours. I attempted to follow, but the numbers blurred. Cody looked up and spoke for the first time since we began. Ryan had more financial holes than Swiss cheese. He said it deadpan. Cody guided me through it. Ryan said his salary was cut before our divorce. The hospital records disagreed. Ryan got a hefty raise 6 months before filing. The reduction was merely on paper, a clever accounting technique. The difference between his reported and true salaries went into accounts he never told me about. Accounts not in divorce filings. Cody believed Ryan had been stealing for 2 years or more, moving money into hiding every month as I adjusted our budget and puzzled why we were perpetually penniless despite his substantial income increase. The worst part followed. Ryan opened 3 investment accounts throughout our marriage, Cody found. All in Ryan's name and funded with marital property. The accounts held equities, bonds, and mutual funds. Cody totaled above $450,000 that should have been distributed 50-50 in divorce. Ryan concealed money while stating he couldn't afford good alimony. Money he protected despite giving me a dilapidated house and a 250,000-mile truck. Olivia revised her motion that week. The file covered everything this time. Hidden accounts, phony pay reductions, and years-long financial fraud. She said this altered our strategy. We no longer fought over one undervalued property. We documented intentional deceit throughout the divorce. Not only had Ryan lied about the house, he lied about everything. Ryan arrived at Bellworth House unannounced 3 days after the updated filing. I heard his car enter the driveway while making coffee in the kitchen. My heart started racing before I peered out the window. He climbed out of his BMW like a boss. He approached the porch and knocked. I stayed put. His knocking intensified. He began talking through the door. He wanted one last tour of his grandmother's home. That I was unfair, he had memories here. He changed tone when I didn't respond. He shouted that I'd changed, become someone he didn't recognize, that I'd never been this cold and calculating, and that his wife would have been nice. Walking to the door, I locked it. I told Ryan through the wood that I learned from the best teacher that this was my property, legally mine, and he needed to leave before I called the police. My voice shook, but I spoke. A moment of silence from Ryan. Walked back to his car. He didn't drive away. He sat at the driveway end, motor off, staring at the home. For 20 minutes, I watched him through the glass before he started the car and went. My hands shook an hour later. The next morning, my phone rang while I made coffee. Caller ID revealed County Sheriff's Office. My stomach sank. Sheriff Brennan introduced himself carefully and professionally when I replied. He claimed Ryan complained yesterday because I was barring him from his family property. The sheriff coughed and said he had to investigate any complaint, but this was a civil problem. He inquired if Ryan tried to access the property and I stopped him. I informed the sheriff about Ryan arriving without warning, asking to walk through the house and sitting in his car at the end of my driveway for 20 minutes when I refused. That was helpful information, the sheriff said. He suggested I log future contact and talk to my lawyer about a restraining order if Ryan kept showing up unexpectedly. I thanked him and hung up, then contacted Olivia to report the sheriff's visit and complaint. She expected Ryan to use all means to pressure me. The complaint was put to our file as proof of his harassment. 3 days later, Margaret from the Historical Society called. She enthusiastically asked if I would speak at a regional preservation conference in 2 weeks. The Bellworth discovery fit the Underground Railroad conference theme. I tightened at the prospect of addressing a gathering of historians and academics. I told Margaret I'd never spoken publicly and wasn't sure I was qualified. She insisted on telling my narrative, including the historical find and the effort to keep Ryan from reclaiming the property. She said the preservation community needed to hear about private threats to historical properties. I inquired if she believed my divorce drama belonged at an academic conference. Margaret chuckled and said property disputes were part of preservation, and my circumstance showed why historical sites needed legal protections. Margaret offered to help me prepare my lecture after I consented, my voice shaking. A university 2 hours distant hosted the meeting. I drove there on Saturday morning with my notes in the passenger seat. Margaret explained the schedule in the lobby. My early afternoon talk was in a medium-sized room. I looked out at 60 historians, preservationists, and university lecturers from the podium. I began by recounting how I uncovered the letters in the attic, how Margaret recognized their significance, and how the finding changed all I knew about the property. I then discussed Ryan handing me the house in our divorce settlement while declaring it worthless and trying to buy it back after discovering the letters. Silence filled the room. Hands went up instantly when I finished. A front-row woman asked Ryan about the historical value before the divorce. Yes, I said. His cousin at the Historical Commission told him 2 months before our divorce in March. A man in the rear jumped up and stated Ryan committed fraud and would be pleased to testify about the property's history and value. Several others nodded and offered too. A state university professor who specialized in property law and preservation would testify concerning Ryan's willful concealment of important information throughout divorce procedures. The support from strangers overwhelmed me as I wrote down names and contact information. A woman approached me at the refreshment table after my talk. She claimed to be a history magazine journalist covering preservation and major finds. She planned to write a feature about the Bellworth letters and property litigation. She asked if I'd conduct an interview and allow her photographer shoot the house and letters. I told her I'd consult my lawyer first. She gave me her business card and suggested to call her when I was ready because this tale should be told. I thanked her and pocketed the card. Called Olivia that night to tell her of the journalist's request. Olivia paused, then suggested we wait until after the court hearing to do press interviews. It contained screenshots of my social media posts from the month. A person had been storing my posts on the house renovation, historical society visits and life updates. Nothing delicate or private, but being tracked that closely made me cringe. Olivia advised me to save the envelope and screenshots as harassment evidence when I phoned immediately. She asked if I'd discussed the situation on social media. No, I said. I'd been cautious. She told me to keep my accounts private and cease discussing the divorce and property. That evening I made all my social media settings private and blocked Ryan, his girlfriend, and everyone I felt was sending them information. The situation became creepier and more intrusive. Sophia from the Smithsonian called next morning. She claimed their lawyers analyzed the divorce fraud case and continuing litigation. Holding my breath, I hoped she would cancel their offer. Sophia insisted they were dedicated to the cooperation regardless of the outcome. She said institutions deal with difficult property histories all the time and this wouldn't hinder their offer or site plans. She claimed the Smithsonian had lawyers who specialized in complex property acquisitions and were ready to handle any issues. Relief washed over me. Ryan's legal actions frightened me that institutions interested in the property would leave. Sophia promised to inform them on the timeline, but they were patient and knew these things needed time to resolve. Olivia announced a court date that afternoon. The divorce settlement reopening hearing was in late August, 6 weeks away. She advised us to prepare since Ryan's lawyer would try to portray me as vengeful and opportunistic rather than focusing on Ryan's lies. She said they would claim I was furious about the divorce and trying to punish Ryan by keeping his grandmother's house. They'd say I used a lucky discovery to hurt him financially and professionally. Olivia advised us to concentrate on the facts, time frame, and Ryan's confirmed knowledge and dishonesty. She organized multiple prep meetings over the next few weeks to review my testimony and practice answering Ryan's lawyer's angry questions. Same week, Ryan's girlfriend wrote a long essay about dating a divorced man on social media. She didn't name me, but the details were clear. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. She wrote about manipulative ex-wives who can't accept their divorces, use children and property as weapons, and make everything tougher out of spite. Ryan worked hard, was loyal to his patients, and sacrificed in his marriage, she said. This post made me the villain in their love story. Others responded and engaged, but not me. Comment section grew quickly. That she started seeing Ryan when he was married, not an innocent victim, was noted by several people. Someone found a timeline showing Ryan divorced her shortly after they started dating. Others criticized her for discussing private legal concerns publicly. Her and Ryan looked worse after the article failed to elicit sympathy. I prepared my testimony with Olivia virtually daily for a week. We discussed every aspect of my marriage to Ryan. From paying his medical school loans to supporting him during residency to raising our kids alone while he worked. We examined the divorce proceedings, Ryan's settlement offer, and his claim that the house was worthless and needed to be demolished. My replies concerning uncovering the letters, their meaning and Ryan's attempts to retrieve the property were practiced. Olivia advised me to remain calm and objective despite Ryan's lawyer's comments. She warned me he'd try to get me furious or defensive or make me say something emotional that looked unstable or malicious. She had me practice answering unpleasant inquiries with basic, direct facts and timely explanations. She kept reminding me that Ryan's emails and financial records would prove our case, even if my testimony wasn't perfect. The night before the hearing, my phone buzzed at 11:47 p.m. Ryan texted. It didn't have to be 6 words without context. I glanced at the message for a minute before screenshotting and sending it to Olivia with a timestamp note. She replied in 3 minutes despite it being almost midnight. Perfect. He tried to contact you outside legal channels before the hearing. Judge won't approve. I couldn't sleep thereafter, replaying every divorce talk in bed. All his lies regarding the house's worthlessness. My alarm was at 6, but I'd been watching the ceiling fan spin since 4. The courthouse parking lot was half full when I arrived at 8:30 for the 9 o'clock hearing. After 10 minutes in my car, grasping the steering wheel, I forced myself to walk to the entrance. I passed through security while Ryan and his girlfriend were in the lobby. He looked awful, like he hadn't slept in weeks. His suit was wrinkled like he'd plucked it from the laundry basket, and his face looked pale and drawn with black circles under his eyes. The girlfriend wore a navy blue wedding dress suit, too formal for the courthouse. She scowled at me across the marble lobby, arms crossed across her chest. Ryan glanced at the floor tiles while his lawyer spoke softly. Olivia held my elbow as she led me to the courtroom. Avoid them. Do not gaze their way. We passed Ryan and his girlfriend without speaking, but I felt his eyes following me. Ryan's lawyer rose first when the judge called the case. He was approximately 60 with slicked back gray hair and a fine watch. The divorce property was properly priced based on its condition. My client's ex-wife won a historical discovery, but the settlement wasn't unreasonable. The value boost is due to her discovery, not my client's understanding. He maintained the property evaluation that the residence needed extensive repairs. Dr. Haywood and his cousin's communications were family chatter. Discussion of local history by two family members doesn't indicate fraud. He talked for 15 minutes about Ryan as a compassionate man who gave his ex-wife property, only for her to accuse him of fraud when she got lucky. Olivia came up next, and I watched her go from the kind woman who'd helped me with testimony prep to a sharp and precise woman. She placed a poster board chronology on an easel facing the court. On March 15, Dr. Haywood's cousin at the Historical Commission approaches him regarding Millbrook homes having Underground Railroad links. On March 22, Dr. Haywood transfers assets to undisclosed accounts. Dr. Haywood divorces April 3. My client receives Millbrook property on May 1 after divorce. My client finds the Bellworth letters May 8. She told the judge each date, illustrating Ryan's apparent haste to divorce after his cousin's call. He deliberately misrepresented the property as a teardown and failed to divulge the Historical Commission's interest in that region's properties. She possessed copies of Ryan and his cousin's emails with yellow highlights. This attribute may matter. You should investigate before acting. Response by Ryan. Thanks for alerting me. I'll manage. Olivia pondered those remarks before sitting down. When the judge called me to testify, my legs shook as I walked to the witness stand. Olivia asked me to characterize Ryan's settlement negotiating language. I inhaled and focused on the facts like we'd practiced. He said the house was dilapidated, needed a new roof, plumbing, and probably had termites. He stated I was lucky he gave me anything because the foundation was damaged. He made me choose the house above other possessions. Declared it more than I deserved for keeping him back for years. The judge typed quickly on the legal pad while we spoke. Olivia asked about Ryan's actions after I found the letters. He contacted, offering to buy the property back for $250,000 to $1.2 million. He arrived at my residence with a lawyer and a check. He termed the house a useless dump his grandmother gave him following the divorce, despite its sentimental importance. The judge kept writing, periodically looking up with an unreadable face. After me and his lawyer had Ryan relate the narrative about his grandma and how much the house meant to his family, he testified. I was raised there by my grandmother in Summers. Its sentimental value exceeds money. I wanted to keep it family. He played the emotional card by cracking his voice. Everything fell apart when Olivia stood up for cross-examination. When did you discover the property's history? Ryan paused. Olivia withdrew the emails with his cousin after my ex-wife found the letters after the divorce. Your cousin didn't mention Underground Railroad homes in March? Ryan blushed. It was casual banter. We discuss history, but you said you'd manage it, right? You meant what? Contradictory, Ryan stammered. I'd investigate property history. Maybe I meant I'd fix the house. Forgot exactly. Olivia persisted, inquiring about specific dates and conversations, and Ryan continued changing his replies, digging himself deeper. Cody took the stand after lunch and painstakingly discredited Ryan. He showed bank statements showing Ryan opened 3 investment accounts in 2 years before divorcing. Evidence of Ryan's true wage against his divorce filings. Over $450,000 in systematic asset concealing. Cody spoke calmly, citing statistics and dates, but the impact was terrible. The judge rejected Ryan's lawyer's assertion that the financial information wasn't relevant to the property dispute. The motion alleges a pattern of misrepresentation. I'll allow. Cody demonstrated for 30 minutes how Ryan had hidden money despite reporting lower income. Ryan's lawyer didn't question Cody and looked deflated as his client's financial scam was revealed in court. Olivia predicted the judge wouldn't rule immediately. Today's proof of financial deceit and asset misrepresentation concerned me. Before ruling, I need to consider all the evidence and witnesses. Within 2 weeks, I'll decide in writing. She stared at Ryan. I'm advising both parties against non-legal communication while I investigate. Offenses will be taken seriously. His lawyer whispered urgently as Ryan glanced at the table. At last I could breathe after hours of holding my breath as the judge left the courtroom with her paperwork. Olivia walked with me out of court. That went smoothly as expected. The judge's distress claim. That benefits us. His story is transparent to her. After 20 hours of reliving my worst memory, I felt cautiously hopeful yet exhausted. Every element of our marriage, every lie Ryan told, every manipulation was exposed to strangers. Olivia grabbed my shoulder. Rest at home. Judge's decision is expected in 2 weeks. Try not to stress. Nodding, I felt exhausted, worried, and a strange sense of achievement that I'd finally stood up to Ryan in a meaningful way. Ryan's girlfriend appeared behind a concrete pillar as I approached my car in the parking garage. Your greed is wrecking his life. He should own the place. Your actions are damaging his profession, reputation, and all he built after so much effort. Her voice grew as she approached. Due to your inability to accept divorce. You're pitiful. I passed her silently, still looking ahead and clutching my purse. Still talking and accusing, she followed me a few steps, but I kept walking. My car keys fell twice before I could unlock it because my hands were shaking. I sat in the driver's seat with the door locked, watching her dash back toward the courthouse entrance, and realized my whole body was shivering from adrenaline, rage, and relief that the hearing was over. My imagination replayed the parking garage confrontation as I traveled to Belworth House the next day. Olivia texted me to check my inbox the next morning. Ryan's hospital notified them of the court proceedings and began an ethics inquiry. Ryan was placed on administrative leave pending their financial disclosure and professional conduct assessment. Someone emailed the hospital board every document from our hearing, all the evidence of his hidden accounts and phony pay claims, and all the court records of his fraud. My coffee grew cold as I stared at the email at my kitchen table. Ryan had won accolades and spoken at conferences as chief of surgery for years. Now the hospital board was wondering if he misrepresented on his job disclosures. After 2 days of silence, I nearly believed Ryan would address this through his lawyer as directed by the judge. Ryan's name appeared on my phone at 7 a.m. I responded and regretted it because he was yelling so loudly I had to hold the phone away from my ear. He called me every vile insult he could. He said I ruined his job and reputation, that I was a vengeful witch who couldn't abide his happiness with someone else. He said I sent those documents to the hospital to injure him, that I was furious over the divorce and attempting to ruin his life. I hung up without saying a word and called Olivia even though my hands were shaking too much to dial. She responded on the first ring, listened to me explain the call and told me she was reporting the contact to the court as a direct violation of the judge's order. Ryan wasn't allowed to contact me while the judge considered, and scream threats were improper. Olivia argued the violation wouldn't help Ryan's case and could make the court harsher. The court sent a hefty envelope with the judge's written verdict 8 days after the hearing. I sat on my porch steps and opened it with shaky fingers, reading pages of legal terminology until I finished. Ryan committed fraud by materially misrepresenting assets and concealing their true value, the judge ruled. She said that Ryan knew about the historical importance before filing for divorce and had actively disguised this information to defraud me of my marital assets. The divorce settlement was nullified. The judge ordered a complete appraisal of all marital assets with full financial disclosure from both sides, starting the divorce process afresh with proper facts. Olivia swiftly explained the ruling's practical implications when I called her. Property division would be repeated, using real values instead of Ryan's false numbers. Ryan's lawyer would likely appeal, and we'd need to find every account and investment, which might take months. Ryan was found lying under oath and the court knew he tried to steal millions from me, strengthening my argument. His credibility collapsed, whereas mine did not. Ryan's lawyer appealed 3 days later, as Olivia anticipated. She said fraud cases with this much proof seldom had successful appeals, especially when the court was unambiguous about willful deception. The appeal would take time, but she believed the verdict would hold. I met with all 4 Belworth House bidders the next week to explain the legal issue and updated schedule. The State Historical Commission official looked sad but said they understood. Park Service Director seems agitated but professional. Yale's representative mentioned other sites they were contemplating, but Sophia from the Smithsonian Partnership nodded and said they'd handled complex property conflicts previously. She wondered how long the legal process would take. I honestly told her I didn't know, maybe months or a year if Ryan kept fighting. Sophia stated that the Smithsonian would submit a written offer contingent on legal dispute resolution. Ryan would see what he lost. A formal offer for $2.8 million he might have split if he'd been honest from the start, giving me leverage in the divorce settlement. I signed the contingent offer letter in Sophia's office that afternoon and received copies from my lawyer. The new divorce negotiations began in early September with full financial disclosure from both sides. Our divorce should have included boxes of bank statements, investment records, and tax returns, which Ryan's counsel brought. Cody spent 2 weeks organizing everything and making spreadsheets showing Ryan's concealed money and earnings. The numbers were astounding when presented honestly. Ryan owed me half of the concealed accounts, almost $450,000 that should have been shared upon divorce. He owing me money for purposely undervaluing Bellworth House, which institutional offers valued at $2.5 million. His lawyer understood they had no leverage because the judge had found Ryan guilty of fraud. Ryan's lawyer called Olivia with a settlement offer mid-September. Ryan agreed to pay me $1.8 million, give up Bellworth House claims permanently, and split the concealed accounts 50-50 as he should have. Olivia claimed it was a good offer that would avoid years of appeals and litigation and that battling for more would cost me time and money without a better result. I calculated and imagined situations for 2 days. I'd never had financial security like this, enough to start over and establish my dream life. But I needed one more thing money couldn't buy. I told Olivia I'd accept the deal with one condition. Ryan had to sign a declaration confessing his deception, concealing the property's value and marital assets during our divorce, and agreeing in writing to never contact me again except in legal emergencies. The lawyer called back within an hour, claiming Ryan would not sign a confession. Olivia calmly stated that we'd see him in court and that the appeal procedure would keep his hospital ethics probe open for at least a year. The lawyer called 20 minutes later to say Ryan accepted both requirements. He presumably signed acknowledgement and no contact agreement because his medical profession couldn't handle another year of scrutiny and negative press. Both lawyers attended a conference room meeting on a cool September morning to negotiate the settlement. Ryan looked dreadful, like he'd aged 5 years in 6 months. He signed every sheet without looking at me, scratching the fraud acknowledgement with wrath. After finishing, he rose up and left without saying a word, and I realized I'd probably never see him again. It felt like freedom and immense relief. Ryan's lawyer sent Olivia the hospital board's decision 3 weeks later in a formal letter. Ryan would remain chief of surgery but had to complete ethics training and serve 2 years on probation, with financial irregularities resulting in prompt firing. The letter detailed his divorce disclosure violations and willful asset deception in court. His co-workers would know about his probation, training and ethics infractions that led to this outcome. I read the letter twice and felt only slight joy that his deeds finally came up with him in a meaningful way. The Smithsonian Legal Department wanted every detail documented and validated, which took another month. Sophia explained contracts, preservation agreements, consulting terms, and payment plans page by page. Sale price was $2.8 million, and consultancy contract began at $30,000 per year for 5 years. I signed everything in Sophia's office with Margaret as a witness. We were laughing like nuts because it happened. 2 days later, the wire transfer hit my account, and I gazed at the balance for 10 minutes, unable to believe it was mine. Margaret called the following week to ask if I could catalog the letters for my consultancy business. She had set up an archive workplace at the Historical Society with climate-controlled storage and white cotton gloves for handling papers when we met. Documentation, photography, transcription, and Underground Railroad record comparison were required for each letter. The task needed patience and attention to detail, like the nursing preliminaries I took before Ryan urged me to skip out and support his career. Margaret described each correspondence history, secret language, and networks to send individuals north to freedom. I came early and stayed late, engrossed with these voices from the past who sacrificed everything to save others. In one session, Margaret mentioned that her hospital network had told her Ryan's girlfriend had dumped him. Apparently the surgical resident realized dating a man under ethics investigation with major financial concerns wasn't a career move she wanted after meeting the successful chief of surgery. Margaret's source said Ryan ate lunch alone in his office again. Stop posting weekend winery visits on social media. No more youthful girlfriend making him feel wanted. This news only made me curious about if Ryan now realized what it felt like to be dumped when you ceased being helpful. Using settlement funds for a down payment, I began house hunting in October. The real estate agent showed me a little ranch house 15 minutes from the historical organization, far enough from the city to avoid seeing Ryan at a restaurant or grocery store. The 3-bedroom house has new kitchen and bathrooms, central heating and air conditioning, and a fenced garden with grass instead of mud and rats. Everything worked without repairs, restorations, or emergencies. I made an offer that day and closed 3 weeks later, moving in with furniture I chose instead of Ryan's family's hand-me-downs or cheap pieces we bought decades earlier. At a mid-November press conference, the Smithsonian announced the acquisition and displayed some letters. Sophia requested that I attend as a consulting historian and answer discovery questions. I studied talking points with Margaret and acquired a professional dress that fit to avoid freezing up in front of cameras. The City Museum hosted a meeting with history, local news, and preservation reporters. I stood next to Sophia as she described the find's significance and answered questions about finding and recognizing the letters. I informed the History magazine journalist who approached me months earlier about the court battle to protect the property without name Ryan, but making it plain that someone had tried to reclaim the house after learning its true value. Universities began recruiting for graduate and research positions in December. Yale provided full perks and doctorate tuition remission for their preservation department employment. 2 state colleges contacted me about their public history programs and were enthused by my thesis research letters information. I was 43 and sat at my kitchen table reading emails from professors who wanted to work with me, something I never imagined during my marriage when Ryan's career and convenience ruled every decision. Returning to school was scary and exhilarating, an opportunity to create something own. A final email from Ryan's lawyer with an attached document arrived in late December. Ryan had to write a formal apology for his divorce activities as part of the settlement. I read the attachment apologizing for any miscommunications throughout our separation. His attorney wrote the apology with no genuine remorse or personal accountability, simply precise wording to meet a legal obligation without admitting misconduct. Ryan's apologies meant nothing compared to the life I was constructing without him, so I saved the paper to a folder and closed my laptop without responding. I started a master's in public history at a nearby university in January, using my Smithsonian consultancy work as a thesis idea. After 20 years away from academia, the application process felt weird, but the admissions committee appeared thrilled about my unique access to original source papers and preservation initiative. My thesis advisor, an Underground Railroad historian, nearly leaped out of her chair when I explained my consulting involvement with the letters. Her weekly sessions covered my research direction and connected me with other faculty working on comparable issues. In late January, I attended seminars with students half my age, taking notes and discussing historical methods and archival research. After the settlement, my life was nothing like I envisaged in February when Ryan gave me divorce papers. I spent mornings in graduate seminars learning research methodologies and historical theory. Afternoons at the Historical Society working with Margaret on the letter catalog. And evenings reading or writing course papers. Some days, fatigued from managing several responsibilities, I fell asleep and pondered if I'd taken on too much too fast. 3 pages of the legal text. But it was the good kind of fatigue that came from striving toward something worthwhile, unlike the false exhaustion I'd felt during my marriage, giving everything to Ryan but neglecting my own potential. Emma, whom I hadn't seen since before Ryan's residency, was in the campus coffee shop in March. When I entered, she was getting a latte and looked surprised. We spent 2 hours at a window table catching up on all that had transpired since we last spoke 15 years earlier. Emma informed me she'd tried to contact me several times during my marriage, but I never responded, so she felt I didn't want to stay friends. In apology, I said Ryan's career had consumed everything. How I stopped answering calls and texts from those not directly helping his career. Emma said she'd always thought Ryan took advantage of me but didn't know how to express it without appearing judgmental or meddling in my marriage. At a hospital fundraiser, she met Ryan's mother, who grumbled about how demanding Ryan was and how nothing anyone did was good enough. The chat was like opening a window in a stuffy chamber, releasing years of solitude. Emma introduced me to 2 more old friends, ladies I'd lost touch with while supporting Ryan's goals. However, she feared I would cut her off if she attacked my marriage. She remained silent and felt bad for years. These chats showed me how isolated I'd been during my marriage, how Ryan had steadily closed me off from everyone who could have helped me realize what was occurring. The late April Bellworth House repair ceremony drew approximately 200 individuals. For the announcement, historians, preservationists, Underground Railroad descendants, local authorities, and Smithsonian Partnership representatives gathered on the grounds. Margaret and I spent months cataloging the letters and documenting the house's Underground Railroad network history. The Smithsonian official invited me to talk about uncovering the letters, and I stood at a podium on the front lawn, anxious but pleased of what I'd helped preserve. I described finding the trunk in the attic, reading the letters for the first time, and realized I'd found something momentous. Several descendants thanked me for preserving their family history and ensuring these stories wouldn't be lost. One woman gave me a photo of her great-great-grandfather, who had passed through this house on his way north, and she cried about finally having proof of his independence. The ceremony confirmed that fighting Ryan was worth it and that defending this property was more important than my finances. Margaret grabbed my hand throughout the remarks and murmured that I'd done something significant that would last centuries. I was featured on the first page of the local newspaper's ceremony coverage, and other graduate program colleagues emailed congrats. I recognized I'd found a life I desired a year after the settlement while writing on my thesis in my little house near the Historical Society. I had academically challenging graduate coursework, significant consulting employment, and a developing community of colleagues and friends who valued my efforts. I could focus on my education and work without worrying about money thanks to the settlement and house sale. I had presented at 3 conferences, published 2 Bellworth letter papers in scholarly magazines, and been requested to contribute to a book about Underground Railroad sites. My thesis advisor said my study was increasing the field's understanding of this region's network, and several universities wanted to hire me after graduation. Ryan's attempt to trick me out of the property released me from a marriage where I was never cherished and simply supported his objectives while my potential was overlooked. I remembered the woman I was a year ago, accepting an insulting settlement because I had no other choice and barely recognized her. Years of emotional maltreatment had left that version of myself too broken to fight back or demand better treatment. Over the past year I'd realized her worth and refused to settle. I was establishing a life for myself, not someone else's job objectives. Ryan tried to dump on me, but the house gave me the financial and professional resources to start again. The 20 years I spent supporting his profession, losing opportunities, and sacrificing my own objectives to make his life easier were lost. But I was thrilled about my future, my work, and who I was becoming. I was going to apply for a tenure-track position at a local university that fit my research area after my graduate mentor mentioned it. Margaret and I discussed a cooperative initiative researching other Underground Railroad locations in the vicinity, possibly beyond Bellworth House. I had reunited with old friends, made new ones through academic work, and built a support structure that didn't exhaust me. I had to remind myself some mornings that this was my life, that I'd left my long-term marriage. Ryan tried to cheat me one final time before leaving, but he accidentally gave me my freedom. We'll stop before I start talking again. I appreciate your patience. It matters. Drink water or text someone you care about. Yeah. You destroyed her identity. My wife screamed after naming our daughter without my consent. In retaliation, I legally changed it to something worse. My wife named our daughter poorly without my consent. I legally made it worse. Emily and I had decided on Grace for our daughter when we found out we were carrying a girl. After months of deliberation, our families adored it. Grace was my grandmother's middle name and Emily's favorite virtue name. It was elegant and meaningful. Everything was planned until our daughter's birth. After 36 hours of labor, Emily filled out the birth certificate as I had coffee in the restaurant. The nurse congratulated me on Lila Mackenzie when I returned. I asked her to repeat because I thought I heard wrong. She handed me the document where Emily spelled Lila Mackenzie that way. Emily told me Grace had an insight during labor that our daughter required a unique name. She stated Grace was ordinary and our daughter deserved more. I informed her we'd chosen Grace for 8 months and told everyone. Emily stated she had ultimate say because she carried and labored the baby for 9 months. The nurse offered to hold the paperwork for 48 hours for discussion, but Emily stated it had already sent electronically. That was a lie, but I discovered it later. The announcement of Lila Mackenzie devastated our relatives. Mom asked for help spelling it 3 times and got it wrong. It sounded like a drug to Emily's dad. My sister wondered if we were kidding. Emily lashed out that everyone was jealous of our daughter's originality. She called the infant Leela, but spelled it Leela in texts, cards, and social media, never recalling her daughter's spelling. It was misspelled 5 times in the pediatrician's system. The insurer said it exceeded their character limit. Daycare sent Brittany Mackenzie documents home and didn't understand why. Emily chastised others for ignoring creative names. When Lila was 4 months old, I asked Emily to modify it. I tried to erase her birth and motherhood, she said. She believed altering the name would destroy their spiritual connection because she saw it during contractions. While everyone mispronounced our daughter's name, she used those phrases. The preschool years were horrible. Lila was called everything but her name. Teachers gave up and called her B. Kids couldn't say it. Parents felt we were arrogant fools. Emily aggressively corrected others, insisting they were wrong. She interrupted story time to correct the teacher's pronunciation. She made other parents repeat until they got it. Even though Lila was 4, she made her spell it hundreds of times. Lila cried at home when she started kindergarten because kids called her name silly. Emily said they were jealous and dull while their daughter excelled. Lila asked to be called Grace, but Emily grounded her for being ungrateful. I began planning then. I studied legal name changes for youngsters and learned that one parent might petition if the other abandoned or was unfit. Emily was fit, but about to leave Lila. Emily needed a spa weekend for mental wellness, I convinced her. We booked a resort 3 hours away and I'd handle everything at home. Friday morning, Emily headed for her relaxing vacation. Friday afternoon, I submitted emergency paperwork indicating Emily had left the state and stopped parenting. The resort was across state boundaries, so technically. When the clerk saw Lila Mackenzie on the form, she realized why a change was needed. She accelerated this hardship case. After Emily returned Monday, our kid was legally Amelia Harper Weatherbottom. For flair, I added Weatherbottom as a third name. When the school phoned about updated documentation, Emily learned. I did something wrong, and she drove home yelling. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. When the automobile screeched into the driveway, I knew she'd found out. Emily burst through the front door. Red. Twisted face. She shouted that I'd damaged our daughter's identity and hurled her pocketbook at the wall. She asked me how I could be so harsh and hateful. I relaxed on the couch with my hands on my lap. I told her I utilized her logic perfectly. The parent who handles the papers has ultimate say. I did. Emily pointed at me with shaking fists. She branded me a monster and stated my actions were different. A sacred and meaningful vision during labor inspired her name. I reclined and crossed my arms. I mentioned that my vision also inspired Sizzle and Morgani. Imagine teaching her how it feels when your partner betrays an arrangement. I felt only delight as she cried, mascara dripping down her face. Around 3:45, the school bus arrived. Through the glass, I observed our daughter descend the stairs with a slumped back and dragging backpack. It took her longer to climb the driveway. She was crying when she entered. Emily ran over and knelt, wondering what happened. Her daughter wailed as her instructor couldn't pronounce her new name. The youngsters laughed harder at her. Everyone laughed at her Pizza Lynn name. Emily turned around and shouted that I'd ruined everything. She stated I turned a terrible situation into a nightmare. I felt something chilly enter my gut. That was my first significant doubt about my actions. Daughter hurried to her room and banged door. While Emily paced back and forth, mumbling about how bad I was, I stared at my hands. I got up and headed to work. Closed the door, I took my phone. Hold music lasted 5 minutes when I contacted the county clerk. I inquired about reversing a name change when someone answered. The phone operator told Emily she could petition to change it again. A pause. She inquired about Friday's Amelia case. Yes, I said. Her voice quieted and grew uncomfortable. She expedited my paperwork without knowing it was a marital conflict. She would have needed both parents' signatures if she knew. I hung up after thanking her. Sitting at my workstation, I felt nauseous. An automobile entered the driveway about 6:30 that evening, followed by another. I spotted Emily's parents exiting. Mark, her father, was outraged. Her mother, Linda, had a strong jaw. I opened the door before they knocked. Mark pushed past me silently. He immediately walked to the living room where Emily was holding our kid. After following him, Linda looked at me. She avoided my gaze. She called my actions psychological abuse of Emily and our children. I explained. But she raised her hand. She refused to listen. Mark confronted me after returning from the living room. He said Lila Mackenzie was pronounceable but not excellent. At least it was love, not malice. He stated my monster was worse than Emily's. I stood there taking it because I had no choice. They spent 3 hours talking to Emily in the other room while I sat alone in the kitchen. The next morning, my parents arrived. Emily called them nights before. David, my father, wanted to talk outside. We stood on the front porch in the cool morning air. He called me shameful. He stated he understood being mad at Emily, but using her as a weapon was wrong. He interrupted me when I tried to convey my argument. He added, "The point I made was that I cared more about revenge than my own child." Mother. Rebecca put her hand on my shoulder. Though milder, Her words wounded deeper. She stated, I made a bad situation worse. She stated I hurt my daughter to hurt my wife, making me no better than Emily. They left soon after. Watching them drive away left me hollow. 3 days later, school called. It was kindergarten teacher Ethan Green. He requested an emergency meeting with both parents. The phone caller wasn't telling me what was wrong, but his voice was worried. He indicated our daughter had school-related emotional issues. Though he didn't realize what was going on at home, the boy was plainly hurting. He felt his concerns had to be documented. Next afternoon's meeting was set. Emily and I drove separately to school. Outside the principal's office, we sat in separate seats without looking at each other. Principal Charlotte Mitchell summoned us. She looked glum with papers on her desk. She said our daughter told her instructor she wanted no name. She stated our relationship must end immediately. We were hurting our child's self-esteem. I said that I was referencing Emily's original treachery. Charlotte interrupted me with her hand. Our marital issues didn't matter to her. A 5-year-old being used as a weapon worried her. She threatened to report this to child services if we couldn't fix it. Words strike me hard. Emily wept. Charlotte handed her a tissue box and waited. She gave us 1 week to improve or she'd call. We left office quietly. First, Emily drove away. I waited 20 minutes in the school parking lot. Watching the steering wheel, I wondered how my righteous retaliation had become child services threats. I wanted Emily to realize her error. Instead, I'd shown I might be incorrect. Maybe worse. Finally started the car and drove home. The house was deserted when I arrived. I sat in my driveway with the engine off, watching the sun set through my windshield. I waited until the streetlights came on and the sky turned purple. Around 7, Emily's automobile entered the driveway. She exited gently and approached my window. Rolled it down. Was I coming inside? I nodded and left. We entered the house silently. Our daughter watched cartoons in the living room. She looked up nervously when we entered. She inquired about our conflict. Emily drew our daughter onto her lap on the couch. I took the chair across from them. With huge, anxious eyes, our daughter gazed between us. She inquired why we changed her name. She asked if we didn't love her. Emily immediately wept. Her body shook, and she couldn't speak. I watched her fail 5 times to speak. Emily's crying made our daughter cry. I touched our daughter's back on the couch. We love her. I told her. We made terrible decisions, I told her. I assured her we'd fix it together. How? Our daughter asked. Not ready to respond. Emily wiped her eyes and said we'd sort things out. Our daughter requested a name change again. I promised her no more changes. Emily looked at me but didn't argue. We tucked our daughter in early. She asked 5 more times whether we loved her before sleeping. Emily and I went to the kitchen after she left. I proposed we file immediately to alter the name to Grace as agreed. Emily sat at the table with her head in her hands. She couldn't erase the name that came to her in her most vital time. I reminded her our daughter suffered daily. Emily claimed she knew, but Grace felt wrong. She explained we couldn't revert since too much had transpired. I inquired about her desires. She denies knowing. We waited 15 minutes in silence. I recommended we try something fresh. Shaking her head, Emily, nothing will feel right after this, she murmured. I was furious again but tried to stay cool. I wondered if she would let our daughter suffer from her feelings. Emily inquired if I was really caring about our daughter after what I did. We were stuck for weeks, unwilling to give up. The next morning, my mom called while I made coffee. She didn't chat or ask how I was. She stated she contacted John Brooks, a parental dispute attorney. We couldn't figure this out, so she paid for a consultation. She believed our daughter deserved better than parents who used her name maliciously. I started to thank her, but she hung up. Emily went downstairs to learn who called. Told her about the lawyer. She inquired about my request to my mother. No. Emily drank coffee and added, maybe it was good. Since we couldn't agree, maybe someone else needed to tell us what to do. John Brooks' office scheduled appointments that afternoon. They wanted to meet with us individually first, then collectively. Emily went Tuesday. I went Wednesday. Emily was sitting against the wall in his office when I entered for the joint meeting on Thursday. John examined papers at his desk. He had glasses and gray hair. Maybe 50. His smile and handshake were absent. He ordered us to sit. Seating in the 2 seats facing his desk. John looked up from his papers and pondered us. He said we'd committed parental alienation by manipulating names. He stopped Emily from interrupting with his hand. A judge would see through both our activities. He continued. He said courts only considered the child's best interests. He stated neither of us considered that. Emily flushed. My stomach sank. John persisted. He admitted reviewing the birth certificate. He reviewed my emergency petition. He addressed the school. He read the pediatrician's report on our daughter's suffering. Emily stated her choice was about spiritual and parental bonding. Not revenge, she said. Over his glasses, John watched her. He said she changed without permission. After specifically agreeing otherwise, he said the unilateral choice infringed her husband's parental rights. John stopped Emily from arguing. He faced me. I answered. Mine was about proving a point. John stated bad parents prove points at their daughter's expense. I allegedly used my child as a weapon in a divorce. He called it textbook parental alienation. My words were lacking when I tried to justify myself. John warned that my emergency petition would certainly be rejected. He said I included incorrect information. Emily didn't abandon the child. It was a weekend spa trip. He said the court would see through it. He claimed they wouldn't automatically restore Leela Mackenzie either. He listed all the name-related issues. Teachers couldn't confess. Kids mocked it. Our daughter cried several times at home. He added, the court may reject both names as damaging and choose another. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. He advised us to compromise on a name before the court does. He advised we ask our daughter what she wants. Emily quickly remarked a 5-year-old couldn't make such a big decision. John stated she's old enough to have an opinion we should respect. Our daughter had to live with her name, he remarked. He stated her voice was more important than ours now. Emily appeared offended but didn't argue. Next week, John organized another meeting. He advised us to talk to our daughter first. Again, we drove home separately. I arrived first and waited in the living room. Emily arrived 15 minutes later. Our daughter wouldn't return till dinner from a friend's place. Only a few hours. I asked Emily whether she was ready. I was asked. I insisted we had to do it even though neither of us was ready. Emily's friend dropped off our daughter at 6:30. We thanked her and took our daughter in. Emily proposed talking in her room. Again, our daughter seemed afraid. I assured her everything was fine. We sat on her bed upstairs. I asked her favorite name. Our daughter initially stared at Emily, then me. Grace. Emily spoke. Our daughter cried before Emily spoke. She wanted a common name teachers could speak. A name youngsters wouldn't laugh at was her wish. She cried now. Emily hugged her, but our kid cried. Emily quickly stood up and departed. I heard her walking to our bedroom down the hall. Our daughter asked mother where she went. She required a moment. Our daughter calmed down while I was with her. Her name Grace is lovely, I told her. I assured her we'd name her that. She asked whether mommy was furious. I assured her mother wasn't mad. I stated mama had significant feelings to process. My daughter hugged me and said she loved us. I told her we love her. Emily was seated on the floor by the bed in our bedroom. She cried a lot. I sat next to her. She said Grace didn't honor her birth. She claimed Lila's arrival was unforgettable. I was caught between comforting her and being irritated she was still thinking about herself. I understood her feelings, but our daughter suffered. Emily acknowledged her selfishness. She said she couldn't control her emotions. My arm wrapped her shoulders. I said our daughter's pleasure trumped our egos and experiences. I suggested putting her first once. Emily looked at me. She inquired if I truly prioritized our daughter. She said I made her name worse out of spite. She wondered how that prioritized our daughter. My response was poor. She was right. My attempt to prove my argument made everything worse. We sat on the floor silently for a while. Emily and I spent 4 days in tight silence. We moved like strangers in a house. We sent our daughter to school each morning with her absurd name. She returned home quieter daily. The first afternoon, she said youngsters called her Pizza Lynn. She tried to chuckle, but her eyes were watery. Emily started talking about youngsters being creative but stopped when she saw our daughter's face. The second day, our daughter ate dinner silently. She pushed her food around her plate and requested early dismissal. Emily left and Emily and I sat at the table without looking at each other. Ethan Green brought home a note in our daughter's backpack on day 3. Checking her assignment folder revealed it. Notes stated that other children have adopted Pizza Lynn as a moniker. Our daughter didn't respond or correct them. Her recess was spent alone, not with other kids. Ethan wrote that he worried about her isolation. Please contact him to discuss the situation. I showed Emily the note silently. She read it twice and placed it on the kitchen counter. Her hands shook. I heard our bedroom door close as she left. I held the message in the kitchen and felt the weight of what we'd done to our kid press on me. Emily arrived the 5th morning. I had coffee in the living room before work. She sat across from me on the couch with her hands in her lap. She agreed to change the name to Grace. She spoke quietly and flatly. She reported one ailment. She wanted legal proof that I admitted my actions were improper and hurtful. She wanted me to sign a document admitting I damaged our daughter. I put down my coffee and glanced at her. I agreed immediately. I promised to sign anything to give our daughter a normal name and end this horror. Emily stood up after nodding. She advised us to call John immediately. Before Emily changed her mind, I called him on my phone. John answered on the 3rd ring and I expressed our need. He offered to write the paperwork that afternoon. He invited us to his office at 4. I promised we'd arrive. John worked downtown near the courthouse. Emily and I met in the parking lot after driving separately. Walking silently, we entered. The receptionist took us to a conference room where John was waiting. He spread papers on the table. He said he wrote a joint petition to name our baby Grace. We both acknowledged in the petition that our earlier acts were not in her best interest. He required both signatures and would file it with the court within hours. Emily read the statement first. She scanned the text slowly. She pushed the papers toward me and signed them at the bottom. I read where I admitted that altering my daughter's name to Amelia Harper Weatherbottom was damaging and done without deliberation. I signed beside Emily. John stored the papers in a folder. He promised to take them to court quickly. We left after thanking him. Court letter arrived 3 days later. The hearing was 4 weeks away. John contacted to say 4 weeks was rapid given family court's backlog. He considered us lucky to get a date so soon. The school sent another letter that day. The principal wrote that Grace will be used informally in class until the legal name change. They sought to ease our daughter's adjustment. Emily nodded as I showed her the letter. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed relief and pain. Our daughter came home from school the next day talking more than in a week. She was called Grace by her teacher that morning. Some of the other youngsters heard and used Grace. Olivia said Grace was a nice name, she remarked. I hadn't seen our daughter so delighted since I changed her name. She chatted about Olivia and their recess play tomorrow during dinner. Emily stared at her oddly. A smile appeared when our daughter gazed at her. When our daughter looked away, Emily's face tightened and saddened. She seemed to be battling internally. Emily stared at nothing on the couch after our daughter went to bed. I inquired about her health. She claimed to be all right, but her voice sounded different. Sitting close to her, I didn't push. She would speak when ready or not. Linda, Emily's mother, arrived 3 days later without calling. After hugging our daughter, she asked to speak with Emily alone. I heard their voices in the kitchen but couldn't understand them. They returned after 20 minutes. Linda looked at me and said she needed to talk too. Emily played with our daughter upstairs. Linda sat down and informed me she'd been thinking about everything. To encourage her daughter, she originally backed Emily's choice of Lila. She realized her mistake after watching her granddaughter's reaction. She stated maternal bonding wasn't about dominating your child. She said the best mothers respond to their children's needs, even if they disagree. She stated Emily was challenging to let go of her ideal parenting, but she needed to for her daughter. She looked fatigued when Linda said that. She hugged me goodbye and told me to watch her girls. Next night, David, my father, called. He invited me to their place. My parents were waiting in their living room when I drove over after supper. My dad requested the court petition signed admission of misconduct. The copy John gave me was seen to him. Dad read it carefully and set it down. He suggested I may admit my faults. He spoke less harshly than before. That was beyond most males, he remarked. He then advised me to seek serious marriage counseling with Emily. He stated we had lost all trust. He noticed how we interacted. He stated marriages couldn't endure such destruction without labor. My mother put her hand on my shoulder and said they would help, but we had to work hard. Emily and I started therapy the next week. Dr. Lawson worked at a hospital area medical building. In the first session, she had us sit across from each other and explain why we were there. Emily initially discussed the name dispute and its progression. My side was then explained. Without interruption, Dr. Lawson listened. We were astonished by her statement afterward. She indicated both of us had significant control difficulties. She said we utilized our daughter to fight marriage-related conflicts. Name disagreement was a symptom of bigger issues. She claimed the true concerns were respect, communication, and collaborative decision-making. We had to fix those issues or they would destroy our family, she said. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. Dr. Lawson assigned weekly homework. She wanted to practice modest decisions and appreciating each other's opinions. She stated we'd advance to bigger challenges after learning the basics. The next therapy was harder. Emily was asked by Dr. Lawson why she changed Grace to Leela without my consent. Long silence from Emily. She stated she felt powerless during pregnancy and labor. She said everyone told her what to do and feel. She felt that the name gave her power over her life. The name wasn't important, she said. Proving her strength was the goal. Dr. Lawson inquired why I used a worse name. I had trouble expressing it. I finally admitted to being betrayed and humiliated. Emily humiliated me in front of our families, and I wanted her to feel weak. I said my revenge was scale balancing. Dr. Lawson looked up from her notebook while writing. She stated we sacrificed our daughter's well-being for our own power and control. Without a major adjustment, she indicated that pattern will ruin our family. She led collaborative decision-making processes. She advised us to respect each other's boundaries and listen instead of responding. Emily and I felt naked after that experience. Something had changed between us. We both confessed our motives. Honesty hurt, but it could lead to better things. After 3 weeks of weird stillness, the hearing date arrived. Emily and I talked mostly about logistics with our daughter. We moved like strangers in a house. Emily donned a navy dress that made her look serious and responsible on court day. Our daughter donned her special purple sparkling shirt. Outside the courthouse, John explained what would happen. He suggested the court will likely question our daughter directly, and we should let her answer without coaching. Emily's hands shook as she walked up the courthouse stairs with our daughter. Wood paneling and buzzing fluorescent lights made the courtroom smaller than imagined. The judge was seated when we entered. She was about 50 with gray hair pushed back and nose-mounted reading spectacles. Her expression as she looked up from the stack of papers made my stomach plummet. She looked jaded and unimpressed, like she'd seen every idiotic thing parents could do to their kids. John stood to present our united petition after the bailiff called our case number. Judge raised one hand to halt him. She reported having read all the paperwork and had several queries. She stared at our daughter on the front row between Emily and myself. Softly, the judge inquired her name. Daughter said she didn't like her name, Amelia. The judge requested her preferred name. Our daughter uttered Grace. Clearly and steadily. Grace, like her great-grandmother, was her dream name. Judge nodded slowly and wrote on her papers. Her face tightened when she stared at Emily and me. She authorized the name change to Grace instantly. She signed and gave the clerk the order immediately. However, her voice was icy when she spoke. She stated she'd seen parents abuse children for 25 years as a family court judge. A child's name as a weapon in a divorce was one of the cruelest things she'd seen. She told Emily picking a name without her father's agreement was wrong. Her eyes told me retaliating with a worse name was worse. She said we prioritized our egos and wrath over our daughter. She said our actions hurt our daughter. We were ordered to take a child-centered decision-making parenting course. She gave us 60 days to finish and present proof to the court. She promised to personally supervise our compliance. She took another document from her stack. She also denied my emergency petition. She said I lied in court about Emily abandoning our daughter. She said Emily spent 3 hours at a spa without leaving anyone. She warned that lying in court files could lead to contempt proceedings. This time, she was letting it go because we'd made an arrangement, but she warned that manipulating judicial systems in the future may lead to jail time. She stated neither of us should appear in her courtroom again. She waved us off. Leaving the courthouse felt like a stomach hit. Emily was quietly crying beside me. Our kid grasped our hands and asked whether we were okay. I told her everything would be okay now that she was Grace, but I didn't feel okay. We got what we wanted, but the judge was right about everything. I wounded Emily with my daughter. Emily exploited our daughter to demonstrate her motherhood. Both of us were bad parents. Emily and I waited on the courthouse steps while John copied the signed order. None of us knew what to say. Though we won, it didn't feel good. Our daughter tugged on my hand and requested ice cream to celebrate her new name. Emily looks at me and nods. No one spoke as we went 2 blocks to the ice cream shop. Our daughter got chocolate chip and exclaimed over telling her teacher her real name. Emily and I ate little ice cream. Emily apologized for everything after our daughter went to bed. I apologized too. Sitting on opposite ends of the couch, we didn't touch. Within 7 days, the school updated records. The principal contacted to confirm the legal name change and promised a smooth transition. Our daughter was excited to come home from school on Friday. Her teacher told the class to call her Grace, her new name. She said she made 2 recess pals who wanted to play. Someone said Grace was a nice name. The teacher wrote home that our daughter seemed more confident and participated more in class discussions. She reported that the name change reduced anxiety. I watched our daughter change over 3 weeks. She grinned more. She chatted more at dinner. She offered to read bedtime stories. Her shoulders stopped tensing. But Emily struggled. I caught her saying Lila and halting. She slipped. And our daughter kindly corrected her. Emily would apologize and say grace through tears. I saw her body ache every time. After our daughter corrected her 3 times that night, Emily shut herself in the bathroom and cried. I hesitated outside the door, unsure what to say. We had twice weekly therapy. Emily finally cried at the name in one session. She felt like she was eliminating her most crucial moment. She stated giving birth had changed her, and picking that name was part of becoming a mother. The therapist listened and asked Emily if her motherhood was more essential than her daughter's personhood. Long silence from Emily. No, she replied. The therapist helped her recognize her birth in various ways. Emily may write, draw, or join a support group, she said. She advised Emily to separate her metamorphosis from her daughter's. They were different. My therapist focused on me in another session. She wondered why I retaliated so strongly. I said Emily had humiliated me, broken our agreement, and made me appear stupid. The broken trust was slowly restored. Every time Grace came to her instead of me, Emily looked relieved. I tried more to involve Grace in house decisions. I'd ask her what she wanted for supper instead of cooking. I'd let her choose Friday night movies. She valued small signs of her opinion. She seemed astonished, like she wasn't used to being asked. When we were reading before bed, she got quiet and glanced at me. Her name changes terrified her. She said she didn't know her role. Hearing her say that tightened my chest. I apologized for the ordeal. I blamed my anger at her mom for my wrong choices. Although she wasn't to blame, she hugged me and said it was okay since she was Grace and liked it. I clung to her and vowed never to hurt Emily again. Grace ran in from the bus stop waving construction paper 3 months after the courthouse hearing. She drew stick figures of us for a school family art project. I had brown hair and glasses. Emily had long yellow hair. Grace held both of our hands in the center. Our names were written in her careful kindergarten calligraphy with some letters backwards under each person. It stated Dad under my stick figure. It said Mom under Emily. Grace with a capital G was under her name. Emily and I cried together in the kitchen as we stared at the drawing. Grace seemed confused and asked if we didn't like her photo. Emily snatched her up and exclaimed, "We loved it. We loved it so much." I magnetized the photo to the fridge. Throughout the week, I stopped to gaze at the name in shaky letters, Grace. Just Grace. Emily and I attended weekly therapy. Our therapist offered us home exercises. Even silly decisions like towel color and lunch location had to be discussed before making them. Checking in about anything seemed odd at first. It gradually felt natural. We improved at listening, instead of waiting to speak. We said I hear what you're saying, and help me understand your perspective. It sounds cheesy, but it worked. We hadn't recovered from Lila. Our old self was gone, but we were building something more honest. We both know their current abilities. There was no pretending we were perfect, agreeable couples. We were trying to improve after hurting each other. Family dinners with our parents got easier. Mom and Dad started coming for Sunday lunches again. Emily's parents joined us. Initial dinners were strained, with guarded talk about weather and Grace's school. Once they witnessed us solving our challenges, everyone relaxed. My dad grabbed me aside one Sunday and said he saw our effort. He was proud of our perseverance. Emily's mother told her the same thing. But nobody forgot. My sister still joked about drug names. Mark occasionally shook his head and said Weatherbottom. They turned the calamity into a family warning. When someone was going to make a unilateral decision, someone would add, "Remember the name situation." Everyone laughed. Shameful, but probably deserved. November saw parent-teacher conferences. Emily and I sat in little kindergarten seats as Ethan Green held Grace's folder at his desk. He noted her schoolwork and friendships had improved greatly. He reported she was happier and engaging more in class. We saw her reading scores had improved dramatically. He stated she was now a high-class reader. He was courteous and didn't mention her name, sobbing, or isolation issues. But his countenance showed relief that the matter was addressed. Our parents were probably the worst he'd met. He nodded and continued, "Grace was a wonderful kid." Emily gripped my hand as we left the conference. We both realized we nearly hurt our daughter. Emily showed me her writing a few weeks later. Grace's letter was saved to give her later, possibly in college or as a teenager. The letter conveyed Emily's view of Lila. She described feeling powerless during pregnancy and labor. She wrote about seeking one personal choice. She described her vision during contractions, and how vivid it felt. But then she apologized for not considering Grace's situation. She apologized for putting her feelings before Grace's. She apologized for years of hardship and shame. The letter was straightforward and painful. Emily cried as I read. After finishing, I praised her for writing it down. I told her it helped me comprehend her reasoning, but I still thought she was incorrect. She admitted she'd been wrong. She wanted Grace to know it came from a sincere place, not cruelty. The chat made me realize I needed to write a letter. After bedtime, I worked on it for a week. For retaliation, I wrote Grace about the sizzle and why. I mentioned how angry and humiliated I was when Emily changed her name without asking. I said I wanted Emily to feel powerless. I then blogged about my newfound knowledge. Anger, control, and hurting loved ones to prove a point were my topics. I discussed her weaponization and its wrongness. I wrote about my fatherly failures during those months. So sorry for adding to her anguish instead of protecting her. Sharing these letters in therapy changed everything. Our therapist made us read them aloud facing each other. Emily cried during mine. Through hers, I cried. Afterward, the therapist remarked this was the first time we'd both acknowledged our damage. She stated we had to acknowledge before moving on. In recent months, the therapist stated we'd made tremendous progress. We had done well on communication and collaborative decision-making, but she warned us that our habits could return under stress. Unilateral decisions, using Grace as a weapon, prioritizing our egos over our family, these were patterns that felt natural to us now. She stated we had to battle them, especially when circumstances became tough. She advised us to continue therapy after healing. She said maintenance was as vital as repair. Emily and I agreed immediately. We both knew we'd almost destroyed everything. We wouldn't revert just because things felt better. Emily and I made a new family rule around the kitchen table that night. We wrote it in large letters on paper. Both parents must agree on important Grace decisions. If we disagree, we table it until we reconcile. No exclusions or emergencies to go around others. No spiritual or visionary connections override partnership. They signed it like a contract. We posted it on the fridge with Grace's family drawing. Every time we entered the kitchen, it reminded us of our promises to each other and our baby. Grace ran in from playing outside 4 months after the courthouse hearing. Grace wondered whether she could take ballet classes like her neighbor. She was excited and described her pink leotard. Emily and I regarded each other across the living room. We were clearly thinking alike. Our unilateral decisions were typical of this moment. To maintain control, Emily would have signed her up without asking, or I would have declined. Instead, we asked Grace to allow us a few minutes to talk. We discussed logistics, cost, timeline, and compatibility in the kitchen. Our thoughts were conveyed. Both listened. We returned to Grace and said, "Yes, ballet sounded great. We'd look into classes this week." She squealed and hugged us. Though little, it felt big. Actually, we did well. A dull community center room with folding chairs and a table of homemade-looking but store-bought cookies hosted the parenting class graduation. Each parent's growth presentation was awkwarder than the last for Emily and me. A father discussed validating his adolescent daughter's sentiments instead of ignoring them. A mother cried after saying she quit using guilt as a parenting strategy. On our turn, the lecturer called us together and gave us similar certificates on rich cream paper. Emily clutched it carefully as if she cared. I folded mine in half for my jacket pocket. The instructor thanked us for finishing the program, and noted our group communication had improved. Emily thanked her sincerely while I nodded and tried to look grateful. Over the next few weeks, Emily and I discussed baby names around the kitchen table. Conversations felt drastically different. Instead of making decisions, Emily proposed names and asking my opinion. I let her explain why she liked certain names and expressed my opinions. Family names, meanings, and how they sounded with our last name were discussed. None of us pushed or dismissed the other's views. We marked things off and added new possibilities to lists. Emily liked Olivia, and I thought it was nice but worried about popularity. Emily said it reminded her of a childhood bully, but she appreciated me suggesting Thomas. We giggled at internet celebrity baby names that were dreadful. Uniqueness wasn't worth hurting a child. We decided. Instead of fighting. The process was fun and collaborative. Emily felt heard one night but hadn't during Grace's pregnancy. She felt powerless and alone, so she took control. Respectful, not steamrolled. I had struck out to reclaim authority after being misled and humiliated. We realized how poorly we'd handled things and how much better it felt. We concluded we weren't ready for another child after a month of conversations. We recognized we were still practicing collaborative decision-making rather than planning a pregnancy during one of our name debates, so the decision was easy. Emily said she needed more time to trust our new patterns before having a kid. I agreed fully and wanted to make sure we could handle normal life stress before pregnancy and baby stress. These interactions had helped us practice the skills we were learning. We'd listened, established common ground, respected limits, and reached a choice without feeling overruled or discarded. Our therapist indicated this therapy would benefit us whether we had another child or not. She claimed these sessions would help us develop collaborative decision-making, which required ongoing practice. Grace entered first grade at her kindergarten school in September. I wrote Grace, her legal name, in every blank on the enrollment form. There was no record of Lila Mackenzie or Amelia Harper at the school. Her new teacher didn't know about the commotion before this new start. At our first parent-teacher meeting in October, the teacher said Grace was confident and well-adjusted, engaged in class and making friends effortlessly. Grace seemed confident and secure, without the fear or withdrawal typical of first graders. Emily and I thanked her without mentioning that our daughter was falling apart from an awful name a year earlier. Emily was grateful Grace would never remember the worst of what we put her through as she walked to our van after the meeting. I was glad, but I believed we shouldn't forget our mistakes to avoid repeating them. After Grace went to bed, Emily and I had a peaceful meal at home for our anniversary in November. We got takeout from our first date restaurant and ate at the kitchen table with candles Emily found in a drawer. We discussed how labels, control, and ego nearly destroyed our marriage. Emily stated she worried we would fail for months when anger and betrayal were too much. I said I'd wondered if we'd harm things beyond repair. We chose to work hard, rather than give up, or continue in our habits. We repeated our vows to each other and Grace at the kitchen table with cold Chinese cuisine and half-melted candles. We pledged to continue therapy, improve communication, and prioritize our family over ourselves. Emily clasped my hand across the table, and stated she was proud of our arrival. I returned her hand and stated I was proud of us. John Brooks emailed me a few days later wondering about our family. He appreciated checking in with old clients with challenging cases to see if the resolutions held up. I replied immediately to thank him for his candor during our conversation. I told him we had finished parenting classes, restored our marriage via therapy, and our daughter Grace was doing well. He refused to take sides and said we were both wrong, forcing us to realize what we were doing to our kid. John responded within an hour, stating he was delighted we took it seriously because many couples in similar situations didn't. He said parents spent too much time defending their viewpoints and forgetting family court was meant to safeguard children, not boost egos. He was glad Grace was doing well and wished our family prosperity. Grace inquired why her name was different one day in early December after school. She wanted to identify Lila after finding an old envelope in the recycling bin. Emily and I looked at each other and saw we agreed. We expected this conversation. I told Grace at the kitchen table that her mom and I had misnamed her when she was born. Emily took over and explained in simple words that we'd both picked names without talking, which had produced complications. We learned that parents must collaborate, listen, and most importantly, listen to their children. When Grace inquired if Lila was her real name, Emily responded yes for a while, but now it was Grace and would stay that way. Grace paused and stated everyone makes errors, but we rectified it. Emily accepted our explanation so easily that we both tightened our throats. Grace begged to play now, and we agreed. She hurried to her room, leaving us at the table reassured and humbled by her simple forgiveness. A few weeks later, I was collecting apples in the grocery store produce department when someone called my name. The county clerk who handled my emergency name change application was there with her cart when I turned around. She looked awkward and apologized immediately, claiming she should have asked more questions before filing. She felt terrible after learning she'd been tricked into letting me hurt my daughter. I stopped her and stated it wasn't her fault. I told her I'd lied to her and used the system and owed her an apology. She was astonished but relieved. So we talked about Grace's progress for a while. The cashier was delighted things worked out after I showed her a recent phone shot of Grace smiling during her ballet recital. After we parted, I held my bag of apples, grateful that strangers who'd been involved in my mess forgave. Emily shocked me by asking for help with something in the living room that week. She got a wonderful frame for Grace's school drawing of our family. We posted it on the wall near the couch for daily viewing. Emily stated she wanted it there to remind her what mattered. Grace and our family, not our egos or rightness. In the weeks that followed, Emily or I would point at that picture when we started bickering or attempting to control things and stop and reset. We communicated that we were reverting to negative habits. Grace's precise drawing of the three of us holding hands always reminded us of what we were safeguarding. In February, our couples therapist suggested monthly sessions instead of weekly. Emily and I looked surprised because it felt like a significant milestone we hadn't seen coming. The therapist was proud of our communication and joint decision-making improvement. However, she reminded us that strong relationships required constant effort. Not just crisis intervention. She said, couples who stopped working on their relationship after therapy often relapsed within a year or two. Emily and I committed right then to keep checking in with each other and prioritizing our family over our individual needs to be right. Our family was in a good place a year after Grace's courthouse hearing, where she became Grace. We still had disagreements and tough days, but we were honest and respectful, like never before. Grace was making friends and loving first grade without worrying about her name. Emily and I rebuilt trust through consistent effort and thousands of small choices to communicate instead of control. We'd learned the hard way that our daughter's well-being had to come before our egos every time. Our name war scars were still there and probably always would be, but they were reminders of hard lessons we'd learned. We were better parents and spouses after facing what we'd done to Grace, and changing instead of blaming and retaliating. My husband destroyed my daughter's piggy bank to teach sharing, leading to his arrest for defacing currency. I divorced him and protected my daughter. To teach sharing, my new husband broke my daughter's piggy bank in half. Bank cashiers quickly called the Secret Service. Since arriving here 3 months previously, Adam, my new husband, had eyed Emma's piggy bank. He continued repeating an 8-year-old shouldn't have that much money as he passed her room. Today's youth have no sharing ethic. In our garage over beers, telling his pal Carlos, when I was young, my family owned everything. No one could hoard cash like a king. Before dying, Emma's grandmother gifted her a porcelain piggy bank cow. Adam felt personally insulted. My husband was unemployed for 7 months before marriage. He sought the ultimate managing position. My daughter saved Math BBS $200 from birthday and neighborhood chores. Adam started small. My daughter saved Math BB. Emma, since you live here, why not help with groceries? The intensity grew. Our cable cost could be covered. Do you realize how selfish hiding money from family is? Emma would clutch the cow and explain it was for next summer camp. Adam was in Emma's room with the busted piggy bank on her carpet when I arrived home from work last Tuesday. Ceramics everywhere. Emma cornered crying. Money chilled me. He cut all bills. Cut them cleanly in half. Math BB. S. $25, 10s, 2s, cut centrally. Adam started his statement when he saw me. Sarah needs to share. I proposed splitting everything 50 over 50. Her mini camp half. Household half. I had to show greed's consequences due to her rage. Literalized it. Fair and half-half. Emma rushed me with mangled bills. Mommy. He broke grandma's cow. Cut all my money. Have saved long. Adam. Rolling eyes. Don't overreact. Kid. Banks exchange damaged bills. Your half goes to bank tomorrow. New bills. No harm. Household contributions are also included. Thank you. Adam shouted to Carlos in the living room. You believe this, Ray? Kids acting like I committed murder instead of teaching a life lesson. Adam insisted on meeting us at the bank the next morning. Wanted to confirm Emma was keeping half and contributing half to home expenses. Though in the car, he cautioned her. Tell them you want to deposit half into my account, I mean our household account for groceries and bills, like a good family member. A senior First National teller, Helen, helped me open Emma's savings account 4 years ago. Just seeing the bag of cut money transformed her face. Emma, what happened to your bills? Adam interrupted me. Accidental child cutting. This happens regularly, right? Replace these with new banknotes. $50. Percent dollar to her. $50. Percent dollar to me. Time to teach sharing. Helen got dollar. Math BBS. $25 off. It was properly checked. Sir, did you cut this money? Adam puffed up. I mentioned equal distribution and visual learning for kids. Very good parenting. Helen put down the bill and took her phone. I must call. One moment. Adam chuckled. Really? Damaged bills? Unrealistic customer service. Here. We spend well. Within 10 minutes, 2 suit-clad men entered the bank. Official Secret Service agents, not local police. Taller Agent Thomas analyzed bills while shorter Lucas answered inquiries. Sir, Title 18 Section 333 criminalizes willfully destroying USSA cash. Adam blanched. What? Not so. Teaching my daughter to share. Agent Lucas grabbed a notebook. Sir, your daughter? Did I have Emma before? Said softly. We married 4 months ago. Agent Thomas looked up from invoicing. You broke your stepdaughter's money. Her legal funds. That destroys federal currency and property. 2 crimes. Adam stuttered. Teaching her family contributions. Avoid youngster money hoarding. Bad for health. Lucas' eyebrow lifted. Teaching youngsters to share doesn't hurt money, sir. Federal violations can result in fines and 7 months in prison. Plus, this appears to be theft and destruction of minors' property. I can't go to prison for cutting paper, Adam shouted. This is absurd. You're all mad. Agent Thomas uncuffed. Sir, multiple witnesses heard your federal felony confession. Arresting you. Adam seemed purple to me. His face went purple like a clog. Agent Thomas held Adam's wrists behind his back before he could finish his statement. He falsely claimed to teach Emma about family and responsibility. Agent Lucas held this small card and read Adam's rights in a flat, bored voice like he'd done it 1,000 times. Helen appeared to watch justice unfold as Adam was arrested with her arms folded behind the counter. Adam stared at me, opening and closing his jaws. Others stopped at the bank. Fishing cap wearing old man stared. A mother with 2 kids attracted them. As Agent Thomas took Adam to the door, Adam shouted at me over his shoulder. He told me to hire a lawyer since I wasn't supporting him and married people should support each other. He shouted as they approached the door. Agent Thomas asked if I needed medical help since my hands were shaking so much I couldn't hold Emma. I hugged Emma and told him I was fine. She hid her face in my shirt, Adam shouted as they pulled him outside the bank doors. My mistake was huge. How he remembered. It was quiet save for bank sounds after the doors closed. A copy machine and typists. Helen approached us from behind the counter. Emma's eye level was reached by kneeling. Emma was assured softly that the bank would replace the clipped bills with new money. Emma raised her red eyes from my shirt and requested that they fix her grandma's cow. I declined because the ceramic bits were broken, but we could get a bespoke piggy bank. Possibly another animal. Emma nodded but said nothing. Helen stood up and patted my arm before talking to someone behind the bank. A suit-clad bank manager came from an office. He recommended a private meeting. We followed him past the teller stations to a small desk and 3-chair office. He gave Emma and me drinks and tissues across the desk. He explained the Secret Service needed Adam's cut-up cash, but the bank had already counted with agents watching. With their count and Agent Thomas and Lucas official papers, Emma's account would get $math BBS $200 today. Despite taking a few days to appear in the system, it was accepted. He left us alone in the office after I thanked him. I called Rebecca with my phone. Like usual. She answered on the first ring. I told Emma, Adam broke up her money and was arrested by the Secret Service at First National. She kept going. She said we were moving in with her family immediately. To keep Emma away from that house today. I relaxed my chest because I had no idea how to handle this alone. Rebecca suggested packing luggage for a few days and preparing the guest room. Despite my doubts, I drove when she requested. Office agent Lucas offered me his business card. He predicted Adam's downtown federal court's arraignment tomorrow morning. He stated Adam or his lawyer will ask me about bail, but I can refuse. I had no obligation to post bail or defend him. To assure comprehension, he spoke plainly. I thanked him and put the card in my purse. Emma and I got in the car holding hands after leaving the bank. Drive home took 15 minutes but felt longer. Emma calmly looked out the window. Carlos' truck was in the driveway when we arrived. I told Emma we were dressing and going to Aunt Rebecca's. She nods. I quickly grabbed toothbrushes, Emma's favorite books, and clothes from drawers and closets. She took her unicorn, Teddy, and floppy dog off her bed. Carlos was sitting on the living room couch looking uncomfortable when we brought our things out. He stood forward and apologized for not stopping Adam. I interrupted him and told him to leave my house now. After arguing, he glanced at me and left. I locked the door after him. Sophia hugged Emma at Rebecca's house that night. A 15-year-old relative took her job seriously. Emma learned she was giving up her room and sleeping in her parents' sleeping bag. Emma could have the property to herself. Emma said, "Thank you," but did not go. Emma barely touched Rebecca's chicken and rice dinner. She pushed food around her plate at the table next to me. Ben, Rebecca's husband, watched Emma before gently recommending we treat her. He said this kind of thing, having a trusted adult destroy your property and savings could have lasting effects. Yes. Rebecca agreed and will find child therapists tomorrow. I put Emma to bed in Sophia's purple room with unknown band posters. Emma slept cuddling the unicorn and woke up screaming 2 hours later. I ran in from the living room hearing her. She was awake in bed complaining of being violated. In bed, I cuddled her and vowed Adam wouldn't touch her again. I pledged to safeguard her. She slept on my shoulder again. I lay there in the dark thinking about the signs I missed. Emma, money remarks. He always wondered what she should do with her funds, talked about kids today, and didn't comprehend sharing. I ought to protected her from him earlier. His nature should have been clear. Adam called at 10. I ignored. 5 minutes later, it rang repeatedly. At midnight, he called 17 times. Finally, I checked one voicemail. He yelled at my jail abandonment. Being his wife. How could I leave him? He became furious as the message progressed. After barring his number, I went to the kitchen. Rebecca made tea. We sat at the kitchen table with a mug. She calmly asked what I missed, what signs Adam was dangerous to my daughter. I told her about his unemployment, obsession with Emma's piggy bank, and need to know her savings. Rebecca listened without judging. She kept refilling my tea and discussing till I ran out of words at 2 a.m. Emma snuggled with me on Rebecca's couch the next morning. My phone had 7 hospital missed calls. Calling back, I reached my supervisor. I requested emergency family leave since my husband was arrested and my daughter was traumatized. She desired nothing specific. Her only advice was to take the week and my shifts would be covered. Thanks, but Adam hadn't contributed to our household income for 7 months, which made me queasy. A missed week of work costs important pay. Emma awoke next me. She knew where we were after seeming confused. I rubbed her hair and promised Aunt Rebecca saved her. Agent Lucas's name appeared on the phone again. I replied quietly and entered Rebecca's kitchen. Agent Lucas told me Adam was arraigned in federal court this morning. Bail was Math BBS, $16,000. Adam could never afford that, so I was relieved. Agent Lucas said Adam's mother provided a bail bondsman $10. My stomach dropped. Adam would be released later today with limitations, including no contact with me or Emma. He was detained for federal charges yesterday. How could that be? Agent Lucas said bail is usually granted unless the suspect is a flight risk or community hazard. Adam had no criminal record, and the judge didn't consider currency destruction violent. The no-contact order protected me best. In Rebecca's kitchen, I shook after hanging up. Adam leaves afternoon. He returned to our house, his too. I told Rebecca Agent Lucas's arrival remarks. She instinctively scanned her phone for family law attorneys. She ignored my assertion that I couldn't afford counsel. She encouraged me to defend Emma legally and negotiate money later. Emma played with Sophia upstairs while I talked for 2 hours. Most attorneys charge Math BBS. $4,000 Math BBS. $6,000 to initiate cases. One lawyer told me to call when I could afford it. Another refused additional clients due to his workload. Rebecca gave me a James Poole number before I quit. She said he was Ben's church friend and family law expert. A pleasant man answered the third ring. I instantly explained my situation. The Secret Service arrested my husband for destroying my daughter's money after 4 months. I needed a divorce and restraining order but couldn't pay a lot. Without interruption, James listened. After I finished, he asked about Adam's federal accusations and arrest. He then replied that the criteria were obvious and that he has addressed domestic financial abuse. He and I could pay. He wanted $math BBS $500, which I could pay $math BBS $500 now and the rest over 7 months. Almost cried tears of relief. James agreed to start the papers at Rebecca's that afternoon. He brought a leather briefcase, and fancy suited too. He shook my hand and joined me at Rebecca's dining table. Emma and Sophia stayed upstairs. James made legal pad queries. How long did I know Adam before we married? His job situation? When did Emma's money behavior become worrisome? Was there more control or hostility? Answered everything honestly. The fast courtship after my Emma's money. Ex left. Adam was unemployed for 7 months. Emma was accused of hoarding money. Nodding. James took notes. He said Adam's arrest helped my divorce and custody case. Federal accusations showed lawlessness and poor judgment. His damage of a child's property demonstrated he was hazardous among kids. James advised, requesting emergency orders to keep Emma away and prevent him from accessing their money. We had to act fast before Adam's lawyer demanded marital property or visitation. James clarified each signed document. Request divorce, alleging irreconcilable differences, and child endangerment. Under an emergency restraining order. Adam must stay 500 feet from me. Emma. This home. Emma's school. And my company. Temporary complete custody without visitation pending criminal proceedings. James intended to file everything in court tomorrow morning. Emma descended as James packed his briefcase. She cautiously observed him from the doorway. She was received kindly and smiling by James. A family safety attorney, he claimed. Emma grabbed my hand. After James left, Emma asked Adam to come home. I told him he might return because it was home. He couldn't approach her or me owing to court order. She requested we move somewhere he didn't know. Fear shrank her voice. She felt unsafe at Rebecca's house. She thought Adam could find us anywhere. She was on my lap as I protected police and courts. Adam would go to jail if he approached her. But her eyes didn't trust me. I received an odd call later that afternoon. Leave voicemail. Emma's advisor. She said Emma's teacher noticed her nervousness and withdrawal today. Not participating, she appeared distracted. The counselor asked about household life. I called back to elaborate. My husband was arrested for Emma's property destruction. The divorce was filed when we were with family. A counselor listened and sympathized. She provided Emma with daily check-ins and a safe space to communicate at school. She stated several trusted caregivers may help traumatized children. Gratitude and heartbreak came from her. My 8-year-old needed this help since I married a dangerous man. James contacted Thursday morning to report filing the divorce petition and urgent restraining order. Clerk gave him case number and stamp. He promised a 10-day court hearing. Provisional order took effect immediately. Adam could not contact us or approach Rebecca's house, Emma's school, or my hospital within 500 feet. I should contact the police and arrest him if he broke it. James said he gave Adam's last known address, and the bail bondsman who posted his bond copies of all the documents. Within 48 hours, Adam was served. James called back at noon. Antonia told me Emma was processing trauma well but would benefit from weekly sessions after we left. So Michelle Smith called me that afternoon. Adam's federal prosecutor. She said Adam risked federal charges for defacing UAS money. The case was strong since he admitted cutting the money in front of witnesses, including Secret Service agents. State fines were also available for small theft and property destruction. Michelle indicated she'd work with the local DA on accusations. She asked me to testify about Adam's activities and the incident. Adam wounded Emma, so I'd do whatever it took to punish him. Michelle advised me to prepare to answer questions about Adam's pre-event actions, including his demand that Emma split her money. I pledged to help. On the weekend, Ben took his toolbox and hardware store bag to Rebecca. He promised to change my house locks while Adam was away. I was worried since Adam had a right to be there, but Ben said Emma was more important than property law. As we drove to my house, I worried Adam would come even though he wasn't supposed to. Mark promptly replaced the front and back door deadbolts. I was given 3 sets of keys, and told to hide one outside in case of emergency. I called James to detail our job. He grumbled and warned Adam's counsel I could be seen as preventing him from returning home in divorce court. He then stated he understood why I did it. No judge would condemn a mother for protecting her daughter. Adam was to break in or call the police. James advised Adam against trying that as the restraining order requires jail time for any contact. 2 days later, security called my apartment during my 4th floor rounds. They said Adam's looking man asked for me in the foyer. My employer told me to stay and requested security remove him. I saw 2 security officers lead Adam out from the break room window. Keeps turning to see where I work. Adam fled when a guard touched his arm and pointed at the building. The police arrived. As 2 cops exited their car and conferred with security guards, Adam flushed red and gestured furiously. Adam tried to flee after one policeman drew handcuffs, but the other grabbed his shoulder. Watching the police car pull away with him in the back. I had to sit because my hands were shaking. I worked even though my supervisor handed me water and told me to miss the rest of my shift. I called from the break room and James was on it. After calling police, security phoned him quickly. Adam would be punished for disobeying a court order, according to his contempt motion. Adam's contempt hearing was scheduled for Friday morning, less than a week after his hospitalization. I skipped work to see James in court. Adam appeared fatigued and furious with David. The judge entered swiftly. Adam was asked why he disobeyed the restraining order. Adam asked for 5 minutes to talk and suggested we could work things out if I listened. He claimed I was exaggerating a parenting issue to save our marriage. The judge intervened to clarify a restraining order. Adam said yes, but it wasn't fair because I was his wife and he could talk to me. Judge treated him like a shoe clog. She said, restraining orders don't have exceptions for convenience or hurt feelings, that Adam had been explicitly told to stay away from me and my workplace. She asked whether he felt exempt. Adam tried to respond, but David grabbed his arm and sat him down. James stood up and stated this violation showed Adam was dangerous and couldn't follow court orders, and my daughter and I needed protection from someone who placed himself first. Judicial sentence. The restraining order was renewed for 7 months and Adam was imprisoned for 5 days. She told Adam the next offense would mean months in jail. Adam changed purple again and rose up, but David pulled him down and murmured something to keep him down. I went home with Rebecca and Mark to pack more while Adam was in county jail. Starting with Emma's room, we carried garbage bags and boxes. I took her clothes, books, art supplies, and some toys. Adam's bedroom was left the same after I took my clothes and accessories. Adam's laptop was open on his desk while Mark carried everything to Rebecca's SUV. Forum was still showing. Sat down to read. Adam wrote months about entitled kids and cowardly mothers. He reprimanded kids who hoarded money instead of assisting family. He wrote extensively about how kids nowadays had no regard for authority and needed to learn that everything they had belonged to the family. Other readers recalled pressing kids for birthday or allowance money. Reading it made me queasy. This exceeded Emma's piggy bank. Adam thought so. I screenshotted everything on my phone. James said anything showing Adam's thoughts could help with custody disputes was priceless. I screenshotted every Adam post and comment about pressing kids to learn. Several were from about a year before we married. Emma's next Antonia session exceeded expectations. Rebecca took Emma as I signed divorce forms. She returned lighter. Rebecca said Antonia bonded with Emma's chattiness during the session. Emma informed me later that night she regretted her money. She questioned Adam's claims that good kids share with their families. She was asked Antonia's words. Emma claimed Antonia showed her saving money wasn't selfish because she earned and received it. Antonio said adults hurting children are responsible, not the children. Emma wondered whether Adam's piggy bank smash wasn't her fault. I comforted her and told her Adam's bad choices weren't her fault. She nodded against my shoulder and said Antonia told her that grown-ups sometimes do bad things and blame kids, but that doesn't make it true. James contacted the following week about the federal case. Michelle Smith offered Adam a plea deal to avoid trial. Adam admitted to federal cash destruction, paid $1 math BBS 6, $0 fine, served 7 months of home detention with electronic monitoring, and received anger management counseling. James said David informed him Adam was considering taking it but wanted confidence I wouldn't seek state charges. I asked James to clarify. He said Adam may face charges for small theft and property destruction in addition to federal charges. Adam required my promise not to aid state prosecutors. James said that wouldn't happen because I didn't make such decisions. The district attorney filed charges without my consent. I should ignore Adam's demands because of the divorce hearing, he said. James spent 2 hours preparing me for divorce. He argued against me in his office, citing Adam's likely points. He claimed Adam would likely argue I was exaggerating, that he was parenting Emma, and that counseling may save our marriage. James taught me to stay calm and not dispute. I was told to focus on Adam's unemployment, money-controlling behavior, and repeated requests for an 8-year-old to pay family bills. We practiced my testimony until I could tell the story without crying. James said the judge will watch for vindictiveness or unreasonableness. I needed to seem as a compassionate mother making logical decisions, not a vengeful wife. I gained confidence after the session. I knew Adam's words and how to respond. Adam had his divorce hearing on a Tuesday morning 4 weeks after his contempt punishment. James and I met outside the courtroom in our best work clothes. Adam was represented by David in family court. Judge called the case after we entered. David stood and called Adam to testify first. Adam approached the witness stand humble and forlorn. Being poor and having to share everything with his brothers, he taught Emma about family duties. He said he wanted Emma to learn how families help, not hurt or fear her. He described his struggles with unemployment, money anxiety, and how teaching Emma to contribute would teach her morals. If Adam regretted his actions, David asked. Adam said he loved Emma and wanted to be involved, but regretted his actions. He suggested counseling to salvage our marriage. So I gave him another chance to be a wonderful husband and stepfather. Testifying opportunity. James wondered about pre-piggy bank months. Adam frequently suggested Emma pay for groceries or cable. I told my 8-year-old daughter that Adam was unemployed the whole time we were married and expected birthday money and chore wages while providing nothing. Emma cried about her damaged piggy bank and cut up funds when I got home from work. I told the judge about Emma's grandmother's porcelain cow, Adam breaking something valuable, and Emma's drama because she was upset. James questioned Adam's finances. He schooled Emma in the car, admitting to cutting the money in front of Secret Service agents and sounding innocent. Judge noted and listened. Her look revealed she didn't buy Adam's family values argument. When I told her about Adam's detention and restraining order violation at work, she sounded suspicious and upset. Witness Josephine testified next. I sounded scared and bewildered on the bank call. She told the judge. She stated Emma was shaking and crying when we arrived to her house that first night. Josephine debated whether Adam would find Emma's dreams at her house. After weeks of monitoring her niece, Emma still seemed apprehensive and scared. Mark testified. He testified that he helped me change the locks to keep Adam out. Forum threads and Adam's laptop recovery were discussed. James asked him about his vision. Child entitlement and weak mothers. The judge heard Mark's findings despite David's repeated claims that the laptop evidence was improperly obtained. Mark recalled Adam's months of posts, including his opinion that parents own children's money and his thoughts about forcing kids to give up their savings. The judge read my screenshots for several minutes in a quiet courtroom. Putting down her pen, the judge regarded Adam. She spoke calmly when ruling. Divorce granted. Sarah has sole custody, Adam has no visitation. Monthly child support based on $math BBS $600 imputed minimum wage full-time job income. She verified the court reporter's recording. Adam abused children financially. An 8-year-old was emotionally abused and manipulated. The court thinks he lacks judgment and self-control to safely interact with children. Pale Adam's cheeks grew red. He gripped the table edge so hard his knuckles turned white. Adam leaped from his chair. This is unfair. All of you hear her lies. She's poisoned everyone against me from the start. My stepfather rights exist. She was my wife. That gives me legal standing with the kid. The bailiff immediately approached as the judge raised her hand. Sir Peterson, sit down and contain yourself, or I will hold you in contempt of court. Adam shouted, ignoring her. She turned everyone against me. From cops to lawyers to you. I was teaching the kid family responsibility, but everyone assumed I killed him. David muttered as he had Adam sit down. The bailiff grasped Adam's shoulder. Adam rejected him. Do not touch me. System is rigged. Judge grew stern. I find Mr. Anderson in contempt. Restrain him, bailiff. David stood embarrassed as the bailiff placed Adam's arms behind him. I regret my client's overreaction. He's anxious. Judge silenced him. Your client proved the court right regarding his child fitness. Contempt will land him in county jail tonight. Adjourn. James gathered his papers as Adam was carried away, muttering about scheme and injustice. He stopped me quietly in the corridor. Adam probably appeals custody. He's entitled, and David will likely counsel him. You must understand. Appeals can take months or years. Recent instructions apply throughout. Adam can't see Emma. Not reaching you both. Child support due. No change till appeals court rules. That performance makes me skeptical. A judge will reverse this. After adjusting his glasses, James faced me. That rant helped us. It displayed his uncontrollable rage. His inability to manage challenging situations was shown. Most importantly, he didn't comprehend why his actions affected Emma. Any appeals judge will see a man who blames everyone but himself in that transcript. My chest eased after weeks of tension. 2 days later, my phone rang as I was folding clothes at Rebecca's. Michelle's name appeared. When I replied, she was blunt. Adam rejected the plea. Federal trial is his goal. I sat on the couch due to leg wobbles. In frustration, Michelle continued. Disappointed. Not shocked. Adam thinks he did nothing wrong. He hopes the jurors see him as a struggling stepfather teaching morality, not a federal criminal. He stated Brian, his new lawyer, convinced him they could win at trial. Michelle stopped, rustling papers. Sarah's understanding is needed. Adam's calculation erred greatly. The evidence against him is overwhelming. He admitted cutting money before Secret Service agents. Bank surveillance footage. Our witnesses are Emma, you, and the bank teller. Trials stress everyone and take time. I'm sad you must cope with this without pleading. Next Monday, I saw my hospital supervisor. When it was quiet in the morning, we sat in the staff break room with coffee because the HR office was too cold. I briefly described the issue as rising legal bills and my need for money. The supervisor took notes on a little pad while listening. She was likely in her 50s and worked at the hospital for about 20 years. After I finished, she put her pen down and looked troubled. Sarah, a trusted nurse, has been with us for 7 years. A hospital employee help fund can aid you. Workers experiencing family emergencies receive non-repayable grants. A form was in her folder. Complete immediately. The committee meets on Thursday and can provide money within a week if your situation qualifies. She explained documentation and fees throughout. Fees for lawyers qualify. Emma spent on therapy. I hoped the financial strain wouldn't destroy us after we finished. Sophia saw me in Rebecca's kitchen 4 weeks following Adam's jail time. I made Emma's school lunch sandwiches the next day to preserve routine. Sophia leaned on the counter and watched me work before saying, Aunt Sarah. Emma must be discussed. She cried after your evening shift. My stomach dropped and I stopped spreading peanut butter. Sophia continued carefully. I miss your home, she murmured. Missing her room, toys, and neighborhood, she's frightened to return knowing Adam may be there. She wondered whether he could find her at our house. She doesn't grasp the restraining order despite my explanations. She's 8, but she only knows a trusted adult hurt and broke her stuff. I dropped the knife and grasped the counter. Rebecca couldn't host us forever. They kept saying we were welcome and there was no rush, but this wasn't home. Emma wanted permanence, not a temporary safe haven since Adam didn't know the address. The next afternoon, James summoned me into his office to discuss divorce property settlement. He had mortgage, home value, and equity projections on his desk. Adam paid nothing for your marriage. He was unemployed throughout, paying no bills, groceries, or mortgage. Criminal activity and the restraining order demonstrate he lost marital property. Request full house ownership for you. Adam addressed the expected response in the small office across from me. David will argue that Adam deserved half the house equity regardless of income because it's marital property. True under regular situations, not here. Federal charges against your daughter landed Adam in prison. Breach of restraining order. His financial abuse was clear. Giving him property would encourage his criminality. The judge will realize. James adopted another shape. Due to his imprisonment and active restraining order, I'll dismiss his claim. He shouldn't profit from sin. The HR lady called me Friday afternoon when I picked up Emma from school. Employee Assistance Committee approved your request. You get Math BBS 3, $500 for legal fees. Tears impair vision, so I stopped. Friendly and professional, the representative spoke. "You okay, Sarah?" I agreed, despite throat constriction. She explained. "You can get the check Monday. Any case-related legal charge can be used. Emma's attorney, court, and therapy costs. Reserve receipts for our records. The hospital looks after patients. We do it, not just say. Your health and daughter's healing are priorities. Leave your work schedule to us. We'll guarantee shifts and time off." I cried for 10 minutes in the school parking lot after hanging up. Not despair this time, but relief and gratitude that my co-workers helped. Michelle requested a trial 2 weeks later. 6 weeks till Adam's trial. This case is prioritized by the prosecution since it's fast for federal court. Proof of Adam's context is needed. The jurors must realize Emma's money obsession was trending. Michelle outlined what to expect after my immediate acceptance. Because Adam hired private counsel, David, Brian will likely portray Adam as a trying stepfather teaching principles. Adam's debt and unemployment will stand out. Adam's plight will be appealed. Stay calm and honest. Avoid arguing with Brian. Being honest about your observations and experiences. Then we practiced for an hour. Michelle criticized my answers. Too emotional. Consider facts. Good. Clear and precise. Avoid guessing his motives. Just recount his actions. Reliving everything made me stronger but exhausted. Emma had her weekly session with Antonia Thursday afternoon. Again, I browsed periodicals in the reception area without reading. Antonia recommended I stay a few minutes after the session. Emma hadn't been so relaxed on the couch in weeks. Antonia smiled at us. Our session today was fantastic for Emma. She laughed at my lousy jokes. She shared her feelings and told me something important. Antonia nodded to encourage Emma. Emma talked clearly but quietly to me. I want to save for summer camp and a bike, but Adam might steal it. Leaning forward, Antonia Adams' destructiveness was compared to money's safety. Most don't rob youngsters. Most adults protect kids and property. Adam committed crimes. That doesn't risk saving. It claims Adam was dangerous and no longer steals or hurts. I looked down at my shaking hands from the session. Antonio offered Emma tools to process everything. My daughter laughing again was like sunshine after weeks of storms. Rebecca found me in the kitchen that evening, while Emma and Sophia were upstairs doing schoolwork. She filled 2 coffee mugs and sat across from me at the table. I've evaluated your situation. You and Emma have been through hell, and you're afraid to dominate. She thrust me a mug. Stay here long term. Basements can become small residences with bedrooms and living rooms. Own it. She raised her hand as I protested. Family helps Sarah. Not negotiable. Sophia adores Emma. Your presence fills the house. Gratitude, not fear, prompted tears. She took my hand across the table. Allow it. You need steadiness. And we have space. Ben recruited me for the basement conversion the following Saturday morning. The layout was created and supplies were purchased at cost through his contractor connections. We erected a shower-equipped little bathroom and a kitchenette with a compact fridge and microwave over the weekend. Emma requested help decorating her new bedroom with paint swatches on Sunday afternoon. Lovely hue reminded me of lavender fields. She softly rolled paint on the walls with her tongue out in concentration. She finally felt excited after weeks. She kept checking her work, wondering if her granny liked the color. Mark stated she had impeccable taste. The basement became a 2-room secure haven at dusk. James called Tuesday about family court. Judge ruled on house. You own everything, and Adam has 30 days to sign the deed. If he declines, the court transfers without his signature. He stated I could sell or rent the property and keep the proceeds. Sarah, this changes your finances tremendously. Sale or rental income could help you rebuild. I thanked him and hung up, checking my phone. This house Adam wanted to use as leverage was mine. He destroyed Emma's piggy bank, securing our finances. I spotted an unknown number on my phone Thursday afternoon. Something made me respond. Mom sobbed immediately. Drop the charges against my child. The great guy erred. Due to unemployment and melancholy, your miscommunication is harming him. My jaw tensed. Your son committed federal crimes against my 8-year-old daughter. She persisted, raising her voice. He wanted to teach her responsibility. He wanted to raise her well because kids today are spoiled. He's being destroyed pointlessly. Stop her. Emma's money is scissors cut. He broke her grandmother's gift. He scared my kid in her bedroom. Federal offense is not parenting. she argued. But I hung up. I blocked the number with shaking hands. Michelle informed Adam's legal team Friday morning. He fired David and recruited Brian Meyer, a white-collar federal crime lawyer. Adam's family probably pays his defense. She paused. Meyer attacks harder than David. He will try to depict Adam as a horrible stepfather who made a bad decision under financial pressure, but the evidence is overwhelming. The Secret Service received everything from Adam. Were our chances affected? Michelle laughed. Not really. Meyer can't change Adam's words or behavior. He can degrade the trial for everyone. Next Tuesday was Emma's school conference. Her teacher smiled as I sat in the tiny chair opposite her desk. Emma's anxiety has decreased in 2 weeks. More active in class, raising her hand for questions, playing with friends at recess. Emma used check-ins well, according to our school counselor. Antonia helps her recover from trauma. Talking instead of suppressing her emotions. I was relieved. Progress was finally made. Daughter was fixing, not breaking. I revisited Mark about the house. He suggested renting instead of selling and found a fair property manager. Your rental income pays your mortgage and adds math BBS, $450 month. Sarah, money exists. To restore funds and pay legal bills, the management company found tenants a week after signing the contract. My house, where Adam tortured my child, would support our recovery and freedom. Adam's trial began Tuesday morning. I drove downtown to the federal courthouse on my day off. Michelle explained outdoors. She said Brian Meyer's pricey outfit was smooth and powerful. He asked empathetic questions about Adam's unemployment and finances when I testified. Did he teach your daughter family duty? Wasn't he trying to teach morality after growing up poor? Michelle regularly protested. Her questioning demolished Brian's story. She highlighted that destroying federal cash is illegal regardless of purpose or parenting style. She highlighted Adam's months of obsessive comments about Emma's money, growing demands, and disregard for my daughter's property and emotional well-being. The jurors noted my words. Helen then described Adam's bank conduct. Lowering the budget teaches, he said. He kept talking about kids sharing without apology. Her successor, Agent Thomas, testified about Adam's arrest confession and entitlement. Prosecution displayed bank surveillance footage. Adam told Emma to say the money was for car home charges, which the jury saw. He demonstrated his visual learning method to Helen by puffing up his chest. They saw him argue with Secret Service agents about paper cutting. Jurors shuffled uncomfortably. The jury returned in under 3 hours. The 4-person read the verdict standing. Found guilty of federal currency defacing. Adam rose up with a red face, but Brian grabbed his arm and spoke something sharp, making him sit down. Weight off my shoulders. The verdict proved everything. He said it was bad parenting. But Adam did something illegal. The court dismissed the jury and set punishment for 2 weeks. Michelle and I left the courthouse breathing freely for the first time in months. 2 weeks of paperwork and waiting. I attended the jury verdict and Thursday morning sentence session in the same courthouse. Brian and Adam sat at the defense table while Michelle gathered her notes in a navy suit at the prosecutor's table. Adam donned an orange jumpsuit when imprisoned for contempt. His features looked thinner and rougher than at trial. Michelle first sought for the maximum sentence in court. She reported Adam's remorselessness, restraining order violation days after incarceration, and financial abuse of an 8-year-old. Adam spoke about entitled youngsters and weak mothers who don't discipline in his laptop forum posts. The judge listened and took notes. Brian rose and tried a new plan. Adam's difficult childhood, unemployment, and family merger were discussed. Since Adam lost his marriage, home, and reputation, he argued that probation with community service was preferable than prison. He said Adam learned from court and needs anger management counseling. The judge specifically requested Adam's testimony. Adam stood slowly. So I expected an apology. Instead, he said modern youth don't understand sacrifice. How his generation learned to share everything with family. He just wanted to teach Emma domestic duties. Brian tried to stop him, but Adam stated the incident was exaggerated and that cutting invoices shouldn't result in federal charges. The judge's face clouded as Adam proceeded. She ordered him 7 months in federal prison, 3 years of supervised release, $1, math BBS, $6.00 fine, and twice weekly anger management counseling for 3 years. As the judge sentenced Adam, his face grew red. Adam glared at me as the marshal took him. He hated me like I damaged his life instead of my daughter's property and possessions. Holding his eyes changed something. I no longer panicked when he broke Emma's piggy bank. Adam no longer frightened me. I regretted marrying him, introducing him to Emma, and dismissing his fretting about an 8-year-old's birthday money. Emma's father betrayed her, so I felt awful. Adam no longer controlled us, therefore I wasn't afraid. Adam would spend 7 months in prison analyzing his conduct since the judge had taken that power away. Since Adam never believes they're wrong, he probably wouldn't consider it. I picked Emma up after school and we sat in her temporary bedroom at Rebecca's that night. She barely touched her assigned math. She eventually looked at me and asked if Adam would be in prison long. On the edge of her bed, I said that 7 months wasn't long for adults but plenty for us to feel safe and settled. I promised her our own place again and Adam wouldn't reach us by the time he left. While thinking about this, she chewed her pencil, as she usually did with unpleasant thoughts. A cow reminded her of Granny and Adam's harm, therefore she requested a turtle piggy bank. She wanted to save again and trust that her money was safe, which relieved me. I took her to the downtown gift store that weekend, where she spent 20 minutes looking at every porcelain animal bank before choosing a bright green turtle with a smiling painted face and big eyes. She went home holding it softly in both hands. James finished my case the following Tuesday in his office. He presented the divorce and custody orders in a neat folder. Adam's prison sentence and criminal record made appealing, improbable, and even if he did, it would take months and require him to prove the judge erred. James stated Adam signed the house deed from jail through his lawyer, making it mine. James replied that he was charging half his regular fee for the case. He said the problem was clear and he was happy to help. Emma was tough and had a nice mother. In his office, I cried, astounded by people's kindness amid this ordeal. Helen at the bank called the Secret Service instead of exchanging bills. Rebecca immediately opened her home. Mark helped fix locks and basements. James took my case knowing I couldn't pay his full rate. They all arrived when I needed them. Antonio worked with Emma twice a week after her arrest. During one of our parent lectures, she suggested a Thursday night community center support group for single mothers. I attended the following week, afraid to share my story. Talking to other women about exiting abusive marriages helped me overcome my embarrassment at marrying Adam so soon after my first husband left. I kept wondering if I should have detected the symptoms, protected Emma, and waited longer to add someone. Catherine, a nurse who left her husband after he controlled their finances for years, said Adam's behavior increased after marriage. She said that was usual abuse. Abusers sometimes leave their worst acts until after commitment, knowing their victim is imprisoned. I shouldn't blame myself for not predicting Adam would destroy my daughter's property because that escalation was unanticipated. The group leader agreed, stating abusers can hide their true nature until they feel safe. 4 months after Adam's imprisonment, Emma and I felt comfortable in Rebecca's basement. Monthly house rental income covered the mortgage and gave me math BB.s $450 more. Emma occasionally had nightmares about people breaking her stuff, but they had generally stopped. This time, she locked her turtle piggy bank under her bed so only she and I could open it. She saved math BB.s $70 by assisting Rebecca with housekeeping and yard work. I sometimes watched her count bills to ensure they were intact. It hurt that she needed that reassurance, but I was glad she felt safe enough to rescue again. Antonia organized a parent meeting to discuss Emma's progress. Emma assured me she was doing well considering her situation. Antonia said well-supported kids are tough. I probably saved Emma's mental health by quickly removing Adam from her life. If I had stayed with Adam or condoned his acts, Emma would have learnt she didn't need protection or that harming her stuff was okay. Instead, she realized that adults who mistreat children are punished, and that her mother will always put her safety first. Antonia recommended several months of therapy before monthly check-ins. Adam's probation officer emailed me 7 months post-sentence. After his federal prison sentence, Adam moved to Arizona with his mother. The probation officer wrote in the email that Adam could not contact us on supervised release and would be returned to prison immediately. He got weekly probation officer visits, anger management twice a week, and work. Breaking these rules would send him back to prison to fulfill his sentence. James advised me to keep all probation officer communications in case we needed them after I forwarded the email to document it. He didn't think Adam would break his release terms because he'd served 7 months in federal prison and didn't want to return. Emma's 10th birthday was celebrated with garden decorations at Rebecca's in May. Sophia invited 2 of her friends who had become Emma's relatives in recent months and 6 schoolmates. Everyone watched Emma give gifts at the picnic table while enjoying pizza and ice cream cake. Grandparents sent birthday cards with money, and her aunt from California gave math BBS $60. Emma gently took the birthday money and walked to her room after opening everything. I saw her flatten each bill before inserting it into her turtle bank through the top hole. Her announcement at the party that she was saving for summer camp restored her right to save and plan. She no longer feared theft or damage. She trusted me to protect her money. My hospital supervisor called me into her office the following week. I thought something was wrong, but she mentioned a surgical unit senior role. Day shifts, greater pay, and more stability would replace my rotational schedule. She said I deserved the promotion for handling everything in recent months while maintaining quality. The extra math BBS, $10 per month would let me rent a little house for Emma and me. Rebecca stated there was no rush when I told her about the promotion and move. She told us to stay till we found the perfect home, that Sophia had benefited from us, and that she missed Emma every day. So she looked at me like she understood why we needed our own space again and why Emma needed to feel at home. I checked rental listings on my phone during hospital lunches in May. With my promotion pay, I could afford a tiny but respectable place for Emma to have her own room again. She loved Rebecca's house, but she missed ours. A 2-bedroom house 3 blocks from Rebecca's let Emma walk to Sophia whenever she wanted. Emma toured the closets and backyard with the landlord on Saturday morning. She asked us to paint the bedroom with the window facing the enormous oak tree purple like Rebecca's. We signed the lease that afternoon after I gave the landlord the first month's rent plus deposit, money from my promotion, and rental revenue from my prior residence. Rebecca helped me move from the basement flat, wrapping dishes in newspaper and tagging boxes with markers. For snatching and hiding her teddy bears in boxes, Emma laughed and chased Sophia. Mark put the bed frames, drawers, and small couch Rebecca gave us when we moved into a work truck. We spent the weekend carrying boxes up the front steps and furnishing the new rooms. Emma organized her bookshelves and paints while Sophia hung posters. The first night at the new house, Emma took her turtle bank from the bedroom stuff box. She carefully placed it on her dresser, not in a drawer or locked box. Emma gently touched the porcelain turtle's cheerful painted face before leaving. I heard she saved math BBS $300 for summer camp, lunches, and souvenirs. When asked whether she wanted to leave it out, she nodded and claimed she wasn't afraid anymore. She said I would defend her and that evildoers who mistreat youngsters pay. The pressure in my chest since Adam wrecked her cowbank dissipated. Later that night, I put Emma to bed in her purple room with the oak tree outside her window. While she was partly asleep with her favorite rabbit, I stroked her hair back from her forehead on her bed. I glanced at our protected place made from Adam's debris and knew we'd done well. We owned house. Family support from Rebecca, Mark, and Sophia. Marketing and renting my house provide financial security. Most importantly, Emma felt safe and valued. Although life wasn't ideal and we experienced anxieties, we were happy. Emma enjoyed kayaking, arts and crafts, and making new friends at July summer camp. I wanted to watch her grow up safe and confident, have new adventures, and decide who was in our family.